In the vast, desolate wilderness, a ragged boy with crimson eyes sprinted desperately, clutching a massive bird egg tightly against his chest. Damn it, I've nearly perished twice for this egg. Lin Yu grimaced in pain, yet dared not pause his frantic flight. Behind him, clouds of dust swirled as a pack of mutated beasts, their sharp fangs bared, pursued him relentlessly, his trousers already tattered and torn in the commotion. With his bare backside exposed, Lin Yu's desperate dash through the wilderness made him conspicuously visible. At last, I've reached the sacred light's domain. Gasping for breath, he raced toward a dilapidated town that contrasted starkly with the gray desolation surrounding it. In the heart of the town, a flickering flame, though wavering, steadfastly held its ground, illuminating the last vestige of hope amidst the wilderness. As a competent wilderness hunter, returning to the camp with spoils was the purpose of each hunting expedition. With a sudden leap, Lin Yu plunged into the radiant circle of light, resembling a fallen bird finding refuge. "Come on, bite me," he taunted, brushing off the dust as he stood defiantly, brandishing his bravado at the beasts lurking beyond the glow. A lion-like mutant beast, too large to halt in its frantic charge, found one of its massive paws inadvertently crossing into the light. In an instant, that paw was seared, releasing an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Delicious, Lin Yu thought, fighting the urge to rush forward and take a bite, reluctantly turning away from the edge of the flame. Outside the light, the mutated beasts roared in frustration but retreated, unwilling to trespass further into the sacred glow. This was the human settlement, designated as Area 179. Since the sun had extinguished, a sudden gray fog had spread across the globe, engulfing all of humanity's proud civilizations. It was later named the Abyssal Worm, the source of calamity and collapse. No one knew how it had emerged, but with its arrival, human civilization stagnated, and the advancements of modern science crumbled into dust. Yet the disaster did not end there. Countless bizarre creatures emerged from the fog, beasts and flora mutated. While humanity was ruthlessly harvested amidst despair and prayers, the entire civilized world teetering on the brink of collapse, billions of lives flickering dimly. Had it not been for that flicker of flame, humanity would have long vanished from the annals of history. Nevertheless, Lin Yu pondered why, despite the sun's demise, day and night still cycled. Could it be due to the sacred fire? Long live the sacred flame, he mused, patting his emaciated belly as he made his way back to the camp. He did not belong to this world. Rather, he had been mysteriously drawn here, bewildered and stranded in the wilderness of Area 179. The good news was that Lin Yu had not only traversed realms, but had also acquired a unique ability to rewind death. The bad news was that he had landed in a world where despair reigned over humanity. In this realm, life was as inconsequential as dust. He hastily navigated through filthy alleys strewn with miscellaneous debris. As he passed, restless gazes emerged from the shadows, but upon recognizing his face, they recoiled, retreating into the darkness. A subtle smile crept upon the boy's lips as he continued forward, finally pushing open a rickety wooden door through which violent coughing echoed. "Old man, I've returned with medicine," Lin Yu announced, carefully placing the bird egg into the elder's arms while deftly mending the tattered remnants of his clothing. The old man ignored Lin Yu's mention of Huata, a name the boy often invoked, filled with terms the elder could scarcely comprehend. Though young and robust, he lamented the boy's lack of wisdom. As Lin Yu's stomach growled, the elder swiftly cracked open the massive bird egg, consuming its contents voraciously. Seeing the old man devour the foul-smelling egg without hesitation lifted Lin Yu's spirits. Had the elder not rescued him from the wilderness years ago, Lin Yu could only imagine the torment he would have endured at the hands of those beasts. The skills Lin Yu possessed as a wilderness hunter were imparted to him by this fragile-looking elder, akin to a flickering candle. Consuming this feathered-crowned bird's egg should help restore some of your strength, Lin Yu said, casting hopeful glances at the elder. The old man shook his head, sighed it's merely a temporary remedy. With age and such severe injuries, my demise is inevitable. You need not risk yourself for my sake. We're brothers. There's no need to speak like that. Lin Yu poured alcohol onto his wounds without flinching, for in the wilderness, human lives were as expendable as weeds, and pain was hardly worth mentioning. The elder chuckled lightly and, after a moment of silence, spoke again. Our food reserves are dwindling. I'll refrain from eating, allowing you to endure a few more days without venturing into the wilderness. You won't eat? So, when you perish, shall I feast upon you? Lin Yu retorted with irritation, then retrieved a protein bar from a makeshift backpack, grimacing as he chewed. These protein bars were made from various insects, blended with some plant matter, and tasted far worse than anything imaginable. Far from being palatable, they were more adhesive than any foul substance. For Lin Yu, accustomed to lavish meals in his past life, consuming these protein bars was a torment. Yet abstaining was not an option, lest he starve. What of it? Has anyone ever been spared from being eaten? The elder replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Rest easy. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the wilderness once more and barter for food with Zhang Yi. Lin Yu grinned widely. In this ash-laden town known as Human Settlement 179, the primary factions were divided into northern and southern zones, with Zhang Yi being the leader of the southern district where Lin Yu resided. Wilderness hunters could exchange their gathered resources with Zhang Yi, while those unable to hunt either labored or awaited their demise at home. In this era, those deemed valueless had no chance of survival. Old man, I'm stepping out to fetch some water. After bandaging his wounds, Lin Yu waved and made his way to the door. Bang! Just as he stepped outside, a rusted arrow, accompanied by a rush of wind, struck Lin Yu squarely in the throat. Gurgle. His eyes widened as blood bubbled forth from his throat, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Damn it, there's a dog. Lin Yu jolted awake. The pain in his throat still searing that moment. He recalled being cleanly shot through the throat as he exited the door. Had it not been for his ability to rewind death, this time he would have truly met his end. Lin Yu gazed at the bird egg before him, plunged into contemplation, then enfolded it in his arms and fled. Being pursued by beasts, leaping into the sacred light with his bare backside exposed, and savoring the familiar scent of roasted meat while defiantly gesturing to the beasts. Navigating through the chaotic, filthy alleys, he handed the bird egg to the elder and exchanged a few words. After completing all that needed to be done, Lin Yu's eyes were fixated on the door, reminiscing about the trajectory of the arrow he had just witnessed. What troubles you, Lin Yu? Within the room, a frail voice of an elderly man resonated, having noticed Lin Yu's labored breathing. Nothing, old man, just warming up. In an instant, he forcefully flung open the door and, in the very moment it swung ajar, swiftly bent down. Whoosh! An arrow, exuding a chilling aura, grazed Lin Yu's scalp before embedding itself forcefully into the column within the room. It penetrated deeply. At that moment, Lin Yu had already surged forth like a cheetah, darting into the shadowy recesses. Chapter 2. Hawkeye and the Hunter. How could one possibly miss? Zhang Yu, concealed in the shadows, was taken aback as he observed the figure swiftly approaching. After the sun had forever extinguished, this land witnessed not only the mutation of beasts, but also the emergence of a fortunate few among humanity. They appeared as if favored by divinity, endowed with extraordinary abilities, and were referred to as awakeners. Zhang Yu was one of them. He harbored no desire to engage in brutal combat with the savage creatures of the wild. Since becoming an awakener, he had discovered a more secure and expedient method. This involved hunting his own kind returning from the wilderness. His ability, known as Hawkeye, granted him an evolved vision that enabled him to effortlessly discern the trajectories of his prey. Armed with a powerful bow, he could effortlessly claim his enemy's life amidst a multitude of foes. Often, by the time the quarry realized the danger, a gaping wound had already marred their throat. After lying in wait in the darkness for nearly 10 hours, Zhang Yu spotted Lin Yu, who was returning from the wild, clutching a bird's egg and completely unadorned. He understood well that a freshly returned hunter would be in a state of heightened vigilance, only to relax once home. It was then, upon their next venture outside, that Zhang Yu would seize his opportunity. Such a sizable egg could not be consumed immediately. Even if his own bounty were diminished, it was preferable to risking his life. Zhang Yu, well versed in the art of survival, comprehended this principle profoundly. Yet, to his astonishment, the youth before him reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading his otherwise infallible arrows. Fortune indeed favored him. Regaining his composure, Zhang Yu fixed his gaze on the increasingly near Lin Yu, knocking another arrow and aiming once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows soared through the air. Lin Yu narrowly dodged one, yet the other struck him fiercely in the shoulder. The intense pain and force of the impact caused Lin Yu to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu swiftly drew his bow, continuously anticipating Lin Yu's movements. Got you. Lin Yu sprang into the air, drawing a dagger from his side, aiming directly for Zhang Yu's throat. Whoosh! With a fierce determination, Zhang Yu did not flinch. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his vulnerable neck, an arrow abruptly pierced Lin Yu's throat. The tremendous force propelled Lin Yu's body backward, and a smile graced Zhang Yu's face as he advanced slowly. In a clash on a narrow path, the brave would inevitably prevail. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Once again, victory was his. Damn, that hurts. Lin Yu's eyes widened in terror, the searing sensation in his throat causing tears to stream down his face. He had perished under Zhang Yu's arrows twice before. Though the death rewind mechanism could avert true demise, it could not shield him from the agonizing reality of pain. A glint of fury ignited in Lin Yu's eyes as he grasped the bird's egg before him and fled. Skillfully, he leaped into the illuminated sanctuary, spitting at a beast whose foot had been partially roasted. Navigating through the filthy alleyways, he thrust the egg into the arms of an old man. Lin Yu, where are you going? Don't ask. Just know that I'm participating in the Olympics. With resolve, Lin Yu pushed open the door, swiftly bending low as he dashed toward the enveloping darkness. Left, right, Alibaba. In Lin Yu's mind, the trajectories of each arrow flashed rapidly, and amidst the sound of whistling projectiles, he effortlessly evaded all the lethal shots. How is this possible? Zhang Yu exclaimed in utter disbelief. It was as if the boy had anticipated all his moves, gracefully appearing before him. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhang Yu knocked an arrow, aiming for the boy's throat. Whoosh! I knew you would aim for my throat again. Lin Yu cursed vehemently, executing a graceful slide to dodge the arrow, followed by a sweeping kick that sent Zhang Yu crashing to the ground. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in horror as a glinting dagger pressed against his neck in the darkness. An awakened one? Lin Yu spoke coldly, the dagger slowly slicing through the soft skin of Zhang Yu's neck, droplets of blood beginning to seep out, resembling an hourglass counting down to death. How did you evade my arrows? Zhang Yu rasped. In this dire situation, he simply sought a swift end. Whether Lin Yu would consume him after death or leave his body to rot in the alley was beyond Zhang Yu's concern. 100 more times, and I could easily dodge your arrows. Lin Yu absent-mindedly touched his still stinging throat, responding calmly. Reveal your awakened ability, and answer my question honestly, and I might grant you a quicker demise. Eagle Eye, I see far and shoot true. Zhang Yu gazed quietly into Lin Yu's eyes. If there was any intent to torment him, he would thrust himself against the dagger to hasten his end. The Avengers? Lin Yu blurted out. What Avengers? Zhang Yu looked at the boy before him, puzzled. It's nothing. Do you wish to live? Lin Yu ignored Zhang Yu's question. Upon learning about Zhang Yu's ability, a new thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. Yes, Zhang Yu replied without hesitation, a glimmer of hope beginning to emerge in his gaze. Such a question hardly required contemplation. In this apocalyptic world, everything seemed trivial compared to survival. Seeing Lin Yu's fervent gaze, Zhang Yu suddenly recalled something and painfully closed his eyes. If that gaze meant he desired my purity, what then? Take it all. What are you doing? Lin Yu stared, bewildered, at the awakened, one who seemed to be in deep conflict. Speak, what are your terms? Zhang Yu had completely surrendered, instinctively touching his slightly rounded backside. Recalling Lin Yu's return from the wilderness in the nude, further solidifying his thoughts. I apologize for the inconvenience. There's an old man in this house. While I am away, you're responsible for his safety. Unless I give notice, anyone attempting to enter the house must be killed. Lin Yu stated matter-of-factly. Since the old man was injured last year, he had become nearly incapable of defending himself. If it weren't for Lin Yu, this frail old man would have been dragged away long ago for a midnight snack. He needed someone to ensure the old man's safety while hunting. Zhang Yu paused, his face slightly flushed. Are you not after my backside? Are you out of your mind? Why are you blushing? Lin Yu stared in astonishment at Zhang Yu. No problem. I agree, Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. After all, he would not have to sacrifice his chastity and could survive. He certainly had no objections. Lin Yu slowly withdrew the dagger from Zhang Yu's neck and turned to walk toward the dilapidated wooden door. Remember, I can kill you once, and I can do it again. Do not harbor any notions of luck, otherwise I shall make your existence a living hell. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Zhang Yu silently nodded. You are a wild hunter, having little contact with the town. You must be unaware of the recent events occurring here, right? He seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke up. What events? Lin Yu halted, turning his back to Zhang Yu on the ground. I, Zhang Yu, am a person who values gratitude. Since you spare my life, I can share some intelligence with you. Zhang Yu tightened his clothing, rising from the ground with his bow and arrows, a hint of a smile on his lips. Did you see the sacred fire at the center of the town? It is on the verge of extinguishing. Chapter 3. The sacred fire will fade. The sacred fire is about to extinguish? How is that possible? Lin Yu furrowed his brows, gazing at the flickering light at the town center. Zhang Yu chuckled, rubbing his still bleeding neck. What is impossible about it? Aside from a few main cities, the sacred fire in every gathering place is merely a spark that was brought here. If it cannot be replenished, its extinguishment is merely a matter of time. Zhang Yu's gaze shifted to the center of the ashen town square. If the sacred fire is completely extinguished, the survivors in the town will face a catastrophic blow. By then, Ashen Town will entirely succumb to becoming a paradise for the monsters of the wilderness. How can we replenish the sacred fire? Lin Yu's heart sank. Since arriving in this world, he had been within the illuminating range of the sacred fire and had never imagined that the flame protecting humanity could also extinguish. Previously, Dawn City would regularly dispatch teams to replenish the sacred fire's energy at various human gathering places. According to the timeline, Ashen Town should have welcomed a team from Dawn City a month ago. Yet, until now, no one from Dawn City had appeared. Zhang Yu withdrew his gaze from a distance. Without supplies from Dawn City, Ashen Town can only find its own means to replenish its energy. The energy of the sacred fire comes from a material known as the blazing sun crystal, which exists in the wilderness but in limited quantities. Ashen Town has managed to hold on until now due to the efforts of experienced wild hunters like Zhang Yi, who risked their lives to gather blazing sun crystals. Unfortunately, their strength is too weak, and they cannot venture deeply into the wilderness. The energy they provide to the sacred fire is minimal. Are the survivors in the town to simply await the arrival of death? Lin Yu frowned. What else can we do? Zhang Yu shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. Unless one can traverse the vast wilderness on foot to reach a gathering place abundant in sacred fire resources, or simply join Dawn City. Otherwise, remaining in Ashen Town is akin to a slow death. However, Dawn City has always been indifferent towards the human settlements in the wilderness. The mere act of periodically supplying them with embers is already a generous gesture. Unless one isn't awakened, it is virtually impossible to gain entry into Dawn City. Nevertheless, it is rumored that Zhang Yi and his companions have discovered a significant resource of ember crystals in the wild and are currently organizing a team for collection. If they manage to acquire those ember crystals, perhaps Ashen Town can endure for a while longer. Should you be interested, you may join their expedition. Lin Yu's gaze shifted momentarily before he sighed. To be honest, given his ability to rewind death, traversing the wilderness to reach Dawn City or any other human settlement is not particularly daunting. The challenge lies in the fact that he has an elderly man at home who struggles even to walk. However, if they do not trust him sufficiently, they might hesitate to take him along. Zhang Yu glanced at the youth before him. Rest assured, I am well liked among my peers. Lin Yu responded with a radiant smile, exuding confidence. That's reassuring, but I find you quite impressive. Would you consider accompanying me to Dawn City? If my rating is high enough, I might be able to bring you in as a favor. Zhang Yu inquired earnestly. Lin Yu shook his head, declining Zhang Yu's suggestion. He could not abandon the elderly man to await his fate alone in this desolate world, if it were not for the old man rescuing him from the wilderness. Even if he were to survive, he would have endured countless torments, not to mention that all his skills were imparted to him by the old man. Lin Yu could not bear the thought of letting the elderly man perish at the hands of monsters. Zhang Yu, come with me to find Zhang Yi. Having you, an awakened, would greatly enhance our chances, Lin Yu urged, looking up at Zhang Yu. I won't go. If Ashen Town falls, I can always head to Dawn City. Zhang Yu resolutely replied, shaking his head vigorously. Suddenly, a gleaming dagger was pressed against Zhang Yu's throat. That said, I have come to believe that we have a unique connection. So, after some reflection, I find the prospect of searching for this ember crystal alongside you quite delightful. Zhang Yu immediately responded with a broad smile, agreeing to Lin Yu's proposition. That's more like it. I too feel we have a special bond, Lin Yu said with a grin. However, let me make this clear. If we encounter any danger beyond our means, I will prioritize my own survival. Upon seeing the dagger retreat from his throat, Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. No problem. Lin Yu sheathed the dagger and strode towards the square without looking back. He did not compel Zhang Yu to vow to protect him at all costs. Even if Zhang Yu had made such a promise now, could Lin Yu truly trust it? Compared to grandiose pledges, Zhang Yu's straightforward demands were far more credible. As for the safety of the elderly man, Lin Yu was confident that if he joined Zhang Ye's team, he would not need to worry during this expedition for the Ember Crystal. If Zhang Yi lacked even this capability, he would hardly be fit to lead the South District. Wait for me. As Zhang Yi took a few steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why is my neck tingling? Huh? Why has it turned dark? My head feels a bit dizzy too. Hearing Zhang Yu's exclamation, Lin Yu turned his head in confusion, realizing the gravity of the situation. I apologize. I coated my dagger with poison. Zhang Yu nearly erupted in anger. Are you serious? That is incredibly sinister of you. By the time Lin Yu managed to antidote the venom from Zhang Yu's face, the two had arrived at the square of Ashen Town. Brothers, you all understand the predicament we face. A burly middle-aged man stood in the center of the square, his expression grave. Before him stood a dozen rugged wilderness hunters, frowning as they listened intently. I am Zhang Yi, leader of the South District. 5 years ago, I exhausted my fortune to administer a first-tier genetic serum. With the formidable physique of a genetic warrior, I eliminated the former leader and successfully ascended to power, seizing control over most of the South District's resources. Zhang Yu regarded the imposing Zhang Yi and spoke slowly. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of the advantages of genetic warriors, boasting physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary humans, enabling them to engage in close combat with mutated beasts in the wilderness. However, the drawbacks included a high failure rate, exorbitant costs, and a short lifespan. As Ashen Town, our bastion of survival, faces the dire threat of extinguished holy flames, I, Zhang Yi, could have ventured alone to Dawn City. Yet, there remain numerous survivors in Ashen Town who deserve the right to live, which is why I have not departed. Zhang Ye's gaze swept over the wilderness hunters gathered before him. Fortunately, we have discovered a blazing sun crystal rich in energy. If we transport it back to Ashen Town, it can sustain the holy flames for an extended period, allowing us to await the arrival of the Dawn City team. To preserve the holy flames, I, Zhang Yi, am willing to risk my life leading the expedition into the wilderness, fighting for a glimmer of hope for Ashen Town. Chapter 4. Into the mountains ahead, Zhang Yi was delivering a pre-battle rally, impassioned as if campaigning for the presidency. The expressions of the wilderness hunters varied, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. After surviving in Ashen Town for so many years, do they truly take everyone for fools? Zhang Yu snorted derisively. Lin Yu, curious, observed Zhang Yu, noting that he seldom interacted with Zhang Yi. Aside from trading supplies upon returning from the wilderness, Lin Yu had little rapport with the leader of the South District. Zhang Yi's rhetoric sounded noble, sacrificing one for the sake of the residents of Ashen Town. Yet at the core, was it not because Zhang Yi himself could not gain entry into Dawn City? Zhang Yu remarked with a sneer. Can a successfully administered genetic serum still prevent entry into Dawn City? Lin Yu questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. A first-tier genetic warrior is hardly regarded by Dawn City. Their short lifespan and limited combat prowess render them unworthy of resource investment unless they exhibit exceptionally high compatibility. What the main city truly desires are powerful awakeners or highly compatible genetic warriors and mechanical augmenters. The leader of the Northern District, Wang Ming, is a mechanical transformer, whose combat prowess is likely superior to that of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yu patiently elucidated to Lin Yu, clearly demonstrating his profound understanding of Dawn City, far exceeding the naive comprehension of Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu experienced an epiphany. It was not Zhang Ye's nobility that mattered, but rather the fact that if the sacred fire of Ashen Town were to extinguish, Zhang Yu would find it equally impossible to survive in the Wasteland. The notion of trekking to other gathering places was also a fanciful dream, as traversing the Wasteland is no simple feat, not to mention the multitude of formidable mutated beasts lurking along the way. Tell me, do you know where the other gathering places are? A middle-aged man clad in a black cloak and wearing a straw hat interjected. No one would genuinely be galvanized by Zhang Ye's rhetoric, dreaming of becoming a hero of Ashen Town. In this era, it suffices to understand the magnitude of risk involved and whether it is worth pursuing. About 30 minutes' journey to the north lies a mountain where, at that time, 3 out of our party of 5 perished due to a mutated red eagle residing near the sun crystal. Upon hearing the words of the Wasteland hunter, Zhang Ye's demeanor suddenly calmed, as if the impassioned speaker moments ago was an entirely different person. A mutated red eagle? Wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death? Zhang Ye's words cast a pall over the faces of all the Wasteland hunters present, except for Zhang Yi, who had become a genetic warrior. The others were merely ordinary individuals with enhanced physical abilities and combat skills, who could guarantee survival when confronted by a speedster like a mutated red eagle. The risk was too great. Once targeted by the red eagle, the chances of survival were nearly non-existent. One of the hunters solemnly remarked, "If we don't go, we will all perish within a week," Zhang Yi stated calmly. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Zhang Yi was correct. Taking a gamble, sacrificing a few lives to replenish the sacred fire's energy might just allow them to await the arrival of Dawn City's team. If they chose not to venture forth, no one in Ashen Town could assure survival once the sacred fire was extinguished. This was not merely a matter of choice. In this era, options were often non-existent. "When do we depart?" someone inquired in a low voice. "In an hour," Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from a distance. "Oh, everyone is here." Turning to look, they saw a boy clad in tattered rags, beaming alongside a stoic young man bearing a bow and arrow. Upon recognizing their faces, Zhang Ye's expression darkened. Not just Zhang Yi, but the previously silent Wasteland hunters began to stir with excitement. "Lin Yu, how dare you show your face here?" shouted one. "You little rascal. You snatched the hare I worked hard to hunt in the wilderness last time." Another exclaimed, "You scoundrel. You were the one who stole 2 pounds of wild boar meat from my home while I was out, weren't you?" Lin Yu's smile froze on his face. "Damn it. What a minor incident. Why are these people so vengeful?" Zhang Yu gazed in astonishment at the youth before him. "How could I have failed to perceive that you were of this ilk? Wasn't it said that you were well-liked? Is this truly the extent of it?" "No. A hint of the poison on the dagger suggests otherwise." Zhang Yi, with a grim expression, observed the approaching Lin Yu. This young man was not only infamous in the Southern District, but also frequently uttered peculiar phrases such as, "On the pinnacle of immortals, I, Lin Yu, am the embodiment of heaven." Moreover, he proclaimed, "I, Lin Yu, possess the demeanor of an emperor." The denizens of the Southern District had long accepted that this youth was somewhat deranged, and those who could endure his eccentricities chose to overlook them. "Very well. If you wish to join us, then come along. However, do not act on your own accord. Should anything happen, we shall not come to your aid." Zhang Yi sighed, ultimately conceding to Lin Yu's inclusion. "Is this person beside you Eagle-Eye Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yi's demeanor grew serious, veins bulging like coiling dragons upon his muscles, as he regarded Zhang Yu with a sense of foreboding. For Zhang Yu was not merely renowned in the Southern District, but shared Lin Yu's notorious reputation. As a formidable awakened one, he eschewed hunting in the wilderness and frequently ambushed other hunters. Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yu. "How esteemed is your reputation?" "Really?" Zhang Yu disregarded Lin Yu's gaze, nodding coldly without uttering a word. "Your willingness to accompany us is commendable, but I must warn you. This mission pertains to the very survival of Ashen Town. Should you dare to play any tricks, I will risk my life to eliminate you, Zhang Yi stated, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as he regarded Zhang Yu. I, Zhang Yu, have always acted with a clear conscience. Besides, were it not for my formidable strength, I would have long been reduced to mere pulp. With my participation, our chances of success have increased by at least 30%, Zhang Yu asserted confidently. Pulp, you say? It wouldn't be that whole, would it? It would likely be ground in a paste. Lin Yu interjected earnestly from the side. You truly are insufferable. Your words are venomous. Zhang Yu's expression darkened, and he turned to glare at Lin Yu, only to be met with Lin Yu's threatening gaze that quelled his ire. Then let us prepare. We shall gather in the square in 1 hour, Zhang Yi declared, ignoring the two as the expressions of the others turned grave. May I borrow your bow for a moment? No. Why are you so stingy? I'll return it unscathed. No. In the wilderness, Zhang Yi trudged ahead, his mood as dark as a storm cloud, while he listened to the banter between Lin Yu and Zhang Yi behind him. He couldn't shake the feeling that these two were not here for the purpose of retrieving the Sunfire Crystal, but rather as if they were on a camping excursion. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the foot of a grand mountain, their faces taut with tension. We have arrived. Lin Yu returned the bow to the bruised and battered Zhang Yu, eyeing the imposing mountain before them. Not far off, a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat approached, accompanied by a retinue, silently regarding Zhang Yi. He slowly made his way toward Lin Yu's group, revealing a right arm entirely constructed of metal beneath his coat. It was Wang Ming, the leader of the Northern District and a mechanical augmenter. Chapter 5. The terrifying giant mosquito. Upon the appearance of Wang Ming, the wilderness hunters behind Zhang Yi exhibited palpable vigilance, their gazes fixed intently upon the mechanical augmenter. Wang Ming paid them no heed, striding directly to Zhang Yi, his voice laced with coldness as he spoke. This collaboration is merely a necessity. Once we return to Ashen Town, I shall personally take your life. Where's the holy fire pearl? Zhang Yi disregarded Wang Ming's ominous words and inquired instead. Wang Ming let out a cold snort, producing a small red orb from his bosom, swirling with mysterious cloud patterns, reminiscent of a phoenix soaring through flames. Where's the Sunfire Crystal? Wang Ming directed his gaze at Zhang Yi. Seeing that Wang Ming indeed possessed the holy fire pearl from Ashen Town, Zhang Yi secretly sighed in relief. It is well known that the sacred fire of each gathering place is but a flicker of flame dispersed from the major cities. This flicker requires a special vessel for successful storage, which is none other than the holy fire pearl. Once the Sunfire Crystal is found, the energy within can be absorbed directly through the holy fire pearl, allowing it to replenish the sacred fire back in Ashen Town. The reason the holy fire pearl rests in Wang Ming's possession traces back to the internal strife in Ashen Town from years prior. Initially, Ashen Town was not divided into northern and southern districts. It was a unified gathering place under the control of Wang Ming's father, Wang He. The crucial holy fire pearl was also held by Wang Ming. At that time, although Zhang Yi was an exceptionally skilled wilderness hunter, he was merely an ordinary man. It was not until he discovered an invaluable treasure and exchanged it with a team from Dawn City, who had come to Ashen Town to replenish the sacred fire's energy, that he acquired a first-level gene potion and successfully underwent the inoculation process. After becoming a genetic warrior, Zhang Yi bided his time until an opportunity arose, allowing him to slay Wang He, the leader of Ashen Town. However, he was unaware that prior to this, Wang He had expended considerable wealth to augment his son, Wang Ming, with a mechanical right arm, thus transforming him into a mechanical augmenter recognized by Dawn City. As Wang Ming had only recently become a mechanical augmenter, he could not fully exert his true strength and was forced to carve a bloody path to escape with the holy fire pearl. Ultimately, the two were unable to vanquish one another, resulting in the division of Ashen Town into the present northern and southern districts. Thus, Zhang Yi bore enmity towards Wang Ming, fueled by the desire for revenge for his father's death and the usurpation of power. The Sunfire Crystal? It lies within the heart of this mountain, Zhang Yi remarked, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the mountain. Then let us proceed. I find your presence utterly repugnant, Wang Ming replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yi signaled to the wilderness hunters behind him, their vigilant eyes watching Wang Ming's followers as they cautiously followed him into the mountain. Wang Ming's expression shifted momentarily as he led his men in pursuit of Zhang Ye's footsteps. There exists an unwritten rule in the wild. Unless absolutely necessary, one does not enter the mountains. In this post-apocalyptic world, the forests are often rife with mutated animals and plants, posing a far greater danger than the plains of the wilderness. Lu Renjia, be cautious. Zhang Yi, with remarkable swiftness, drew the dagger from his waist and severed a carnivorous flower that had suddenly opened its enormous maw. Simultaneously, a barrage of gunfire erupted from Wang Ming's right arm, instantly shattering the flower mid-air. Lu Renjia, his heart racing with trepidation, gazed at the blood mist suspended in the air. Had it not been for the quick responses of Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, Lu Renjia would undoubtedly have met his demise. They steeled themselves. This mountain was fraught with peril. Along their journey, they had already slain over a dozen mutated beasts, and despite their heightened vigilance, they had narrowly escaped casualties from the gaping jaws of the carnivorous flower. Lin Yu and Zhang Yu trailed leisurely behind the main group, their demeanor seemingly at odds with the rest. "Aren't you the least bit afraid?" Zhang Yu queried, shooting down a shrieking mutated gopher with a bow, her frustration evident. "I serve the heavenly emperor, tasked with vanquishing all adversaries in this world," Lin Yu replied earnestly. Zhang Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Lin Yu's ease stemmed from his ability to reverse death, and with Zhang Yi and Wang Ming clearing the way ahead, they had yet to encounter any particularly dire situations. After walking for a while, Zhang Yu abruptly halted and turned to Lin Yu. "Wait, did you hear that sound?" "What sound?" Lin Yu asked, perplexed. "That buzzing sound." Zhang Yu scratched his head, struggling to articulate what he meant. "I don't hear anything," Lin Yu replied, looking at Zhang Yu quizzically. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead of the main group, followed by Zhang Yi and Wang Ming turning back in terror, fleeing towards them. Fear etched itself onto everyone's faces, and both Zhang Yi and Wang Ming sported large, swollen lumps on their heads. Curious, Lin Yu leaned forward to investigate, his eyes widening in shock. "What the hell?" Lin Yu finally understood the source of the buzzing. A massive swarm of giant mosquitoes, each the size of an arm, surged forth from the forest, their enormous mouthparts adorned with black bristles. "Are those mosquitoes? Is that a bloodsucker?" Lin Yu exclaimed. "One poke from those, and you could be drained dry. Black-faced man, run!" Without hesitation, Lin Yu shouted to Zhang Yu and turned to flee. To his astonishment, Zhang Yu was already 30 meters ahead, sprinting without a backward glance. "Are you a dog?" Lin Yu gasped, quickening his pace. The sounds of screams echoed behind them, and Lin Yu began to detect a faint metallic scent of blood. "There!" Lin Yu spotted Zhang Yu standing in a narrow crevice in the mountain, waving at him. He quickly altered his course and ran towards the gap, which the rest of the group also noticed and rushed towards. The enormous mosquitoes could only pass through two at a time, and Wang Ming's advantage became apparent. Positioned behind the crevice, Wang Ming transformed his metallic arm into a firearm, coldly firing at the encroaching mosquitoes, their dark blood splattering against the rocks. As the casualties among the swarm mounted, the once dense mass of mosquitoes finally retreated in frustration. Upon witnessing the departure of the colossal mosquitoes, everyone leaned against the stones, panting heavily, for lives had been lost. Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, after tallying their remaining personnel, wore expressions of dismay. The onset of casualties so soon after entering the mountains was far from favorable for them. In truth, both Zhang Yi and Wang Ming harbored the same thought. As long as they could obtain the blazing sun crystal, they would remain indifferent to the losses within their ranks. In an age where human life was deemed the least valuable, the premature and excessive attrition could hinder their approach to the vicinity of the coveted crystal. "What were you running from earlier?" Zhang Yi questioned Wang Ming, anger lacing his tone. "Among the deceased, 3 hailed from the southern district. Didn't you run as well?" Wang Ming retorted, his countenance grim. "I only ran because I saw you fleeing. You're a mechanical modifier. Why would you fear those mosquitoes?" Zhang Yi rose to his feet, directing a glare at Wang Ming. Unwilling to back down, Wang Ming stood tall, confronting Zhang Yi. Chapter 6. The frenzied wild grass. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lin Yu sighed and stepped out from the crowd. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and slowly retreated. He had no desire to engage with a lunatic, but watched Wang Ming with keen interest. When did it become the prerogative of a child to instruct me? Wang Ming. Wang Ming replied coldly, turning his head. His metallic right arm emitted a faint plume of black smoke, aimed directly at Lin Yu. Faced with the ominous barrel, Lin Yu's smile gradually faded. He gazed calmly at Wang Ming and spoke softly, Zhang Yu. At the instant Lin Yu's words left his lips, Wang Ming's pupils dilated sharply. A sudden chill coursed through him, and the hair on his neck stood on end. The instinctive fear cultivated from years of survival in the wilderness exploded in his mind. Without hesitation, he doubted that any further movement would not result in a gaping wound at his throat. Why the hostility in your speech? Zhang Yu yawned. Yet his gaze was piercing, his bow drawn taut, aimed squarely at Wang Ming's throat. Should Wang Ming display any semblance of rashness, Zhang Yu was prepared to render him utterly subdued in the next heartbeat. Zhang Yi, a short distance away, squinted as he surveyed the composed Lin Yu alongside the seemingly languid Zhang Yu. He pondered how these two had come to align with one another. Was this what they referred to as collusion? In the next moment, Lin Yu's smile returned. Leader Wang, why act so impulsively? We are all here for Ashentown. With Lin Yu extending an olive branch, Wang Ming reluctantly lowered his arm, letting out a disdainful huff as he gradually withdrew. Honestly, drawing a bow is quite exhausting, Zhang Yu muttered as he too lowered his weapon. After this brief interlude, all eyes were now warily fixed upon the young man with the bow. An awakened one. Zhang Yi mused, his depth concealed. Wang Ming shot a frosty glance at Zhang Yi, who merely waved it off with a smile. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi spoke. Let us proceed. That swarm of colossal mosquitoes should have retreated by now. Wait, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed. What is it? The others turned their attention to Zhang Yu. Did you hear something? Zhang Yu said with a hint of confusion. You again? Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Watch your step, Zhang Yu suddenly shouted. At the moment Zhang Yu's voice rang out, the wild grass on the ground began to spread wildly, entangling the group. Quick-witted Lin Yu swiftly retreated while brandishing his dagger, severing several advancing blades of grass, then maintaining a vigilant watch over the surroundings. Meanwhile, more individuals had already been ensnared tightly by the rapidly spreading wild grass. As the grass bound them, it continued to constrict, much like a massive boa constrictor intent on suffocating its human prey. Get off me! Zhang Yi's eyes blazed with fury as his muscles surged, instantly shattering the wild grass that restrained him. Wang Ming, displaying swifter reflexes than Zhang Yi, transformed his metallic arm into a flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that reduced the encroaching grass to ashes. Lin Yu looked at Wang Ming's metallic arm with envy, his gaze filled with desire. How advantageous it would be to be a cyborg. Yet, he was reluctant to undergo such transformation. He was quite fond of his own body. Bang! Just as everyone exerted their utmost to break free from the grass's grip, a dull thud echoed. A wilderness hunter was gruesomely strangled to death by an exceptionally thick strand of grass, blood mist dispersing like fireworks across the meadow. Everyone, lend a hand. Cut the grass and get out of here. Wang Ming bellowed, his metallic right arm coalescing into a sharp blade, assisting his comrades in severing the wild grass binding them. Lin Yu, too, hesitated no longer, deftly maneuvering through the thicket, using his dagger to liberate the trapped wilderness hunters. In contrast, Zhang Yu was a different beast entirely. His muscles swelled as he charged towards the mightiest of the wild grass. With a fierce grip, he clutched the root of the grass king, letting out a primal roar. To everyone's astonishment, he visibly uprooted the grass king from the earth, witnessing their leader in distress. The remaining wild grass abandoned their assault on others and surged toward Zhang Yi. As the grass was about to envelop him, Zhang Yi shouted, Wang Ming. Without hesitation, Wang Ming transformed his right-hand blade back into a flamethrower, directing a fierce blaze towards the front. Faintly, the group perceived a horrific scream, indistinguishable whether it belonged to the Grass King or Zhang Yi. When the flames subsided, nothing remained on the grassland but ashes and a colossal strand of grass teetering precariously. Wang Ming, you bastard! Were you trying to roast me? Zhang Yi exclaimed, his face darkened, his body covered in ash, now howling in pain from the scalding heat. Wang Ming snorted coldly, his metallic arm reverting to a sharp blade resting behind him. How come your reflexes are so swift? You always seem to know when something is about to happen, Lin Yu questioned, casting a curious glance at Zhang Yu, who appeared somewhat disheveled. As an archer, he found himself utterly incapable of employing his skills against the relentless assault of the wild grass, relying solely on his agility to evade its attacks. The keen sight bestowed by the Hawkeye did not merely enhance my vision. Rather, it amplified all 5 of my senses. I could not only see farther, but also hear more clearly, and my instinct for danger was remarkably acute. Zhang Yu shook off the remnants of the wild grass and remarked nonchalantly, "Being an awakened is truly wonderful." Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Yu with envy. Wasn't he that reminiscent of Peter's shiver from the movies of my past life? Of course, I, Zhang Yu, aim to enter Dawn City and become a man of the king. Zhang Yu smiled disdainfully. You call me fat, yet you're out of breath, aren't you? Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. But who exactly is the king? The term king does not refer to a singular individual. Rather, it is an honorific for those awakened with formidable strength. Zhang Yu's gaze shifted towards the distance, where Dawn City lay. Then why do you aspire to be a man of the king? Surely, you are not implying that you are gay? Lin Yu stared at Zhang Yu in astonishment, subtly retreating a couple of steps. You're infuriating. Zhang Yu's countenance darkened, his chest rising and falling with agitation as his fists clenched gradually. Do not engage with fools. Do not let them ruffle your feathers. Stay calm. Anger harms the body, and no one will take your place. He took a deep breath and offered Lin Yu a gentle smile. You are right in all that you say. 3 more have perished. Zhang Yi exchanged glances with Wang Ming, their expressions growing grim. Upon entering the mountains, Zhang Yi had brought 15 individuals, with Lin Yu and Zhang Yu. The total was 18. Wang Ming had a total of 11 on his side, making 30 in total from both the northern and southern districts. Yet, before they had even ventured deep into the mountains, they had already lost 7. Let us move on. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, fatigue evident in his voice. Wang Ming nodded silently, standing alongside Zhang Yi as they walked toward the distant forest. Chapter 7. Discovery of the blazing sun. Crystal silence enveloped them as they traversed the terrain, the recent battle with the giant mosquitoes and wild grass having heightened everyone's alertness. Wait a moment, Zhang Yu suddenly interjected. Are you coming back? Lin Yu exclaimed, alarmed once more. Instantly, everyone reverted to a state of vigilance, their icy gazes scanning the surroundings for any sudden attacks by wild flora or fauna. My shoelace is undone. Zhang Yu chuckled sheepishly, bending down to tie it. The group suppressed their urge to reprimand Zhang Yu and continued forward with stern faces. Does that wretched shoe of yours even have shoelaces? Lin Yu asked incredulously. Of course. This shoe was excavated from a cave in the wilderness. It is said to be a well-known brand from before the calamity, Zhang Yu replied with composure. Lin Yu glanced down and exclaimed, Good gracious, 3 stripes. Adidas, don't you think it's too quiet? After a while, Zhang Yi, who was leading the way, broke the silence. It is rather tranquil, Wang Ming replied, frowning as he surveyed the area. Since the conclusion of their skirmish with a mutated wild grass, they had encountered no further dangers. Not a single beast had appeared, nor even an insect. This is quite unusual. Zhang Yu, do you sense anything? Am I not walking with you? How would I know? Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, Zhang Yu replied in confusion. Are you not a hound awakened? Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yu with curiosity. Get lost. I am an eagle eye. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. They're quite similar. After all, they are both animals. Lin Yu murmured softly. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and smiled at Lin Yu, saying, You are right. We're not far from the last location where I discovered the blazing sun crystal. Be cautious of that mutated red eagle. The sight of avian beasts is remarkably acute. It may have already set its gaze upon us without our knowledge. Zhang Yi, who was leading the group, halted and spoke in a low voice. Strangely, however, aside from the gentle breeze that caressed their skin, there appeared to be no abnormalities, let alone any sign of the red eagle. After the cataclysm, mutated creatures often exhibit larger physiques, particularly among the avian predators. Logically, given the considerable size of the red eagle. It was perplexing that they had not yet detected its presence. Zhang Yu, if we encounter the red eagle, are you confident in dealing with it? Wang Ming turned to look at Zhang Yu, who bore a bow and arrows. Throughout their journey, he had gained a clear understanding of the capabilities of this solitary, awakened individual within their ranks. I am equipped with a bow, not a sniper rifle. While I could possibly eliminate you, taking down the red eagle will be quite the stretch. Zhang Yu responded, exasperated, as he showcased his wooden bow and rusted arrows. Surely you do not expect me to vanquish the red eagle with tetanus, do you? Nevertheless, although uncertain about slaying the red eagle, Zhang Yu pondered and confidently asserted, however, I should be able to injure it and hinder its movements. That will suffice. The blazing sun crystal lies not far ahead in the cave. Once we locate it, we shall extract its energy without delay. Zhang Yu, your responsibility will be to restrict the red eagle's movements. Once we have extracted the energy, we must retreat immediately, avoiding entanglement with the red eagle. After all, this mountain is not solely inhabited by the red eagle. The group nodded gravely in agreement. Before long, they glimpsed the cave that Zhang Yi had mentioned from distance. Strange, where's the red eagle? Zhang Yi questioned, scanning the surroundings, finding no trace of the creature. Forget about the red eagle. Wouldn't it be best if it is not present? Let's swiftly extract the blazing sun crystal and leave this place. Wang Ming said in a low tone. The red eagle was the mightiest beast within the mountain, and its temporary absence was advantageous for the residents of Ashen Town. Although these wilderness hunters had little concern for the fallen, their survival was paramount to the productivity of Ashen Town. Zhang Yi nodded and cautiously approached the cave. The others silently followed, wary of making any sound. Inside the cave, the ground was littered with animal carcasses, emanating a putrid odor. And the dreadful, semi-enclosed environment made it difficult for even the most seasoned wilderness hunters to keep their eyes open. Zhang Yi, look here, Wang Ming suddenly whispered. Is this a feather from the red eagle? Zhang Yi leaned in closer and frowned. Scattered not far from Wang Ming were large clusters of crimson feathers, each as hard as armor, resembling natural protective gear. The feathers were evidently torn away by force, stained with unmistakable blood, and many were fragmented rather than intact. A grave expression crossed the faces of the onlookers as they exchanged glances. It was clear from the feathers that a fierce battle had transpired within the cave, and even the red eagle had been at a disadvantage. Was there something in this mountain that could contend with the red eagle? Though words were unspoken, the meaning in their exchanged glances was apparent. Danger. Wang Ming, you carry the sacred fire pearl. Step back. I will lead the way. If a powerful beast appears, I will do my utmost to delay it, allowing you to extract the energy from the radiant sun crystal, Zhang Yi stated solemnly. Wang Ming looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. He did not expect Zhang Yi to risk confronting an unknown creature and allow him to extract energy at such a moment. Wang Ming nodded silently, extending the blade from his right arm. Drip, drip. The cave's humidity condensed into droplets that fell slowly from the rocky walls, creating splashes upon impact. Aside from the sound of dripping water, the cave was eerily quiet, surpassing everyone's imagination. How exhilarating. It feels like an escape room, Lin Yu whispered, glancing curiously at Zhang Yu beside him. What is an escape room? Look ahead, Zhang Yi suddenly whispered. The group looked up to see a faint red glow deep within the cave. Quickly, Zhang Yi commanded, accelerating towards the crimson light. Moments later, a cluster of ruby-like crystals appeared before them. Indeed, it is the radiant sun crystal. The group felt a surge of excitement. The vast expanse of radiant sun crystals sprawling across the rock walls resembled a breathtaking natural mural. The energy from these crystals will sustain us for at least 3 months. Wang Ming's complexion flushed with exhilaration. Zhang Yi remained at the forefront, clearing the path, while the others took their positions, alertly scanning every corner of the cave. Wang Ming, hurry! Zhang Yi reached the rock wall and gently caressed the precious radiant sun crystal. He waved to Wang Ming, beckoning him forward. Wang Ming strode confidently towards the wall, unwavering in his focus. Suddenly, be careful, Zhang Yu shouted, his hair standing on end. He swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow without hesitation. The arrow zipped through the air, creating ripples in its wake. Within the red light, a colossal eye, black and white, emerged in midair, slowly opening. Chapter 8. The duality of the benevolent and the malevolent. The eye was immense. Even the most robust Zhang Yi appeared as insignificant as an ant before it. As the eye opened, an indescribable sense of the bizarre washed over the onlookers. Gazing into the peculiar half-black, half-white eye, Lin Yu perceived only indifference. Indifference to life, to rules, to everything. It was as if a deity was looking down upon the humble creatures of the earth. Run! Zhang Ye's eyes bulged with fury as he let out a piercing roar, charging unwaveringly toward the ominous eye amidst the despairing gazes of those around him. He had vowed to buy Wang Ming as much time as possible in the face of the unknown, and he succeeded. Wang Ming, pale and resolute, had just approached the blazing sun crystal when he fixed his gaze on the silhouette rushing toward the monstrous eye. Taking a deep breath, he stowed away the sacred fire orb and sprinted toward the cave's exit. Fear engulfed the hearts of all present. With a thunderous crash, the eye glanced in the direction of the crowd, causing massive boulders to plummet down, sealing their escape. Witnessing this, Zhang Ye's eyes reddened, veins bulging, as he leapt forward with his serrated steel blade in hand. The enormous eye, however, seemed indifferent to Zhang Ye's assault. With a mere flicker of its gaze, his actions froze mid-air, and then his robust form began to disintegrate, crumbling to the ground like a pile of blocks. Find a way to escape, Zhang Yu bellowed, unleashing a flurry of arrows that soared like swallows toward the monstrous eye, each arrow aimed with precision at the center of the pupil. Simultaneously, Wang Ming raised his right arm, which transformed into a formidable firearm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that echoed like thunder throughout the cave. The eye merely tilted slightly. The arrows morphed into crimson ribbons mid-flight, cascading to the ground, while countless bullets erupted into dazzling fireworks within the cavern. The immense eye observed the unfolding chaos with a bemused interest. This was a realm beyond their comprehension, an entity that transcended the imagination of mortals. Pale-faced, everyone gazed at the colossal eyeball, a singular thought emerging in their minds. God! Wang Ming clenched his teeth and raised his right arm once more, this time revealing a small missile. The missile shot forth with a deafening roar, draining the color from Wang Ming's face. He had only modified one arm, rendering him incapable of wielding more powerful weaponry. This was the ultimate move of a mechanical innovator. The missile, trailing flames, soared directly toward the monstrous eye. Yet, the eye merely blinked, its massive eyelids like a curtain, effortlessly blocking the missile's assault. As the missile detonated, billowing smoke obscured the scene, yet the eye appeared unscathed, regarding the onlookers with a playful glint. Then, with a resounding bang, Wang Ming's right arm exploded, splattering blood in the air. Amidst his anguished cries, Zhang Yu's arms, drawn back in readiness, too erupted. Following this, a series of explosions resounded in the cave, one after another, as despair consumed them, each soul bursting into a blossom of crimson. Amidst the wails, the eye's eyelids gently lowered, revealing a bored expression as if it had grown weary of the spectacle. In the next moment, everyone in the cave shattered, simultaneously exploding. Just as Lin Yu's body fractured, the eye suddenly turned, its gaze filled with surprise and curiosity. The large eyes gradually curved, transforming into a crescent moon of delight, seemingly brimming with joy. After Lin Yu's consciousness faded entirely, a surge of chaos surged into his being. The cave returned to its silence. Fortunately, we discovered a blazing sun crystal brimming with energy. If we transport it back to Ashen Town, it could sustain the sacred flame for an extended period, awaiting the arrival of the Dawn City team. In the name of preserving the sacred flame, I, Zhang Yi, am willing to risk my life to lead the charge into the wilderness, seizing a glimmer of hope for Ashen Town. In the center of the Ashen Town square, Zhang Yi passionately delivered his speech. Lin Yu let out a wretched cry, collapsing instantly to the ground, his eyes filled with agony. What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't even touch you. Zhang Yu quickly leaped away from Lin Yu's side, eyeing the fallen youth warily. After a moment, he realized the boy's suffering appeared genuine. What is happening? Frowning, Zhang Yu cautiously approached Lin Yu, lifting him from the ground to rest against his legs. Lin Yu's pupils were dilated, his visage contorted in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. It felt as though his entire body was being torn apart, an excruciating torment. Yet the most unbearable agony stemmed from within. Lin Yu felt as if an entire sun had plummeted into his being, searing his flesh and bone in relentless anguish. In the face of this intolerable suffering, Lin Yu succumbed to death once more. Yet when he opened his eyes for the third time, the agony still showed no sign of abating. The cycle repeated, and Lin Yu had lost count of how many times he had perished. His consciousness was nearly engulfed in chaos. Hey, Lin Yu, wake up. Amidst the haze, Lin Yu heard voices calling his name. He forced his eyes open, discovering himself half-cradled in Zhang Yu's embrace, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. What is wrong with this kid? Zhang Ye's voice rumbled, as discussions erupted around him. Did he eat the wild boar meat I left at home? To prevent him from stealing it, I added laxatives. That's impossible. A laxative wound tea caused him to faint. True, but what is wrong with him then? Is he ill? I recall Lin Yu's mind has always been somewhat troubled. Yes, I remember Lin Yu's mental issues. As Lin Yu's awareness began to sharpen, he paid little heed to the surrounding chatter. As pain continued to torment him, he became increasingly aware of an anomaly within himself. In his blurred perception, a massive eye, half black and half white, slowly opened in his mind. Lin Yu shuddered violently. This was the eye from the cave. It had somehow transcended countless deaths, manifesting within him. Though it was merely an eye, Lin Yu distinctly sensed its expression, one that was both amused and enigmatic. It seemed indifferent to everything. No rules of this world could confine this creature. In the obscurity, Lin Yu grasped what it truly desired: pleasure. It merely seeks to find a modicum of joy in this world, a spark of delight to enliven its long and monotonous existence. The reason it turned to Lin Yu is straightforward. It has uncovered Lin Yu's secret, possessing the ability to resurrect infinitely from death. Lin Yu seems capable of providing it with an unending source of happiness and myriad new experiences. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes and, in a daze, softly uttered the name that lingered in his heart: the Eye of Trickery, the twin saints of good and evil. Chapter 9. How did you come to know Lin Yu? Why does it dwell within me? Lin Yu paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He was uncertain of what the Eye of Trickery would do within his body, but he was certain it would not bode well. Lin Yu, what's wrong? Have you truly lost your wits? Observing Lin Yu, who leaned against his leg, motionless and in a daze, Zhang Yu gently nudged his shoulder again. Me fine. Lin Yu momentarily stifled his conjectures, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him as he slowly rose from the ground. The aftermath of this death was overwhelmingly severe. First, he had been brutally slain by the Eye of Trickery within the cave, and then, following its invasion into his body, he had endured repeated torturous deaths, rendering this resurrection excruciating. Weakly, Lin Yu lifted his head and immediately spotted the robust figure of Zhang Yi amidst the crowd, his expression somewhat intricate. Lin Yu was astonished to witness someone in this era willing to sacrifice their own life for another. Yet this seemingly fierce and formidable man had, at the most critical moment, unhesitatingly rushed forth to confront the monster. Though the disparity in their strengths was akin to an insurmountable chasm, what did that matter? Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lin Yu suddenly conceived an idea. If that monster resided within him, could it not signify that everyone would find acquiring the solar crystal significantly easier? With this thought illuminating his eyes, Lin Yu spoke up. Let us go. Everyone gather your things, and we shall seek the solar crystal. Huh? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Once he recovered, he laughed in disbelief. Didn't we agree to bring you along? Rest assured, I won't let you down. However, he added, just refrain from speaking for now. I find you rather pleasing to the eye while you still look lively. Oh, and do remember to bring along that dark-faced man with the bow. Lin Yu cast a glance at Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu, his tone nonchalant. Both Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu's expressions darkened simultaneously. In truth, within Ashentown, Lin Yu was among the most formidable of the wilderness hunters. This youth possessed survival experience and combat skills in the wild that belied his age. If one were to consider who could defeat Lin Yu in a one-on-one confrontation within Ashentown, perhaps several individuals could achieve this. After all, the youth's physique was not particularly robust, and neither his strength nor agility ranked amongst the elite. Yet, if one were to compare who could survive longer in the wilderness or secure a more bountiful haul, even Zhang Yi, a genetic warrior, might not measure up to Lin Yu. No one could comprehend how Lin Yu accomplished such feats. Yet, this is also one of the reasons why no one in the town dares to provoke Lin Yu lightly. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. I can take you along, but your reputations in Ashentown are notoriously poor, so let me state my warning up front. All right, I understand. If we dare to lay a hand on anyone in the team, you, Zhang Yi, would risk your life to eliminate us, correct? Lin Yu waved his hand impatiently. Enough with the chatter. Let us set off. How did he know what I was about to say? Zhang Yi stood frozen for a moment, scratching his head in contemplation before he decided to follow Lin Yu's lead. Lend me your bow for a while. Not a chance. Lin Yu glanced at the bruised Zhang Yu, toying with his bow in satisfaction as he strode through the wilderness. No. Did I ever mention where the solar crystal is? Behind him, Zhang Yi and the group of wilderness hunters were left perplexed, trailing closely behind. After a long while, Zhang Yi finally voiced his confusion. The others shook their heads vigorously like a rattle drum. So how does he know? Zhang Yi's mind was a whirlpool of questions. Utterly baffled. By the way, when will that guy, Wang Ming, arrive? Let us hope he doesn't keep us waiting until we arrive. The sacred fire pearl is still in his possession. Before Zhang Yi could utter a word, Lin Yu suddenly turned his head and said, "Oh, he should be arriving soon." "Wait, how do you know Wang Ming is coming?" Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. "You Haven Tea awakened some prophetic ability, have you?" A tremor ran through the group of wilderness hunters, and they instantly turned to look at Lin Yu. Without turning around, Lin Yu concentrated on recalling the previous route, skillfully avoiding the gathering points of wild beasts, and the group arrived at the foot of the small hill unscathed. Not only did they encounter no danger, but the journey was so uneventful that the group found themselves growing drowsy from boredom. Why does it feel like it's not as dangerous as you claimed? A wilderness hunter looked curiously at Zhang Yi. Was it said that the closer one gets to that mountain, the more perilous it becomes? Why do I feel like we're just on a picnic? Why Haven Tea we encountered a single beast? Zhang Yi felt as if he had eaten a spoonful of honeyed excrement. Why honeyed? Because at least everyone arrived at the destination with ease, and truth be told, it was quite a cheerful journey. As for why he felt uncomfortable, who wouldn't he feel uneasy after consuming excrement? Zhang Yi recalled the last time he led a group to this small hill, where they faced numerous battles, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Yet this time, fully prepared and with heightened vigilance, nothing had transpired. Zhang Yi was at a loss whether it was his bad luck or Lin Yu's extraordinary fortune. Could it be that he truly awakened some prophetic ability? Zhang Yi cast a suspicious glance at Lin Yu's back, only to see him waiting expectantly, oblivious to what he was anticipating. Not far away, a young man clad in a black trench coat arrived at the foot of the mountain with a group. Silently gazing at Zhang Yi, he gradually approached Lin Yu's team, revealing a right arm entirely crafted from metal beneath his coat. This collaboration is merely a reluctant necessity. Upon returning to Ashentown, I shall personally ensure your demise, Wang Ming coldly proclaimed as he slowly approached Zhang Yi. You're rather slow. Why have you only just arrived? Before Zhang Yi could respond, Lin Yu, frowning, marched directly to Wang Ming. Could you enlighten me on the whereabouts of your little rocket launcher? The mechanical modifiers are simply irresistible, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he examined Wang Ming's metallic arm. How did you know I possessed a rocket launcher? Wang Ming suddenly realized, staring at Lin Yu in astonishment. This device was his secret weapon, meant for covert operations, and he had only a single round. How could it be so brazenly exposed? Witnessing Wang Ming's reaction, Zhang Yi was even more astounded, primarily because he had never even considered that in this post-apocalyptic era, a mechanical modifier's arm could indeed house a rocket launcher. Given Wang Ming's reaction, it must be true. If Wang Ming were to unleash it unexpectedly, it wouldn't matter that he was a gene warrior. It would be utterly futile. Moreover, Zhang Yi was bewildered by how Lin Yu had acquired such knowledge. Wait, I recall that you didn't seem to possess this ability before, did you? Could it be that you simply fainted for a moment during the assembly? Zhang Yi pondered it in astonishment. If it is indeed true, I wouldn't mind fainting a little myself. Chapter 10. Where's that enormous red eagle? All right, everyone gather around. Hands to yourselves and quiet down. Now let us split into 2 teams, north and south, and line up behind me, Lin Yu instructed, wielding Zhang Yu's bow as if he were a tour guide leading the group to a scenic spot. A piece of red cloth, which Lin Yu had procured from an unknown source, was tied to the bow. Does this even make sense? Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with Wang Ming, both perplexed. Now, let's head into the mountains. You there on the left, don't doze off, Lin Yu called out, leading the way with the bow adorned with red cloth, periodically glancing back to ensure the group remained orderly. Soon, they would encounter a swarm of giant mosquitoes. Do you see that mountain crevice on your right? Yes, that one. We'll rest there for 10 minutes and proceed once the giant mosquitoes have passed. Hey, don't lag behind. These giant mosquitoes can drain you dry in a single bite. Thus, a band of rugged wilderness hunters, under Lin Yu's coaxing and commanding guidance, bewilderedly entered the mountain crevice. Really, how large could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly be, even in the wilderness? Someone voiced their discontent, dismissing Lin Yu's claims. Even if there were indeed a group of so-called giant mosquitoes, what could it possibly mean? As seasoned wilderness hunters who had survived for years, were they truly afraid of a mere swarm of mosquitoes? How big could they actually get? Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening buzzing erupted from beyond the rocky crevice. A dense swarm of colossal mosquitoes surged forth from the bend in a mountain path, each one at least as thick as an arm, their proboscis resembling a blood-sucking pump. The thought of being bitten was too dreadful to contemplate. Are they really that large? The few who had been grumbling immediately fell silent, fearful of attracting the attention of the monstrous insects. All eyes turned to Lin Yu in astonishment. Could it be that he was right? Were there truly giant mosquitoes? At that moment, the leading mosquito spotted the group nestled within the crevices of the rocks, and the dark mass of them surged toward the people of Ashen Town. The sight of the dense swarm sent shivers down everyone's spine. What do we do now? Should we run? Zhang Yi snapped back to reality and turned to Lin Yu, unsure why he felt compelled to await Lin Yu's command. Nevertheless, he believed that following Lin Yu would be prudent. Run, of course. Wang Ming, quickly transform your right arm into a machine gun and fire at the middle of the crevice. They can't get in, Lin Yu said irritably. Why should I listen to you? Wang Ming retorted coldly, yet his hands moved instinctively. His metallic right arm flowed like mercury, swiftly transforming into a machine gun. With a barrage of blue flames, the Gatling gun unleashed a storm of bullets, halting the advance of the mosquitoes. Only 2 at a time could squeeze through, unable to breach Wang Ming's formidable firepower. Within mere minutes, the lead mosquito abandoned its assault on the people of Ashen Town, retreating with a large entourage of maimed offspring. Phew! As the swarm departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Lin Yu as if he were deity. Lin Yu, what do we do next? Zhang Yi asked, somewhat dazed. Lin Yu silently drew a dagger from his side. From now on, keep an eye on your feet. Soon, we will be assaulted by a mass of frenzied wild grass. Wild grass attacks. How long until that happens? Wang Ming's expression grew serious as he transformed his machine gun into a blade. 3 minutes? Lin Yu replied. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Zhang Yi, watch your step. With a commanding shout, Lin Yu stepped back just as the wild grass began to sprout, his dagger flashing forward like lightning. What the hell? The others reacted sluggishly, hastily drawing their weapons to combat the encroaching wild grass. Switch to the flamethrower, you fool. Lin Yu couldn't help but berate Wang Ming, who was still wielding the blade. Do you think I can just switch to a flamethrower? Wang Ming looked utterly bewildered, but quickly transformed his blade into a flamethrower, significantly increasing their efficiency in clearing the wild grass. It was no wonder Wang Ming was slow to respond. Since their encounter, it had felt as though they were akin to kindergarten children on a field trip, merely following Lin Yu's lead without engaging their brains. Zhang Yi, to your left front, is an especially stout piece of wild grass. Pull it out for me. Lin Yu deftly dodged a tendril of grass and urged quietly. Zhang Yi, under Lin Yu's command, did not require a moment's contemplation. He rushed forward, immediately spotting the Grass King, cleverly disguised among the ordinary weeds. What do you think you're hiding? He cackled maniacally as he seized the Grass King and yanked it from the earth with fervor. The Grass King, still in a state of bewilderment, had no defenses and was uprooted entirely. Wang Ming set ablaze. Lin Yu bellowed, snatching Zhang Yu's bow and misfiring. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from Wang Ming's right hand, engulfing both Zhang Yi and the Grass King in a ferocious inferno. Wang Ming, you bastard! Zhang Yi screamed amidst the flames, cursing as he fled. With the valiant sacrifice of the Grass King, all the smaller weeds shrank to the ground in trepidation. Casting a glance at the now harmless weeds, Lin Yu calmly returned the bow to the scowling Zhang Yu. Let us proceed to collect the solar crystal. Under Lin Yu's guidance, the group ascended the mountain, ready to enter the cave, yet Lin Yu cautiously halted their advance. Where's the Red Eagle? He wondered, scanning the surroundings. Logically, during the last reset, the Red Eagle had met its demise in the cave due to the appearance of the Eye of Deception. However, this time, with the eye residing within Lin Yu, the Red Eagle should be nearby. Yet, all was eerily silent, with no trace of the Red Eagle to be found. Indeed, it is peculiar. Where could such a large Red Eagle be? Zhang Yi murmured. Just as the group pondered this, Lin Yu suddenly trembled. In his mind, the large half-black, half-white eye flickered, and astonishingly, a massive mouth appeared beneath it, silently expelling a few red feathers. Lin Yu was astounded. The scene was utterly bizarre. Could it be that creatures consumed by the Eye of Deception truly perished, never to be revived even through Lin Yu's time reset? A grave expression crossed Lin Yu's face. If his conjecture was correct, it foretold a terrifying reality. Should the Eye of Deception tire of him, could it devour him whole? Would he then lose the ability to resurrect through death resets? Shall we venture into the cave to investigate? Wang Ming suggested quietly, stroking the holy fire pearl in his arms. Chapter 11. The task of the Eye of Deception. The group cautiously made their way towards the cave. Inside, a profound silence reigned, devoid of any signs of the Red Eagle's existence. Only the scattered bones of beasts littered the ground, bearing witness to the Red Eagle's past glories. It reeks. Wang Ming grimaced, one hand covering his nose. The stench of decaying animal remains mingled with the cave's bizarre odors, more nauseating than a rural latrine left unclean for 180 days. Lin Yu stood puzzled in the midst of the group, moving forward. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Just as Lin Yu had suspected, the evidence of the Red Eagle's existence in this world had been almost entirely erased. Do not mention the previously seen red feathers scattered everywhere. Now, not even a single droplet of bird droppings can be found. How peculiar! Could it truly be this safe? Zhang Yi pondered, scratching his head in confusion. In his imagination, this journey would present countless dangers, where he would lead the charge, vanquishing all malevolent creatures, showcasing his moments of glory. Ultimately, under his guidance, everyone would struggle to locate the sun crystal and return to Ashen Town to ignite a new radiance. However, the journey thus far had presented remarkably few threats. The only real peril was nearly being roasted by Wang Ming. With this thought, he turned to cast a curious glance at Lin Yu. Could it be that Lin Yu is indeed a prophetic awakener? Murky wastewater dripped from the rock face, sending ripples across the ground, and not far away, a glimmer of red light emerged, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of a twilight sky. The sun crystal! Zhang Yi exclaimed with excitement. His eyes beheld vast expanses of radiant red crystals, each one more brilliant than the stars scattered across the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming approached the sun crystal, retrieving the sacred fire pearl from his bosom. The patterns on the sacred fire pearl flowed gently, resembling a noble phoenix soaring gracefully within. The group watched the sacred fire pearl with a mix of tension and hope, for it represented their glimmer of survival in the wilderness. Streams of red energy flowed into the sacred fire pearl like lifeblood. Are we going to survive? Murmured a wilderness hunter. Wang Ming's hand trembled as he clutched the sacred fire pearl. As the final beam of red light entered the pearl, he swiftly returned it to his chest. Let us go. In stark contrast to the hopeful and expectant gazes of everyone towards the sun crystal, Lin Yu was engrossed in a focused communication with the eye of deception within him. It was not Lin Yu's volition. Rather, he sensed a message emanating from the eye of deception in his mind. You claim to harbor no interest in us, these insignificant beings. Your purpose in this world is merely to seek diverse amusements? You can offer me immense assistance, as long as I continually create enjoyment for you in accordance with your desires. Lin Yu murmured, gazing at the eye radiating a sacred light within his mind. The eye of deception was half white and half black, yet the light behind it emanated a singular hue. Currently, the hue resembled a celestial and pure white light. I can provide you with many unprecedented items, be it weapons or artifacts, that will not disappoint you. However, all of this hinges upon your ability to offer sufficient amusement. If you agree, we can commence. This information arrived without words or sound, manifesting in Lin Yu's mind as though conjured from thin air. What if you propose an impossible request, even something as extreme as demanding my own demise? Lin Yu replied gravely. Through their brief interaction, he had developed a new understanding of the eye of deception. It was a chaotic, grotesque entity that disregarded all rules. This creature appears to harbor two souls within, each corresponding to the luminous hues of black and white. Lin Yu has surmised that the white soul is unlikely to make excessively perilous demands. However, the black soul is steeped in uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu inquired, if that is the case, how can I ensure my safety? The eye within his mind swayed slightly, as if emanating a mocking chuckle. Do you have any choice? Lin Yu was taken aback, his body bristling with a sudden chill. Indeed, he had no choice. This was not a mere individual living in a civilized society, nor was it a companion. It was merely a monster, parasitically dwelling within him in pursuit of amusement, perhaps even a deity. After a brief silence, Lin Yu spoke again. Present your first demand. The eye of deception seemed quite pleased with Lin Yu's response, its radiant white light growing ever more brilliant. Let me think. I have traversed countless worlds and encountered fascinating entities whose mimicry offered immense delight. What do they say? I recall now, acquire 100 heartfelt expressions of gratitude in the shortest possible time. What? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He had seen this scenario before. This was undeniably a system. Moreover, such a task was utterly bewildering. He had anticipated that the Eye of Deception would propose conditions akin to hunting beasts in the wild or even slaying rival hunters. He never expected that the Eye of Deception would request him to garner 100 sincere acknowledgments. Lin Yu cast a peculiar glance at the colossal eye within his mind. We must hasten our return. After all, we are in the wilderness, and delays may invite unforeseen dangers. Zhang Yi stated solemnly. Although Lin Yu's remarkable foresight had spared them from peril thus far, it did not imply that the wilderness was devoid of threats. Only by swiftly returning to Ashen Town, under the protective radiance of the holy fire, could they truly lay down their defenses. With this thought, they promptly set off towards the cave's exit. Wait, Lin Yu suddenly called out. The group from Ashen Town looked at him in confusion. Aren't you all going to thank me? Lin Yu, feeling a bit tense, awkwardly rubbed his hands behind his back, fidgeting as if he were a bashful young girl in the throes of a first romance. What? The others stared at him in bewilderment. Zhang Yu was the first to react, given the peculiarities of this young man. He had long since ceased to be surprised by his antics. Thank you, Lin Yu, Zhang Yu said earnestly. Does this count as receiving a thank you? Lin Yu wondered, glancing at the Eye of Deception in his mind, yet perceiving no response. Zhang Yi quickly followed suit, smiling as he approached and patted the boy's shoulder. If it weren't for Lin Yu this time, we might have faced significant casualties. Both the giant mosquitoes and the wild grasses were evaded due to Lin Yu's warnings. Thus, Lin Yu's request is not unreasonable. Zhang Yi gazed earnestly into Lin Yu's eyes and softly uttered his gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 12. Indulging in Silkiness? As Zhang Yi expressed his thanks, a transformation began to unfold in Lin Yu's mind. Acquired a gratitude coin. Task progress 1100. A gleaming gold coin flashed through Lin Yu's consciousness, adorned with a thumbs up and the inscription, "For you." What? Lin Yu was taken aback, and then a sudden realization struck him. With a darkened expression, he turned to Zhang Yu, who had just removed his smile, and said through gritted teeth, "Say thank you again." Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly donned a smile again. "Thank you." Lin Yu waited for a moment. Yet the gratitude coin in his mind did not increase. Unbelievable. Zhang Yu, that scoundrel, may verbally express thanks, but perhaps he is cursing him internally. Only sincere gratitude, like that of Zhang Yi, could earn Lin Yu a gratitude coin. "Just wait," Lin Yu said menacingly to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was bewildered. What is happening? Does he know I just cursed him in my mind? No way. Setting Zhang Yu aside, Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the others present. A total of 30 individuals from the North and South districts had gathered. Aside from Lin Yu, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yi, who had already bestowed a gratitude coin upon Lin Yu, there were 27 others. They were dressed differently, their expressions varied, and their personalities distinct. Some had shifty eyes, plotting who knows what. Others bore expressions of relief after surviving a calamity, while some were filled with hopeful aspirations for the future. Of course, there were also those furrowing their brows, pondering what to do once the energy of the blazing sun crystal was depleted. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the faces of the wilderness hunters. He pondered a matter. In both his past life and the current wilderness, Lin Yu had always feared those who wore a facade of smiles while harboring contrary intentions. This opportunity to collect gratitude coins would allow him to discern the true nature of many individuals, the myriad of humanity. Zhang Yu was indeed correct. Regardless of how Lin Yu achieved it, this time he was truly indebted to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Renjiao looked into Lin Yu's eyes and spoke. "Thank you. Thank you. Grateful to Brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu, regarding the matter of stealing from my home, let be. Although you may be somewhat unhinged, I will endeavor to be tolerant of you in the future. Thank you. Thank you." One after another, expressions of gratitude echoed within the cave, and Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his mind. One by one, golden gratitude coins materialized and faded. Acquired 20 gratitude coins. Task progress 21100. Lin Yu gradually opened his eyes, realizing that among the 29 individuals, 21 had genuinely expressed gratitude towards him. There were 8 who shared an unspoken understanding, including that scoundrel Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, just wait. When we return to Ashen Town, I will deal with you," Lin Yu calmly stated to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was taken aback. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Yu let out a cold snort and was the first to stride toward the cave's exit, followed closely by Zhang Yi and the others. Leaving Zhang Yu in a state of confusion within the cave, he nearly pulled his hair out in frustration, unable to comprehend how he had offended Lin Yu. "If I complete this task, what will I receive?" Lin Yu inquired softly. On their return journey, Zhang Yi and the others exerted themselves, effortlessly clearing the beasts along the way in cooperation with Wang Ming. "You won't be disappointed," the Eye of Deception responded, swaying slightly in acknowledgement. "I need to know what I might receive. This would provide me with greater motivation," Lin Yu mused inwardly. "Otherwise, how can I be certain of what you intend to give me?" It felt akin to his previous life when Lin Yu worked at a company, where the boss would proclaim, "Let us all work hard. If we achieve our targets, promotions and raises will follow." The employees, fueled by enthusiasm, worked tirelessly day and night, only for the boss to drive away in a Mercedes while they ended up in the hospital. He refused to be fed empty promises. The Eye of Deception seemed to consider Lin Yu's words and fell into deep thought. For it, offering small incentives to stimulate Lin Yu was not a significant endeavor. However, if Lin Yu lacked the motivation to entertain it, he would undoubtedly become unbearably dull. After a moment's contemplation, the Eye of Deception appeared to have reached a conclusion. Its large black and white eye slowly closed, with a shimmering light akin to the aurora surrounding it. Before long, the eye opened once more. Lin Yu suddenly sensed something in his hand. He paused briefly, quickly slipping the object into his pocket while no one was watching. The texture felt reminiscent of a packaging bag. Lin Yu feigned casualness, glancing around. Everyone was on high alert, progressing rapidly to prevent any unexpected incidents. Seeing that no one had noticed him, he seized the opportunity to sneak a look into his pocket. Let me see. What the heck? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly exclaiming aloud. Inside his pocket lay a black and white packaging bag, elegantly inscribed with the word Dove. Is this even reasonable? Lin Yu was both astonished and elated. The joy of possessing a piece of chocolate in this era was akin to discovering an island after drifting at sea for a week, where not only was there warm wine and sumptuous food, but also a throng of beautiful women with spectacular legs on display. What astonished him was the appearance of a silky, rich Dove chocolate in this world. Is this even normal? You clever eye of deception. This turn of events truly left Lin Yu dumbfounded, especially since his arrival in this world had seen him subsisting on cockroach protein bars. A fate comparable to falling into a cesspool and being forced to eat excrement for survival. And now, amidst such adversity, a package of chocolate had emerged. Lin Yu felt tears welling up in his eyes. Could anyone understand this sensation? I concede your brilliance, but what may I receive upon task completion? It wouldn't be a KFC bucket, would it? Lin Yu asked, dazed as tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his mouth. The eye of deception seemed to ponder for a moment. After a brief interval, it spoke in a halting manner. Everything is aimed at creating greater enjoyment. Hence, strength is of utmost importance. What you currently lack is a suitable weapon, and thus it shall serve as your reward. A weapon? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before erupting with joy. In this era, the worth of a fine weapon far surpasses that of ordinary provisions. To survive, one must acquire sufficient supplies, whether they be water or food. However, possessing a formidable weapon renders all else achievable. The scarcity of such weapons is exceedingly high. Just look at Zhang Yi, the leader of the southern district of Ashentown, who still wields a dulled steel knife. And Zhang Yu, the illustrious awakened, is merely using a poorly crafted wooden bow that appears to be of inferior quality. On several occasions, Lin Yu witnessed him nearly snapping the bowstring. Chapter 13. Facehugger. Upon hearing the enticing prospects laid out by the Eye of Deception, Lin Yu began to anticipate the rewards that awaited him upon task completion. Who claims it to be a malevolent deity? This is evidently a divine entity. Under different circumstances, Lin Yu would likely wish to erect a monument for the Eye of Deception, daily offering incense and tributes. My dear family, who understands? I have a doorman in my mind. Observing the vigilant wilderness hunters around him, Lin Yu envisioned countless shimmering coins. He must devise a way to swiftly amass sufficient gratitude coins from them. We must hasten our pace. Nightfall approaches, Wang Ming said solemnly. In the wilderness, the onset of night signifies the arrival of peril. The wilderness by day and night exists in entirely disparate realms. How peculiar, Zhang Yi suddenly remarked. Have you noticed? There seem to be considerably more beasts nearby than usual. The group fell silent. His assertion appeared to hold merit. They were nearing Ashentown, a place that typically harbors fewer beasts. Lu Renyi contemplated this, his expression turning grave. His brother, Lu Renjia, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the abnormality. As the realization of the anomaly dawned upon them, Lin Yu ceased his communication with the Eye of Deception. Throughout their journey, he had refrained from engaging in the battles. For what mattered most to Lin Yu was deciphering the true role of the Eye of Deception in his mind. Thus, he had not paid it much heed until now. After the discussion among the others, Lin Yu too sensed the strangeness. Given that Ashentown lies under the protection of the sacred flame, the surrounding beasts are acutely aware that in this region, not only is there a scarcity of prey, but there exists a significant risk of being hunted by these bipedal creatures. Consequently, the fauna around Ashentown has always been sparse. In fact, due to the incessant hunting by the wilderness hunters, the population of surrounding beasts has been in a steady decline, compelling people to venture farther from the town to hunt. Yet now, the beasts in the vicinity have suddenly become numerous. It appears that some unknown change has occurred in the wilderness. Let us quicken our pace and return to the town, Zhang Yi murmured. If one were to seek a reference point to compare with the desolate wasteland following a cataclysm, perhaps the Amazon rainforest stands as the most emblematic. However, unlike the vibrant life of the rainforest, a persistent veil of gray mist seems to envelop the wasteland, casting an unsettling atmosphere without entirely obscuring visibility. As dusk gradually descends, the sky begins to twinkle with the emergence of distant stars. Since Lin Yu's traversal into this realm, he has felt an undeniable contradiction within this world. Even though the sun has extinguished, a distinction between night and dawn persists, with the moon and stars still radiating their luminescence during the nocturnal hours. With the appearance of starlight, the wilderness is filled with the resonant growls and roars of wild beasts. We are merely a kilometer from the town. Let us persevere, Zhang Yi reassures the weary group. Sensing their fatigue, although their expedition to the cave was devoid of significant conflict, and the acquisition of the blazing sun crystal was relatively uneventful, the return journey has been fraught with an overwhelming presence of feral creatures. Despite their experience, they remain mere mortals, often finding themselves unable to evade peril. This predicament is exacerbated by the fact that Lin Yu has yet to encounter death on this return path, leaving all but Zhang Yi, Wang Ming, and Zhang Yu feeling drained. Strangely, Lin Yu perceives a notable enhancement in his physical prowess. Zhang Yi, as a genetically enhanced warrior, naturally possesses superior physical capabilities. Wang Ming, being a mechanical augur, has conserved his stamina through distance engagements and has not engaged in much close combat. Zhang Yu, likely due to his awakened state, also exhibits extraordinary endurance. Could it be attributed to the eye of deception? Lin Yu muses quietly. Wait, Zhang Yu suddenly exclaims, his previous languor replaced by an intense seriousness. What is it? Lin Yu approaches Zhang Yu cautiously, vigilant of their surroundings, aware that Zhang Yu must have sensed something amiss. There's something unusual ahead. My perception has detected beasts I have never encountered before. They seem highly dangerous, presenting a significant threat, Zhang Yu states earnestly, his eyes glimmering with unease. Even Lin Yu can see the hairs on his body standing on end. Beasts we've never seen? Wang Ming questions, scanning the area with curiosity. You cannot see them. My eagle eye enhances my perception to a degree that is at least several times sharper than that of an ordinary person, Zhang Yu replies, his muscles taut and trembling slightly. Everyone, be cautious. They appear to be closing in on us. At Zhang Yu's words, the group immediately sharpens their focus, entering a heightened state of alertness. No one doubts the words of Zhang Yu, an awakened being. There is no need for him to deceive them in such dire circumstances. Lin Yu bends slightly, his palm gripping the dagger beginning to perspire. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, akin to a fierce beast, fixates intently on the encroaching darkness. They are coming, Zhang Yu exclaims, springing upright as he draws his bowstring taut, forming a perfect crescent, and releases an arrow that soars through the moonlit night. Swish! The arrow appeared to collide with something exceedingly hard, producing a resounding clash reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. The earth itself seemed to quiver in response. In the distance, a relentless mass of shadows emerged, akin to a flood at the threshold of darkness. What on earth is that? Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. By the faint light of the moon, the group discerned the shape of the shadowy figure. A beetle? Wang Ming pondered, confusion evident in his voice. No. Lin Yu's voice trembled. The shadow was moving rapidly under their scrutiny. Run! Run now! In that instant of clarity, Lin Yu shouted frantically. Instantly, everyone reacted, exerting every ounce of strength to dash towards Ashentown. This was no mere beetle. It was an extraordinary creature that none had ever encountered before. Even the most seasoned wilderness hunters could not identify it. Yet, Lin Yu felt a chilling familiarity, even terror at the sight of the creature. Facehugger. Indeed, it was the horrifying facehuggers he had seen in films during his past life. Their speed of movement far surpassed that of the townsfolk. As the facehuggers drew nearer, the group could see them clearly, their hair standing on end. Countless pairs of spindly legs adorned their grotesquely hard shells, which bore eerie patterns resembling human faces. Under the moonlight, the faces on the backs of the facehuggers emitted a chilling white glow. What manner of monstrosity is this? The group ran with unhesitating determination. Even without having faced these facehuggers before, they understood that they were utterly ill-equipped to confront such a threat. The sheer magnitude of their numbers surged like a tide, and should anyone fall behind and become encircled, they would surely be reduced to mere bones in a matter of seconds. leaving no remnants behind. Chapter 14. Life as humble as dust. Faster. Just a bit further, Zhang Yi bellowed, as the swarm of facehuggers pursued them relentlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust across the gray wasteland. Ahead, the flickering light of the sacred fire became visible, its faint red flames resembling a beacon in the depths of the ocean. The facehuggers behind them were like deep-sea predators, unleashing turbulent waves. The townsfolk were akin to a solitary vessel in the vast sea, and one misstep could lead to their irrevocable doom, engulfed by the tide formed by the facehuggers. A piercing scream erupted from the rear of the group. Lin Yu turned sharply, his heart racing. Perhaps due to exhaustion, a wilderness hunter stumbled heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. But the oncoming horde of facehuggers offered him no mercy. "Help me! Save me!" The scream lasted merely 2 seconds before being swallowed by the tumultuous waves. Silence forever. Damn it! Zhang Yi cursed angrily. "Brother." At that moment, Lu Renyi's terrified voice rang out. Exhausted, Lu Renyi collapsed to the ground like the unfortunate wilderness hunter, desperately trying to get back on his feet. "Run! Run!" As Lu Renyi contemplated turning back to rescue himself, Lu Renyi's eyes bulged with desperation as he shouted. His hoarse voice echoed across the desolate gray wilderness, akin to a directionless homing pigeon, lost in this realm of despair. Lu Renyi cried out with a heart-wrenching wail, the salty tears streaming into his mouth, yet he could only charge towards the ashen town under his brother's gaze. Just as despair enveloped Lu Renyi, a robust figure surged past him, heading in the opposite direction towards Ashen Town. "Go!" Zhang Yi growled deeply, seizing Lu Renyi's arm and yanking him off the ground. "Move!" Realizing Lu Renyi was momentarily stunned, Zhang Yi cursed angrily and turned back to dash towards Ashen Town once more. At this juncture, the swarm of face-biting bugs was less than 10 meters away from Lu Renyi and Zhang Yi, their shadowy faces under the moonlight exuding an eerie terror. Lu Renyi's strength had been thoroughly depleted, his legs beginning to weaken. He summoned the last vestige of his will and let out a low roar, his bloodshot eyes following Zhang Yi's footsteps as he pressed forward. Another anguished scream erupted from the rear of the group, as the intensity of their sprinting and the rapid depletion of their stamina caused more individuals to collapse onto the ground. Sometimes, sheer willpower alone cannot sustain one through such trials. It is akin to an ordinary person attempting to run 10 kilometers. Even with the knowledge that enduring a little longer would lead to the end, the body will categorically refuse to comply. When one possesses the stamina for only 5 kilometers, completing a 10-kilometer challenge becomes nearly impossible, barring the exceedingly rare individuals endowed with formidable willpower. Yet, it was evident that such fortunate souls were few and far between. Already, 4 individuals had fallen during the run, their weakened legs giving way, swiftly consumed by the oncoming swarm of face-biting bugs. Zhang Yi made no attempt to save them. He would assist those he could, but to jeopardize himself in the process of rescuing others, potentially leading to his own demise, such altruism was unlikely to be found in the wilderness. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, refusing to look back. In his previous life, he had never experienced such moments, but his traversed world had taught him that one must not be overly compassionate. He had never considered the possibility of using death to rewind time in order to save them. Why should he? Fire! It's fire! Wang Ming shouted excitedly. Just ahead, the Ashen Town came in a clear view for all to see. The flickering holy flames illuminated the entire town, and in stark contrast to the dark, fog-laden wilderness. This place seemed nothing short of paradise. Zhang Yi, utilizing his genetically enhanced physique, was the first to plunge into the radiant light. Zhang Yu and Lin Yu followed closely behind. Soon after, Wang Ming, gritting his teeth, rushed into the brightness, drenched in sweat. Lin Yu, with a grim expression, gazed back at the gray wilderness. In the moonlight, the face-biting bugs had completely caught up with the group, the rearward hunters being engulfed in a tide of screams. The chilling howls echoed continuously, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor emanating from the face-biting bugs, slowly wafting into everyone's nostrils. Lu Renyi did not survive. His physical strength had been utterly depleted, and mere meters from Ashen Town, he was overtaken by a facehugger, instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Meanwhile, Lu Rennie lay limp in the light, his vacant gaze fixed in the direction of his brother's demise. "Save me." A wilderness hunter collapsed at the edge of the firelight, one arm already creeping into the illumination, yet he lacked the strength to draw his body further in. The facehuggers surged toward the brink, his eyes filled with despair. "Come in." At that moment, a hand grasped his arm and pulled with all its might. Just as the facehuggers surged forth, he was yanked into the light. He could even feel the bristles of the creature's legs brushing against his ankles. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, he suddenly lifted his head. A youthful face appeared before him. "Thank you," he sincerely expressed to Lin Yu, large beads of sweat oozing from his pores. A glimmering gold coin flashed momentarily in Lin Yu's mind before fading away. Yet, Lin Yu felt no joy. He had inhabited this world for many years. With no mobile phones or even clocks in Ashen Town, he was unaware of the exact date. He had thought he had fully acclimated to the rules of this world. Deceit, survival of the fittest. Everyone struggled to survive, even resorting to violence over a mere protein bar made from cockroaches. Life truly seemed as insignificant as dust. Lin Yu had witnessed death more than once, and even bore the stains of multiple lives on his hands. Although he never proactively attacked the survivors in the town, all his resources came from hunting beasts in the wilderness. Yet, survivors still occasionally targeted him, for they had gone too long without sustenance. Even if he did not kill them, they would perish from starvation. They lacked the ability to hunt in the wild and were driven to desperate measures. However, Lin Yu had never encountered such dire circumstances before. He could not maintain the calm regard for death that seasoned wilderness hunters possessed. Slowly, he turned his head. Many survivors from the town were approaching the edge of the firelight. Chapter 15. Respect for death. The radiance forged by the sacred fire stood like a great wall, separating death from hope, isolating chaos from despair. Stepping into the sacred flame signified hope. Lingering in the wilderness meant death. The unassuming red glow thus divided lives into two starkly different fates. The bustling crowd within the town gradually converged at the edge of the sacred fire, coming to honor the warriors of this settlement. Upon entering the firelight's domain, all defenses were finally shed, and the surviving wilderness hunters collapsed onto the ground. Their dazed pupils mingled with unspoken emotions, their trembling bodies marking the pendulum of fate. Yet, no one feared that the townsfolk would take advantage of the chaos to harm them. For once the first individual appears, this small town shall harbor no hope from this day forth. While the art of deception is customary in times of safety, the courage exhibited by those who defy despair is truly admirable. No one dares to lay a hand on these brave souls. Moreover, the majority of those who have come in response are merely the remaining family members of these valiant individuals in this desolate wilderness. "Zhang Yi, have you returned?" A quivering, aged voice penetrated his ears as he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. "Mother?" Zhang Yi abruptly sat up, wiping the sweat and dust from his face. He offered a smile to the elderly woman who had approached him, fully aware that she could no longer see him, yet instinctively wishing to present himself in a more dignified manner. "Mother, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, tears began to flow from her cloudy eyes. Trembling, she fumbled with her weathered hands, brushing against Zhang Ye's rugged face. "As long as you are back, that is all that matters." "My dear mother, what do you have to worry about? Your son is strong," Zhang Yi replied with a chuckle, allowing a few tears to escape, which carved clean streaks through the dust on his face. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the robust and fierce man before her. An increasing number of individuals gathered at the edge of the flames, most of them women and children. They trembled, frantically searching among the surviving wilderness hunters for their husbands and fathers. Upon spotting a familiar figure, they would rush forward, throwing themselves into the reassuring embrace. Yet many others found no trace of a loved ones they yearned for, desperately weaving through the crowd until they ultimately sank to their knees, wailing in heart-wrenching sorrow. Lin Yu silently observed the assembly, tallying the number of returnees, 13. More than half had perished. The vast majority of the wilderness hunters had fallen within 100 meters. or even mere dozens of meters from the ashen town. They had collapsed on the brink of witnessing the flames that symbolize hope. However, the silver lining was that they returned with enough energy to sustain the sacred fire for over 3 months. This signifies that the survivors of the entire town now possess at least 3 months of respite. The sacred flame shall illuminate the area, and the fire of humanity will never be extinguished. Yet beyond the glow of the fire, a rustling sound emerged. Lin Yu turned to glance back, her pupils contracting in alarm. A swarm of face-hugging insects nearly obscured her entire field of vision. They crawled and moved as if they were grim reapers awaiting the harvest of souls. The cries and shouts gradually faded, as everyone silently regarded these monstrous beings at the periphery. This was a sight they had never encountered before. Fortunately, no matter how formidable they appeared, they remained barred from the town by the sacred flames. Everyone should return to rest. With us here, there will be no danger. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi felt his strength returning. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and embraced his elderly mother. Return home and rest well. Await my return. I love you, Mom. The survivors in the small town had witnessed the terrifying and grotesque creatures in the wilderness, and they understood that this was a confrontation beyond their capabilities. All they could do was return to their dilapidated home and prepare a warm bowl of soup for the man who would soon return. They departed as slowly as they had arrived, but unlike their earlier state filled with anxiety and hope, they now carried only sorrow and despair. Their departing figures stooped with grief. With the pillar of their household now gone, they were lost in a world devoid of hope. The old man had been inconsiderate for not showing up. Lin Yu's gaze dimmed slightly, only to be interrupted by the chatter around him. The swarms of face-hugging insects seemed unwilling to leave. Wang Ming stood up, a grave expression upon his face. Unlike Zhang Yi and the others, Wang Ming had no need to consider the emotions of others, for he had been alone for years, having lost his father during the internal strife. Thus, he had long since abandoned any ties that bound him. When did such terrifying creatures emerge in the wilderness? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at the dense swarm of face-hugging insects beyond the firelight, feeling a wave of claustrophobic dread. With the immense gathering and lethal potential of these insects, if they roamed the wilderness, it would be akin to a locust plague, leaving nothing in their wake. I've never heard of anything like this, Zhang Yi said gravely. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, then retrieved his bow from behind and loosed an arrow. Thwack! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zhang Yu's arrow failed to penetrate the defenses of the face-hugging insects. Of course, he had never anticipated that his rusted arrows would inflict any harm upon them. Let me give it a try, Wang Ming said in a low voice, as liquid mercury flowed from his metallic arm, slowly transforming into a firearm. Bullets poured forth like a torrential rain. Observing the pile of spent casings on the ground, Wang Ming's countenance darkened. Not only was Zhang Yu, an awakened one, unable to breach their defenses, but even Wang Ming, a mechanical modifier, found his attempts futile against the face-hugging insects. This indicated that not only cold weapons, but even ordinary firearms were ineffective against these abominations. The scene before them cast a pall over everyone's hearts. If these face-hugging insects continued to encircle Ashentown, they would be unable to venture into the wilderness to hunt. This meant that even if the sacred fire replenished its energy, it would be of no avail. They would not face the threat of wild beasts within Ashentown, yet they would starve to death. Everyone is weary today. Let us return and rest. Zhang Yi addressed the still prostrate figures on the ground. He picked up a cup of murky dew brought by his mother and turned towards the direction of the wilderness, where lay the bodies of several companions who had journeyed with them. Zhang Yi slowly poured the water onto the ground, and after a moment of silence, he spoke softly, in honor of the dead. Chapter 16. Homeward, a profound silence enveloped the gathering as they observed Zhang Yi's actions, and one by one, they rose to their feet. They each grasped the water brought by their families, taking a gentle sip before imitating Zhang Yi, slowly pouring a portion onto the ground. In reverence to death, the wind swept across the wilderness, softly yet deafeningly. The old man had not arrived, and Lin Yu found himself without water. He turned to glance around, noting that Zhang Yu also lacked family in the town and thus did not possess any water. At that moment, Zhang Yu stood silently, bow slung over his shoulder, watching the actions of the others, seemingly moved by the scene. Lin Yu scanned his surroundings and noticed a wilderness hunter twisting open a bottle, preparing to drink. After a moment's contemplation, he seized the water from the hunter's hands and gulped down a mouthful with fervor. Subsequently, he followed suit, pouring the water onto the ground. In reverence to death, the wilderness hunter beside him was taken aback. "What is this? You pay homage to death, yet you rob me of my water? I have yet to drink." He contemplated voicing his objections, but upon meeting Lin Yu's fierce gaze, he swallowed his words. What is the point of arguing with someone seemingly unhinged? I shall endure. The hunter cast a forlorn glance at Lin Yu before trudging back towards the town. As the first individual departed, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Zhang Yu shook his head, tightening his grip on the bough behind him, and slowly made his way toward his dwelling. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. "Stay right there." A sudden roar pierced the air. Zhang Yu looked up in confusion, seeing Lin Yu approach him with a menacing expression that promised dire consequences. "What is it?" Zhang Yu's bewilderment deepened at Lin Yu's countenance. "I ask you, why did you not sincerely express your gratitude in the cave?" Lin Yu scrutinized Zhang Yu, seemingly trying to fathom the depths of shamelessness that could lead to such behavior. "Huh?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. "I exerted considerable effort to lead you all into the cave, and is it truly so difficult to hear a heartfelt thank you?" As Lin Yu spoke, a sense of grievance welled within him. The experience of dying and resetting was painful for him as well, after all. He might disregard others, but Zhang Yu was different. Though their acquaintance was brief, Lin Yu had begun to form a bond with him. Is this truly the issue at hand? Zhang Yu could hardly suppress a smile. He looked at the young man before him, unable to contain his laughter. In truth, Lin Yu was not very old. Since traversing into this world, he had matured significantly for survival, yet he was still under 20. "This is quite serious." Lin Yu pouted, seeing that Lin Yu genuinely seemed affected. An unfamiliar emotion stirred within Zhang Yu. He pondered for a moment and suppressed his smile. "To speak honestly, during our journey to the cave, we encountered little danger. While it is true that you guided us past many beasts, until the threat materializes, the feelings within us remain disparate. If you claim I am not sincere, then indeed, that is accurate. Because, for me, I have not encountered life-threatening dangers. Rather, I effortlessly obtained the Sunfire Crystal," Zhang Yu earnestly remarked. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, refraining from immediately countering Zhang Yu's explanation and instead delving into contemplation. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity? Had Lin Yu not forewarned everyone to evade these perils during their journey, they would have faced multiple life-threatening situations, whether it be the giant mosquitoes or the wild grasses. Both had previously resulted in casualties. Perhaps one cannot truly grasp the magnitude of risks associated with events yet to transpire until they have experienced genuine hardship and peril. Can Zhang Yu be blamed for this? Observing Lin Yu lost in thought, Zhang Yu chuckled softly. But to be honest, I have reflected on it as well. Thanks to you, this journey has been considerably easier in acquiring the Sunfire Crystal. So, regardless of circumstances, thank you. A fleeting image of a golden coin appeared in Lin Yu's mind, embossed with a thumbs up and the words "I commend you." "Off you go. Make sure to return and rest early." Zhang Yu waved farewell, continuing towards his abode. Lin Yu lingered for a moment, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of his mouth. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared less solitary. Old man, how could you be so inconsiderate as to not come greet me?" Lin Yu gently pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and called out loudly. Ahem! In the corner, a stooped figure sat upon a rickety wooden chair, gently fanning himself with a nearly bare palm leaf fan, seemingly brewing something. "Did I not tell you not to sit on that chair? Tomorrow, I shall fetch a decent one from Zhang Yi," Lin Yu remarked, exasperated, eyeing the precarious chair beneath the old man. He feared it would collapse and inadvertently harm the old man. Ignoring Lin Yu's comments, the old man quietly extinguished the fire and added something to the worn iron pot. "What are you up to, old man?" Lin Yu inquired curiously, drawing closer. "Ahem! Apply it where you're injured. Do it quickly and avoid inflammation. In the wilderness, inflammation can be fatal." The old man's figure swayed slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp. He carefully transferred the viscous substance from the pot into a small vial and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, puzzled, accepted the vial and sniffed it, instantly furrowing his brow. You ventured into the wilderness? Seeing the stooped figure before him, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. He admitted that this old man, surnamed Sun, had once possessed remarkable skill, even considered a master in Ashentown. However, time is relentless, and coupled with injuries sustained years prior, old man Sun rarely ventured outside anymore. You're in this condition, yet still went into the wilderness? Encountering even a mere rabbit could spell your doom, Lin Yu said, shaking his head in disbelief as he applied the ointment to his wounds. The salve radiated warmth, soothing against his skin, a familiar sensation. Having navigated the wilderness for a lifetime, gathering herbs was still within his capabilities. Old man Sun spoke weakly, then reclined back onto a small bed crafted from the pelts of unknown beasts. The medicine is effective, yet troublesome. If brewed too early, its potency will gradually dissipate. If brewed too late, I fear your injuries may worsen, preventing immediate application. Truly, it is a source of concern, he murmured softly as he closed his eyes and drifted into a gentle slumber amidst the slight swaying of the fur-covered bed. Lin Yu scratched his head, gazing at the ointment in his hand, at a loss for words. It is quite absurd. After caring for me for several years, all I can offer in return is to provide for his old age, leaving me with no benefit whatsoever. Observing the elderly man peacefully asleep in the room, Lin Yu continued to mumble, yet a warmth flickered in his eyes. Chapter 17. The witch's potion in the early morning. Warm sunlight did not grace the wooden cabin. The wilderness had not seen the sun in many years, shrouded instead in a seemingly eternal gray mist. Lin Yu slowly awakened from his slumber, discovering that his legs and arms were enveloped in a paste made from crushed herbs. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Old Man Sunday Awake. Old Man Sun, nestled by a battered pot, muttered without turning his head. Years spent in the wilderness had endowed Lin Yu with remarkable physical resilience. Yet even so, the intense exertion of the previous day left him achy all over, with injuries he had not even noticed. Unexpectedly, Old Man Sun had meticulously applied medicine to all his wounds. "There's a young man with a bow guarding you outside," he remarked. "Oh, that's not quite accurate. He hasn't moved from the eaves across from here since last night." Old Man Sun continued leisurely. Lin Yu was taken aback, quickly getting up and heading toward the door. Upon opening the door, Lin Yu beheld a lean figure, cradling a battered bough and casually chewing on a piece of dogtail grass, reclining with one leg crossed over the other on the opposite eaves. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, Zhang Yu nearly toppled off the roof. "Why aren't you back in bed?" Lin Yu frowned, realizing that not just himself, but everyone had exhausted their stamina the previous day. He had never anticipated that Zhang Yu kept vigil outside all night. "Well, there's no one at home but me, so it's not worth staying there. Besides, as an invincible awakened one, no one would dare lay a hand on me out here," Zhang Yu retorted, spitting out the dogtail grass and lazily descending from the eaves. "Yet you. Last time I almost caught you off guard, and this time you snore louder than thunder. Your vigilance is rather lacking," he continued. "I've got nowhere else to go, so I might as well sleep outside your door for a while." Lin Yu scratched his head, realizing he had grown too relaxed upon returning home. However, it must be said that Old Man Sun's acuity surpassed Zhang Yu's expectations. Last night, even the slightest noise he made sent a stone flying out from the door, nearly causing Zhang Yu to tumble from the eaves. Had it not been for Zhang Yu's quick reflexes, he would have landed right in the old man's hands. "By the way, those insects have left," Zhang Yu pondered aloud. "They've left?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Early this morning, Zhang Yu ventured to the outskirts of the town. The swarm of insects that had gathered around the firelight the previous night had vanished without a trace. Zhang Yu remarked softly. Although he could not comprehend why these insects had departed, their absence was indeed a blessing. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Ashentown would eventually starve if they continued to coexist with the swarms. "All right, now that you're awake, I shall take a stroll." Zhang Yu waved his hand and gracefully departed from the wooden cabin. Lin Yu smiled as he watched Zhang Yu's retreating figure. In truth, Lin Yu could have guessed without Zhang Yu's words. Last night, Zhang Yu only worried that he might have let his guard down due to fatigue, which prompted him to assist Lin Yu in keeping watch. With his keen perception, nothing in the surroundings could escape his notice. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a way to accumulate 100 gratitude coins and ascertain what treasures the Eye of Deception might bestow upon him. Lin Yu pondered silently. As of last night, he had amassed 23 gratitude coins, leaving him with a considerable distance to cover before reaching the goal of 100. However, how would he earn those coins? Lin Yu began to fret. In Ashen Town, even the most amiable individuals would not easily lower their guard. In such circumstances, securing genuine gratitude proved to be quite challenging. You can expend gratitude coins to acquire resources, the voice of the large eye in his mind interjected. This might facilitate your endeavors to garner appreciation. Lin Yu paused momentarily, contemplating the notion of exchanging gratitude coins for resources. What could be exchanged? He inquired with curiosity. It was known that the Eye of Deception possessed extraordinary abilities, as evidenced by its capacity to conjure dove chocolate in the wilderness. You can draw a lottery. The eye replied, swaying slightly as a soft, white light began to glow behind it. Draw, Lin Yu declared without hesitation. You have received a vial of Witch's Potion. Witch's Potion? What is this? Lin Yu was taken aback as a white vial materialized in his hand. He began to grasp the situation. The Eye of Deception was attempting to emulate a system akin to those found in novels from his past life. It seemed to be earnestly engaged in transforming the experience into something more immersive, perhaps one of its sources of enjoyment. How splendid to have a system. I'm quite fond of systems, Lin Yu mused joyfully. This was the treatment reserved for protagonists in novels, blessed with a golden finger and a system. Who could resist such fortune? Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the white potion. He could not decipher the inscriptions adorning it. Upon opening the vial, he beheld the so-called Witch's Potion. It was green, bubbling, viscous, and exuded a foul odor. Had the witch mixed excrement into the potion? Or had she infused excrement with potion? Lin Yu stared in shock at the concoction before him, a putrid stench assaulting his senses. Who on earth would want to use this? What purpose does this potion serve? Lin Yu looked disdainfully at the green potion in his hand. Healing? If you tell me this stuff is meant for poisoning, I might be more inclined to believe you, he remarked with a look of exasperation. Nevertheless, despite his aversion, Lin Yu resolved to give it a try. After all, based on his encounters over the past few days, the Eye of Deceit harbored no ill intentions towards him. At least, the white persona showed no malice. If it truly wanted to eliminate him, it could easily do so without such elaborate measures. With just a glare, he would likely have no chance to even experience death as reset. Isn't it just testing the potion? Let us do it. I love experimenting with potions. Lin Yu grit his teeth and dipped his finger into the green liquid. Ugh! Just as he took out the potion, he immediately retched, having not even gagged at eating cockroach protein bars. It's revolting. I feel as if I just fished my finger out of a cesspit. Wait, is this for external use or internal consumption? A sudden thought crossed Lin Yu's mind, and his face turned ashen. Both staring at the viscous green substance. He found it nearly impossible to ingest. I suppose I'll try it externally. With great effort to suppress his nausea, he peeled back the herbal bandage from his arm and smeared the sticky potion over the wound. Oh! Lin Yu observed the unsightly mess on his arm and exclaimed. Chapter 18. We are using medicine the moment the Witch's Potion made contact with Lin Yu's skin. A refreshing sensation coursed through him. The wound visibly began to heal. Although the process was slow, he could still discern the healing unfolding. Curiously, Lin Yu watched his arm, astonished that this seemingly gooey potion could be so miraculous. Within a few minutes, the faint sting that had emanated from the wound was gradually replaced by a soft, cool sensation. There was even a slight itch around the wound. Was it beginning to scab? Was this potion truly that effective? Lin Yu stared blankly at the white vial in his hand, his eyes growing brighter with realization. I know how to earn gratitude coins now. The wind in the wilderness was biting. Qian Lei, pale-faced, was sprinting across the gray expanse, blood trickling from his left arm. He was part of a team venturing into the cave to gather the blazing sun crystals. After a hasty night of rest, he set out again at dawn. The reason was simple. His wife and children depended on him for sustenance. Relying solely on cockroach protein bars was untenable, not due to taste, but because his body could not endure it over time. He needed to hunt some wild beasts to supplement his family's meat supply or exchange them for ingredients of the market. The wilderness beasts had become more ferocious than before, with even large carnivorous creatures emerging. Breathless, Qianlei leaned against a tree and hastily retrieved some torn cloth from his bag to tend to his wound. Emergency treatment for injuries was an essential skill for all wilderness hunters. However, this wound was somewhat troublesome. Frowning, Qianlei examined his arm, which had begun to swell significantly. In fact, the wilderness near Ashentown had not previously harbored many ferocious beasts, being primarily inhabited by smaller creatures. However, upon arriving in the wilderness today, Qianlei noticed something amiss. In the hunting grounds he had contemplated, there was an utter absence of any wild beasts. Left with no other choice, he cautiously advanced further afield. To his astonishment, the first creature he encountered was a mutated leopard, a species that had never been seen in the vicinity before. This majestic predator, already near the pinnacle of the food chain prior to the catastrophe, had become even more formidable in its aftermath. The leopard's running speed, which could reach approximately 60 kilometers per hour, was merely its stable pace. During a hunting sprint, it could temporarily accelerate to an astonishing 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the strength of these beasts had significantly increased following the disaster. Had the leopard not been distracted by something else, Qianlei would have had no chance of escape. If his arm were to be rendered useless, his fate would be sealed. His expression darkened as he felt the effects of substantial blood loss, causing his vision to blur. He stumbled toward the Ashentown ahead. Shortly after entering the settlement, he sensed several malevolent gazes directed at him from the shadows. Upon realizing he had returned empty-handed, many of those stares withdrew, yet a few continued to linger, their intensity growing increasingly fervent. As time passed, Qianlei's hazy vision began to fade to black. He understood the implications of fainting in Ashentown. Just then, a dilapidated wooden cabin came into view. Lin Yu was humming a tune as he pushed open the creaky door, preparing to fetch some water. Oh, not far away, a man was staggering through the alley, clutching his arm. Injured? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, then quickly smiled in delight. It's opening. He hurried toward the staggering figure. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Qianlei panicked, his senses sharpening momentarily. Wasn't this the infamous Lin Yu from the Southern District, known for his erratic behavior? Encountering him now could spell doom, if not certain death. Just as despair set in, a pair of warm hands steadied him. In Qianlei's dazed gaze, Lin Yu smiled. Injured? This won't do. Sustaining such severe wounds in the wilderness is perilous. Qianlei was bewildered. Of course, he understood the danger. Meeting Lin Yu had only exacerbated his predicament. Come. Let South return to my place. I have a family remedy that can help with your injuries. Rest assured, my fees are modest and the effectiveness is guaranteed. Lin Yu said eagerly, his smile nearly blooming like a flower. Qianlei looked at Lin Yu in terror, suddenly finding the strength to run forward. A healing remedy? Who doesn't he know that Lin Yu usually endures his injuries through sheer will? At best, he relies on some herbs collected by Old Sunday. Oh, indeed. There is a terrifying old man named Sun in the house. Upon this realization, Qianlei clenched his teeth and quickened his pace. What are you running for? Lin Yu exclaimed, bewildered. Am I really that frightening? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu took off in pursuit. How could the blood-drained Qianlei possibly outrun the vigorous Lin Yu? As they observed Qianlei being dragged along by Lin Yu, many gazes retreated into the alley, gasping in disbelief. Lin Yu was truly terrifying. The man was already gravely injured, yet he insisted on dragging him home for further torment. How cruel! Qianlei, utterly despondent, was pinned under Lin Yu's arm, struggling madly, yet to no avail. Lin Yu's arms were like iron clamps, holding him firmly. Even if he were uninjured, he would still be unable to break free. The radiant smile on Lin Yu's face filled Qianlei with even greater despair as he envisioned the torment that awaited him. Creak! The dilapidated wooden door swung open, and Old Man Sun stared blankly at the sight of Qianlei being brought in. Why did you bring someone back? He asked. a peculiar expression crossing his face. "I intend to treat his injuries," Lin Yu replied with a sidelong glance at Old Man Sun, while the almost stupefied Qian lay on the ground. "Treat injuries? You can do that?" Old Man Sun was even more baffled. Indeed. Lin Yu, you are undoubtedly a devil." Lying on the floor, Qian surveyed the rundown room, desperately seeking a sharp weapon. If he could find one, he would unleash his last ounce of strength to seize it and grant himself a swift end. He had not even contemplated the idea of turning the tables on Lin Yu. "Do not fear, do not move. Let Dr. Lin examine you and see where it hurts," Lin Yu said, grinning widely and striving to speak in the gentlest tone. "Oh, it's your arm, you poor thing. How could you be so careless?" Qian Lei shivered. "My God, this is terrifying. This is utterly deranged." Lin Yu leaned closer to Qian Lei, his face still adorned with a bright smile. He retrieved a vial of white liquid from his pocket and gently twisted off the cap. A foul stench immediately assaulted the senses, even causing Old Man Sun to gag beside them. "Dear little one, it's time for your medicine." Chapter 19. The Divine Doctor. Gazing at the viscous green substance writhing within the vial, Qian Lei's eyes widened in sheer terror. "I must say, Lin Yu, this is revolting." Old Man Sun gagged again, his face pale. "This odor is absolutely overwhelming. To be honest, you might as well just kill him. Feeding him this is undeniably inhumane." Old Man Sun leaned against the wall, retching as he spoke, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. He longed to escape the room, but Lin Yu's position blocked the only exit. He feared that if he passed by, he might faint from the horror. "In my long life traversing the wilderness, I have never encountered anything so nauseating. Truly, this is repulsive." Even Old Man Sun, keeping his distance, reacted this way, let alone the unfortunate Qian Lei on the floor. He screamed like a madman, thrashing about with wild abandon, terror reflected in his eyes as tears began to well up. "A soldier may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Just yesterday, we were comrades embarking on an adventure together. Lin Yu, I beg you, behave yourself, or I shall break every limb and force-feed you excrement." As Qian Lei struggled fiercely, Lin Yu's anger ignited. "I am merely attempting to assist you, and you resist?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Qian Lei suddenly ceased his movements. A single tear trickled down his cheek, for he sensed that Lin Yu was not merely threatening him. He might indeed carry out his words. Seeing Qian Lei finally relent, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, reassured that his efforts were not in vain. Just as he intended to pour a bit of the potion into his hand, a thought struck him. This potion, it seemed, could be ingested as well as applied externally. His hand halted mid-motion, and he turned to gaze at the tearful Qian Lei with a mixture of curiosity, doubt, and a hint of excitement. Given the severity of the injuries, it was logical that internal consumption would yield greater benefits. Murmuring to himself, Lin Yu swiftly pried open Qian Lei's mouth. Tears streamed down Qian Lei's cheeks as he watched Lin Yu, wearing a devilish grin, slowly pour the viscous green liquid from the bottle. The potion flowed languidly due to its thickness. With a splat, a sizable glob of snot-like potion finally dropped into Qian Lei's mouth. He trembled violently, as if glimpsing paradise. At that moment, he felt his life nearing its end. "I've consumed this. What's left to live for? I've ingested this foul concoction." Suddenly, Qian Lei's eyes sparkled as he smacked his lips. This flavor is surprisingly tolerable. It seems that excrement is not as repulsive as it appears." Lost in thought, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, akin to being electrified. Following a wave of coolness, he was astonished to feel his blood begin to warm, and the pain in his arm swiftly subsided. Qian Lei could not suppress a groan. Elder Sun stared at him in disbelief, wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost. "What in the world? After decades of life, I am questioning my understanding of reality." Seeing Qian Lei savor the green, viscous liquid, Elder Sun retched violently. The sound from within the dilapidated house sent chills down the spines of those in the alley, their hairs standing on end as they gazed in terror at the crumbling wooden structure. With Lin Yu and Elder Sun present, I dare say even the King of Hell would applaud. Word of this would ensure that one would rather face death than fall into Lin Yu's hands. Inside, Qianlei gradually regained his senses. He lifted his gaze to find Lin Yu smiling amiably at him. He raised his hand slightly. Incredible. The light began to return to Qianlei's eyes, and his arm felt significantly improved. Is it true? You're truly a miraculous healer? The thought of my arm gradually regaining its strength, allowing me to return to the wilderness for hunting and to provide for my wife and children fills Qianlei with renewed hope. Thank you, Qianlei exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. A golden coin slowly dissipated in Lin Yu's mind. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. This method proves to be effective. No matter how formidable a wilderness hunter may be, injuries are inevitable when confronting the fierce beasts of the wild. Once the efficacy of this potion becomes widely known, I need not worry about receiving gratitude. Truly, I am remarkable. Observing the fervor in Qianlei's eyes, Lin Yu cleared his throat and stated, 10 copper coins. Copper coins are the most commonly circulated currency, easily exchanged in all human settlements, including the main city. Besides copper coins, there are also silver and gold coins. However, Ashen Town is destitute. It is rare to even encounter silver coins, let alone gold. The only connection Lin Yu had with silver coins was due to others often referring to him as an old silver coin because of his way of doing things. Upon hearing Lin Yu's quote of 10 copper coins, Qianlei hesitated for a moment. Truthfully, it was not inexpensive. Yet, in light of the hope for his future, it was indeed a small price to pay. All right, I didn't bring any money while hunting. I will fetch it once I return home, Qianlei said, gritting his teeth and speaking earnestly to Lin Yu. However, I have a suggestion, he added after a moment of hesitation, his gaze evasive. What suggestion? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Qianlei bit his lip again, hesitating before saying, the potion works remarkably well, but could it be that it doesn't have to be mixed with feces? Although it does taste acceptable, it is still hard to accept. Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Qianlei's words. Do you think I want that? Just leave, Lin Yu retorted. And don't forget the payment, or you shall know the consequences. He gave Qianlei a firm kick, ushering him away. Qianlei stumbled out of the wooden cabin and stood in the disheveled alley, his expression complex as he gazed at the dilapidated wooden door. Before departing, he bowed deeply towards the cabin. Inside, the old man's son looked at Lin Yu with a mixture of suspicion and astonishment. You actually healed him? When did you learn to do this? Lin Yu yawned, responding leisurely. Didn't I already say? I am a miraculous healer. A series of black lines crossed Son's face as he muttered, I would be a fool to believe you. His tone shifted to seriousness, for he understood better than Lin Yu the implications of this potion. Noticing Son's grave demeanor, Lin Yu could only reply with reluctance. I found an ancient scroll in the wilderness that detailed this potion. I attempted to recreate it and was astonished by its efficacy. The wilderness holds countless opportunities beyond mere beasts. Lin Yu could hardly divulge to Son that this potion was a gift from the large-eyed entity in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Son spoke slowly. Must this potion be mixed with feces? Chapter 20. Lin Yu, are you home? With a sigh, the old man's son gazed at Lin Yu, his pallor evident. Lin Yu's expression darkened considerably. After a brief moment, he managed to reveal a faint smile. Indeed, it is essential to use excrement, and the larger the dosage, the more favorable the outcome. The longer the fermentation period, the more effective it becomes. Elder, should you find yourself injured again, I shall not be stingy. I will ensure that you receive the most potent and pungent quantity with the longest fermentation. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Son's features shifted dramatically, his complexion growing even more ashen. He struggled to suppress the churn of his stomach. Casting a hopeful glance toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu, if I must use this remedy next time I am injured, would it not be kinder to grant me a swift end? In one of the few brick houses in the small town, Zhang Yi cautiously lifted a bowl of hot porridge, gently blowing on it. Although it was termed porridge, it bore little distinction from rice soup, with only a scattering of coarse rice settling at the bottom of the large bowl. Mother, it's time to eat. Zhang Yi scooped a spoonful of the soup, verifying its temperature before carrying the porridge to the dining table within the room. The elderly woman trembled as she approached Zhang Yi, striving to open her mouth. Be careful. It's hot, he advised patiently, feeding her spoonfuls of the warm porridge. The elderly lady consumed it slowly, yet Zhang Yi remained unhurried. Once he had fed her the entire bowl, he rose and retrieved his somewhat dulled steel knife from inside. "Mother, I'm stepping out. I'll be back late tonight. You should rest if you're tired. No need to wait for me." Before leaving, Zhang Yi turned to the elderly woman, offering a gentle smile. "I love you, Mom." He softly closed the door behind him, where several subordinates had been waiting for some time. "Boss, something feels off in the wilderness," Feng Xiang remarked with a furrowed brow. "I am aware. The nearby wild beasts have vanished, and there are many more ferocious creatures emerging." This situation had already been reported to Zhang Yi earlier that morning. "How did the hunting go for the brothers this morning?" "Many were injured, and one has died," Feng Xiang sighed. "It was not only Qianlei who ventured into the wilderness this morning. Unfortunately, everyone encountered misfortune." "Let us go take a look," Zhang Yi said, his brows knitting together. In the southern district of Ashentown, there stood an abandoned warehouse, which due to its spaciousness had long been utilized by Zhang Yi and his crew as their base. However, within the warehouse, cries of pain and labored breaths echoed intermittently. How could it have come to this? Zhang Yi and a few subordinates arrived at the warehouse, taken aback by the sight before them. Scattered throughout were over 10 individuals, most of whom bore injuries. The most grievously wounded lay unconscious, his arm nearly severed. As Zhang Yi approached, he inhaled sharply. The injury was a severe laceration, as if a beast had literally torn the arm asunder. Without prompt medical attention, not only was the preservation of the arm in jeopardy, but the individual's life was also likely at stake. Others bore varying degrees of injuries. Yet upon seeing Zhang Yi, they restrained their anguish and stood up, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow tightly. Judging by their wounds, even if they survived, they would lose a significant portion of their combat prowess in the days to come. Not to mention, the most perilous challenge had yet to begin: infection. In this town, the profession of a doctor was non-existent. In the past, when injuries occurred, it was the wilderness hunters who relied on their experience to forage for herbs. Then it was a matter of doing their best and leaving the rest to fate. Those fortunate enough might gradually recover, while those less so would hear the mournful tune of the Swana as they departed this world. "Boss, I heard that Qianlei was gravely injured this morning, but he seemed to recover swiftly." Feng Xiang hesitated before speaking. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Zhang Yi cast a cold glance at Feng Xiang, a hint of iciness in his eyes. Feng Xiang shivered under Zhang Yi's gaze, stammering, "I heard it was Lin Yu who healed him." "Isn't Lin Yu notorious for his erratic mind?" "I'm afraid his remedy was merely a stroke of luck," Zhang Yi retorted, slapping Feng Xiang across the face in anger. "Let me tell you, there are no such strokes of luck in this world. Let us go find Lin Yu." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's command, the injured in the warehouse supported one another as they made their way outside. The wilderness hunter with a broken arm was lifted by Zhang Yi on a makeshift stretcher, and they all headed toward Lin Yu's home. Inside the wooden house, Lin Yu was engaged in a fierce debate with old Sun, their eyes locked in a contest of wills over the dosage of the witch's potion. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. Their argument abruptly ceased, and old Sun's gaze sharpened, his stooped figure straightening slightly as he hastily retrieved a rusted sickle from the corner. The sickle bore dark red stains, releasing a faint, foul odor, making it hard to discern whether it was rust or blood. Like old Sun, Lin Yu immediately masked his earlier jovial demeanor, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He swiftly ascended to the beams of the house, poised like a coiled cheetah ready to pounce, gripping the dagger at his side. "There are quite a few of them," old Sun warned Lin Yu with a glance. Lin Yu nodded silently. He could discern from the footsteps that there were at least 10 individuals. A flicker of fierce intent and murderous resolve passed through his eyes. Should anyone dare to push the door open, Lin Yu would be prepared to sever their throat in an instant. Innocent bystanders? They can negotiate with my dagger about that. The shuffling footsteps halted outside, and Lin Yu was fully prepared for battle. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking resonated. Lin Yu exchanged a puzzled glance with old Sunday. "Lin Yu, open the door. I know you're inside." "It's Zhang Yi." "Zhang Yi?" Lin Yu's expression shifted in surprise, yet he remained silent. "Moments latte." Zhang Yi's deep voice echoed again. "My brothers are injured. I hear you can heal them. I'm coming in now. Do not act rashly." Lin Yu tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. The creaking of the dilapidated wooden door filled the air as Zhang Yi, with his hands raised high, slowly stepped into the room. The steel knife he always carried was strapped to his back, and he raised his hands to signal to Lin Yu that he bore no ill will. After all, Zhang Yi understood that in these times, intruding into another's home unannounced was akin to inviting a death sentence. Is Lin Yu not here? Upon entering the wooden cabin, Zhang Yi paused, taken aback. He only saw an elderly man, as thin as a skeleton, holding a sickle and regarding him with cold eyes. He recognized the old man, once a renowned wilderness hunter in the town, Old Sunday. After a moment of silence, Old Sun suddenly coughed violently, his frail figure collapsing to the floor. Hey, Zhang Yi exclaimed, rushing towards Old Sunday. Just then, a glint of cold light shot up from the beams of the house, aimed directly at Zhang Yi's throat. Chapter 21. The Living Yama. Lin Yu, damn it. Lin Yu, do you even have a sense of reason? As the leader of the Southern District, Zhang Yi's reflexes were exceptionally sharp, his combat experience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Seeing Lin Yu charge at him without uttering a word, Zhang Yi felt a surge of urgency. With a low growl, he tensed every muscle in his body, seizing the fleeting opportunity to grasp Lin Yu's arm and pull him down. Lin Yu, without a word, landed smoothly on the ground and immediately grabbed Zhang Yi's arm, using his momentum to flip over Zhang Yi's head, maneuvering into a position to strangle him. In terms of sheer strength, Lin Yu could not match Zhang Yi. After all, he was a genetically enhanced warrior. Listen to me. Zhang Yi's face turned crimson as he was choked, yet Lin Yu paid no heed to his words, delivering a punch to Zhang Yi's armpit. Many are unaware that the armpit is one of the human body's most vulnerable areas. The nerves located about 3 inches below the armpit do not require precise targeting, as the size of a fist is sufficient to bridge any inaccuracies. A severe blow to this nerve can instantaneously cause it to misalign, akin to a short circuit in wiring. Upon receiving pain signals, the brain releases a surge of calcium and potassium, sending electrical charges coursing through the body, resulting in a brief sensation of numbness due to nerve misalignment. Though it lasts but a few seconds in a life-and-death struggle, it can prove fatal. This was one of the easiest methods Old Sun had taught Lin Yu to subdue an opponent. Zhang Yi had anticipated that the punch would be aimed at his head, but Lin Yu proved to be the more cunning of the two, a misfortune for Zhang Yi. As Lin Yu's fist struck down, Zhang Yi let out a muffled groan, his body instantly succumbing to numbness. Old man, Lin Yu shouted, just as the shaky Old Sun seemed on the verge of collapsing. He suddenly propped himself up with his frail arm, and a needle, as thin as a toothpick, shot forth from between his fingers like a wraith. Damn, are you serious? Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the needle fly towards him. Fortunately, his physical prowess was formidable. Within moments, his muscles regained their flexibility, and his robust right arm shot up to block the incoming steel needle. At the moment the steel needle penetrated his arm, Zhang Yi let out a furious roar, his muscles tensing tightly. The needle was caught by his powerful muscles just a few centimeters in. Damn it! The entire confrontation unfolded in the blink of an eye, and the young men outside only just began to react, preparing to rush into the room. Everyone stop right now. Zhang Yi glared at Lin Yu, who was about to strike at his lower body, and forcefully threw him off. That punch was not something mere muscle could withstand. Look outside. I genuinely came to help you heal. Lin Yu, having been tossed aside, was utterly disoriented. Zhang Yi's strength was no joke. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Lin Yu, still dazed, lifted his head with a dagger in hand to glance at the scene. Huh. Outside, several injured wilderness hunters stood in shock, witnessing the battle within. He really did come a heal? It finally dawned on Lin Yu. It was understandable that Lin Yu and the old man's son reacted so strongly. In this era, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to fatal consequences. Ha, of course I understand. It's just been a while since we sparred, and I got a bit eager. Lin Yu laughed as he rose from the ground, showing no sign of embarrassment. The earlier needle seemed to have drained all of old man's son's energy, as he now lay sprawled on the animal hide bed. The old man certainly had a good quality of sleep. Spar? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have nearly crushed my. Zhang Ye's expression darkened, and after a moment, he continued, my brothers have been injured. I heard you have some miraculous healing potions? Yes, indeed, Lin Yu replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he warmly embraced Zhang Ye's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi inquired, is there anything else you need? I brought all the medical supplies I could carry, just to be safe. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates brought in a wooden box. Lin Yu opened it to find some basic bandages, alcohol, and other everyday items. He then turned to survey the injured men sprawled about. Goodness, if Lin Yu were to rely solely on these bandages and alcohol to save the wounded, even a king of hell would give him a thumbs up. It would be akin to intercepting a nuclear missile with peanuts and succeeding. Come in. Who shall we start with? Lin Yu quietly closed the box and asked. Zhang Yi immediately lifted in a man with a severed arm into the room. Lin Yu bent down to closely examine the wound, gasping in shock. Such a severe tear. He wondered if the witch's potion could salvage it. Let me be frank. The injury is grave, and I can only do my best. No problem, Zhang Yi responded promptly. With a reassuring answer, Lin Yu seized his dagger, preparing to first clean out the rotting muscle tissue. Wait, don't you need to disinfect? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Disinfect? What disinfect? Lin Yu looked up, bewildered at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Old man's son. Everyone. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Lin Yu slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Having indulged excessively in novels about tomatoes from previous lives, Lin Yu found himself forgetting certain matters. He seized the alcohol from the box and decisively poured it over the severed arm. The injured individual, lying unconscious on the ground, convulsed violently, as if subjected to unspeakable torment. A collective gasp of horror escaped the onlookers. Good heavens! Subsequently, Lin Yu brandished a flame to scorch his dagger, efficiently removing the decayed flesh. He then retrieved a white vial, gently twisting it open. A series of dry heaves erupted in the room, as if the sound were contagious. Zhang Yi, overwhelmed by the acrid fumes, pinched his nose and inquired, what on earth is this? A family secret, Lin Yu replied, his expression unchanging. Zhang Yi cast a skeptical glance at the vial, pondering how this so-called family remedy appeared anything but traditional. Ignoring their doubts, Lin Yu swiftly pried open the injured man's mouth. With a splat, a viscous, green substance fell into his mouth. The unconscious victim jolted awake, a solitary warm tear trickling from the corner of his eye. Though he remained unaware of the circumstances, his body's instinctive response conveyed a sense of humiliation. Witnessing this scene, all present, including Zhang Yi, instinctively recoiled, casting frightened glances at Lin Yu. You promised healing, yet you are feeding him excrement. Can he still use that mouth? After completing his task, Lin Yu silently rose to his feet. Is it done? Zhang Yi asked, perplexed. Indeed, Lin Yu replied with calm assurance. The onlookers leaned closer to the fallen man, and apart from the overwhelming stench, there appeared to be no visible change. They regarded Lin Yu with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Patience, please, Lin Yu advised, casting a glance at the crowd. Although he too felt uncertain, he could not allow that to show. Suddenly, Feng Xiang exclaimed in astonishment, the wound is beginning to heal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi pushed past Feng Xiang to take a closer look. The tear in the arm was visibly mending, albeit at a sluggish pace, yet the results were undeniable. What a miraculous feat of medicine! The crowd gazed in awe at the composed Lin Yu. What is there to be astonished about? It is only natural for a miraculous remedy, the culmination of my lifelong research, to yield such results, Lin Yu scoffed, nostrils flaring. Old Sun, feigning unconsciousness on the bed, lifted his head to glance at Lin Yu before lowering it once more. So, consuming excrement truly has such beneficial effects on wounds? No wonder there exists a renowned traditional Chinese medicine called Rinzhonghuang. The attendees silently resolved to avoid waste after using the restroom, considering that it might prove useful someday. Yet, despite their thoughts, they immediately raised their thumbs in admiration for Lin Yu, their praise echoing throughout the room. Who else? Lin Yu asked with pride and confidence. What are you all waiting for? Come in, Zhang Yi shouted, prompting the crowd to finally react. In an instant, The cramped wooden cabin was filled to capacity. Due to the sluggish circulation of air, the foul stench lingered stubbornly, even causing Lin Yu to experience a sense of suffocation. "Everyone, please step outside and queue up." Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Yu prompted Zhang Yi, who immediately led the group out of the wooden cabin to wait quietly in the fresh air. Remarkably, after encountering the witch's potion, the murky atmosphere outside seemed strikingly fragrant in comparison. Lin Yu glanced at the potion in his hand and noticed that it had dwindled to a mere few drops. One gratitude coin could be exchanged for a vial of potion, which was capable of healing approximately 3 individuals, thus a potential gain of 3 gratitude coins. However, the consumption of the potion could vary wildly depending on the size of the wounds. "Let them all take it internally. They will eventually acclimate," Lin Yu mused to himself. After estimating the number of wounded awaiting treatment, Lin Yu silently spent 3 gratitude coins once more to exchange for 3 vials of the witch's potion. Strangely, as he redeemed the final vial, he sensed a flicker of excitement from the eye of deception. "What has you so thrilled?" Lin Yu thought, perplexed, as he suddenly noticed that the white light behind the eye of deception had inexplicably transformed into a dark hue. Could another soul have emerged? A chill ran through Lin Yu as he regarded the last potion he had obtained, an ominous feeling settling within him. As Lin Yu swiftly healed one injured person after another, his collection of gratitude coins surged to 41. "Lin Yu, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help, I would never be able to venture into the wilderness again," said a tearful wilderness hunter. For them, being unable to traverse the wild would be a devastating blow, drastically diminishing their quality of life and leaving them vulnerable to ambushes that could lead to death. Lin Yu recognized this wilderness hunter as Su Yi, one of the party members who had ventured into the cave. "Such is the heart of a healer. How could I bear to witness your suffering?" Lin Yu sighed, gently shaking his head, feeling as though the tattered rags he wore had transformed into a pristine white coat. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the others were even more moved. How had we not noticed how kind Lin Yu truly is? Su Yi silently vowed that anyone who dared to speak ill of Lin Yu would face his wrath. Lin Yu uncorked the last vial of potion, revealing a murky green viscous liquid bubbling ominously. Su Yi, forcing back his nausea, swallowed the viscous substance that resembled mucus. As a refreshing sensation spread from his wound, Su Yi rejoiced. "It truly works. Thank you, Lin Yu." His gratitude prompted a glimmer of a golden gratitude coin to flash in Lin Yu's mind, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Is it normal to feel nauseous after taking the potion?" Su Yi asked, preparing to leave, when suddenly he felt his stomach roiling. "Well, it's to be expected. After all, the taste of the potion is rather unpleasant," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Those who could endure the queasiness to swallow the witch's potion were indeed courageous souls. Lin Yu found it impossible to accept the situation. At most, he could only resort to external applications. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, staring intently at Su Yi. It was unclear when it began, but a trickle of green liquid seemed to ooze from the corner of Su Yi's mouth. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and Su Yi felt a tremendous upheaval in his stomach, ultimately retching violently. Upon witnessing Su Yi's vomit, Lin Yu was taken aback. "What on earth? Are you vomiting excrement?" Su Yi was equally stunned. Why was it only him who experienced such a bizarre occurrence? He could only attribute it to his own condition and walked out of the wooden hut in frustration. Next, Lin Yu called out loudly. When the next injured individual consumed the witch's potion, Lin Yu anxiously observed his expression. As he noticed the man's cheeks puffing up, Lin Yu swiftly grabbed a wooden bucket. Ugh, wow. Unsurprisingly, he too expelled excrement. Zhang Yi looked on in horror at his 2 subordinates, repeatedly apologizing to Lin Yu, a wave of guilt rising within him. It was all his fault for not having enough capability. Just look at the state his subordinates were in. They were so starving they resorted to such indignities. The subsequent individuals followed the process. They took the potion, vomited excrement, and were then carried away. Lin Yu numbly attended to all the injured, weakly waving his hand. 13 individuals, 10 copper coins each, with a discount and rounding off, that amounts to 150 coins. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He counted on his fingers for quite some time and asked in confusion, "Wait, Lin Yu, shouldn't 13 people equal 130 copper coins? How does it come to 150 with a discount?" Lin Yu shot him a glare. "A bunch of people vomiting excrement in my place. Isn't it reasonable for me to give myself a discount?" "All good, all good," Zhang Yi replied reluctantly, pulling out 5 silver coins and several copper coins to hand over to Lin Yu. "So, this is what silver coins look like." Lin Yu mused, examining the silver coin in his hand. It was indeed his first encounter with currency other than copper coins. It seemed that Zhang Yi, as the leader of the southern district, had quite a bit of wealth. "Thank you sincerely, Lin Yu. Without you, we would have undoubtedly suffered significant losses," Zhang Yi said earnestly. "Creating a harmonious society, fostering civilized neighborhoods, I, Lin Yu, shall not shy away from my duty." Observing the number of gratitude tokens in his mind, Lin Yu beamed with delight. Chapter 23. The market. In truth, Ashen Town was not as Lin Yu had initially envisioned. When he first arrived in this world and learned about the nature of the era from Old Man's son, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He perceived this realm as one devoid of order, stripped of life, and fraught with peril. Lin Yu even contemplated suicide, only to be mercilessly returned to life by the cruel hand of fate. However, after residing in this world for a period, he discovered that the reality was somewhat better than he had anticipated. In truth, Ashen Town resembles a diminutive version of a city, or perhaps more accurately, it evokes memories of some lesser-known towns from a bygone era, albeit with a less favorable security situation. Particularly at night, the only illumination within the town emanates from the sacred flames, as electric lighting is a luxury in this age. During these hours, all inhabitants securely bolt their doors, remaining vigilant against potential dangers. Such threats do not arise from the wilderness, but rather from the very residents of Ashen Town. In every world and era, there shall always exist such individuals. Lacking the capacity to hunt in the wild, they are disinclined to exert effort in menial tasks, preferring a life of ease and indulgence. Notably, some of the more robust denizens often lurk in the shadowy alleys under the cover of night, akin to hyenas awaiting their prey. In even graver instances, they may stealthily invade the homes of others, engaging in theft or even murder. Yet, these transgressions are tacitly condoned by the town. Neither Zhang Yi nor Wang Ming would impose strict regulations on such matters. This is the nature of the times. Each individual is accountable solely for themselves. And even the leaders of the North and South districts can only strive to ensure that matters do not escalate too egregiously. It is not out of benevolence, but rather a necessity to maintain the town's basic functioning. Contrasting the night, the town's daytime bustles with activity. A modest marketplace thrives, frequented by wilderness hunters who bring their game or foraged herbs to sell. Generally, townsfolk are reluctant to purchase meat, with only the relatively affluent residents or those in dire need willing to buy. For instance, powerful wilderness hunters command high status within the town, as their prowess in hunting grants them a measure of wealth. Besides these hunters, there are tailor shops and general stores, where proprietors, engaged in their trades, occasionally procure meat. However, most townspeople prefer to barter their catches with Zhang Yi. Take Lin Yu and Old Sun, for instance. They subsist primarily on cockroach protein bars, indulging in additional meals only occasionally. When they consume meat, they have hunted or food purchased from the market. It is not that Lin Yu is impoverished, but rather that Old Sun disallows it. He believes that mere survival suffices, and there is no need for excessive cravings. This change in attitude is due to Lin Yu's presence. Previously, Old Sun seldom needed to buy meat, partly out of reluctance, and partly because he could easily hunt in the wild if necessity arose. He had little cause for concern. With Lin Yu's arrival, however, Old Sun feels compelled to occasionally provide the boy with proper nutrition, acknowledging that the child is in a phase of growth. "Auntie, these wild greens are spoiled, and you still dare to sell them for a copper coin?" "No, uncle, but why does this meat look so peculiar? Surely it isn't watered down?" With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yu wandered through the bustling marketplace, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with the vendors lining the streets. However, the merchants regarded him with a hint of disdain, as he often struck up conversations without making any purchases. Suddenly, his eyes lit up at the sight of candied hawthorns, a rare treat in the market. Good sir, how much for these candied hawthorns? Lin Yu inquired as he approached a vendor. 1 copper coin for a skewer, 2 copper coins for 3, 3 copper coins for 4, and 4 copper coins for 5. The vendor cheerfully responded, recognizing the young man before him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, I shall take 2 copper coins worth, please. Certainly. The vendor swiftly handed over 3 skewers of candied hawthorn to Lin Yu. Now, I would like another 2 copper coins worth, Lin Yu calmly requested. The vendor paused, hesitating before ultimately offering another 3 skewers. Wait a moment, the vendor said, suddenly recalling something. You gave me 4 copper coins. I should only be giving you 5 skewers. Lin Yu, munching on a piece of candied hawthorn, patiently explained, Good sir, 2 copper coins yield 3 skewers, correct? Indeed, the vendor replied. Thus, if I purchase 2 sets at 2 copper coins each, that would amount to 6 skewers, would it not? That is indeed correct, the vendor conceded, scratching his head, seemingly convinced by Lin Yu's reasoning. Farewell, good sir. Lin Yu cheerfully waved the candied hawthorns in his hand as he continued on his way. Ahead of him, a young child approached, clutching a handcrafted rattle made by his parents. What a delightful child, Lin Yu mused, clicking his tongue. Come here, little one. The child looked up at Lin Yu with curiosity, but took a cautious step back, though his eyes lingered hungrily on the candied hawthorns. Would you like a candied hawthorn? Lin Yu smiled warmly at the child. Indeed, children often succumb to the allure of food, particularly the enticing candied hawthorns Lin Yu held. Such a good boy, he said, handing over 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, gently ruffling the child's hair. In a playful gesture, he discreetly slipped the used skewer into the child's back pocket. After completing his whimsical act, Lin Yu resumed his leisurely stroll through the marketplace, whistling cheerfully. I hope your injuries have improved since yesterday. You seem to be recovering quite well. Take care to rest and work diligently. As he meandered, Lin Yu encountered several wild hunters he had treated the previous day. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I feel much better, one of them exclaimed. Lin Yu, I truly appreciate your help yesterday, another added. Their warm reception was a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor, as they recognized Lin Yu's skill in healing their wounds. For wild hunters, injuries were an inevitable part of their trade, and cultivating a good relationship with Lin Yu could only be advantageous. Lin Yu beamed as he mentally noted the tokens of gratitude accumulating in his mind, his heart swelling with joy. Just a small favor, my friends. Do come by often, he replied, bowing graciously, exuding an air of a benevolent healer. To his delight, he realized that this unexpected source of gratitude could transform his daily visits to the marketplace into a fruitful endeavor. Lin Yu mused to himself, contemplating the possibilities ahead. As Lin Yu gazed at the ever-increasing number of gratitude coins in his mind, his anticipation grew. Chapter 24. The Dragon Robe? Zhang Yu, you nearly shot me. Lin Yu, wielding a dagger, rolled clumsily on the ground, cursing at Zhang Yu. Not far from him lay a colossal beast, lifeless, with dark red blood seeping into the earth. This creature resembled a deer from before the cataclysm, yet it had inexplicably developed sharp teeth and claws. Zhang Yu stretched languidly, slinging his bow across his back while ignoring Lin Yu's tirade. Rest assured, I, the eagle-eyed Zhang Yu, have never missed. The two approached the carcass of the giant deer, swiftly and adeptly performing the task of butchery. Lin Yu skillfully separated the entire hide from the flesh, draping it over his back, then meticulously categorized the edible portions of the deer, packing them into their backpacks. For reasons unknown, most of the meat from the beast was inedible. Initially, many would venture into the wilderness to hunt, only to suffer severe diarrhea or even death after consumption. Nearly only a small section of meat from the abdomen was suitable for sustenance. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Ashen Town would not endure such hardship. Since acquiring the Witch-S potion, Lin Yu had been living a stable life. During the day, he hunted in the wilderness with Zhang Yu, and, at night, he returned to Ashen Town to tend to the injured hunters. He was almost living a 9-to-5 existence. Most importantly, the number of gratitude coins in his mind had astonishingly reached 86. Only 14 more coins were needed to obtain the weapon offered by the Eye of Deception. As the two trekked back with their somewhat heavy backpacks, Zhang Yu remarked, Lin Yu, have you noticed how strange the wilderness has become lately? There are so many unusual beasts appearing. This giant deer, for instance, we would have had to venture at least another hour out before encountering in the past. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. Moreover, it was not just strange in that regard. There were virtually no beasts remaining around Ashentown, forming a veritable vacuum. In more remote areas, the previously weak and easily hunted creatures had vanished, replaced by those from farther afield or by highly aggressive carnivorous beasts. Beyond that, they were unsure, for no one dared to venture deeper into the wilderness. It was indeed peculiar. It felt as though some powerful entity had emerged from the depths of the wilderness, driving those ferocious carnivorous beasts to the outer regions. The ordinary creatures that once inhabited those areas had now become prey for these formidable predators. Ultimately, no matter the type of beast, they all refrained from approaching the vicinity of Ashentown. Lin Yu's gaze drifted towards the depths of the wilderness, where nothing was visible but a shroud of gray mist. Due to the changes in the wilderness, hunters had become increasingly reluctant to venture out alone. Most would form teams of 3 or more before entering the wild. Thus, Lin Yu enlisted the assistance of Zhang Yu, who was notorious for his thievery in the town, compelling him to join forces as they ventured into the wilderness. With the extraordinary vision granted by Eagle Eye and Zhang Yu's unparalleled archery skills, they often rendered wild beasts incapable of resistance after just a few arrows. Ultimately, Lin Yu would approach with a dagger to finish off the prey, and they would share their spoils equally. In comparison to other wilderness hunters, the duo of Lin Yu and Zhang Yu operated with an almost overwhelming superiority, encountering little danger along the way. Honestly, if you hadn't dragged me into this wilderness, I would have been far more comfortable in the town, Zhang Yu grumbled. Come on, can you act like a decent person for once? Lin Yu shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing. Hunting is becoming increasingly difficult. After someone finally manages to catch some game, you just swoop in and steal it. Do you expect them to survive? Not my concern, Zhang Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. In truth, Zhang Yu's perspective epitomized the stark reality of this era. The lives and deaths of others were of no consequence to him. If someone was robbed by him, it was simply a matter of their weakness. If they had the capability, they could just as easily take from him. In contrast, Lin Yu was still influenced by the principles of his former civilized society. Although he had grown considerably ruthless, he retained a degree of humanity that Zhang Yu lacked. Yet, when confronted with danger, Lin Yu's ferocity surpassed that of most. In this age, only the most reckless individuals instilled fear in the hearts of savage hunters. As they neared Ashentown, Lin Yu suddenly sensed an unusual presence in his mind. He gazed inward, his mouth agape in disbelief. The large eye that had previously resided in his consciousness had inexplicably vanished, replaced by a young man clad in a black robe. Wade? What on earth? Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu asked, tilting his head in confusion. Nothing. Let us just return to our respective homes. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, quickening his pace toward the wooden cabin, leaving Zhang Yu bewildered behind him. I'm the only one at home, Zhang Yu muttered. What's wrong? Isn't that how humans are? The figure in black spoke languidly, seemingly pleased with his appearance. This humanoid entity is actually eye of deception? Lin Yu swallowed hard. No. Why have you suddenly transformed like this? The eye of deception appeared to ponder for a moment before laboriously responding. Interesting. Interesting? Lin Yu was truly taken aback. Previously, I traversed an intriguing world that remains vivid in my memory. Look at this, it's fascinating. As the words of Eye of Deception fell, a peculiar machine materialized behind him. When Lin Yu finally discerned the nature of the machine, his mind reeled. A vending machine? It was the first time he had been so astonished since arriving in this world. However, the vending machine brought forth by Eye of Deception appeared to be unlike any other, with its products appearing quite obscure. Only one item was distinctly visible, a witch's potion. Could it be that aside from the witch's potion, the gratitude currency could be exchanged for other items? Where did this come from? Lin Yu inquired urgently. He suddenly realized that the Eye of Deception seemed to bear a certain connection to Earth. The black robe it donned appeared rather ordinary at first glance. However, it was essential to note that in this world, no one would wear such a garment. When Lin Yu discerned the intricate patterns adorning this robe, he was utterly taken aback. This was not a mere black long robe. It was exquisitely embroidered with over a dozen designs, including the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and dragons, all vividly depicted. Most significantly, Lin Yu sensed a peculiar familiarity emanating from it. A black and red dragon robe? The teachings of the first emperor, as recounted in the records of the grand historian, spoke of the five virtues and the fire virtue of the Zhou dynasty, which was not to be surpassed in the Qin era. Presently, as the water virtue begins anew, the celebrations commence on the first day of October. The attire and banners were all adorned in black. This fragment of history surged into Lin Yu's mind, a passage from the ancient text. Is this the dragon robe of the first emperor? Chapter 25. The Palace Beyond the Black. Mist. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment, his entire being feeling as though struck by lightning. The attire of the Qin dynasty was inherited from the warring states, characterized by the deep clothing system, a combination of top and bottom, featuring generous cuts, overlapping collars, and wide sleeves. Contrary to the later depictions of the first emperor's garments, which suggested they were solely embellished with an 8-clawed golden dragon, the truth differed. Unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties' bright yellow dragon robes, it was said that the first emperor's ceremonial attire drew more from the 12 emblematic patterns of the Zhou dynasty. This system encompassed 12 symbolic designs, of which the dragon motif was merely one among many, not the exclusive emblem. The young man, transformed by the eye of deception, now resembled a formidable ruler clad in a majestic black robe. "Are you surprised?" he inquired. "You may be even more astonished by what lies below." The corners of the eye of deception's mouth curled upwards, seemingly relishing Lin Yu's shocked expression. With a grandiose gesture, he waved his large hand, causing the wide sleeves of his black robe to billow in the air. As the eye of deception raised his arm, Lin Yu noticed a swirling mass of black mist slowly materializing in the depths of his mind. He had encountered this black mist before, attributing it to the eye of deception. However, it now appeared that his assumption was entirely misguided. Under the eye of deception's continuous manipulation, the black mist reacted as if subjected to a powerful force, gradually dispersing and condensing in an endless cycle. Ultimately, it burst apart. As the black mist dissipated, Lin Yu's pupils constricted in shock. He found himself in the eye of deception within a resplendent palace. This palace existed deep within the recesses of Lin Yu's mind. What is this? He stared blankly at the palace within his consciousness, lost in confusion. A massive screen hung in the center of the palace, displaying the floating characters resembling dragons. Number of death rewinds, 32. Lin Yu felt his understanding of this world, and even of himself, beginning to unravel. The eye of deception had unveiled an entirely new realm to him. Why is there a palace in my mind? What do you think? The eye of deception smiled ever more joyfully, relishing Lin Yu's astonishment. To hasten the completion of the hypocrite's task, he yearned to witness the unfolding of his own interests. With another wave of his hand, the screen in the center of the palace began to flicker violently. Shortly thereafter, a new line of text appeared beneath the ominous words of Death Rewind. Task completion progress, 86100. Leaning against the earthen wall within the room, Lin Yu found himself entranced. As he had surmised earlier, the eye of deception indeed comprised two distinct souls. The black soul that manifested today was evidently more unruly and unpredictable than its white counterpart. It was the emergence of this black soul that allowed Lin Yu to comprehend the complexities residing within his mind. The events he had endured were far more intricate than he had imagined. Engaging in futile contemplation served no purpose. To uncover the reasons behind everything, he must continually strive for strength. Lin Yu's gaze gradually sharpened. Whether it was the reincarnation following the car accident in his past life, the subsequent death rewind upon entering this world, or the encounter with the eye of deception within his mind, he suddenly realized the multitude of inexplicable secrets he harbored. Yet, he felt undeterred. As long as he grew powerful enough, no secret could remain hidden. Slowly, he straightened his posture, resolving to unravel all mysteries step by step. "What are you daydreaming about?" inquired Old Sun, trembling as he approached Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. Upon returning home, Lin Yu had leaned against the wall, seemingly enchanted. Nothing much, just pondering some matters, Lin Yu replied casually. Were he to fathom old Sun's thoughts, he might have chuckled bitterly. Brother, being enchanted is far too trivial. If I were to reveal the contents of my mind, people would sooner believe in ghosts than accept that a palace resides within my thoughts. Oh, and a large eyeball that can transform into a person. Come eat when you're done pondering, old Sun said, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Yu while producing 2 cockroach protein bars and a small piece of boiled meat. As the number of injured patients Lin Yu treated in Ashentown increased, so too did his standing within the community. Now, when he went to exchange supplies with Zhang Yi, he could often acquire what he desired at the lowest prices. Moreover, Lin Yu's partnership with Zhang Yu significantly enhanced their success rate in hunting within the wilderness, leading to an improvement in Lin Yu and old Sun's circumstances. Can we please refrain from eating cockroach protein bars? We've amassed some wealth, haven't we? Lin Yu lamented, genuinely struggling to consume them. Each treatment of an injured individual garnered him 10 copper coins, resulting in a modest savings. Cockroach bars won't kill you. Young man, save some money. When the Dawn City team arrives, we might be able to purchase some fine goods from them, old Sun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. Dawn City team? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Indeed, both Zhang Ye's genetic serum and Wang Ming's mechanical arm were procured through the Dawn City expedition. When the Dawn City team next arrives in Ashentown, Lin Yu will have the opportunity to select from the items they bring. Perhaps he should consider acquiring a genetic serum for old Sun. After all, it might revitalize the old gentleman. Shall we go for a drink? It seems old Sun has sensed Lin Yu's inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. In the southern district of Ashentown, there exists a quaint tavern known as the Spotted Dove. Initially, Lin Yu found it quite astonishing that a tavern could exist in such a dire era where even the basic need for sustenance is a challenge. However, as time passed and he adapted to life in this world, he began to understand. The pressures on everyone were immense. By day, they risked their lives hunting in the wilderness, often sustaining injuries, and by night, they guarded against attacks from fellow survivors in the town. Over time, the tightly wound nerves of the populace required a moment of relaxation, leading to the establishment of the Spotted Dove. Interestingly, an unwritten rule exists within Ashentown. Those who drink at the Spotted Dove are exempt from the assaults of others in the town, even on their way home while intoxicated. No one knows how the tavern manages this, but it has resulted in a thriving business. Many wilderness hunters enjoy unwinding at the tavern after a day of life-or-death struggles. They have arrived. Old Sun, breathing slightly heavy, pointed to a dimly lit establishment before them. Chapter 26. A decade of life and death. Lin Yu looked up to see that the establishment was a rare brick-and-tile building in the town, with a wooden sign hanging above the entrance proclaiming it to be the Spotted Dove. Although Lin Yu had lived in the town for several years, he had never set foot in this tavern. He had never been fond of alcohol, and in this world, regardless of the tavern's purported safety, he was reluctant to place his security in the hands of others. Old Sun gently pushed the door open, revealing a sparse gathering of 7 or 8 patrons within. As they entered, all eyes turned to Lin Yu and Old Sunday. "What will you have to drink?" asked a somewhat rotund, middle-aged man with a raspy voice. "The usual," Old Sun replied, his eyes bright. "It's been a long time since you graced us with your presence." Old Sun, the middle-aged man, chuckled, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from beneath the table, revealing several wrinkled sticks inside. "Give the old man one," Zhou, Old Sun said, shaking his head before extending a hand that was just as wrinkled as the cigarettes. "Can you even smoke? These cigarettes are my prize collection. Don't endanger yourself." Zhou jested, yet his hands were unceasing, retrieving 2 cigarettes from the pack and handing one to Old Sunday. "Goodness, you old rascal. Sneaking drinks and smokes behind my back." Lin Yu looked at Old Sun in surprise. Simultaneously, he gazed with great curiosity at the cigarette in Zhou hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that cigarettes existed in this world. A few years prior, Lin Yu had never encountered them. Zhou produced a match and slowly ignited a cigarette, offering it to Old Sun before lighting one for himself. The low-quality tobacco emitted a somewhat acrid aroma, and pale gray smoke circles gradually ascended within the tavern. Before long, Zhou presented 2 glasses of liquor to Old Sun and Lin Yu. Lin Yu, intrigued, took a sip of this world's beverage, having never experienced it before. The moment he swallowed, an intense, spicy sensation compelled him to cough. It was exceedingly potent. Lin Yu regarded the drink in his hand with a peculiar expression. If this were in his past life, it would hardly fetch a few coins. Rather than being classified as liquor, it was more akin to pure alcohol. In stark contrast to Lin Yu, Old Sun and Zhou Wu appeared utterly composed, alternating between puffs of smoke and sips of drink, seemingly relishing the moment. Old Sun, do you have any regrets? After a brief silence, Zhou Wu suddenly inquired. What is there to regret? Old Sun replied nonchalantly. Lin Yu, intrigued by their exchange, could not resist asking, Old man, what do you regret? Ah, you are unaware? Zhou Wu chuckled lightly. Oh right, I almost forgot that you only arrived in Ashen Town a few years ago. It is entirely normal for you not to know about this. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's curiosity deepened. Sensing this, Zhou Wu appeared eager to share. As he exhaled smoke rings and began, over a decade ago, a team from Dawn City came to Ashen Town to replenish the holy fire energy. At that time, Old Sun was not as aged and had not sustained any serious injuries. He was among the strongest fighters in the town. The team from Dawn City brought many valuable items, including genetic serums. I recall that Old Sun's compatibility was remarkably high, so much so that the people from Dawn City were astonished. Zhou Wu glanced at the silent Old Sun, noticing that his glass was half empty, and promptly refilled it. The compatibility for genetic serums is categorized into levels: C, B, A, and S. A higher compatibility indicates a greater capacity to accept stronger genetic serums. If my memory serves me correctly, Old Sun's compatibility should be A level, while Zhang Yinao seems to be merely an ordinary C level. Zhou Wu looked at Old Sun with a hint of envy, even after a decade. He vividly remembered the shocked expressions of the Dawn City team upon seeing the results of Old Sun's compatibility test. Then why didn't you inject the genetic serum? Lin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Old Sunday. After a moment of silence, Old Sun took a substantial gulp of liquor and replied, I had no money. No money? Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. In truth, the old man was not devoid of funds. Zhou Wu shook his head. He simply spent all his money on medicine for his wife. Medicine for his wife? Lin Yu stared at Old Sun in astonishment. In all the years since Old Sun had rescued him, he had never heard of the old man having a wife. Just think about it, Zhou Wu continued. As the top wilderness hunter in the town, Old Sun is quite frugal with his money, always nibbling on those cockroach protein bars. How could he possibly be broke? Zhou Wu seemed to have recalled something, and could not help but chuckle. He then sighed softly, lamenting the unfortunate fate of Old Sun's wife, who suffered from a terminal illness and relied on the exorbitantly priced medicines from Dawn City to prolong her life. It was likely that all of Old Sun's savings were spent on these medications. In the past, the people of Dawn City had fervently persuaded Old Sun to purchase gene therapy, even offering him the first injection for free if he accompanied them back to Dawn City. Everyone believed that this old curmudgeon was about to enjoy a life of comfort, yet to their surprise, he declined the offer. Lin Yu turned to look at Old Sun, only to find the elderly man with his head bowed in silence, quietly sipping from his cup. For his wife? Indeed, Zhou Wu sighed. Dawn City was only willing to accept him, refusing to allow his wife to accompany him. After all, to them, a single life meant little. For this very reason, Old Sun had chosen to forego the gene therapy, opting instead to spend all his savings on medicine, remaining in Ashen Town. Unfortunately, within less than 2 years of the Dawn City expedition, Old Sun's wife passed away due to the deterioration of her condition. Such a pity. Yet at that moment, Old Sun lifted his head, interrupting Zhou Wu. There is nothing to lament. Even if it would have allowed my wife to live for just one more minute, I would have unhesitatingly given up everything. Lin Yu silently observed the two men. Amidst the clinking of glasses, he listened to many time-worn tales, watching Old Sun, rarely so spirited, laughing heartily as he conversed with Zhou Wu. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yu felt as though he had returned to a bygone era of civilization. No one worried about waking up to new dangers the next day. There was no concern over what to do after the last protein bar was consumed that night. Nor was there any anxiety about the precarious sacred flame flickering before them. However, The sorrowful cries of the robust wilderness hunters in the tavern swiftly pulled Lin Yu back to reality. This was not that era. No one could predict when danger would strike. All they could do was watch their beloved family members and dear friends perish one by one. Gazing at the old man, who was laughing heartily yet had tears glistening in his eyes, Lin Yu suddenly recalled a verse from his past life. 10 years of life and death, a vast expanse. No thoughts of longing, yet hard to forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, nowhere to speak of sorrow. Chapter 27. The Man Beyond the Wilderness. Lin Yu. You are quite different. The inebriated old son suddenly fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Yu. Ah! Lin Yu was startled by this sudden statement, then smiled and replied, "Old man, what makes me different?" Old son studied Lin Yu for a long moment before speaking. "Sometimes I feel as though you do not belong to this world." "Why?" Lin Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart and chuckled softly. "I cannot quite articulate it, but at times I get the sense that you're out of sync with this world. You know, during the initial days after I brought you back, every night while you slept, you would weep in your dreams, crying out that you wanted to return, pleading for help." Old man son's eyelids drooped slightly, and the wine glass in his hand swayed unsteadily. In this era, despair and confusion envelop everyone. Yet you are different. Lin Yu, you are profoundly alone. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly as he bowed his head in silence. Indeed, he traversed into this world alone, confronting an unfamiliar environment, a desolate age, and the uncertainty that lay ahead. He longed for home, not the ashen town, known as the human gathering place number 179 in this world, nor the dilapidated wooden cabin within it, but the warm abode of his parents. Back then, they would call him daily, inquiring about his well-being, whether he was eating enough at school, if his clothes were warm, and if he had sufficient money. They would jestingly remind Lin Yu that it was time to find a girlfriend, and during the late nights when he struggled under the weight of academic pressure, they would offer distant comfort through the phone. However, before he could repay their kindness, a car accident thrust him into this realm. Here there were no phones, no ample food, and certainly no parents who had painstakingly raised him. This place felt more remote than the ends of the earth from his previous life. All that existed here was the ever-present danger and wild beasts lurking in the wilderness, ready to claim a life. Had it not been for old man son's timely appearance, Lin Yu might have succumbed to despair long ago. He would never forget the day he awoke in the wilderness, confronted by the ravenous wolf, its eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. Nor could he erase the memory of old man's son suddenly appearing before him, swiftly dispatching the wolf with a clean strike to its neck, then commanding him, "What are you dawdling for? Come home with me." From that day onward, Lin Yu found a sense of belonging in this world. Old man's son did not pry into his past. He treated Lin Yu as a lost child in the wilderness. Quiet yet attentive, cautious yet stern, he gradually imparted his survival wisdom to Lin Yu. "Old man," Lin Yu gazed at son and suddenly declared, "I am not lonely." Son, resting his head on the table, began to snore, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yu's words. "Boss, how much is it? Time to settle the bill." Observing the old man asleep, Lin Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Oh, for old man's son, that's 8 cups of wine, one for you," totaling 90 copper coins. Then he smoked 2 cigarettes, one costing 30 copper coins, which comes to 60 copper coins. "Wine and cigarettes together, 150. I'll give you a discount. 148, Zhou Wu said with a smile. "What the hell?" Lin Yu was stunned. In just one evening, old man's son had consumed 150 copper coins worth. Scowling, he retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket and, under Zhou Wu's beaming grin, accepted the 50 copper coins and change before hoisting old man's son onto his back. The old man's frail body felt like a mere collection of bones, making it almost effortless for Lin Yu to carry him. The night in Ashen Town was devoid of any passers-by, with only the cold wind seeping through Lin Yu's tattered clothes, causing him to shiver. In the shadowy recesses of the alley, a few pairs of eyes lingered, waiting for unsuspecting pedestrians who appeared easy to intimidate. However, upon recognizing Lin Yu as he passed by, they promptly averted their gazes. "We are here to await the vulnerable, not to confront the king of hell." Lin Yu, perceptive to all, inadvertently curved a smile upon his lips. This reflects the survival principle of our era. Either gain a fearsome reputation or become infamous. Only through such means can one navigate existence with greater safety. From a distance, Lin Yu discerned several figures standing outside a wooden cabin. They exhibited no peculiar behavior, merely standing silently before the structure, seemingly awaiting Lin Yu's return. He felt no trepidation, for among them was a particularly robust individual, resembling a bull in stature. Indeed, it was Zhang Yi. As Lin Yu approached, he was momentarily taken aback. Not only was Zhang Yi present, but Zhang Yu was also there. On the ground lay an unconscious man. "Who is this?" Lin Yu inquired, gently laying the old man's son upon the fur-covered bed and gesturing towards the figure on the floor. The man's attire was markedly different from that of the townsfolk of Ashen Town, where most donned gray or black garments. He was clad in light blue cotton clothing. Most notably, Zhang Yi held a sharp, long knife in his grip, an item clearly beyond the means of the impoverished. "I do not recognize him," Zhang Yu asserted decisively. Given Zhang Yu's familiarity with the town's inhabitants, his claim almost certainly confirmed that this man was not from Ashen Town. After all, he often loitered beneath various eaves, waiting for hunters to return, then pilfering from them. Likely, over 90% of the town's populace have fallen victim to his thievery. "I surmise he hails from the wilderness." "Very likely from another settlement." Zhang Yi spoke in a somber tone. "You can analyze?" Lin Yu remarked in astonishment, having thought that Zhang Ye's transformation into a genetic warrior had cost him his intellect. Zhang Ye's expression darkened, his fists clenching audibly. Yet Lin Yu had to concede that Zhang Ye's deduction was likely accurate. "Where did you find him?" Lin Yu gently kicked the unconscious man, observing his lack of response. He then applied a bit more force, aiming for the man's groin. A grimace of pain crossed the unconscious man's face, yet he remained unresponsive. "It appears he is indeed unconscious," Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. "Are you a devil?" Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu gasped in horror, staring at Lin Yu. "We found him at the town's edge. He was already unconscious when discovered. Are you a doctor? We brought him for you to examine." After a moment, Zhang Yi suppressed his bewilderment and addressed Lin Yu. "I'm a surgeon. I suspect this falls under the domain of neurology," Lin Yu retorted, rolling his eyes. Nonetheless, he retrieved a witch's potion, prying the man's mouth open. At this sight, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi immediately covered their mouths and noses, retreating 3 meters in alarm. With a splash, the witch's potion fell into the man's mouth. Ugh. Chapter 28. Beyond life, the man in a coma rolled his eyes back, expelling a foul mixture of murky water and greenish mucus from his mouth. It was evident that, despite his current state of unconsciousness, the witch's potion had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon him. Whether this would prove effective remained uncertain, a lamentation of wasted effort. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he stashed away the witch's remedy, lamenting the absence of any tokens of gratitude. After a spell of involuntary retching, the man once again succumbed to oblivion. "Your potion seems to have little effect on him," Zhang Yi remarked, frowning from 3 meters away. "I already mentioned that I am a surgeon. This situation falls outside my realm of treatment," Lin Yu replied. It appeared his initial suspicion was correct. The witch's concoction primarily addressed external injuries. Aside from some minor abrasions, the man bore no significant wounds, and the cause of his unconsciousness remained a mystery. "What shall we do now?" Zhang Yu asked, pinching his nose as he returned, kicking the unconscious man lightly. "I can't take him. I'm already stretched thin with an elderly man to care for." Lin Yu hastily waved his hand, gesturing towards the drunken old man sprawled on the animal hide bed. "I can't manage either. I have an elderly mother at home. It's not convenient," Zhang Yi said, scratching his head in distress. "You both are ridiculous. Are you implying that I should take him back?" Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he looked at the two. Among the 3, he was the only one without an excuse. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi exchanged sheepish smiles, scratching their heads in embarrassment. "Very well. I shall take him home and leave him there until he regains consciousness to ascertain the situation," Zhang Yu finally conceded, not pressing the matter further. Had it been anyone else from the town, truthfully, few would have bothered. Life and death are decreed by fate, and if one were to perish from injuries sustained in the wilderness, it would simply be their lot. However, this man was different. He likely hailed from beyond Ashentown, and the reasons for his arrival and subsequent fainting were questions that intrigued all three. Moreover, apart from the regular supply caravans from Dawn City, no one from outside the town had ever been seen, save for Lin Yu himself. When Old Sun had brought Lin Yu back from the wilderness, it had caused quite a stir, with some jesting if he were the old man's illegitimate son. After Old Sun had disarmed one of the jesters, they had quieted down. Yet, observing the man's disheveled state raised concerns. Had something untoward transpired in the wilderness? Lin Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. The wilderness had been unusually chaotic of late, resulting in severe injuries among hunters venturing out. Coupled with the appearance of this stranger in Ashentown, it was hard not to speculate. They would have to wait until he awoke to inquire further. Zhang Yu delivered another kick to the man on the ground, who remained unresponsive. With time slipping away, the three conferred, and Zhang Yi hoisted the unconscious man onto his back, making his way towards Zhang Yu's home. Watching Old Sun, deeply intoxicated and slumbering on the animal hide bed, Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. That night, he would learn more about Old Sun's past. In ordinary times, the old man's tongue is harder than that of a mutated duck wandering the wilds. However, Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback by the fact that Old Sun's talent surpassed his expectations. In truth, Dawn City holds a rather condescending view of the formidable individuals emerging from the human settlements in the wilderness. To them, these so-called strong ones are merely larger ants in their eyes. They can be categorized into three distinct types. The first type comprises the majority of strong individuals representing human settlements, wilderness hunters who, although stronger than the average person, remain confined within the realm of ordinary humanity. They possess considerable combat prowess and extensive experience, ensuring their survival in the wild. Yet ultimately, they're just ordinary people. In this era, ordinary individuals abound, rendering Dawn City indifferent to such so-called strength. The second type include genetic warriors and mechanical augmenters, like Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, who have exhausted their savings to purchase gene serums or mechanical components from Dawn City. However, such basic combat capabilities hold little significance for Dawn City. After all, with sufficient wealth, one can undergo the most rudimentary gene serum injections and mechanical augmentations, particularly for a C-grade genetic warrior like Zhang Yi. Advancing to a higher tier of gene serum injection is virtually impossible. Hence, these genetic warriors merely serve as cannon fodder in Dawn City. What they truly value are those with higher compatibility, capable of receiving advanced gene serums, much like Old Sunday. Consequently, upon discovering Old Sun's compatibility reached grade A, Dawn City even offered the first gene serum for free, provided that he would come to Dawn City. Of course, if Old Sun declined, they would not press the matter. After all, gene serums are monopolized by the major cities, and as long as they identify individuals with high compatibility, they need not worry about rejection. In comparison to the harsh reality of the wilderness, where one lacks basic clothing and food and must constantly grapple with survival, Dawn City seems like paradise. The third category consists of awakeners like Zhang Yu, who are fundamentally different from the previous two types. Awakeners are coveted wherever they go and are regarded as strategic resources that major cities vie to acquire. This is one of the key reasons Zhang Yu feels confident in his ability to live in Dawn City. No major city would dare reject a wild awakener seeking to join their ranks. However, the treatment they receive varies according to their talent ratings. Zhang Yu once suggested that if Lin Yu were willing, he could accompany him to Dawn City. If Lin Yu's rating were sufficiently high, bringing him into Dawn City would not pose a significant challenge. Ultimately, it all boils down to strength. Lin Yu sighed, realizing that it is impossible for this world to mirror his past life. In his previous life, there were 9 years of compulsory education, whereas in this era, those surviving in the wilderness not only lack such education, but also struggle to fill their stomachs. Rather than perusing a few books, they would likely prefer to exchange their knowledge for a hearty piece of wild boar meat. However, upon gaining this understanding, it is no wonder that many feel a sense of regret for the old man's Sunday. To everyone, this seemed like an opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Yet, the old man's son chose to forsake it for the sake of his wife, who would inevitably meet her demise. Many failed to comprehend son's decision. In the wilderness, the majority exist in solitude, where one person's fullness suffices for the entire family. Preserving one's own life is already a considerable achievement, leaving little room for thoughts of wives or children. Only a scant few who possess families might sigh at the situation. In this era, life is prioritized above all else. Yet, there are certain elements that transcend life itself in the eyes of the world, such as love. Chapter 29. The arrival of Wang Ming the following morning. As Lin Yu groggily awoke, the pure-hearted warrior old man Sun had already prepared breakfast. 2 cockroach protein bars per person, accompanied by a small piece of boiled meat. Sun's eyes sparkled with vitality, seemingly defying the frailty of age. There was no trace of the drunken stupor from the previous night. Time to eat, Sun remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu stretched and picked up a cockroach protein bar, consuming it with a flavor akin to chewing on wax. The more he ate, the more inclined he felt to weep. The culinary offerings of this world were the most difficult for him to accept. At times, he even contemplated the notion of trying the witch's potion, if only to savor a different taste. On one occasion, he had indeed taken out the witch's concoction, but upon opening it, he retched thrice and abandoned the idea. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Lin Yu exchanged a puzzled glance with old man Sun. Who could it be at this hour? This time, they did not exhibit excessive caution. After all, during this period, whether due to Lin Yu's improving rapport with Zhang Yi or his successful treatment of numerous wilderness hunters, his reputation in the town had soared. The only one left enduring daily insults was Zhang Yu. Moreover, if someone was seeking trouble, there was little reason to knock so insistently. This flimsy wooden door would surely fall apart with a few more strikes. Who is it? Lin Yu hastily stuffed the remaining meat into his mouth and slowly opened the door. Upon seeing the robust figure before him and the slightly dented door, his expression darkened. Could you be any more polite? You're about to break my door. You might as well come in directly. What do you want? Lin Yu glared at Zhang Yi with a scowl. However, Zhang Yi seemed oblivious to Lin Yu's displeasure, his countenance grave as he replied, There's been an incident. Lin Yu was taken aback and quickly inquired, What happened? The man we brought back last night is missing. Missing? Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. His surprise did not stem from the man's disappearance, but rather from the fact that he had managed to escape under Zhang Yu's awakened, eagle-eye watch. Such a feat was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. What did Zhang Yu say? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. This matter could lead to significant consequences. If it were merely a matter of him escaping while Zhang Yu was out, it would not be of great concern. However, if he truly departed unnoticed by Zhang Yu, it would signify that this man possesses abilities surpassing everyone's expectations. That wretched Zhang Yu woke up in the early hours, around 5, driven by hunger to commit robbery. Upon hearing Lin Yu's bewilderment, Zhang Ye's expression darkened. While Lin Yu felt speechless, he secretly rejoiced. As it turns out, the escape occurred during Zhang Yu's absence, which meant that the threat posed by this man was not sufficient to instill fear in the residents of Ashen Town. Where is Zhang Yu? Lin Yu inquired. Here, Zhang Yu said, entering with a scowl. Seriously, man? You couldn't even keep an eye on someone? Lin Yu couldn't help but remark. Aware of his shortcomings, Zhang Yu stubbornly retorted. How was I to know that this man would awaken from his stupor last night, only to flee at dawn? You are utterly incompetent. Care to repeat that? As Lin Yu and Zhang Yu began their banter once more, Zhang Yi felt a headache coming on. All right, enough. Let us focus on locating that individual. I've already dispatched men to seal off the town's perimeter. He cannot escape. Zhang Yi sighed, observing the two before him. They were no longer children, yet they behaved as if they were. Let us search for him. I already examined him last night. He had no food on him. Even if he has fled, he cannot possibly go without sustenance forever. He will eventually give himself away, Zhang Yu stated nonchalantly. When did you inspect him? Zhang Yi asked, looking at Zhang Yu quizzically. Right when I found him. I even checked his underwear. Nothing there, Zhang Yu declared defiantly. Are you a pervert? Lin Yu and Zhang Yi instinctively took a step back, casting wary glances at Zhang Yu. Boss, Wang Ming has arrived. At that moment, one of Zhang Ye's underlings rushed toward the wooden cabin, panting. Wang Ming? Zhang Yi responded, somewhat astonished. It is known that interactions between the southern and northern districts are virtually non-existent. If any contact were to occur, it would likely be due to disputes over resources. He hasn't ventured into the northern district, has he? Zhang Yu said, exasperated. I suspect so. Wang Ming is hardly here to extend New Year greetings, Lin Yu replied coolly. Zhang Yu shot a silent glance at Lin Yu, stating, I killed his father. He certainly isn't here for pleasantries. Let us go see. Without further ado, the group followed the underling towards the boundary between the southern and northern districts. You southern district folks really have the audacity to steal from us in the northern district, Wang Ming remarked, clad in a sleek black trench coat, his metallic right arm grasping a disheveled man. This was the very individual Zhang Yu and his companions had found last night, seemingly from another human settlement. He is not one of our southern district residents. Facing Wang Ming, several of Zhang Ye's subordinates eyed him warily. They were well aware of Wang Ming's formidable strength. He was a mechanical modifier. Should he decide to attack, it was likely that few present would survive. If he is not from your southern district, then is he from our northern district? Where is Zhang Yi? Wang Ming coldly inquired, furrowing his brow as he forcefully threw the man to the ground. The man emitted a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, remaining motionless for a while, evidently having suffered greatly at the hands of Wang Ming. Unlike Zhang Yi, Wang Ming was known for his ruthless demeanor. What brings the leader of the North District all the way to my South District? At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from a distance. Zhang Yi had arrived. Why the formalities about coming from afar? Are you preparing for college? Lin Yu cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Yi. Ahem, I just learned this recently. Am I not using it correctly? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Yu with a hint of guilt. Yes, you're using it just fine, Lin Yu replied, exasperated. Upon Zhang Ye's arrival, Wang Ming appeared even more arrogant. He kicked the man, sending him sprawling at Zhang Ye's feet, eliciting a cry of agony from the man. Is life in your South District so miserable that you resort to thievery in my North District? Wang Ming proclaimed with pride. Zhang Ye, taken aback by the sight of the man at his feet, initially believed he would have to offer something in return to retrieve him, only to be surprised that Wang Ming had simply kicked him back. This man does not belong to my South District. Zhang Yi grasped the man, confirming he was indeed the one they had rescued the previous night, and he sighed in relief. Not from your South District, nor from our North District. Could he possibly be from the wilderness? Wang Ming scoffed. How do you know? Zhang Yi inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's response, Wang Ming was taken aback. Excuse me, what did you just say? Are you joking? I'm not joking. Look at his clothing. It's not from our Ashen town. Is it? Thank you, my brother. We found him outside last night, and he ran off early this morning. I was just considering going to retrieve him, but you've returned him to me. Zhang Yi grinned widely. No way, he is really from outside? Wang Ming was dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, he charged at Zhang Yi, his metallic arm glinting with a cold silver light, aiming a punch at Zhang Yi while simultaneously reaching for the man on the ground. Hey, why are you still trying to take him? Zhang Yi chuckled, unhesitatingly meeting Wang Ming's fist with one of his own, while deftly tossing the man behind him. How did someone from outside arrive here? Wang Ming's mind raced with regret. Furious. Why did I have to act so boastfully? Lin Yu and the others might not fully grasp what it means for someone from the wilderness, possibly from another settlement, to enter their midst. However, Wang Ming understood the implications. This could signify a new opportunity or abundant resources, especially as the sacred fire in Ashen Town was on the verge of extinguishing, with no sign of the Dawn City team. If they knew how to reach a new settlement, they could easily pack their belongings and leave Ashen Town. Whether the new settlement would accept them was no longer their concern. Acceptance would be ideal. If not, they would fight in the struggle for survival. Who cares about what is reasonable or not? All right, I'm not a stingy person. Come join us. Zhang Yi cast a knowing glance at Wang Ming, who retorted coldly. Do you take me for someone who would accept your charity? Unfazed, Zhang Yi proceeded to drag the man he held towards the warehouse. Moments later, Wang Ming, gritting his teeth, followed in Zhang Yi's wake. Speak, from where do you hail? Zhang Yi demanded, unceremoniously tossing the man onto the ground. The man sat there, his eyes vacant, silent as a grave. Observing this, Wang Ming frowned and stepped forward, poised to deliver a kick. Hey, demonstrate some civility, Zhang Yi interjected, then addressed the man on the ground. Brother, had we not rescued you from the brink of the holy fire, you would surely be dead by now. Answering a few questions is not too much to ask, is it? The man lifted his gaze to Zhang Yi, his cracked lips parting slowly. Water. Bring him water. Zhang Yi commanded, and one of his subordinates quickly fetched a bowl. As soon as the man saw the water, his eyes ignited with fervor. He snatched the bowl and began to gulp down the contents. Slow down. After such a long deprivation, drinking so quickly could rupture your lungs, Lin Yu cautioned. Frowning as he approached, the man hesitated but ultimately moderated his pace. Once he had finished the bowl, he appeared significantly more relaxed. Can you speak now? Wang Ming queried, his tone icy. The man brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes gradually regaining a glimmer of vitality as he replied, I am Yang Sanshui, hailing from the 156th human settlement. Lin Yu and the others exchanged astonished glances, realizing that this man indeed originated from another human settlement. The 156th? Is that more than 20 settlements away from us? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Not quite. Human settlements are not categorized by distance, but by their establishment time. When the Dawn City team came, I inquired, and the 156th is among the closest settlements, Zhang Yi clarified. However, even if it is near, traversing the wilderness on foot would still take several days, wouldn't it? 5 days, Yang Sanshui replied, his tone laden with complexity. 5 days? The faces of the group displayed astonishment. It is well known that traversing the wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with dangers and wild beasts. Even the most seasoned hunters from Ashen Town rarely venture far, typically confining their hunts to a few hours' reach to ensure a chance of retreat in the face of danger. In contrast, their recent expedition to the cave had not been extensive. They had encountered numerous threats on the mountains, and without Lin Yu's presence, the giant mosquitoes and wild grasses could have posed lethal risks to the wilderness hunters. Yet this frail man had managed to survive alone in the wilderness for 5 days? For everyone present, it was nothing short of an extraordinary feat. Why should we trust you? Wang Ming silently observed Yang Sanshui, his right arm seamlessly transforming into a gun barrel. Should Yang Sanshui betray any hint of malice, he would be the first to pull the trigger. A mechanical augmenta? Yang Sanshui cast a casual glance at Wang Ming and spoke. I am awakened. Awakened? Upon hearing Yang Sanshui's words, everyone immediately became vigilant. Zhang Yu had already drawn his wooden bow, aiming it at Yang Sanshui's head. Lin Yu, however, took a step back, keeping his distance. It would be foolish not to. What if this man suddenly turned violent? Zhang Yu is an awakened, Wang Ming a mechanical augmenter, and Zhang Yi a gene warrior. I only possess the ability to rewind to death. Though I may not perish, the pain is undeniable. Do not make any sudden movements. What is your ability? Seeing Yang Sanshui prepare to rise, Zhang Yi whispered. Any awakened can provoke the most cautious responses. Even if Yang Sanshui appeared quite feeble at that moment, it did not hinder his potential abilities. Against an awakened, any lapse in caution could be fatal. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Yang Sanshui Siget. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the remnants of water in a bowl inexplicably levitated, slowly swirling before coalescing into a droplet that gradually entered Yang Sanshui's mouth. My ability is hydrokinesis. Zhang Yu, that sounds far more impressive than yours, Lin Yu remarked from a distance. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. How do you know it's more impressive than mine? Are you also an awakened? Yang Sanshui, taken aback, gazed at Zhang Yu. None of your concern. Zhang Yu replied coldly, keeping his arrow fixed on Yang Sanshui's throat. As an awakened, why would you take the risk to come from gathering point 156 to us? Wang Ming inquired, raising his metallic arm. Upon hearing Wang Ming's question, Yang Sanshui's eyes suddenly dimmed. He spoke softly, because gathering point 156 no longer exists. Chapter 31. Zombies? Gathering point 156 no longer exists? Everyone was taken aback. What does that mean? Under normal circumstances, I should be the sole survivor of gathering point 156, Yang Sanshui said, his gaze complex as he slowly bowed his head. Elaborate, Wang Ming urged, furrowing his brow. A month ago, we began to notice subtle changes in the wilderness. But no one paid any mind, young Sanshui murmured. Initially, we thought it was the emergence of a new beast king or that some large wild animals had migrated nearby, which caused these brief changes. Until ultimately, we realized we were mistaken. Yang Sanshui painfully shut his eyes. Lin Yu exchanged glances with the others, all revealing a grave expression. It was not just gathering point 156. The wilderness near Ashentown had also begun to display abnormalities long ago. So what is the cause of these changes? Zhang Yu asked in a low voice. After a moment of silence, Yang Sanshui replied, a new type of monster has emerged in the wilderness. Apart from their exceptionally sharp teeth and nails, their appearance does not significantly differ from that of humans. However, they possess an extraordinary combat prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Upon detecting the presence of any living beings, an overwhelming multitude of these creatures will surge forth to tear and bite. They are insatiably bloodthirsty, completely indifferent to their own potential injuries. Even when struck by gunfire, they seem largely unfazed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, as he found this description eerily familiar. After a brief pause, he instinctively blurted out, "Zombies? What zombies?" Zhang Yi inquired, puzzled. There are some records about such beings back in my hometown. They were once ordinary humans, but after being infected by a lethal virus, their genes underwent a transformation. They are impervious to conventional attacks, devoid of pain, and unafraid of death, akin to eternal warriors, Lin Yu stated gravely. Could it be that the zombies from the television of my past have manifested in this world? Indeed, your description bears a striking resemblance, Yang Sanshui remarked, glancing at Lin Yu. However, he soon shook his head and added, yet, I believe they are even more terrifying than you have portrayed. Our stronghold is home to many formidable individuals, and to prepare for the dangers that may arise in the wilderness, we invest heavily in acquiring firearms from Dawn City. Initially, with our overwhelming firepower and the strength within our stronghold, we managed to keep these creatures at bay outside the holy fire. At that time, although we were apprehensive, we were not excessively worried, for we all knew that no creature other than humans could breach the holy fire's perimeter. Otherwise, they would be instantly consumed by its flames and reduced to ashes. Additionally, our confidence in not fleeing stemmed from having 4 awakened individuals, 6 genetic warriors, and 6 mechanical augmenters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi exclaimed, "You actually have so many awakened individuals? And 6 genetic warriors and mechanical augmenters?" Wang Ming also appeared somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that the establishment of Ashentown coincided with that of the 156 stronghold, yet to this day, Ashentown boasts only Zhang Yi as its sole C-rated genetic warrior and Wang Ming as its mechanical augmenter. Even the number of awakened individuals in the 156 stronghold far exceeds that of Ashentown, where Zhang Yu stands as the only awakened individual. This allows him to brazenly rob returning wilderness hunters within the town. Consequently, although Zhang Yu is met with scorn from others, the comparison underscores the inadequacy of Ashentown. With so many awakened individuals, genetic warriors, and mechanical augmenters, how is it that only you manage to escape? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Logically, these so-called zombies should not have been able to breach your defenses, right? From Lin Yu's perspective, zombies possess only ordinary physical strength, at most an indifference to death. Even if the handguns purchased by the 156 stronghold were insufficient in power, they still have 4 awakened individuals and 6 mechanical augmenters at their disposal. After all, zombies are merely carbon-based life forms. As long as one is a carbon-based life form, the fear of thermal weaponry is inevitable if one cannot withstand it. It merely indicates insufficient firepower. For instance, in Lin Yu's previous life, discussions about the outbreak of a zombie crisis were prevalent online. Ultimately, the consensus was that even in the event of such an outbreak, the damage inflicted would be minimal. There exists a weapon known as the Metal Storm, capable of firing over 16,000 rounds per second, exceeding 1,000,000 rounds in just 1 minute. One could hardly argue that even if confronted by zombies, the presence of such firepower would compel even the most formidable entities to retreat. In addition to conventional firearms, there are missiles and even nuclear weapons. Although some of these weapons may not be readily deployable, they nonetheless offer a sense of security in facing such dilemmas. Logically speaking, the firepower possessed by just 6 mechanical enhancers at gather point 156 should suffice to suppress these zombies. You are correct. Initially, this was indeed the case. Though these creatures are undeterred by death, they could not breach our defenses, unable even to enter the illuminated area of the holy fire. Forced to endure our assaults in the wilderness, Yang Sanshui sighed, noting that after a prolonged stalemate, a new wave of monsters emerged, radically altering the situation. At first, our formidable firepower and the abilities of the Awakened allowed us to maintain control, resulting in only minor casualties, all within acceptable limits, as our primary combatants remained unscathed. However, as the battle intensified, a significantly stronger batch of creatures appeared, numbering at least in hundreds. They loomed from the distant hillside, and with their arrival, the initial wave of monsters ceased their mindless charges and began to engage us in a more organized and strategic manner. Before long, we realized that these newly emerged creatures were directing the battle. Directing the battle? Lin Yu gasped, as this exceeded his comprehension of zombies, and, astonishingly, these creatures were not merely a handful. Indeed, Yang Sanshui replied with a pained smile, and the most lethal aspect does not end there. If it were merely a matter of command, we could still suppress them with our firepower. However, what transpired next surpassed our wildest imaginations. Yang Sanshui covered his face in despair. Among these monsters, there were awakened beings. Chapter 32. The City Massacre. How is that possible? Several voices exclaimed in unison. Among these creatures in the wilderness, there exist awakened beings? What are awakened beings? In human understanding, they carry extraordinary energy within their genes, which can be triggered at certain moments, resulting in powers that transcend ordinary human capabilities. The probability of awakening is less than 1 in 10,000. Each successful awakener becomes a strategic asset in the major cities. Even Ashentown has only one such individual, Zhang Yu. Yet now, Yang Sanshui astonishingly reveals that this group of unknown monsters includes awakened beings. This revelation left Lin Yu and the others utterly astounded. Even if the administrators of the various main cities were informed, they would scarcely believe such a phenomenon. Once the veracity of this matter was established, the upheaval it would incite was beyond their imagination. Remarkable, isn't it? Yang Sanshui chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Initially, we never considered that there could be awakened beings among these monsters. It was only when the battle intensified that our 6 gene warriors joined the fray, utilizing their formidable physical prowess to wreak havoc among the throng of creatures, momentarily creating a vacuum amidst them. However, at that critical juncture, several of the monsters from the hillside surged into the battlefield. Their speed was astonishing, so rapid that the naked eye of an ordinary person could scarcely perceive it. Within mere minutes, they had slain 3 of our gene warriors. The memory of that conflict caused Yang Sanshui to tremble, revealing the profound shadow these monsters had cast upon him. Just being fast doesn't necessarily imply they are awakened beings, does it? Zhang Yu murmured. Some beasts in the wild, after undergoing mutation, can reach speeds imperceptible to the human eye. For instance, there was a mutated red eagle near our wilderness that was almost impossible for us to track with our sight, although it is said to have vanished. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's words, Lin Yu averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. I know why it disappeared. It's in the belly of that big-eyed creature in my mind. Of course, we are aware of these facts, Yang Sanshui replied, shaking his head. When entities emerged in battle that even gene warriors could not withstand, our awakened beings gathered to engage. Our leader possessed an awakening ability known as Shadow Kill. He could manipulate his shadow for combat, and its combat capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, boasting physical attributes that were nearly double that of an ordinary gene warrior. Even conventional firearms could not harm his shadow. Initially, when our leader's shadow entered the battlefield, it swiftly altered the tide of the conflict, significantly alleviating our pressure. However, it was not long before the leading monster on the hillside took notice of this shadow. At this point, a deep-seated fear flickered in Yang Sanshui's eyes. If our assumptions were correct, That monster possessed the ability of time stop. Time stop, Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Are you certain? Zhang Yu slowly lowered his bow, furrowing his brow tightly. Even those who had not witnessed that battle understood the gravity of a power like time stop. In the renowned web novels by Tomato, a saying has long circulated. Time is revered, space is sovereign. If space does not emerge, time reigns supreme. It is essential to recognize that these novels encapsulated countless powerful beings, and such a statement must hold profound significance. Lin Yu even recalled reading a powerful cultivation guide prior to his transmigration, where the protagonist, Bai Yi, possessed this very ability, forcing even the evil gods to kneel before him. There could be no mistake, Yang Sanshui asserted earnestly. When that monster entered the battlefield, the space where the shadow resided suddenly came to a standstill. Regardless of the shadow itself, or the wilderness hunters and monsters within that space, everything remained motionless. The shadow and the surrounding creatures halted until, moments later, several formidable monsters encircled the shadow. We could only watch helplessly as those beasts ruthlessly tore the shadow apart, claiming the life of a genetic warrior. Our leader, suppressing the backlash from witnessing the shadow's demise, issued a retreat order. The physical prowess of those monsters far surpassed ours, compounded by their astonishing awakening abilities, making it impossible for our gathering to mount any resistance. We could only place our hopes in the sacred fire. Yang Sanshui's gaze dimmed once more. If there were no unexpected incidents, an unexpected event must have transpired. Otherwise, Yang Sanshui would not have wandered alone in the wilderness for 5 days, ultimately arriving at Ashen Town. Did the sacred fire fail to protect them? Although Zhang had already surmised the outcome, he still asked with a glimmer of hope. No, we initially believed that the sacred fire could, as before, shield us from all dangers lurking in the wilderness. However, none of us anticipated that those monsters would step within the confines of the sacred fire. They were not harmed by its flames. Wang Ming's expression darkened as he spoke. That is also the source of our greatest confusion, according to the main city. Only humans should be able to enter the sacred fire's domain. Yang Sansui Siget. Is it possible that they are also human? Lin Yu suddenly interjected. Yang Sanshui paused for a moment, then quickly replied, That is impossible. Although they resemble humans, they are certainly not. I believe there is nothing impossible about this. Otherwise, we cannot explain how they could safely enter the sacred fire's domain unless the fire has malfunctioned or they possess abilities specifically designed to counter it. Lin Yu spoke in a low tone. We should pray that they entered due to some ability. Otherwise, the atmosphere grew heavy. They all understood Lin Yu's implication. If their passage into the sacred fire was not due to some awakened ability, it meant that, under any circumstances, they could traverse the sacred fire unharmed. Consequently, the area illuminated by the sacred fire would no longer be a safe zone. What happened next? Zhang Yu softly inquired. Those monsters surged into the gathering place like a relentless tide, indiscriminately slaughtering the civilians within. Even the most powerful wilderness hunters stood no chance against them. With 6 genetic warriors perishing, the mechanized combatants lost their opportunity for ranged attacks and were swiftly dispatched by the monsters. The leader, already suffering from the severe backlash of the Shadow's destruction, charged into the throng of beasts armed with grenades. However, what filled us with despair was that shortly after those monsters invaded the gathering place, the sacred fire extinguished. Countless beasts, driven mad, surged into the gathering, plunging the entire town into an apocalyptic nightmare. Yang Sanshui painfully covered his face, tears streaming through his fingers and falling to the ground. Chapter 33. Do you not know the way? Monstrous beings, reminiscent of the undead, roam the land, with some exhibiting discernible intelligence, even awakening to consciousness. Their blinding speed, formidable combat prowess, and even the grotesque ability to manipulate time render them nearly invincible. The existence of these creatures is beyond the capacity of any human settlement to withstand. In stark contrast to Ashen Town, the strength of human settlement number 156 is evidently far superior, with a greater number of formidable individuals. Yet, this seemingly indomitable bastion fell like a house of cards under the onslaught of these monsters. According to Yang Sanshui's account, it appears that only the main city stands a chance against such creatures. However, what is the true intention behind these monsters' assault on the settlements? Lin Yu found himself pondering. Based on the fate of settlement number 156, it seems these creatures are driven solely by a desire for slaughter. Where have these monsters ventured now? Zhang Yi inquired with a grave tone. The distance from settlement number 156 to Ashen Town is merely a few days' journey. Should these monsters continue their path, the outcome would be catastrophic. Ashen Town would be utterly defenseless against their advance, and once they arrive, it would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. I do not know, Yang Sanshui replied, shaking his head. I utilized my water manipulation abilities to plunge into a river at the last moment, hiding there for nearly an entire day. When I finally emerged, all that remained of settlement number 156 was a desolate ruin. An overwhelming sense of despair washed over the group. From the eerie, face-hugging worms encountered on the way back to the merciless slaughter at settlement number 156, even Lin Yu, who had only recently arrived in this world, along with Zhang Yi and the others, who had lived here for decades, had never heard of such creatures. The perils and unknowns of the wilderness exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. What are your plans now? Zhang Yu inquired, readjusting the wooden bow slung across his back, directing his question at Yang Sanshui. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Sanshui spoke resolutely. I intend to head to Dawn City. We must inform them of the existence of these monsters in the wilderness. Otherwise, if we allow them to slaughter freely, soon there will be no human settlements left. I even believe that without adequate preparations, the main city would suffer immense losses facing a sudden attack from these creatures. Only by reaching Dawn City and urging them to dispatch a powerful army to eradicate these monsters can the other settlements in the wilderness hope for survival. Yang Sanshui's gaze hardened with determination. Their home lay in ruins, but he could not bear to witness others suffer the same fate. The only entity capable of addressing this menace is Dawn City. So please, direct me to the route leading to Dawn City, he implored, fixing his gaze upon the group. Dawn City, Lin Yu began, glancing at those around him. Zhang Yi remained silent. Wang Ming offered no words. And Zhang Yu discreetly flicked a booger onto Wang Ming's metallic arm. You can't possibly not know how to get to Dawn City, can you? Yang Sanshui stared in disbelief at the group before him. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly and remarked, You might not believe it, but we have never been to Dawn City. Yang Sanshui, puzzled, inquired how they managed to obtain mechanical modification components and genetic elixirs. We waited for the people from Dawn City to come and then purchased from them. Zhang Yi replied with conviction. Yang Sanshui paused for a few seconds, hesitating before stating, Are you not aware that the items brought by the Dawn City team are priced at double the market rate? Huh? Zhang Yi and Wang Ming were taken aback, and a silence enveloped the air. Our gathering point 156 knows how to reach Dawn City, so we regularly dispatch strong teams to procure supplies. Those genetic elixirs, mechanical modifications, and ammunition are all sourced by them. Yang Sanshui was increasingly astonished, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Wait, while the genetic elixirs might be forgivable as a mechanical modifier, don't you need to replenish your ammunition? Yang Sanshui exclaimed. Why does that concern you? I have plenty of ammunition, Wang Ming retorted coldly. When was the last time you purchased ammunition? 3 years ago or 5? Brother, are you not aware that much of it can expire? Yang Sanshui gazed at Wang Ming in disbelief. Aren't you afraid of a barrel explosion? Damn, you talk too much. Wang Ming cursed as he walked over to sit in a corner of the warehouse. No wonder sometimes you fire blanks. You really have never been to Dawn City? Yang Sanshui looked at the others in disbelief. Zhang Yi similed akardly. Zhang Yu scratched his head, initially thinking that since Ashtown was gone, he would gradually navigate the wilderness to reach Dawn City. All right, I will borrow your place to rest for 2 days, and then I shall set off for Dawn City. If luck is on my side, I might find some landmarks that could guide me. Yang Sanshui sighed, genuinely admiring the people from Ashtown. How on earth did you survive in the wilderness? Zhang Yu asked. Zhang Yu, would you like to join me for a hunt? 2 days later, Lin Yu, yawning, approached Zhang Yu with an invitation to team up. I won't go, Zhang Yu replied decisively. Why not? Why should I go hunting when I can just rob others? Zhang Yu stated with confidence. Lin Yu nearly laughed in disbelief. Really not going? You have something else to do? Zhang Yu dodged the question again. What could you possibly have to do? Hoarding 10,000 pounds of pork through robbery? Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yu in exasperation. Zhang Yu then stealthily pulled out a large piece of iron from his backpack. Look, I found this in the wilderness. I've been working hard to turn these iron pieces into a bow. My wooden bow is about to crack, and those rusty arrows are nearly finished. If I had an iron bow combined with sharp iron arrows, my lethality would increase significantly. Zhang Yu spoke earnestly while holding the rusty iron sheet. Observing the corroded iron in Zhang Yu's hands, Lin Yu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Goodness, with a bow made from this iron. Are you not afraid of injuring yourself first? You might end up being the first awakened one to die from tetanus. Perhaps it could even be recorded in history. Not a bad deal. Well, going alone would be too inefficient, Lin Yu mused after a moment of hesitation. Recently, the wilderness has become increasingly perilous, prompting many wild hunters to expand their hunting parties from 3 to 10 members, while also lengthening the intervals for venturing into the wild. As for Zhang Yi, he seems to have taken quite a hit since discovering he had paid double the price for the genetic potion. He hasn't emerged in days. Lin Yu remarked with a grim expression. By the way, I have a recommendation for a teammate, Zhang Yu suddenly thought. Who? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Are you foolish? It's Yang Sanshui. Lin Yu's eyes brightened suddenly. Chapter 34. The abilities of Yang Sanshui. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about Yang Sanshui? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Since Zhang Yu was unavailable, it would certainly be more convenient to seek out one of the 2 awakened individuals currently residing in Ashentown rather than Zhang Yi and the other wild hunters. Moreover, Yang Sanshui was set to embark on a journey to find Dawn City in a couple of days, and Lin Yu wished to take this opportunity to assess the combat capabilities of awakened individuals from other gathering places. You are absolutely correct. With a more suitable backup in mind, Lin Yu unhesitatingly abandoned Zhang Yu and hurried towards the warehouse. After spending time with Yang Sanshui, the group had gradually lowered their guard around this awakened individual, allowing him to temporarily reside within the warehouse. Yang Sanshui was indeed very honest, aside from his regular training. He hardly left the warehouse. Zhang Yu would also have someone deliver the basic necessities of food and water to him. As Lin Yu was walking, he unexpectedly collided with Zhang Yi. Where are you off to in such a rush? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled by Lin Yu's hurried pace. Oh, you finally emerged from your home? Lin Yu observed the genetic warrior who had vanished for 2 days, curious. Have you come to your senses? Not feeling remorseful anymore? Zhang Ye's expression darkened. What are you talking about? My mother fell ill, so I've been at home taking care of her these past 2 days. I see. We thought you were sulking at home because you felt like a great fool. Lin Yu chuckled in disbelief. How's the old lady doing now? She's all right. It was just a minor cold, but for an elderly person, it could be quite taxing. Plus, without appropriate medicine, she endured for 2 days. And only today is she feeling somewhat better. I was just about to head into the wilderness to find some herbs. Zhang Ye's mother was now over 70 years old, a remarkable age in the wilderness. And this was all thanks to Zhang Ye's diligent care. By the way, you still haven't mentioned where you're headed. Zhang Ye prompted. I was looking for Yang Sanshui. Zhang Yu has decided to research how to become a weapon master on his own. So I plan to invite Yang Sanshui to hunt in the wilderness with me. Lin Yu explained as he walked. You mentioned earlier that you were also going to the wilderness. Why don't we make a trio? Absolutely, Zhang Yu replied immediately. Given how dangerous the wilderness has become, having more people will certainly enhance our safety, especially with one of them being an awakened individual. As for Lin Yu, Zhang Yi had always suspected that this lad was concealing something. Although it was often said that he had a few screws loose, he remained reliable for the most part. Following Lin Yu, there was bound to be no major issues. As Lin Yu and Zhang Yi strolled into the warehouse, they immediately spotted Yang Sanshui, who was with his eyes closed, exhaling in a meditative state, surrounded by a circle of suspended water droplets, resembling a scene from a cultivation tale. Upon hearing their entrance, Yang Sanshui cautiously lifted his head. Only when he recognized Lin Yu and Zhang Yi did he let out a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Lin Yu stepped forward, curiously poking at the floating water droplets. This is quite intriguing. It's bouncy, like the pearls in bubble tea. What is bubble tea? Yang San Shui inquired, perplexed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lin Yu waved dismissively. What are you doing? Practicing, Yang San Shui replied, eyeing Lin Yu quizzically. Aren't there awakened individuals in your town? Doesn't he practice regularly? Lin Yu and Zhang Yi exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with confusion. Practicing? What kind of practice? I've never seen Zhang Yu do such a thing. He merely lurks under the eaves, waiting for hunters to return. Is that for real? Yang San Shui exclaimed, utterly bemused. Your Ashen Town is truly peculiar. One gene warrior who paid twice the price for a genetic potion, a mechanical modifier with nearly expired ammunition, an awakened one who never practices, a young man spouting incomprehensible phrases, seemingly a bit addled. Is this the unique culture of Ashen Town? How do you practice? Lin Yu asked, intrigued. Yang San Shui patiently explained. It's actually quite simple. It involves repeatedly utilizing your awakened abilities. The strength of an awakened individual's power is closely linked to their mental fortitude, which can grow stronger with consistent training. By continuously honing your mental prowess, not only will you perform better in combat, but your power will also correspondingly increase. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to ponder for a moment. Allow me to rephrase. I believe Zhang Yu must be practicing in his own way. Lin Yu stated earnestly. He spends his days perched on the eaves, vigilant and observant. There is no gossip in town that escapes his notice, nor any wilderness hunter who can evade his ambushes. From your description, perhaps this is indeed his method of practice. Considering he is a hound awakened, Yang San Shui paused, contemplating. That doesn't sound unreasonable. But what on earth is a hound awakened? Is that even a legitimate awakened ability? By the way, what brings you here? Yang San Shui continued. Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Yi, both breaking into smiles. We were hoping to invite you to hunt with us, if you're available. After a moment of consideration, Yang San Shui readily agreed. Sure. It's a good opportunity to scout the nearby terrain for familiar landmarks. With Yang San Shui's consent, the group set off towards the wilderness. Wow, your ability is remarkable. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi marveled at Yang San Shui. A constant aura of gathered water droplets surrounded him, and whenever he detected a solitary beast, he would summon a substantial amount of vapor from the air to launch an attack. The vapor coalesced under his command into a blade, piercing the beast before it could react, exhibiting an astonishing velocity and explosive power. It is often said that awakened beings possess immense strength, yet they had never truly perceived such prowess in Zhang Yu before. He was merely seen wielding his tattered wooden bow, shooting aimlessly. In retrospect, the disparity now appeared rather significant. Are there any limitations to your abilities? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Yang San Shui pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. In truth, my abilities are fairly effective, as the atmosphere is naturally replete with moisture. However, relying solely on that yields limited offensive and enduring power. The optimal strategy is to engage in battle near rivers and sources of water. Rainy days are ideal for me. They provide the best combat conditions. Is it true that you can control any form of water? Zhang Yi expressed his astonishment. Theoretically, yes, Yang San Shui replied after some contemplation. He felt it was far more impressive than the so-called genetic warriors. It seems there's a formidable creature ahead. Shall we investigate? Let us go. Chapter 35. Lin Yu, you are truly a genius. The trio stealthily navigated the wilderness. Goodness, that creature looks too formidable for us, Zhang Yi murmured. Not far from them stood two mutated bison, one male and one female. The male's massive horns rose majestically, exuding a spirited demeanor. One might wonder how they discerned the male from the female. It was evident as the male's horns nearly grazed the ground, while the younger one also stood proudly, making it difficult to mistake them. Can you breach the defenses of those bison? Lin Yu whispered. Breaking through their defenses is certainly feasible, but their hides are tough and their flesh dense. It would be best to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, should they notice us, inflicting lethal damage would be exceedingly challenging. Yang San Shui responded, somewhat troubled. The primary characteristic of mutated bison is their thick hides, rendering ordinary damage ineffective, and their horns are lethal weapons. A collision would be thoroughly disconcerting. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu and Zhang Yu would steer clear of such creatures. However, today was different. They had a powerful awakened being in Yang Sanshui on their side. Does this mean we can only rely on stealth? Lin Yu mused, nodding contemplatively. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration illuminated his eyes. He turned to Yang Sanshui with a peculiar grin. What is it? Yang Sanshui felt a shiver run down his spine under Lin Yu's gaze. You can control any form of water, correct? Lin Yu grinned mischievously. Theoretically, yes, Yang Sanshui affirmed. Lean in closer, Lin Yu suggested, once again donning an enigmatic smile. Yang Sanshui, bewildered, leaned closer to Lin Yu. Let me tell you. Yang Sanshui's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yu. Are you serious? It's worth a try. If we can't win, we shall retreat, Lin Yu insisted earnestly. All right, let us proceed. Yang Sanshui looked at the two wild bulls with an expression of perplexity, and after a moment, he nodded. What are you two discussing? Zhang Yi asked, bewildered by the exchange between them. You're overthinking it. Just follow my lead. When I say charge, you charge. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. All right, Zhang Yi conjured it, sensing a flicker of logic in Lin Yu's words. With Lin Yu by his side, there was no need for further questions. He then turned to see Yang Sanshui, seemingly motivating himself. Yang's palm slightly lifted as if gathering moisture, then performed a stroking motion before clenching his fist decisively. Suddenly, not far away, the large bull stood up in shock. It glanced around but found nothing unusual, then looked curiously at the smaller cow before it. Darling, did you just touch my? That is a bit weird. What's their touch? The bull questioned, feeling as though someone had squeezed it. Creep, get lost. The cow retorted angrily and walked away, leaving the bull bewildered, spinning in place to investigate what might be wrong with itself. As the bull bent down to examine, it sensed something strange. What is this feeling? It stared blankly at its own endowment, when suddenly, a water column as thick as an arm erupted forcefully. For these beasts, the scent of urine was a trivial matter. However, the sheer force was overwhelming. The bull stumbled backward from the impact of its own stream. When did I become so powerful? The bull was utterly confused. Wait, why am I still urinating? The bull began to feel distress, as a relentless, powerful stream made it feel as though it might burst. Water brother, split. Shaotud Zangye, Chadge. At that moment, Lin Yu yelled, brandishing his dagger and charging toward the bull. Zhang Yi, though his mind was still catching up, found his body instinctively following Lin Yu's lead, racing toward the large bull. Upon seeing the two charge, the bull let out a roar, but was quickly silenced by its own stream. As Zhang Yi ran, he was astounded by Lin Yu. Wow, Lin Yu, you are truly a genius. How on earth did you come up with such a method to draw the bull's attention? Yet, Zhang Yi still felt a twinge of confusion. Charging was clear, but what did split mean? A moment later, he understood. Just as Lin Yu and Zhang Yi were about to close the distance, the bull displayed its fierce determination. It gritted through the pain and roared, preparing to charge at them. Suddenly, with a hissing sound, the stream bifurcated into two jets, each shooting toward the bull's eyes, effectively interrupting its charge. No way. Zhang Yi screamed internally. Lin Yu, you are not just talented. You are a genius. With its vision completely obscured, the bull stood frozen in place. And Zhang Yi seized the opportunity, wielding the refined steel knife he had acquired, striking fiercely at the bull's side. The mighty bull let out a furious roar. And Lin Yu seized the opportunity to slide swiftly to the bull's rear, his gaze sharpening as his dagger plunged forcefully into its vulnerable spot. The bull immediately emitted a heart-wrenching, piercing cry. Now is the moment. After landing his strike, Lin Yu swiftly retreated, his eyes fixed intently on the bull's rear. Just as the bull's muscles contracted and tightened, Lin Yu bellowed loudly. Whoosh! 6 massive water swords surged forth, piercing the bull's neck from various angles. The bull howled in agony, its enormous horns thrashing wildly, completely oblivious to its own distress. However, the mutated wild bull was renowned for its formidable defense. Despite the assault, The water swords were firmly lodged within its muscles, unable to penetrate any further. This stalemate cannot persist. If that little cow from earlier hears the commotion and returns to rescue its loyal follower, or if other formidable beasts in the wilderness are drawn to the noise, it could spell disaster. Lin Yu focused intently on the bull as form, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Like a phantom, he dashed towards the bull once more. Executing another slide, swish, his sharp dagger cut through the air unimpeded. A massive basket fell with a resounding thud, kicking up countless clouds of dust. The bull's expression turned blank, as if struck by lightning, and its colossal body collapsed to the ground, once again emitting a sharp cry. The water swords plunged deeper. Not only Zhang Yi, but even Yang Sanshui, who controlled the water swords, was left in a daze. A chill suddenly struck between their legs, and they instinctively squeezed them together. Lin Yu, you're a bomb disposal expert, aren't you? Don't just stand there. Put your back into it. Lin Yu shouted. Oh, Yang Sanshui snapped back to reality, pressing down forcefully with both hands. The 6 water swords suddenly plummeted. A massive bull's head rolled onto the ground, seemingly shedding 2 streams of warm tears. Chapter 36. Monsters in the forest. Seeing the bull's head tumble to the earth, Lin Yu exhaled deeply, a smile of joy illuminating his face. Had it not been for Yang Sanshui's assistance, the few individuals from Ashen Town would have been utterly incapable of vanquishing this bull. The sheer thickness of its hide alone would have deterred them. In my hometown, we refer to this creature as bull treasure. Are you interested in a taste? Lin Yu crouched down, prodding the enormous basket with his dagger. Such a voluminous basket must hold tremendous nourishment. Zhang Yi and Yang Sanshui exchanged disdainful glances, shaking their heads vigorously. I've heard it enhances vitality and is a miraculous remedy for men. Are you truly not interested? Lin Yu looked at them quizzically. Upon hearing his words, both fell silent. Zhang Yi, with a serious demeanor, finally spoke. Well, Lin Yu, it's just that I have a friend who might need it. Goodness, conjuring friends from thin air, are we? Lin Yu retorted, tossing the heavy basket towards Zhang Yi, feeling its considerable weight, at least several dozen pounds. Come now, let us gather the edible portions to take back, and then we shall skin the bull. As he spoke, Lin Yu began meticulously slicing through the flesh and hide with his dagger. To survivors dwelling in the wilderness, buffalo hide is a rare and exquisite material, perfectly suited for crafting leather armor or boots. However, due to the limited resources of Ashen Town, they only managed to hunt their first buffalo today. With a sense of fulfillment, Lin Yu adjusted his backpack and inquired of Zhang Yi, "What herbs are you seeking?" "I have most of what I need at home. I'm just short of heart-nourishing grass," Zhang Yi replied after a moment's thought. "Heart-nourishing grass? It seems we must venture deeper," Lin Yu mused, recalling that he had seen it during a previous herb-gathering trip for the elder. "Then let us proceed," Yang Sanshui remarked nonchalantly. After all, his purpose in the wilderness was merely to seek familiar landmarks while accompanying Lin Yu and Zhang Yi on their hunt. Typically, Zhang Yi was responsible for his meals, and with his capabilities, ordinary wild beasts posed no threat to him. In gathering point 156, hunting was not particularly perilous for them, unless they encountered truly formidable creatures, which would necessitate a swift return to the safety of the sanctuary's glow. As they delved deeper into the wild, they soon discovered the heart-nourishing grass that Zhang Yi sought, with its green leaves resembling butterflies. Zhang Yi carefully plucked the herb and placed it into his backpack. "Let us return. Today's harvest is sufficient." Lin Yu assessed their surroundings and spoke, noting that they had ventured quite far into the woods, a place seldom frequented by others. "Wait, did you all hear that sound?" Yang Sansui suddenly questioned, perplexed. "Isn't that you, Zhang Yu?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. From the depths of the forest came the rustling of leaves and the roars of wild beasts. "What creature is battling?" Lin Yu whispered, and the trio crouched low, stealthily lying on the ground. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, straining to discern the source of the noise. "It sounds like a fight, but there is something peculiar about it," he murmured. Lin Yu understood precisely what Zhang Yi found odd. The commotion was exceedingly loud. In the wilderness, both humans and animals adhered to an unspoken rule: maintain silence. Excessive noise could easily attract more formidable predators, leading to peril. Aside from unavoidable battle sounds, all creatures exercised utmost caution. Yet, this noise seemed oblivious to such awareness. Could it be that the source possessed the power to disregard surrounding dangers? Should we investigate or simply depart? Yang Sanshui queried softly. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Zhang Yi, both recognizing the hesitation in each other's eyes. The best course of action would have been to retreat from the woods back to Ashentown, maximizing their safety. However, their reluctance stemmed from the fact that while this forest lay beyond their usual hunting grounds, it was not far from Ashentown. Given the recent unusual occurrences in the wilderness, they felt uneasy without understanding the situation. In the event that a new beast emerges, they could timely alert the other wilderness hunters in Ashentown. Contemplating this, Zhang Ye's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "Let us investigate. If anything seems amiss, we shall withdraw immediately." Lin Yu and Yang Sanshui nodded in agreement, and the trio cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. As they approached, the sounds of combat grew increasingly pronounced, and they could vaguely hear peculiar roars, akin to the unsettling creaks of an old bellows. Just ahead, the three of them concealed themselves behind a rock and peered forward, nearly gasping in astonishment. Before them were three enormous beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, each exhibiting an odd appearance. "Is that a leopard?" Yang Sanshui hesitated, eyeing one of the creatures. "It appears so," Zhang Yi replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. This beast indeed bore the characteristics of a leopard, yet curiously, an additional claw protruded from its back, suggesting some form of mutation. "Where the other two?" Lin Yu asked, utterly bewildered by the bizarre entities before him. "These creatures are unlike anything I have ever seen. Apart from the leopard with the extra claw, one of the beasts bore a resemblance to an eagle, yet possessed 3 heads. The final creature was even more peculiar. It resembled a large fish, but astonishingly, it had grown 2 legs. What in the world are these things? It seemed they were vying for something." Lin Yu scrutinized the ground nearby, where a small pit was discernible. He could faintly make out a metal plaque lying at the edge of the pit, accompanied by a small, golden stone. This little stone appeared to be the object of their contention. What human experiments have taken place here? Lin Yu strained to decipher the faded inscriptions, but the distance prevented him from clearly understanding the text. When did such strange beasts appear in the wilderness? Zhang Yi observed the 3-headed monstrosity with keen interest. Such a sight was indeed rare. Although this area was not far from Ashentown, it was uncommon for anyone to hunt in these woods. It was well known that forests, mountains, and rivers were hotspots for mutated beasts and flora, rendering them perilous for human exploration. Yet today, in pursuit of heart-nourishing grass, they had not only slain a formidable bull, but had also stumbled upon this unexpected spectacle. "It seems a victor will soon emerge," Yang Sanshui suddenly whispered. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu and Zhang Yi leaned forward. They witnessed the ferocity of the 3-headed eagle, its claws sharp as daggers, inflicting grievous wounds upon the monstrous fish and the leopard. It was clear that among the trio of beasts, the eagle possessed the greatest strength. Meanwhile, the fish and the leopard had forged a temporary alliance, jointly assaulting the 3-headed eagle. Within mere minutes, the fierce battle drew to a close. The 2-legged fish lay on the ground, on the brink of death, its body severely mutilated and its gaze vacant. The leopard, drenched in blood, bore 2 horrifying wounds upon its head, unmistakably inflicted by the 3-headed eagle. Initially, the onlookers presumed that the leopard would emerge victorious, given that, both pre- and post-cataclysm, it ranked among the apex predators. However, they were unprepared for the overwhelming might of the 3-headed eagle, which surpassed that of the other 2 creatures. This misjudgment stemmed from their limited understanding of the eagle. When its wings unfurled, they spanned over 2 meters, enabling it to glide effortlessly at an average speed of 120 kilometers per hour. In exigent circumstances, its velocity could surge to an astonishing 390 kilometers per hour, rivaling that of a high-speed train. Furthermore, the eagle's grip strength was formidable, reaching up to 750 pounds, 10 times greater than that of a human. allowing it to seize prey weighing up to 25 times its own mass. Its talons were sharp and gripped tenaciously, capable of piercing the spine of its quarry instantaneously. The mutated eagle's combat prowess was even more pronounced. Before long, the leopard, adorned with claws upon its back, and the monstrous fish, with its elongated limbs, succumbed to the ground in defeat, silenced. The three-headed eagle, too, gasped for breath, its body marred by blood and injuries, one of its heads having been severed by the leopard's strike. Just as Lin Yu anticipated that the eagle might rest or flee, an unexpected event transpired. The three-headed eagle laboriously approached a metallic plaque and consumed a small, golden stone nearby. "What is it eating?" Zhang Yi inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps some form of energy or a rare treasure," Lin Yu speculated uncertainly, as they whispered among themselves. The three-headed eagle emitted a piercing cry of anguish and collapsed heavily to the ground. Despite its fall, its keen eyes remained fixed on a large rock where Lin Yu and the others hid. "It has noticed us." Lin Yu felt an icy dread, as if death itself were upon him. "Let us go," Yang Sanshui urged in a hushed tone. "Wait," Lin Yu suddenly interjected. Yang Sanshui and Zhang Yi exchanged puzzled glances. Why would they not flee now? Were they meant to wait for the eagle to recover and hunt them? Having witnessed the recent battle, they were convinced that the eagle could effortlessly slay them. "That S nodded. It's wary of more than just us," Lin Yu remarked, intently observing the eagle's eyes. Yang Sanshui and Zhang Yi followed suit, and indeed, upon closer inspection, they discerned that the eagle was in an extraordinarily alert state. Even in its weakened condition, they posed no real threat to it. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. The afflicted three-headed eagle began to emit a faint golden glow, and to their disbelief, the severed head began to mend itself slowly. On the back of the three-headed eagle, a peculiar, writhing bulge emerged. Could it be that another head would sprout? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. As if on cue, the bulge abruptly ruptured, giving birth to a fourth cranium. What had it consumed? Zhang Yu was equally taken aback. Following the emergence of the fourth head, the three-headed eagle appeared to regain an immense amount of vitality. However, it did not choose to attack them. Instead, it hesitated, gazing towards the creature and the leopard. After a moment of internal conflict, the three-headed eagle suddenly rose, grasping the leopard's carcass in its talons, and unfurled its wings. Its wingspan of over 5 meters nearly obscured the vision of the onlookers. Before their very eyes, the three-headed eagle ascended with the leopard's body. This three-headed eagle was no longer just that. It could now be termed a four-headed eagle. Had it truly departed? Yang Sanshui muttered, staring blankly in the direction the four-headed eagle had flown. Before Zhang Yi could comprehend the situation, Lin Yu swiftly dashed out from behind the rock. "Lin Yu, what are you doing?" Zhang Yi urgently whispered. Ignoring him, Lin Yu made a beeline for the metallic plaque, convinced that it bore crucial information. He meticulously wiped away the dust from the plaque, revealing the inscription beneath. "Human ember first experiment?" Lin Yu carefully deciphered the text, murmuring it aloud. "What is the first experiment? Human ember first laboratory? Have you ever heard of the human ember first laboratory?" Lin Yu turned to the two. Yang Sanshui and Zhang Yi shook their heads in unison. The three monsters had not been vying for the plaque itself, but rather for the golden stone that appeared beside it. What was this stone, and where had it come from? Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation, sensing that he had stumbled upon some exceedingly clandestine information. Ember laboratory, a golden stone capable of inducing more potent mutations in beasts. Could it be that this golden stone originated from the so-called laboratory? Lin Yu furrowed his brow tightly, still unable to grasp the significance of this information. The three-headed eagle underwent a transformation after consuming the golden stone. It had undoubtedly become more formidable. The monstrous fish and the leopard clearly understood the stone's power, for they would not have risked so much to seize it. What changes would occur if humans harnessed this stone? A terrifying thought suddenly invaded Lin Yu's mind. Would it lead to mutations? Or perhaps, Lin Yu abruptly turned to Yang Sanshui and inquired, "Brother Shui, how did you awaken?" Yang Sanshui was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Lin Yu's earnest expression, he quickly replied, "I awakened 2 years ago, though I'm uncertain about the exact cause." However, we, the awakened ones, have discussed this matter. We unanimously believe that to awaken, one must meet a specific condition. Your physical capabilities must reach their limits, yet your willpower must remain unbroken. In essence, we think that only when the human body reaches its critical point will the soul undergo a profound transcendence. Chapter 38, The Laboratory? The Soul's Complete Transcendence? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, echoing the phrase. Beside him, Zhang Yi scratched his head, remarking, "What nonsense is this?" Yang Sanshui cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Yi and continued, "For instance, the day I awakened occurred while I was hunting in the wilderness. In my fervor to chase down my prey, I inadvertently ventured too far, finding myself near an unfamiliar body of water. By the time I realized my predicament, it was too late. Unluckily, a few formidable beasts lurked nearby, far beyond my capabilities to confront. After an exhausting hour of combat, I was utterly spent, nearly devoid of all fighting strength. Just when I believed my demise was imminent, I stumbled and fell into the river. Initially, my mind was blank. The suffocating sensation of near death sent my heart racing, and the world around me faded to darkness. Strangely, at that very moment, a refreshing coolness washed over my mind, and gradually, the feeling of suffocation began to dissipate. I soon discovered that all my injuries had vanished, and I felt as if I had merged with the flowing water, seemingly able to control it. I attempted to manipulate the currents, and, astonishingly, I succeeded. The water danced around me like playful spirits. Emerging from the river, I effortlessly turned the tide against the beasts that had besieged me. It was from that day forward that I became a true awakened one. Upon finding my way back to the 156 gathering place, I immediately sought out the leader, only to learn that many of the awakened had similarly discovered their potential in life and death situations. However, I believe that luck plays a significant role. Some individuals may find themselves in dire straits, yet never awaken, even unto death. Thus, as the tales of the wilderness suggest, those endowed with the ability to awaken possess it within their souls, merely awaiting the opportunity for activation, while those who cannot awaken are destined to remain unfulfilled. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi listened intently to Yang Sanshui's words. Zhang Yi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "So, there's a chance I could awaken too?" Yang Sanshui shot him a sidelong glance. "Unlikely. Given your age, if you were meant to awaken, it would have happened long ago." Upon hearing Yang Sanshui's response, Zhang Yi's enthusiasm waned. "But you, Lin Yu, at your age, still have a possibility of awakening." Yang Sanshui shifted his gaze to Lin Yu. "Me?" Lin Yu scratched his head. After hearing Yang Sanshui's account, he too began to ponder. Could his ability to rewind death be his awakening talent? Yet, among the awakened individuals he had encountered and learned about, it seemed they all possessed abilities that could be actively exercised, unlike his own skill, which triggered passively only upon death. However, Lin Yu had had too little exposure to the awakened to confirm anything. Didn't Yu claim to have awakened prophetic abilities? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. "Is that true?" Yang Sanshui gazed in astonishment at Lin Yu, stating, "The rating of prophetic abilities within the main city is exceedingly high. I have heard from the chief that there was once an awakened individual in Dawn City with prophetic capabilities, despite the fact that he could only utilize his power once a month, and it came with a degree of uncertainty. He was still rated as an A-class and enjoyed exceptional privileges. Once a month, and yet rated as A-class?" Lin Yu echoed, equally astonished. As for his own death rewind ability, it seemed thus far to lack any apparent limitations. In essence, as long as Lin Yu was willing and could endure the torment of death, he could theoretically rewind an indefinite number of times. However, Lin Yu's death rewind also bore a significant degree of unpredictability. He had long since realized that he could not control the timing of his rewinds. Sometimes he would revert to mere minutes before his death, at other times several hours, and occasionally even a day or two prior. Lin Yu harbored a vague hypothesis that the timing of his death rewind might be triggered by specific events, providing him with a potential solution to those occurrences. Yet, even now, he remained uncertain. "This is truly a prophetic ability," Yang Sanshui remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. "You may not grasp just how extraordinary this power is. Individuals of this type are often regarded as genuine strategic assets. If the prophecy is successful, it can fundamentally alter the entire situation. If you were indeed a prophetic awakener, you would likely be treated as a distinguished guest upon your arrival in Dawn City, and a prosperous life would immediately follow. Lin Yu nodded contemplatively. Though he was not a true prophetic awakener, he felt that his death rewind capability was even more formidable. However, he pondered while glancing at the metal plaque in his hand. I believe this plaque did not simply appear here without reason. What do you mean? Yang Sanshui inquired. I suspect that this so-called laboratory is likely nearby, Lin Yu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Sanshui articulated, there is indeed a possibility of that. It is said that after the catastrophe, human leadership has been fervently striving to reclaim the technologies of the pre-catastrophe era. These technologies, regarded as treasures of humanity, have always been of utmost importance. Moreover, the plaque bears the inscription Fire Seed, which suggests it may be related to those innovations. Is that truly the case? Lin Yu nodded, reflecting for a moment before adding. However, given the current circumstances, the fact that the plaque has fallen in the wilderness and its condition is not pristine suggests that, even if it is linked to a laboratory, it has likely been abandoned for countless years. The two of them diligently analyzed the plaque, and only after concluding their discussion did they realize they had not heard Zhang Ye's voice for some time. They exchanged puzzled glances, only to be struck dumb by the sight before them. Zhang Yi was struggling to embrace the lifeless, monstrous fish, which was so enormous that he had nearly climbed onto its back. He was persistently attempting to bite off a piece of the fish's flesh with his teeth, occasionally using a knife to pry at it. Zhang Yi, what on earth are you doing? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Zhang Yi turned his head and flashed a grin. I can't comprehend your conversation, but I happened to spot this peculiar fish. I thought such a formidable beast must be quite nourishing. We certainly cannot let it go to waste. However, I must admit, the flesh is exceedingly tough. I struggled for quite some time to procure even a small morsel. Lin Yu and Yang Sanshui were both taken aback by Zhang Ye's explanation. Zhang Ye, you truly are a remarkable individual, Lin Yu murmured. Before them, Zhang Yu was attempting to hoist the entire monstrous fish, yet was simply too heavy for even him, a genetic warrior, to budge. Realizing he could not transport the creature, Zhang Yi lay upon its body and resumed gnawing at it, carefully selecting the flesh from the belly to avoid any toxic parts. Suddenly, Yang Sanshui interjected, we need to move. Something is approaching. Lin Yu, having heard the ominous sounds, prepared to depart immediately. With a lingering glance at the creature, Zhang Yi tore off a substantial piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Quickly, it's a behemoth. The group hastily navigated through the woods, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. The intensity of the vibrations was enough to signify the immense size of the unknown beast. Moreover, the fact that another creature was drawn to the scene of such fierce confrontation suggested it possessed strength comparable to the three monsters they had just encountered. Let us head straight back to the town. Upon exiting the forest, they sped toward Ashen Town. Just as they had left, a deafening roar erupted from the woods, reminiscent of a dragon and a cow, which inexplicably reminded Lin Yu of a young singer from his past life. Have you ever heard such a roar? Yang Sansui asked, visibly shaken, as they felt the ground still quaking beneath their feet, even from a considerable distance. Coupled with that roar, it was evident that this creature's power exceeded their expectations. I've never heard anything like it. Zhang Yi shook his head, finally swallowing the last of the fish. I suspect it is a mutated variety, much like those three monsters. Let us not dwell on it. We must return to the town and alert everyone to enter a state of alertness, Lin Yu said without looking back. Zhang Yi jolted, his expression turning serious. He understood Lin Yu's implication. If this unknown beast unleashed its fury nearby, it could endanger the townsfolk. Those within the town, sheltered by the sacred fire, might fare better. But countless wilderness hunters roamed the wild. If they encountered this creature, the consequences would be dire. The trio swiftly returned to Ashen Town, where Zhang Yi promptly informed everyone to avoid the wilderness unless absolutely necessary. If anyone faced a dire shortage of food, he offered to lend them supplies temporarily. Lin Yu regarded Zhang Yi with admiration. It must be said, Zhang Yi was indeed a person of great loyalty. Though it is evident that Zhang Yi, as the leader of the southern district, possesses a considerable fortune, possessing wealth is one matter, while the willingness to part with it is another. Even the illustrious Jack Ma, with his vast resources, has not been known to distribute wealth freely. If one were to mention certain claims, let us disregard Lin Yu's remarks. However, the willingness to lend provisions within the town is indeed a different matter altogether. No one can predict if they will retrieve what they lend, especially in the wilderness, rife with peril. Should misfortune befall them in the wild, Zhang Yi would bear the loss alone. He certainly comprehends this rationale, yet he remains inclined to lend food, ensuring that the wilderness hunters can safely remain within the protective embrace of the sacred fire for the time being. This is why Lin Yu holds Zhang Yi in some esteem. Once all directives were issued, Zhang Yi finally exhaled a breath of relief. He suddenly recalled something and called upon a subordinate. Make your way to the northern district and inform Wang Ming of this news. The subordinate paused, confused. Why should we notify them? If the northern district suffers significant casualties, wouldn't that be advantageous for us in the south? Zhang Yi playfully kicked him, chiding, "What are you thinking? Our Ashen Town is a community. While we may squabble among ourselves at times, when faced with a common external threat, we must unite. Otherwise, when danger arises, can we rely solely on you to confront it?" The subordinate, somewhat disheartened, scurried off towards the northern district. Lin Yu regarded Zhang Yi with surprise, never anticipating that this rugged man would possess such insight. Yet, Lin Yu was also perplexed. Previously, before he engaged with Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, he had presumed them to be arch-rivals. Now, however, he perceived a stark contrast in their attitudes towards one another. Zhang Yi appeared devoid of hatred for Wang Ming and did not seem intent on fostering conflict. Rather, he often assumed a more accommodating stance during their collaborations. Their exchanges were typically accompanied by smiles, far from instigating strife. Moreover, Wang Ming's demeanor was equally intriguing. In the face of Zhang Yi, who harbors a deep-seated grudge, Wang Ming did not react with overt hostility. Based on Lin Yu's understanding, such a vendetta would usually incite immediate calls for vengeance upon meeting. Yet Wang Ming merely displayed a colder expression and spoke with a touch of acerbity. Any confrontation seemed limited to a moment of heated words during an incident involving wild grass on the mountain, far from an intention to eliminate Zhang Yi. Their relationship was indeed subtle. While Lin Yu pondered this, he was suddenly roused by Yang Sanshui's voice. "I have given this serious thought," Yang Sanshui said after a moment of contemplation. "I have decided to leave Ashen Town today and head towards Dawn City." Both Lin Yu and Zhang Yi were taken aback, their brows furrowing in concern. Why the haste? That monster is still rampaging. If it comes this way, wouldn't you be in grave danger without the protection of a sacred fire? Yang Sanshui remained silent for a moment before responding. "It is precisely because of this monster that I must leave. Had it not been for the emergence of this monstrous creature, I might have lingered in the town for a few more days, ensuring a complete recovery before setting forth. However, I now harbor concerns. Should the monster indeed make its way here, remaining stationed outside the sacred fire, it remains uncertain when we might escape. If those creatures were to arrive simultaneously, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament, with the City of Dawn unable to acquire any intelligence regarding these beasts." Yang Sanshui raised his gaze to the two individuals, speaking earnestly. "Thus, I propose that while the monster is still ensconced in the woods, we seize the opportunity to depart. At the very least, there exists a peculiar fish within those woods. The creature, regardless of its nature, would first consume the carcass of that fish before vacating the area, given that such beasts harbor potent energy within their bodies, and it would not easily forsake its meal." Upon hearing Yang Sanshui's words, Lin Yu and Zhang Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. They ceased their attempts at persuasion, recognizing that Yang Sanshui had made up his mind. "How about this? Let us visit the Juju bar for a drink, as a farewell gesture for you," Zhang Yi suggested with a smile. Yang Sanshui hesitated for a moment, then reciprocated with a grin. "Very well." Chapter 40. The past of Zhang Yi and Wang Ming, as per usual. Zhou Wu chuckled, extending a cigarette. but awkwardly withdrew it upon noticing no one accepted. Zhang Yi regarded Zhou Wu with a bemused expression. 3 cups of liquor will suffice. There's no need for cigarettes. Who doesn't he know that your smokes are pricier than gold? Zhou Wu offered an embarrassed smile and presented 3 glasses of strong liquor. Lin Yu, with a scowl, inquired. So it's not that the cigarettes are expensive, but rather that this proprietor charges exorbitantly? Cigarettes, being highly circulated commodities, are typically brought in considerable quantities whenever the Dawn City teams arrive. A pack of cigarettes usually costs 1 silver coin, equivalent to 100 copper coins. However, this old rogue Zhou Wu sells a single cigarette for 30 copper coins, and a pack contains 20 cigarettes. By such calculations, 1 pack can fetch a whopping 600 copper coins, amounting to 6 silver coins, a 6-fold markup on the purchase price. Zhang Yi explained to Lin Yu. So exorbitant? Yang Sanshui exclaimed, astonished. 1 silver coin is indeed the price for the Dawn City team in the wilderness, yet in the city, a pack costs merely 30 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu cast a disapproving glance at Zhou Wu, his expression darkening further. He had not forgotten the previous night, when Zhou Wu charged him 60 copper coins for 2 cigarettes. Thus, that some could have procured a full 2 packs in Dawn City. Faced with Lin Yu's menacing gaze, Zhou Wu remained unfazed, even smiling at Lin Yu. My heart is already so blackened. Do I fear your scowl? However, wilderness hunters typically abstain from smoking, even if they do partake occasionally. It is only under the assurance that they will not venture into the wild for the next 2 days. Otherwise, the scent would be too overpowering, as beasts are highly sensitive to odors. Zhang Yi downed half a glass of liquor, appearing to relish it. Does Zhang Yu smoke? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Interestingly, upon the mere mention of Zhang Yu's name, Zhou Wu, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, let out a cold snort, his expression darkening as well. Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Oh, he does. However, Zhang Yu never pays for his cigarettes. He generally just swipes them from Zhou Wu. Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, indeed, it takes a villain to contend with a villain. Zhang Yi, having drained his cup, placed it back on the table, prompting Zhou Wu to immediately refill it. The position of a leader certainly comes with numerous conveniences. With a smile, Zhang Yi remarked, for instance, when you come a drink, it costs 8 copper coins per cup, whereas I only pay 5. So, how much do you think we are worth? Lin Yu was taken aback. 8 coins, he replied. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, Zhou Wu, you better come out here. Consider this cup a gift from me. Zhou Wu quickly donned a smiling face. Hearing this, Lin Yu begrudgingly sat back down. For the ordinary folk, it was indeed 8 copper coins for a cup, while Zhang Yi enjoyed a rate of 5. Yet when he had brought the old man's son for a drink that day, they charged him 10 copper coins per cup. What a cunning merchant. Before long, the group ceased to pay Zhou Wu any attention. After a few rounds of drinks, Yang Sanshui's face began to glow a faint red. Zhang Yi, I have a question for you, Lin Yu said, his face flushed. Initially, he found the liquor of this era rather overwhelming, far too fiery. However, after a couple of rounds, he surprisingly began to relish the sensation of the potent alcohol coursing down his throat like a warm wave. What is your relationship with Wang Ming? Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment before responding. This isn't much of a secret. Many of the old-timers in the town are aware. The outside world claims I ascended to power after killing Wang Ming's father. And indeed, that is the truth. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had thought the rumors he had heard were mere fabrications. But it turned out Zhang Yi had indeed slain Wang Ming's father. However, there were underlying circumstances. This situation could actually be attributed to Wang He's own reckless actions, interjected Zhou Wu. Zhang Yi nodded, not denying Zhou Wu's assertion. During Wang He's rule over Ashen Town, life was exceedingly difficult for everyone, for he was an exceedingly greedy individual, notorious for his malevolence. He forced everyone to pay him monthly fees under the guise of protection money, yet aside from extorting money, he did nothing else. Those who refused to pay the protection fee faced harassment from his underlings, making it impossible to lead a stable life. Under his negligence, many ne'er-do-wells began to rob and plunder frequently, even causing quite a few fatalities. Yet those who committed such acts could simply pay Wang He a handsome sum to evade punishment. This led to a dire existence for all. with even some preferring to venture into the wilderness in search of other settlements rather than remain in Ashen Town. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering, isn't this akin to banditry? In truth, if Wang He had persisted in this manner, even without me, Zhang Yi, there would have been others like Chun Yi or Lin Yi. For under his tyranny, the people's grievances had grown heavy, and civil strife was merely a matter of time. Zhang Yi continued, albeit if that incident had not occurred, Wang Yi might have lived a little longer, considering he was the only genetic warrior in the town. Lin Yu listened intently to Zhang Ye's tale, while Yang Sanshui leaned in, ears perked, captivated. Was this not more thrilling than a storytelling session? The tale begins with the arrival of the Dawn City team in Ashen Town. Wang Yi maintained a cordial relationship with them, having amassed considerable wealth through his ventures in Ashen Town. Whenever the Dawn City team visited, Wang Yi would skillfully navigate the interpersonal dynamics within the group to secure greater benefits for himself. This arrangement was mutually advantageous for the individuals from Dawn City as well. On one occasion, Wang He went so far as to invest nearly all his savings in acquiring a mechanical arm, the very one currently possessed by Wang Ming. It is worth noting that mechanical augmentations are significantly more expensive than gene potions, representing a virtually risk-free investment for those with sufficient funds to enhance their prowess. The Dawn City team was pleased to sell him a mechanical augmentation, and that evening, Wang He treated them to a lavish feast of high-priced wines, resulting in a night of revelry. However, under the cover of their inebriation, Wang He stealthily infiltrated their camp and pilfered a second-tier gene potion. A second-tier gene potion? Yang Sanshui exclaimed, its worth is several times that of a first-tier gene potion. We don't even have second-tier gene warriors in our gathering point 156. Indeed, its value was exorbitant. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, the Dawn City team did not notice the potion was missing and continued their journey to the next gathering point as usual. Although Wang He shared the same C rank as I, the injection of a second-tier gene potion did carry some probability of success. Initially, Wang He was gambling, believing that even if the Dawn City team discovered the potion's loss, they would not ascertain where it had been misplaced. However, he did not anticipate that the Dawn City team would conduct a thorough inventory at each gathering point, leading to his exposure. Isn't it quite normal to conduct an inventory upon arriving at each location? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is quite standard, Zhang Yi affirmed, but at that moment, Wang He was blinded by greed, hoping the Dawn City team would be negligent in their counting. Lin Yu sighed, conceding that such a probability did exist. The Dawn City team represented a prestigious entity to the inhabitants of ordinary gathering points, and it was likely that the people of Dawn City believed no one would dare to steal under their watchful gaze, a sense of arrogance deeply ingrained within them. Thus, a lapse in vigilance was indeed plausible. It must be said that while Wang He exhibited audacity and a keen understanding of human nature, he ultimately miscalculated. Within a few days, a mechanical modifier from the Dawn City team arrived, demanding the return of the missing second-tier gene potion. The team had reached the next gathering point, and time was of the essence, necessitating that one member return to negotiate. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wang He, blinded by his own ambitions, conspired with his subordinates to murder the mechanical modifier. Was it really so easy for him to die? Lin Yu questioned, logically speaking, as the main city, the individuals allowed to join the team in Dawn City should be formidable warriors. How could they be so easily vanquished by a mere first-tier genetic warrior from a gathering place? He had utterly let his guard down. Zhang Yi Sigit, speculating that Wang He had never anticipated that amidst the personnel from the main city, someone from a gathering place would dare to retaliate. That day, Wang He feigned remorse, promptly delivering genetic potions, and discreetly bestowed considerable wealth upon this mechanized individual, thus lulling him into complacency. When this mechanized warrior had indulged sufficiently, Wang He suddenly erupted. A mechanized individual caught off guard by a close-range assault from a genetic warrior had no chance to react. I surmise Wang He's reasoning was that even if he killed him, who could prove it was he who had committed the act? Furthermore, Wang He had already comprehended the arrangement of the Dawn City team. They were required to traverse all nearby gathering places gradually and must return to Dawn City within a stipulated time frame, or they would face severe repercussions. Wang Yi gambled on the notion that the team members would prefer to endure a silent grievance and compensate for their losses rather than confront the penalties from Dawn City. As for the future, Wang Yi had given it no thought, perhaps deciding to flee to another main city upon becoming a second-tier genetic warrior. However, he did not foresee that this mechanized individual was equipped with a surveillance device that transmitted the scene of Wang Yi's murderous act back to the team. It was only at this moment that Wang Yi truly panicked, realizing the situation was irretrievable. Hence, he resolved to inject himself with the second-tier genetic potion, should he succeed. He would possess the strength to survive in the wilderness and could escape from Ashtown. Yet if Wang Yi fled, the entire Ashtown would pay the price. Zhang Yi remarked with a rueful smile. What price? Lin Yu inquired immediately. The direst consequence would be that Ashtown would be buried alongside him. Zhou Wu scoffed. Do you think the people of Dawn City are merciful? To them, we, the destitute survivors of the wilderness, are insignificant. Our deaths mean nothing. The entire populace of Ashtown likely doesn't equate to the value of a single second-tier genetic potion in their eyes. Zhou Wu downed a glass of strong liquor. As long as they eliminate everyone in Ashtown, they could easily claim the town was attacked, and during the chaos, they lost some goods. Under this pretext, they might even profit, securing some benefits for themselves. Thus, I am left with no choice but to eliminate Wang Yi to provide them with an explanation and sever their ambitions. Wang Yi was oblivious to the fact that I had previously exhausted all my savings to purchase a first-tier genetic potion and had successfully inoculated myself to become a genetic warrior. Zhang Yi stated calmly. The town had long harbored grievances against Wang Yi. When the moment was ripe, I raised my arm and naturally had countless supporters rallying behind me, seizing the opportunity to strike down Wang Yi. Wang Yi had yet to receive the injection of the second-tier gene serum, and since assuming the role of leader, he had scarcely ventured into the wilderness, resulting in a complete degeneration of his combat instincts. It was implausible that he could pose a challenge to me. However, I had not anticipated that Wang Ming had already succeeded in becoming a mechanical modifier at that time. Had it not been for his still developing skills in manipulation, I might have met my demise instead of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled softly. Nevertheless, I did not seek to eradicate Wang Ming entirely. Firstly, I understood him. He was unlike Wang Yi, having once been confined for resisting Wang Yi's tyranny. Yet, I had undeniably taken his father's life, which justified his desire for vengeance against me. Perhaps it was because Wang Ming was aware of Wang Yi's true nature that he refrained from descending into madness. Yang Sansui interjected. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. How will you explain this to the people of Dawn City? Lin Yu inquired. As expected, the inhabitants of Dawn City returned to Ashen Town. However, I promptly presented Wang Yi's corpse along with the second-tier gene serum and spent a considerable amount of wealth to appease them, which ultimately led to their acquiescence. After all, annihilating everyone in the town carried its own risks, especially since Wang Yi was already deceased. With the gene serum returned to its rightful owner and the substantial financial compensation we provided, they had no reason not to accept our terms. As for the mechanical modifier slain by Wang Yi, they would likely concoct a narrative suggesting he perished in the wilderness at the hands of a wild beast. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging that in this era, a death was hardly a remarkable event. Enough of these old stories. Let us continue our revelry. Zhang Yi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I think I've had enough. I can no longer drink, Yang Sanshui said with a smile as he rose to his feet. Are you in such a hurry? Zhang Yi's hand, holding the wine cup, froze mid-air. Yang Sanshui shook his head, replying, excessive drinking will impair my judgment in the wilderness. Once this matter is resolved, we will have ample opportunities to celebrate. He finished his drink with a smile. Lin Yu, too, raised his cup with a grin. Brother Shui, I wish you a safe journey. We shall meet again. Yang Sanshui laughed heartily before falling silent for a few moments. Stay strong. I will surely find Dawn City. Until we meet again. Chapter 42. The Peculiarity of Old Man, Son, Brother Shui. Take this beef with you for the journey. It's already cooked. Brother Shui, here are some clothes for you. The winds in the wilderness can be quite harsh. Brother Shui, this is a traditional medicine passed down in my family. Effective for treating wounds. You should take it with you. Watching Lin Yu bustle about, preparing supplies for him, Yang Sanshui felt a mixture of amusement and warmth. That's enough, Lin Yu, he chuckled. I will hunt for myself on the way. These cooked provisions could spoil if the journey takes longer than expected. Upon hearing Yang Sanshui's words, Lin Yu finally halted his busy hands. I truly must take my leave now. Yang Sanshui chuckled softly as he gazed at the crowd gathered to bid him farewell. This departure left the uncertainty of when they might meet again. His journey was not for his own sake, but for the sake of Ashen Town and the other human settlements scattered across the wilderness. Yang Sanshui willingly embraced this path, earning the respect of all present. Please remember the route for us. If Ashen Town were to vanish, it would facilitate my escape, Zhang Yu remarked with a cheeky smile. A finely crafted iron bow now slung across his back. Lin Yu was taken aback when he first laid eyes on the bow. He had never anticipated that Zhang Yu could fashion such a weapon from mere scraps of iron. A true master of weaponry, indeed, he mused. Yang Sanshui's gaze swept across the faces of the townsfolk. Esteemed friends, let's part ways here. I shall endeavor to reach Dawn City swiftly, and I believe we shall meet again ere long. Lin Yu and the others wore solemn expressions, offering him a slight bow. Those who gather firewood for the community must not be left out in the cold. Farewell. Yang Sanshui waved to the crowd, his silhouette gradually receding into the distance. As they watched him depart, a wave of emotion washed over them. None knew what perils he might encounter in the wilderness. Yet they held faith that he would reach Dawn City. 10 days had passed since Yang Sanshui's departure, and during this time, Ashen Town seemed to have regained its tranquility. However, beneath this calm surface, changes began to unfold. Firstly, in light of the town's overall safety, a formal truce was established between the northern and southern districts. Zhang Yi and Wang Ming had brokered an agreement that united their forces, organizing patrols around Ashen Town to guard against any unforeseen incidents. Their vigilance was a source of relief, especially since they had heeded Zhang Yi's counsel and refrained from venturing into the wilderness for hunting. Shortly after Yang Sanshui's departure, a deafening roar echoed through the town. Residents on the edge of the northern district even caught a glimpse of a colossal figure lurking in the shadows of the wilderness. According to their accounts, this creature towered above even the oldest trees and surpassed all beasts they had ever encountered in size. Any wilderness hunter who crossed paths with this monster would likely meet a grim fate. Another notable change was the decline in Zhang Ye's mother's health. For reasons unknown, the elderly woman's condition took a drastic turn for the worse, making even standing a challenge within a matter of days. Perhaps that minor cold had proven to be the final straw for her frail body. This deterioration had deeply affected Zhang Yi, leaving him in a foul mood. And even Wang Ming refrained from provoking him. Yet within the wooden cabin, a different scene unfolded. You hesitate too much with your blade. Must you not be more decisive? Your technique, were it 10 years ago, would only serve to torment beasts in a hunt. An elder scolded, striking Lin Yu's leg lightly with a wooden stick. Utilize your hips for power, not your rear. Maintain your stance. Without a solid foundation, no matter how great your strength, it will go unexpressed. The old man remarked. After years of practicing the fundamentals, how is it that you can still find so many faults? Lin Yu appeared somewhat disheveled, balancing 5 buckets of water on his body, with one on each thigh, another on his shoulders, and one atop his head. Under such grueling training, he was already drenched in sweat. What do you understand? Old Sun snorted. Do you know why I have you use a dagger? Because it is easier to catch someone off guard. Lin Yu replied honestly, I understand. Get lost. Old Sun chuckled reproachfully, as the saying goes, a little skill goes a long way. With agility, one evades all. I get it, Lin Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. In truth, he recognized the advantages of wielding a dagger. Unlike Zhang Yi, who was imposing and strong, Lin Yu often found himself at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. However, a dagger was different. It prioritized agility and versatility. In his past life, the lethality of such a weapon far surpassed that of ordinary blades. Once a dagger penetrated the body, the wound would spiral and drag, incapacitating if not fatal. Nonetheless, Lin Yu suspected that Old Sun favored the dagger for its capacity to deceive. The team from Dawn City seems delayed, Old Sun suddenly stated. Lin Yu looked at him in confusion. uncertain why he had broached this topic. This year's team from Dawn City was indeed over a month late, which was quite unusual. I have saved a considerable sum for you. When the team from Dawn City arrives, take it out and purchase some fine items, Old Sun murmured. You truly give me a headache. Your frail frame is not suited for gene injections. Rather than becoming a gene warrior, you would be better off as a mechanical augmentator. The casualty rate is lower than that of gene warriors, and the prospects for future development are much brighter. With sufficient funds, you can acquire more mechanical enhancements. When the Dawn City team arrives, consider purchasing a few mechanical appendages, preferably for your legs. You don't prefer direct confrontations, and leg enhancements would grant you greater agility and speed. Old Sun continued to ramble on. Old man, what is the matter with you? Lin Yu asked, frowning. Old Sun typically was not one to speak so freely. He had always been a man of few words. I have been feeling a sense of unease lately, as if something ominous is looming, Old Sun said, lowering his gaze. His eyes, once bright and clear, now appeared murky and dull. I hope the people from Dawn City arrive soon. You should immediately purchase the mechanical enhancements. If anything happens, you must be able to escape swiftly. The money I've saved will certainly be enough, and perhaps you can even acquire additional auxiliary enhancements. That will be quite beneficial. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Yu replied, a bit irritated. Lin Yu, promise me one thing. Old Sun suddenly raised his head and gazed intently at Lin Yu. What is it? Lin Yu asked, feeling anxious under the old man's penetrating stare. Old Sun's expression darkened, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. If danger truly arises, do not concern yourself with me. Run with all your strength. You must survive. Chapter 43. The Return of the Face-Hugging Worm Nonsense. Lin Yu abruptly stood up, spilling the bucket of water around him. Frowning, he gazed at the old man's Sunday. Old man, let me make this clear. Do not entertain any foolish notions. If something truly happens in Ashen Town, I will ensure your escape alongside me. If it comes to it, we might as well face death together here. It's no matter. Lin Yu spoke with an indifference that belied the sincerity of his thoughts. Since his arrival in this world, Sun had been his constant companion, teaching him the art of survival in the wilderness and guiding him through the trials of existence. Although not his blood relative, Sun was closer to him than any kin could be. Should Ashen Town face peril, akin to the assault on Shelter 156 by those monsters, Lin Yu would undoubtedly take Sun with him. The worst outcome would merely be their demise in Ashen Town, and frankly, Lin Yu had no desire to linger in this wretched world any longer. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the old man fell into silence. Enough of this, old man. Do not overthink. This is not your style. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. I'm off to have a chat with Zhang Yi. Stay here and wait for my return. As Lin Yu exited the wooden cabin, he reflected upon the gratitude coins in his mind. Recently, due to the emergence of that creature in the wilderness, no one had ventured out to hunt, resulting in a stagnation of new injuries. Consequently, the progress of his gratitude coins had come to a standstill, remaining at 94. He needed 6 more coins and was determined to find a way to gather them swiftly. Once he amassed 100 gratitude coins, he could fulfill the task assigned by the Eye of Deceit and claim the promised weapon. In this ever-changing wilderness, where dangers could arise at any moment, enhancing his combat prowess was imperative for his survival in such tumultuous times. Zhao Fu crouched at the base of a hillside, his eyes fixed intently on a goat before him. Behind him stood 3 robust wilderness hunters. After days of confinement, the town had finally permitted them to return to the wild. Chun Lin, expressionless, chewed on a protein bar. Another hunter, wearing a green straw hat, wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. Upon hearing Chun Lin's words, Wang Chuan, the one in the straw hat, licked his parched lips. But thanks to Zhang Ye's warnings, had we encountered that creature, none would have survived. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhao Fu spoke softly. This goat is nearing its birthing period. Its abdomen is showing clear signs. It must have found a suitable place to give birth and is preparing for the final stage. It is most alert now, yet simultaneously at its weakest. Brothers, be ready. Zhao Fu gripped the sharp knife in his hand, his gaze unwavering on the goat before him. Such opportunities were rare. Goats were always prime prey, and with its wool, several of them would have adequate winter clothing secured. Moreover, The pregnant she-goat was poised to give birth. If they were to slay this female goat, they would instantaneously acquire 2 goats. This would ensure that they need not venture into the perilous wilderness for several days to come. Furthermore, the 4 had collaborated on numerous occasions and believed their coordination would pose no issues. At that moment, Chun Xiang, tasked with observing the surroundings, voiced his perplexity. "Do you feel the ground trembling? Trembling?" The others were momentarily taken aback. Had Chun Xiang not mentioned it, they might have overlooked it. Yet, his remark prompted them to notice a faint vibration beneath their feet. "Is there an earthquake?" Zhao Fu furrowed his brow. Could it be that the creature hasn't wandered far? Wang Chuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Look, what is that?" Chun Xiang suddenly pointed into the distance. The group swiftly raised their heads, following the direction of his finger. At the horizon, a cloud of dust had appeared, seemingly from nowhere. In that instant, the goat on the slope about to give birth also sensed the disturbance, and without hesitation, bolted away. The group exchanged glances as they watched the fleeing goat. Retreat. Cao Fu declared decisively. In the wilderness, hesitation could lead to dire consequences. Although they remained uncertain about the nature of the dust cloud, he believed that as long as they returned to the sanctuary of the holy fire, all dangers would be resolved. However, the movement of the dust was far swifter than they anticipated. Soon, they realized that the once distant line of dust had now obscured the sky. Upon closer inspection, they would discover that the dust was merely a thin veil above. The true menace lay in a vast, inky shadow on the ground. "What is that?" They sprinted towards Ashen Town, glancing back in fear, drenched in sweat. "I remember now," a voice emerged from the group. Chun Xiang's face turned pale. "It's the swarm of insects, the very same that surrounded the town before." A wave of alarm surged through them. They were all too familiar with what Chun Xiang referenced. Upon a return of the expedition that sought the blazing sun crystal, nearly half the team had vanished. The reason lay in their encounter with a horde of bizarre insects just before reaching the town. These creatures not only devoured countless beasts of the wild, but also slaughtered numerous hunters. Ultimately, they lingered outside the town throughout the night, departing only at dawn. It was easy to surmise that had the insects not retreated voluntarily, no one would have been able to confront them. They could have easily starved every inhabitant of Ashen Town. Chun Xiang's early realization stemmed from his first-hand experience as a member of that ill-fated team. Having witnessed the hellish scene, "Why have these insects returned?" Zhao Fu cursed under his breath. "Forget why they are back. We must flee at once." Chun Xiang exerted all his strength, astonishingly accelerating beyond his original pace. Indeed, limits are often surpassed under duress. Behind them, an overwhelming swarm of face-hugging insects moved silently across the wilderness, resembling a dark cloud. The facial patterns on their backs appeared even more vivid than in previous days, as if they had absorbed more souls. "Hurry, shed all burdens, and return to the town to inform everyone," Zhao Fu bellowed, immediately discarding his backpack to enhance his speed. The others remained silent, sprinting with all their might towards Ashen Town. Chapter 44. A crisis approaches. The sun shone brightly, flowers smiled at me, and the little birds chirped. "Why do you carry explosives?" Lin Yu hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled through the marketplace, occasionally greeting the vendors. However, as he walked, a frown gradually crept onto his face. He had initially hoped to encounter some of those he had treated previously, perhaps earning a few tokens of gratitude in the process. To his disappointment, despite the warm greetings from a few familiar faces, none expressed their thanks. This was to be expected. Who would repeatedly say "thank you" after a single incident? Truly, one tends to forget pain once the wounds have healed, Lin Yu muttered to himself. He even contemplated manufacturing some injuries, perhaps by giving someone a beating and then healing them with a witch's potion. A perfect self-sustaining cycle. Yet, after some reflection, he dismissed the notion. Genuine gratitude would likely elude him in such a scenario. Moreover, he would have to expend some of his own tokens to acquire the witch's potion. If the townspeople were to learn of Lin Yu's thoughts, they would likely curse him as a living demon. He had finally managed to improve his reputation. It was best to let Zhang Yu endure the blame alone. With a sigh, Lin Yu abandoned the idea, but then considered a hypothetical. What if Zhang Yu had a similar task? Ideally, the opposite of his own. Lin Yu needed to earn gratitude tokens, while Zhang Yu could accumulate something like scolding tokens simply by being berated. The thought made Lin Yu chuckle, but alas, Zhang Yu was not present. What are you laughing at so joyfully? Just then, a voice emerged beside him. Wow, how did you end up here? Lin Yu turned to see Zhang Yu, who looked puzzled by Lin Yu's amusement. I came to see if there was anything I needed, Zhang Yu replied, scanning the area with his iron bow slung over his shoulder. What are you looking for? Lin Yu followed Zhang Yu's gaze, noticing he was inspecting some herbal stalls. Without turning around, Zhang Yu stated, I'm looking for poison to crush it and apply it to my arrowheads later. Wow, that's quite sinister. Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Zhang Yu turned back, casting Lin Yu a curious look. Isn't this the same person who poisoned his dagger upon our first meeting? Is that so? Haha. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, almost forgetting his dagger was also coated with poison. As the two wandered through the marketplace, engaged in conversation, they suddenly noticed a figure staggering towards them. Hey, what is going on? Lin Yu exclaimed as he grasped the individual S-arm. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be one of Zhang Ye's subordinates. Have you eaten today? Just as the subordinate was about to retort, he realized that it was Lin Yu holding him, with Zhang Yu standing nearby, scrutinizing him. Frightened, the subordinate quickly changed his tone, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, I'm in a hurry to get to the North District. Why the rush to the North District? Planning the gala? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. The subordinate responded with a bitter smile. What gala? Our boss sent me to urgently notify Wang Ming to come to the South District for a meeting. What meeting? Lin Yu and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, both bewildered. There's been an anomaly in the wilderness. A sandstorm is approaching. The subordinate urged. Please, let me go to the North District, and you should hurry to the warehouse. Without a word, Lin Yu released the subordinate and turned to Zhang Yu. Let us go. Zhang Yu's expression grew solemn. Run fast. Zhao Fu's face was ashen as the group stumbled towards Ashen Town. However, their destination lay further than usual, making it impossible to return to the town in a short time. The pallor on their faces was evident, reflecting their significant depletion of strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their continued sprint was purely driven by sheer willpower and the instinct to survive. Behind them loomed a vast expanse of yellowish sand, obscuring half the sky, sweeping across the wilderness like an apocalyptic wave. Beneath the sand, an overwhelming swarm of black-faced insects advanced relentlessly, resembling emotionless machines of slaughter, leaving no trace of life in their wake. The wails of beasts echoed along their path, and wherever the swarm passed, it left behind desolation. Their countless legs were akin to blades harvesting souls, mercilessly crushing all living beings in sight. We can't go back. As the dark tide and yellow dust drew nearer, Chun Xiang collapsed to his knees in despair, gazing hopelessly at the distant sky. He could no longer run. This was beyond the realm of willpower. Move. Stopping now is a death sentence. Wang Chuan shouted in frustration, yet he dared not halt, knowing that to separate meant certain death. There was no hope of rescue from companions. Everyone was like a clay figurine crossing a river, struggling to save themselves. Don't look back. Run. Cao Fu said urgently, fully aware that stopping was not an option. A moment's pause would lead to a complete relaxation of both mind and body, and at this stage of exhaustion, it would be impossible to restart. Chun Xiang was doomed. I can't go on, Mom. I'm sorry. Chun Lin suddenly faltered, collapsing to the ground, violently retching. He found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness, as if swarms of mosquitoes were swirling incessantly before him. This was a grave indication of severe cerebral hypoxia, and Chun Lin had reached his limit. Upon hearing the anguished cries behind him, Zhao Fu gritted his teeth, resolutely choosing to ignore them as he pressed onward. The black tide was perilously close, and Wang Chuan lagged several paces behind Zhao Fu at this moment. The speed of the face-hugging swarm far surpassed that of ordinary humans, and at this rate, there was no conceivable way for Zhao Fu and Wang Chuan to escape. I will fight you to the bitter end, Wang Chuan exclaimed, tearing off his straw hat and brandishing the steel fork with a fierce determination. Yet, this act was as futile against the colossal swarm as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Just before he was entirely consumed by the darkness, Countless images flashed through Wang Chuan's mind. He recalled that this hat had been crafted by his late wife several years prior. This devoted woman had advised him to wear the hat in hot weather, assuring him that while he might sweat, it would effectively prevent heat stroke. Wang Chuan would often impatiently respond with an acknowledgement. However, ever since his wife's passing, he had made it a point to don that cherished hat whenever he ventured into the wilderness. Yet now, this hat, which he held dear, had been reduced to mere dust amidst the chaos. "I have come for you." Wang Chuan slowly succumbed to unconsciousness, his final gaze fixated on the hat's dust dancing in the wind. Chapter 45. Awakening. Zhao Fu was a native son of Ashentown, having lived in this somewhat dilapidated settlement since he was old enough to understand. Now, in his 30s, he had yet to establish a family, not due to a lack of suitors, but because he was unwilling to endure the sorrow of separation and loss once more. He would never forget that fateful day. Zhao Fu's parents were seasoned wilderness hunters, and their household was relatively affluent, occasionally allowing them the luxury of meat. That fateful morning, after tenderly embracing young Zhao Fu, his father set off to the wild with his mother. Zhao Fu waited, through the day and into the night, until dawn broke, only to be met with the sight of two mangled corpses. At that time, Zhao Fu did not grasp the concepts of wilderness or death. He merely pushed against his parents' lifeless bodies, weeping as he questioned whether they felt pain. They offered no reply, leaving Zhao Fu enveloped in silence. During that time, there was a young wilderness hunter in the village. Though still in his youth, he possessed remarkable experience, and in an era devoid of awakened beings, his combat prowess was unrivaled in the town. He silently observed the tragic scene without uttering a word. Later, Zhao Fu discovered that food would often be slipped under the tattered door of their home. Sometimes it was vegetables, other times a small piece of meat, but more frequently, it was protein bars made from cockroaches. It was only upon maturing that Zhao Fu learned that it was this young wilderness hunter who had been providing for him. However, by then, the hunter had entered middle age, no longer resembling the vibrant figure Zhao Fu once remembered. Later, Zhao Fu sought out his home, a dilapidated little wooden cabin. He knelt at the entrance for 3 days, finally waiting for the wilderness hunter to open the door. He recalled that the man had asked him whether he wished to become a wilderness hunter or a petty vendor. If he chose the latter, he could live comfortably. However, if he aspired to be a wilderness hunter, the man would mentor him for a year, and how much he learned would depend on himself. For his parents were friends of the hunter. Without hesitation, Zhao Fu opted to become a wilderness hunter. The man smiled and introduced himself as Sun Chuanxian, instructing him to follow him for the coming year. Then, Zhao Fu lost consciousness and fainted at Sun Chuanxuan's doorstep. He acknowledged his lack of talent and dullness. Despite Sun Chuanxuan's earnest teachings throughout the year, he struggled to grasp the lessons. As the year drew to a close, he left the little wooden cabin and embarked on the life of a wilderness hunter. Gazing at the swarming black insects behind him, Zhao Fu was astonished to find that all fear had suddenly vanished from his mind. As he grew older, he heard tales of finding a child in the wilderness, a child with remarkable talent. Just as he intended to remind the child to take good care of the old man's son, Zhao Fu abruptly halted, staring at the encroaching mass of black insects. At that moment, a chill seemed to seep into his mind. Zhao Fu looked in astonishment at his hands, which had inexplicably manifested 2 incredibly sharp blades. Had Lin Yu been present, he would have instantly recognized these blades as replicas of the legendary Nepalese kukri. In truth, the kukri is more accurately known as a curved knife or a backward curving dagger, with its edge contrasting that of a typical curved blade. Its fame stems from the fact that Nepalese warriors wielded it in battle, making it the national knife of Nepal. Their creed is, better to die on the spot than to live in cowardice. "Have I awakened?" Zhao Fu murmured, gazing at the blades in his hands. At that moment, with Zhao Fu's awakening, his body experienced a qualitative leap, and all previous fatigue vanished without a trace. Feeling the potent strength coursing through his muscles, Zhao Fu turned and ran without hesitation. Ahead, a massive wild boar obstructed his path, intentionally attempting to intimidate him, hoping he would perish beneath the swarm of insects to grant itself a fleeting chance of escape. Zhao Fu's eyes gleamed coldly, His speed intensified rather than diminished. The two military knives in his hands sliced effortlessly through the boar's body. In shock, the wild boar witnessed its form cleaved in two as the human of the wilderness darted past like a lightning bolt. What a thrill! Zhao Fu's face radiated excitement as the blades in his hands suddenly vanished at the mere thought of his will. These weapons were the fruits of his awakening, their sharpness far surpassing Zhao Fu's imagination. Moreover, the enhancements brought by the awakening exceeded his expectations. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Fu unexpectedly distanced himself from the swarm of insects behind him, even catching a distant glimpse of the outline of Ashen Town. Not far ahead, two patrolling civilians were present. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Zhao Fu shouted hoarsely, immediately drawing the attention of the patrollers. Wait, isn't that Zhao Fu? How is he running so fast? The two civilians were taken aback, astonished that his legs seemed to blur with speed. What are you standing there for? Eva awakened. Hurry and run. Zhao Fu swiftly dashed past them, making a beeline for Ashen Town. The two civilians exchanged bewildered glances and looked into the distance. They beheld a faint, dusky yellow dust cloud slowly emerging on the horizon, followed ominously by an abyss-like darkness. What the hell? They were momentarily stunned before sprinting after Zhao Fu towards Ashen Town, reflecting on the swiftness of awakened beings. Everyone on alert. All elders, women, and children return home and stay indoors. All wilderness hunters and young adults gather at the warehouse. The sole loudspeaker in the town was in Zhang Ye's hands, his voice hoarse from shouting. Surrounding him were the sturdy men from the north and south districts of Ashen Town. Wang Ming was among them, his expression shifting constantly as he furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the edge of Ashen Town. Lin Yu and Zhang Yu stood beside Zhang Yi, their faces equally grim. Suddenly, a shadow raced towards the warehouse like a bolt of lightning. What the hell is that? Zhang Yu exclaimed in shock, quickly drawing the iron bow from his back. Don't shoot, don't shoot. It's one of our own. Cao Fu, equally startled, shouted in alarm. An arrow aimed at him could certainly create a new wound on his head. Even now, as an awakened being, he did not dare underestimate Zhang Yu. Cao Fu? Zhang Yu looked at him with confusion. You've awakened? Despite Zhao Fu's face being covered in dust, obscuring his features, Zhang Yu quickly recognized him. Lin Yu was internally astonished to discover yet another awakened individual. I have awakened, but that is not the priority now. Zhao Fu took a deep breath to steady himself and earnestly addressed the group. The swarm of insects is coming. Chapter 46. The siege. Are you saying that the creatures in the dust storm are those monsters? The crowd exchanged glances, having never imagined such a scenario. Initially, they knew this dust storm could not merely be a natural disaster, as they had felt the earth trembling from afar. However, they had not anticipated that the storm was indeed caused by the very swarm of face-hugging insects that had left a profound scar on everyone's memories. In fact, it could be said that this swarm was the source of the dust storm. How have they returned? Lu Ren's complexion turned pale. He would never forget that night when his brother was dragged into the swarm before his very eyes, reduced to a pile of shattered bones in an instant. That scene remained etched in his memory, haunting him with nightmares night after night. Yet now, the source of this nightmare had returned to Ashen Town. Are you certain? Zhang Yu asked with a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the formidable defense possessed by this group of face-hugging bugs. Although he wielded merely a wooden bow at that time, the iron arrowheads, albeit rusted, were still made of iron. Yet, even with Zhang Yu's immense strength and precision, he found himself incapable of breaching the defenses of the face-hugging bugs. Wang Ming, a mechanical modifier, was equally unable to penetrate their defenses. Despite the possibility that his ammunition had long expired, the situation underscored the extraordinary resilience of these creatures. Do not panic, Lin Yu stated with calm assurance. That night has already proven that, regardless of their might, these bugs cannot surpass the protection of the holy fire. Zhang Ye's expression softened somewhat at Lin Yu's words. He is right. There is no need for undue alarm. It is possible that, like last time, these insects will surround us for a night and then depart. Chun Lin and the others are gone. Zhao Fu interjected, his tone heavy with sorrow. They have been old partners for several years, often venturing out to hunt together even before the wilderness had become perilous. However, the increasing dangers of the wild had prompted them to expand their original duo into a quartet. It was unexpected that their long-standing companions would meet their demise at the hands of this bizarre swarm. "How did you awaken?" Zhang Yu asked, looking at Zhao Fu with curiosity. Zhao Fu pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not entirely sure. It seems I awakened while running." The group exchanged puzzled glances. What did it mean to awaken while merely running? If that were the case, they might as well all start running. Lin Yu, intrigued, inquired, "What abilities did you awaken?" Zhao Fu flicked his wrists, and two elegantly designed military knives appeared in his hands. It was only at this moment that he had the chance to examine his awakened items closely. The blades, broad at the base and curving forward like a dog's leg, measured just over 40 centimeters in length. The junction between the blade and the handle featured a V-shaped groove, immediately recognizable to seasoned wilderness hunters as a conduit for blood. "Wow, that's impressive, albeit a bit short," Zhang Yi remarked enviously as he gazed at Zhao Fu's knives. Lin Yu stood astounded nearby. "Isn't that a Nepalese knife? What about the other abilities?" Zhang Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Zhao Fu considered for a moment and replied, "It seems my physical attributes have significantly improved, particularly my speed. I can run incredibly fast now." The others nodded in unison, recalling Zhao Fu's swift escape moments earlier. "Indeed, he is remarkably fast. Speedster, how is your combat prowess?" Lin Yu queried from the side. "You call me a speedster?" Zhao Fu rolled his eyes. "A man can excel in many things, but never refer to him as merely fast. My combat abilities have undoubtedly increased. These two knives are extraordinarily sharp. While fleeing earlier, I encountered a wild boar, and when my blade struck, I felt no resistance at all. So smooth." Lin Yu looked at Zhao Fu's twin blades with envy, pondering the remarkable awakenings of his companions, each one seemingly more impressive than the last. Not to mention Zhang Yu's awakening of a hunting dog. Yang Sanshui's water control ability filled him with envy, and now, with Zhao Fu's awakening and the emergence of dual blades, he appeared extraordinarily striking. Lin Yu mused quietly, pondering that he had yet to awaken, and perhaps the death rewind could be considered a unique advantage. "Wait," Zhang Yu suddenly interjected. "Did you hear that sound?" An eerie silence enveloped the scene. "Let's head to the edge of the town." The expressions of everyone darkened. They all recognized the hoarse, rustling sound that echoed around them, an unmistakable sign of the swarm of face-hugging bugs in motion. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, they found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming mass of face-hugging bugs encircling the ashen town. "Is it only the southern district?" Zhang Yi asked. "What about the northern district?" "I dispatched someone to scout earlier, and they just returned," Wang Ming replied. "Strangely, the northern district is completely deserted. It seems only the southern district is encircled." "How peculiar," Zhang Yi said, bewildered. "Is it possible you've done something to warrant this?" Wang Ming shot Zhang Yi a sidelong glance. "Get lost. But doesn't this mean we could still venture into the wilderness through the northern district?" someone suggested. "I have my doubts," Lin Yu interjected suddenly. "This swarm of face-hugging bugs clearly exhibits intelligence. Just like last time, they surrounded the entire ashen town. Yet this time, they have only encircled the southern district. I sense something amiss. Such unusual occurrences must have an underlying cause. I believe there is a reason behind the bug's decision." Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. "I have a hypothesis," Zhang Yu said, furrowing his brow. "Despite their power, face-hugging bugs are still wild creatures that inhabit the wilderness, and they must possess basic survival instincts. Their deliberate avoidance of the northern district suggests there may be something there that poses a threat to them." Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Yu's words were not without merit. Wild creatures typically exhibit territorial behavior. Even strange beings like the face-hugging bugs, which roam freely across the wilderness, would inherently recognize the danger of intruding upon the territory of more formidable beings. Could there truly be a creature in the northern wilderness that instills such caution in a swarm as powerful as the face-hugging bugs? If this were the case, Ashen Town would indeed be in grave peril. Could it be the monster we encountered in the woods earlier? Zhang Yi asked Lin Yu and Zhang Yu. "Unlikely. It's too quiet." Lin Yu shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi stated, "Regardless of what lies beyond, We must prepare ourselves to confront this swarm of face-hugging bugs. Let's assess the food supplies each household has. We need to know how many days we can sustain ourselves. If these pests do not disperse, we may need to brace ourselves for a protracted battle. Chapter 47. The Stirring of the Sacred Fire After Taking Stock. Many felt a heavy gloom settle over them. As expected, the residents of Ashentown had been enduring a harsh existence, and it was implausible that they would have substantial food reserves. I can gather all the provisions I have and then inform the owners of the grain and oil shops, as well as the grocery stores, to extend me a favor by releasing their supplies for distribution according to need. Once the swarm departs, we can return the resources, Zhang Yi articulated after a moment of contemplation. The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi held considerable credibility in Ashentown, and given the town's current plight, it was reasonable to believe that the shopkeepers would comply. However, the uncertainty lingered regarding when the face-hugging swarm would finally disperse. That night was destined to be restless. Even in the late hours, the townsfolk could still hear the rustling sounds, indicating that the face-hugging swarm had not retreated as they had on a previous occasion. This was not a promising sign. By the following morning, the entire populace unconsciously gathered again at the southern district's edge. The number of swarms had significantly decreased. Upon cursory observation, perhaps only 100 facehuggers remained. Lin Yu examined the scene closely and spoke up. This situation evoked a mixture of emotions among the group. They were relieved that the majority of the facehuggers had vacated, even if their whereabouts remained unknown. The current presence of merely 100 was far less daunting than the dense throng from the previous night. Yet, there was concern that the remaining swarm, undisturbed by the departure of the larger group, might indicate their readiness for a prolonged siege on Ashentown, despite the reduced numbers. The formidable defensive capabilities of these creatures rendered them a considerable threat that the town could not contend with. As long as the swarm lingered outside the town, escape into the wilderness was impossible. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yu stepped forward. He removed the iron bow from his back and knocked an arrow glimmering with a sharp sheen. Drawing the bowstring taut, he released the arrow with the swiftness of a startled falcon, striking one of the facehuggers. It worked, Zhang Yu exclaimed with elation. Following his equipment upgrade, the potency of his arrows had significantly increased, and this shot pierced deep into the creaturesque body. The facehugger he struck let out a painful screech and gradually succumbed to the ground, writhing before falling silent. If this continues, we can systematically eliminate these creatures without venturing into the wilderness. Zhang Yi shouted excitedly. What are you thinking? Zhang Yu shot him a glance. I currently possess fewer than 30 arrows, and I cannot retrieve them immediately. Even if I manage to kill 30, what then will we do with the remainder? Hearing this, Zhang Yi's enthusiasm deflated. While eliminating 30 facehuggers was commendable, it ultimately served little purpose given their present predicament. Even with only 70 or 80 remaining, they cannot break free from the swarm. How about we try the northern district? Someone suggested. Wang Ming hesitated momentarily before nodding. The dangers confronting them in the southern district were now abundantly clear. Although everyone remains vigilant towards the northern district, the true nature of what lies within it, instilling fear in the facehugger creatures, remains a mystery. We must first ascertain what we are up against, Zhang Yu remarked. Upon arriving in the northern district, it became apparent that this area differs significantly from the southern district. The pedestrians here carry a glint of malice in their eyes, and the palpable weariness is even more pronounced than in the south. This illustrates the disparity in regional control between Wang Ming and Zhang Yi. Currently, there seems to be no immediate danger. Zhang Yu, scanning the surroundings with a keen gaze, detected nothing unusual. Zhang Yu, take a closer look. Lin Yu instructed in a low voice. Do you see any wildlife in this desolate expanse? Taken aback, Zhang Yu surveyed the area once more, his expression growing grave as he remarked, Indeed, something is amiss. Not only are there no large beasts, but even the smaller creatures are conspicuously absent. A sense of foreboding settled over the group. It appeared their suspicions were correct. The dangers of the northern district lurked in the shadows. At that moment, Ashentown resembled a solitary vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea, with visible waves ahead while the rear, though seemingly tranquil, concealed unimaginable terrors beneath the surface. Boss, the facehuggers are stirring. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over, breathless. Retreat, Zhang Yi commanded decisively, heading southward. What triggered their sudden uprising? Observing the 100-odd facehuggers before them, the group's expressions darkened. Typically, these creatures were eerily quiet, lying motionless on the ground. Yet now, they had become agitated, scurrying about, with some attempting to breach the sanctified light's radius. Most astonishingly, the flames emanating from the sacred fire were unable to vanquish the creatures directly. Their formidable defenses allowed them to withstand the holy flame's encroachment, albeit temporarily. Fortunately, while the sacred fire could not instantly eliminate them, it appeared that the facehuggers could not penetrate the fire's protective barrier. Wait, Lin Yu interjected suddenly. Have you noticed that the sacred flames seem dimmer? The group looked up in alarm. The layout of Ashen Town had been meticulously designed around the sacred fire's illumination. Even the most remote buildings lay within its glow. Typically, the sacred fire would only dim when its energy waned, but it never retracted its range. Yet now a disconcerting change was underway. They observed that the buildings at the periphery were gradually encroaching upon the wasteland. No, it was not the buildings advancing. Rather, the sacred fire's illumination was diminishing. This resulted in a portion of the building on the right side being exposed to the gray wilderness, outside the sanctified light's safety. Why is this happening? Panic began to ripple through the crowd. Logically, after they had replenished the sacred fire's energy with the blazing sun crystal, it should have sustained them for at least 3 months. Yet, barely a month had passed, and the fire's potency had diminished so drastically. At this moment, the face-hugging insects emitted a cacophonous screech. Subsequently, they charged relentlessly towards the edge of the sacred flame in a manner akin to a suicide assault. Whenever one of these creatures seemed on the brink of succumbing, it would retreat, only to be replaced by a new wave of face-hugging insects. What was most alarming was that amidst their relentless onslaught, the brilliance of the sacred flame began to wane. They were draining the energy of the sacred flame. Wang Ming exclaimed. Chapter 48. The sacred flame extinguished. Damn it! This scene caused everyone to gasp in horror. Never before had a beast been capable of such a feat. The sacred flame had always represented an invulnerable, invisible fortress in the hearts of all, safeguarding their safety. Lin Yu shared this conviction just days prior. When he had returned after stealing bird eggs, the lion-like beast had met its fiery demise the moment its claws breached the sacred flame's boundary. Moreover, throughout this time, no creature had ever been witnessed consuming the energy of the sacred flame. Such a notion had not even been heard of. Yet, these bizarre face-hugging insects had achieved the impossible. This cannot continue. If these monstrous insects persist in depleting the sacred flame, all will be lost. Zhang Yi uttered sharply. The face-hugging insects in the wilderness surged forth like madmen, one after another, towards the sacred flame, and the onlookers could see the flame's radiance begin to flicker. Zhang Yu remained silent, silently drawing his bow into a crescent shape, unleashing a barrage of sharp arrows. He understood clearly that if these face-hugging insects were allowed to continue their assault, the remaining energy of the sacred flame would not last even weeks, let alone months. Setting aside whether the face-hugging insects could ultimately breach the sacred flame's defenses and invade the town, if this trend continued, even if the insects eventually retreated, survival in the Town of Ashes would be impossible. Zhang Yi was the first to charge towards the town's edge, confronting a face-hugging insect that had been scorched by the sacred flame, delivering a powerful punch. However, the excruciating pain he anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he managed to create a dent in the creature, splattering its green blood. Everyone, follow me. Do not venture into the wilderness. The defenses of these insects have been weakened by the sacred flame. Zhang Yi rejoiced, realizing that indeed, these insects paid a tremendous price for draining the sacred flame's energy. Previously, the face-hugging insect defenses could withstand Zhang Yu's arrows and Wang Ming's firepower, but now, Zhang Ye's physical strength was enough to breach their defenses. This revelation instantly instilled confidence in everyone. Wang Ming followed closely behind Zhang Yi, His metallic arm shimmered with silver light, transforming in an instant into a machine gun, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the face-hugging insects attempting to breach the sacred flame. With the gunfire reached, copious amounts of green blood splattered. Just by himself, Wang Ming managed to subdue several face-hugging insects. Newly awakened, Zhao Fu manifested two Nepalese knives in his hands, with the sharp weaponry. Zhao Fu's lethality surpassed even that of Wang Ming. Wherever his blades passed, the face-hugging insects were effortlessly torn apart as if they were mere tofu. In their prime, the face-hugging worms would never have found themselves in such a dire predicament. However, their defenses have been significantly weakened by the sacred flame, illuminating a glimmer of hope for all. Everyone must remain composed. The key is to target the face-hugging worms attempting to breach the town, preventing their entry. And under no circumstances should anyone venture into the wilderness. Lin Yu glided like a specter beneath the radiant glow, his dagger transforming into a blur as it struck relentlessly. Each thrust found its mark with uncanny precision, targeting the creature's most vulnerable spots. By the time the worms reacted, Lin Yu had already pierced their eyes or shells. If this continues, Ashen Town will surely hold its ground. Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise as he shattered the heavy shell of a face-hugging worm with a powerful fist. The more one speaks, the more inept one becomes. Seize the opportunity to repel them. Zhang Yu's expression remained impassive as he unleashed a barrage of arrows from his iron bow, each shot accompanied by the sound of slicing air, mercilessly finding the worm's fatal weaknesses. As the group valiantly fought against the onslaught of the face-hugging worms, a thunderous noise erupted from the northern district, followed by a violent tremor of the sacred flame. What is happening? The crowd gasped, turning to see thick smoke billowing from the distant buildings. As flames and smoke ascended, the sacred flame dimmed as if struck by a fatal blow. The flickering light resembled an elderly lantern running out of oil, and in response, the face-hugging worms in the wilderness became frenzied, launching suicidal attacks towards Ashen Town. With a resounding crash, the burdened sacred flame extinguished entirely under the despairing gazes of the onlookers. Its final glimmers shattered like a broken lens. With the radiance of the sacred flame extinguished, a swarm of face-hugging worms surged towards Ashen Town as if driven mad. In their wake, countless buildings collapsed, and all defensive structures were ground to dust. Several nearby wilderness hunters were consumed in an instant, their desperate cries drowned out. Without the sacred flame to impede them, these bizarre creatures visibly began to sprout new shells. The heavy backs adorned with patterns resembling human faces re-emerging. Run! Zhang Yi bellowed at once, prompting everyone to retreat. Yet, they were perilously close to the advancing worms. In the blink of an eye, numerous wilderness hunters were mercilessly trampled beneath the multitude of legs. Lu Rini stood frozen, staring at the approaching horde, cold sweat soaking him entirely. He recalled how his brother, Lu Renjia, had perished in such despair. Now, he too was to face a similar fate. Just as Lu Rini stood in shock, a face-hugging worm lunged at him, its heavy body pinning him to the ground. He barely had time to scream before being torn to shreds by the overwhelming swarm. Zhang Yu, utilizing the extraordinary physical prowess of an awakened being, nimbly navigated the rooftops, occasionally turning to unleash an arrow. It must be noted that his modified iron bow had grown significantly more powerful. Even the face-hugging worms regaining their peak defenses could not withstand Zhang Yu's arrows. As he continued to draw and shoot, his expression grew increasingly grave. The arrows were dwindling. Lin Yu, follow me. As Lin Yu ran frantically through the streets, Zhang Yu let out a low roar. The fate of Ashen Town was irrevocably sealed. He had to lead Lin Yu to escape from the town. Once they reached the wilderness, Zhang Yu was confident that with his strength and Lin Yu's experience, they could survive amidst the perils of the wild until they found Dawn City. However, Lin Yu, lost in his own thoughts, dashed towards a specific location, the wooden cabin. Old son, for heaven's sake, be sharp. Lin Yu's heart screamed in desperation, hoping that Old Son had sensed the turmoil in the town and found a place to hide. If he could find Old Son, Lin Yu could leverage the power of death to avoid all dangers and ensure their survival. Yet, Lin Yu was not alone in this determination. A robust figure, akin to a raging bull, swiftly navigated the alleyways, crashing through any obstacles without hesitation. Zhang Ye's heart echoed with a similar fervor. Damn it, wait for me. Chapter 49. The grief of ashes. The face-eating worms rampaged through the southern district, effortlessly crushing the dilapidated homes within the town. The residents of the southern area cried out in anguish, but there was no escaping the grim fate that awaited them. Flames and smoke spread rapidly, with mangled corpses littering the streets, transforming the entire southern district into a veritable hellscape. Meanwhile, the northern district faced a similar plight, yet, unlike the south, not a single face-eating worm was in sight here. At the juncture of the northern and southern districts stood a tall tower, crowned with a crimson spiritual orb. The orb bore no intricate designs, only a single character inscribed with an unknown symbol: fire. This was the sacred flame that had protected Ashentown for decades. Now, the orb had dimmed, its once vibrant essence reduced to a feeble breath, reminiscent of a dying elder. Beneath the tower, a man clad in a black robe and wearing a mask stood silently, toying with the once lively orb. Behind him, dozens of humanoid creatures engaged in a frenzied slaughter in the northern district. Blood flowed through the streets like rivers, and the air was filled with desperate screams and agonized cries. Yet, the man in the black robe remained as composed as a gentleman, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Wang Ming was the first to arrive in the northern district. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, he let out a low, thunderous roar. But when he laid eyes on the humanoid creatures, a chill crept up his spine, as if a malignant force had taken hold of him. He understood now. He grasped why the face-eating worms chose to confine themselves to the southern district, never daring to encroach upon the northern territory. Zhang Yu's suspicions were validated. There was a far more terrifying presence lurking in the northern wilderness than the face-eating worms. 156 Gathering of Zombies? Wang Ming stammered, uttering those words with trembling lips. The man in the black robe turned to acknowledge Wang Ming, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath the mask, as if attempting to appear more amiable, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What manner of monsters are you? Wang Ming shouted, witnessing the relentless slaughter of innocents by the humanoid abominations. What are we, you ask? The man, adorned with a mask, appeared to ponder for a moment before softly uttering, in the beginning. They seem to refer to us as experiments? I abhor that designation. He shook his head, his neck seemingly stiff, revealing faint, corpse-like markings upon it. Yet, we are not monsters. We never have been. With another smile, he continued, we are individuals who have endured countless trials and tribulations to attain rebirth. The horrors we have faced are beyond your imagination. But now, everything is different. We have welcomed the dawn following the night. If a name must be bestowed upon us, I would prefer this one. You may call us the Revivers. By the way, I have also chosen a new name for myself. I am called Time King. As the final syllables left his lips, all the Revivers erupted in an exuberant roar, as though declaring their existence to the world. Damn you! Roared Wang Ming, veins bulging on his forehead, a deep growl escaping his throat as he raised his machine gun, transforming it into a cannon. A horde of monsters, perish! With a furious shout, the projectile, imbued with his wrath, soared towards the marauding beasts. Time King displayed a flicker of astonishment, then shook his head with a smile, gently snapping his fingers. A crisp sound resonated from his hand, sending delicate ripples through the air. Suddenly, Wang Ming's roar was stilled, and the freshly fired shell was inexplicably suspended mid-air. In that instant, time seemed to freeze around Wang Ming. Time King acknowledged Wang Ming's intellect. He had wisely chosen not to attack the solitary figure before him, but had unleashed his most formidable weapon amidst the throng of monsters. Only in this manner could the weapon's destructive potential be maximized. Wang Ming had never contemplated his survival. He merely wished to alleviate the burden on Ashentown with all his might. Yet, he could never have fathomed the grotesque nature of his adversary. Time stopped. In the midst of Wang Ming's despairing gaze, a reviver, clad in ebony armor like a samurai, approached him, effortlessly slicing through the air. Wang Ming's metallic right arm fell to the ground with a resounding clang, accompanied by gentle ripples as time resumed its flow. He collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen. Gazing at the smiling Time King in the ravaged North District, Wang Ming ignited a cigarette with his remaining left hand, inhaling deeply before spitting towards the Dark Warrior. "Damn you, you beasts!" The black-clad warrior, devoid of expression, struck again, and with a serene motion, sheathed his blade. Wang Ming's head rolled to the ground, his eyes still brimming with unquenched resentment and fury. Boom! Zhang Ye's fist collided violently with a facehugger, visibly swelling from the impact. At that moment, the facehugger had become an adversary beyond Zhang Ye's capability to contend with. Damn it! Zhang Ye's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and lunged at the face-hugging insect before him. Not far away stood a modest brick house, impeccably clean, with not a single weed visible in the corner by the door. "Mom, run, Mom!" Zhang Yi screamed hoarsely, recklessly embracing the fierce creature in front of him. Yet, inside the house, silence reigned. The elderly had fallen gravely ill, spending most of their days in slumber. Bloodshot veins coursed through Zhang Ye's eyes as he furiously pounded the face-hugging insect with his fists, heedless of the sharp appendages deeply embedded in his body. "Ah!" he bellowed, his arms swelling with muscle and sinew like a coiling dragon. As he clutched the creature with all his strength and hurled it towards a distant shop before sprinting towards the house. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through. Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sharp sting. Dazed, he looked down to discover that one of his thighs had inexplicably severed from his body. Not far away, the breeze coalesced into a hazy figure, tilting its head to regard Zhang Yi. In front of him, a dozen humanoid monsters charged towards a southern street, while behind him, swarms of face-hugging insects surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust. Another gust of wind blew, and silently, his other leg slipped away, causing his robust frame to crash to the ground. "Mom! Mother!" Blood gushed forth from the severed limbs. "Mom, run!" Zhang Yi clenched his fists tightly, pressing his hands against the ground in a futile attempt to rise, as his vision began to fade to black. A buzzing filled his ears, as if he were disconnecting from the very world around him. With a thunderous crash, several face-hugging insects leaped over his body, mercilessly trampling everything within sight. Zhang Yi watched helplessly as the home he had grown up in collapsed amidst the cacophony, silent screams escaping his lips, tears mingling with the blood-soaked visage. His resolve crumbled at last, and his once mighty form collapsed. "Mom, sorry." Chapter 50. The youth Lin Yu, where are you going? Zhang Yu's figure darted across the eaves, shouting at Lin Yu, who was racing below, clutching a dagger in one hand. Lin Yu stirred up a cloud of dust behind him. "I'm going to save old son," he declared, pursing his lips as he shouted back at Zhang Yu. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. At a time like this, old son's frail body can't hold out. Even if you manage to get him out now, he won't survive in the wilderness. Lin Yu chose not to respond, skillfully weaving through the obstacles on the street. He knew this road home all too well. Over the years, he had traversed these streets countless times, always sensing the gazes lurking in the dim alleyways. However, those eyes would retract the moment they met his. The first person to guide Lin Yu through this narrow street had been old Sunday, damn it. Zhang Yu muttered under his breath, scanning the street ahead. His keen eyes were ever watchful. For now, that direction had yet to be affected. If he could break through from here, Zhang Yu had a significant chance of escaping the wilderness. Zhang Yu's complexion fluctuated incessantly, his gaze a tumultuous blend of struggle and hesitation. "I truly owe you one," he cursed silently, redirecting his course towards Lin Yu with fervent determination. Zhao Fu's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as he unhesitatingly thrust his twin blades towards a monstrous figure before him. Upon encountering this creature, Zhao Fu was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by an icy dread that surged from his feet. The beast before him, though possessing a human-like form, could scarcely be deemed human. Its body was marred by grotesque, decaying wounds, and its eyes betrayed no semblance of humanity, only an insatiable frenzy and bloodlust. Zhao Fu immediately recalled the nightmarish descriptions provided by Zhang Yi and his companions regarding the abominations that appeared at Gathering Point 156. He had never beheld such a terrifying entity. As soon as the creature laid eyes on Zhao Fu, it lunged at him with ferocity. Zhao Fu noted that its teeth were entirely unlike those of a human. Its maw bristled with sharp fangs, stained crimson with blood, and he could even discern morsels of flesh caught between its jagged teeth. Moreover, the creature's claws were extraordinarily sharp, surpassing even the finest blades of Ashen Town. The Resurrectors have invaded the southern district. Faced with the frenzied assault of the Resurrector, Zhao Fu charged forward, brandishing his twin blades with unwavering confidence in the weapons that had awakened. As anticipated, during their initial clash, Zhao Fu severed the Resurrector's arm with a single strike. To his astonishment, however, the creature displayed no sign of pain, instead becoming even more frenzied in its pursuit. I refuse to believe that you can still move after I take your head. Zhao Fu licked his parched lips, narrowing his eyes, and deftly crouched to evade the Resurrector's attack, countering with a strike aimed at its back. The keen edge of his military knife pierced effortlessly into the Resurrector's body, and with a swift twist, he inflicted further damage within. Yet the beast, seemingly devoid of sensation, pivoted and seized Zhao Fu's shoulder, sinking its teeth into him. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Fu released a muffled grunt, but refrained from defending himself. Instead, he seized the opportunity to drive his twin blades into the creature's neck. With a swift motion, the knives sliced through the Resurrector's neck, accompanied by a dull crack of bone, as the blades withdrew in a cross formation. The creature's head plummeted to the ground. Panting slightly, Zhao Fu gazed at the severed head. In terms of resilience, he clearly could not compare to a being that felt no pain. However, when it came to combat prowess, as an experienced wilderness hunter, he was far from an ordinary Resurrector-esque match. Moreover, Zhao Fu wielded two exceptionally sharp military knives. It was no wonder that Yang Sanshui insisted on reporting to Dawn City. Such a monster was an insurmountable foe for an average individual. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Fu spotted an alley and swiftly entered it. Just as his body crossed the threshold, a rigid claw hurtled towards his back, moving like a fleeting shadow. Zhao Fu reacted with remarkable speed, drawing his saber and thrusting it back at the moment he sensed the impending danger. The instant the blade clashed with the creature's claw, it surprisingly sparked with a fierce intensity, revealing a hardness that far exceeded that of the previous beast. What more surprises lay in store? Zhao Fu's expression darkened as, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the creature had seemingly teleported to his side, striking him forcefully with its claw. How could it be so swift? In disbelief, Zhao Fu clutched his bloodied left arm, beads of sweat already dotting his face. Since his awakening, speed had always been his pride, yet now, before this monster, he found his own velocity lacking. To make matters worse, two more identical creatures appeared behind the initial one. Unlike the first, which had been consumed by madness and bloodlust, these two bore a glimmer of intelligence in their gaze. Could these be the awakened among the monsters? Zhao Fu gazed at the trio of revived beings with a complex expression. He understood that, even at his peak, he would stand no chance of escaping the pursuit of three awakened creatures. Furthermore, the long flight and ensuing battles had already drained much of his stamina. Sighing softly, Zhao Fu raised his dual blades once more. Moments later, the three resurrected beings fled the alley, darting off in different directions, their speed rendering them almost as mere shadows. In the alley, only a pool of blood gradually seeped out. Bang! Lin Yu kicked open the dilapidated wooden door and rushed inside, immediately searching for the figure of the old man, Sunday. After a brief moment, he froze in place. The gaunt elder stood clutching a rusted sickle, silently leaning against a faded wall, still draped in a sheepskin coat, the finest garment he possessed. There he remained, waiting for death in that dim corner. The town was ablaze, filled with screams and wails, and Sun had heard it all. Yet, he no longer possessed the strength to flee from the town. Even encountering the most ordinary of beasts would spell his demise. The old man, who had shown resilience throughout his life, hesitated for a moment before finally opening a wooden chest, retrieving a somewhat faded sheepskin coat. He carefully donned the garment and grasped the sickle he used for gathering herbs in the wild. In the past, he had used this very sickle to slay countless beasts and nefarious rogues. Though he knew that, even with this weapon, he could not hope to stand against the monsters outside. He felt that if he were to perish, He could not abandon his old companion in his final moments. Thus, he adorned himself in his best attire, wielding his most trusty weapon, and quietly leaned against the wall. He hoped that no one would come seeking him. He wished Lin Yu were a coward, devoid of compassion, and that he would forget his gratitude. In short, he wished for Lin Yu not to return. Yet, the young man came nonetheless. Chapter 51. Deadlock Old Son, what are you still doing? Get moving, Lin Yu exclaimed urgently, stepping forward to assist the elder. Old Man's son gazed in astonishment at the youth who burst through the splintered door. His expression quickly shifted to one of severity as he barked. What are you doing back here? To save you, of course, Lin Yu retorted, irritation coloring his tone as he reached out to steady Old Man's Sunday. The elder shook off Lin Yu's hand, trembling as he made his way to the stove, retrieving a cloth bag and thrusting it into Lin Yu's embrace. This is all the money I've saved over the years. Take it and leave quickly. Enough of that. We leave together, Lin Yu insisted, furrowing his brows as he grasped Old Man's son's arm. Do you truly believe I can escape? Old Man's son replied, his gaze steady as he met Lin Yu's eyes. I'm unaware of what transpires outside, but I know that Ashen Town cannot be preserved, even if I wish to survive in the wilderness. I am too feeble to move quickly now. Carrying me would only burden you. The calmness in Old Man's son's eyes was as serene as a still lake. That is out of the question, Lin Yu declared firmly. Suddenly, Old Man's son chuckled, extending his wrinkled hand to ruffle Lin Yu's hair. Enough. I, Sun Chuanxian, have never been a burden to anyone in my life, and I have no desire to become one now. Grant me dignity. You must go. Outside the wooden cabin, Zhang Yu shouted, hurry up. Those monsters are coming. Go. Old Man's son urged, gently nudging Lin Yu's shoulder before retreating silently to the corner of the room. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu strode over to Old Man's son, hoisting him onto his shoulders and sprinting away. Old Man's son. Zhang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Lin Yu carrying Old Man's Sunday. Though perplexed, he respected the action. Let us move, he bellowed, firing several arrows before taking off. Lin Yu darted through the alleyways, bearing the grumbling Old Man's son on his back, closely following Zhang Yu, who navigated the rooftops. Suddenly, a resurrector sprang from around a corner, its maw agape as it lunged for Lin Yu. With precision, an iron arrow pierced its right eye, driving through its skull and pinning the creature to the wall. With me here, you just need to run, Lin Yu called out. Glancing up to see Zhang Yu on the rooftop, iron bow in hand, his eyes sharp and focused, disheveled strands of hair fluttering in the wind. Old Man's son ceased his protests, allowing Lin Yu to carry him. A few curses might relieve his frustrations, but when it came to fleeing, he would not allow himself to become an additional burden. If he could not fight, he would not hinder their efforts. The trio moved swiftly through the town, soon arriving at the marketplace. The once vibrant and bustling square lay in ruins, a tableau of devastation and chaos. Stalls were overturned, and the ground and walls were splattered with the remnants of violence. As they ran, Lin Yu's steps gradually slowed, his gaze fixated on a small, lifeless body on the ground. He recognized the boy, just recently, at the marketplace. He had purchased candied hawthorn skewers and shared two with him. At that time, Lin Yu had inserted the leftover wooden stick into the child's backside, resulting in the child being harshly scolded by his parents. However, now the little boy lay on the ground, his originally bright eyes filled with terror, his face devoid of color, and a large, gaping wound on his abdomen. Beside him were two corpses, their arms outstretched. Lin Yu recalled that these were the boy's parents, who had not strayed far from their child and had been watching over him until their last breath. Is this the apocalypse? Lin Yu suddenly felt a pang of confusion. The path ahead was obstructed. Zhang Yu abruptly halted, his face pale as he spoke. Lin Yu silenced his distracting thoughts and looked up. Not far down the street, several resurrected beings wandered, searching for survivors in the town. Zhang Yu squinted, his right hand drawing his iron bow into a crescent shape. A sharp arrow aimed at one of the resurrected's head. No, we cannot proceed. Zhang Yu sighed and lowered the iron bow. Even if he could swiftly eliminate one creature, it would immediately attract others unless there was a teammate with ranged attack capabilities to help him quickly dispatch all the resurrected beings. Zhang Yu felt the quiver at his side, finding it nearly empty, only a few iron arrows remaining. Just 4 more gratitude tokens. Lin Yu sighed deeply. If only he had an adequate weapon now, he would be willing to take the risk, hoping to fight his way out of the town. Once in the wilderness, free from these monsters and face-hugging insects, Lin Yu was confident he could reach Dawn City, but it was futile to dwell on it now. The last 4 gratitude tokens loomed like an insurmountable chasm, severing Lin Yu's hopes. Could you perhaps say thank you to me? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yu frowned, perplexed. We are fleeing for our lives, and you want me to thank you at a time like this? What do you want? More gratitude to make your passage to heaven easier when you die. This is important. Old Sun gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yu. In truth, he had long been puzzled by Lin Yu's obsession with receiving thanks from others. At times, it bordered on the irrational. Old Sun recalled instances when injured individuals sought Lin Yu's healing, and after receiving treatment, they prepared to leave without expressing gratitude. In those moments, Lin Yu would forcibly pull them back, brandishing a dagger against their necks, demanding they thank him. Once was not enough. They had to express their gratitude until Lin Yu was satisfied. Old Sun could not forget one particular wounded man who uttered 63 thank yous before being allowed to depart. Tears in his eyes. Though he did not understand Lin Yu's peculiar habit, Old Sun recognized him. The young man often seemed unreliable, spouting incomprehensible phrases. Yet when Lin Yu became earnest, Old Sun always perceived a glimmer of something extraordinary within him. Moreover, this young man never engages in truly futile endeavors. Lin Yu. The old man's son softly called the boy's name. Lin Yu turned his head, gazing at the elder with a look of bewilderment. Do you know why I brought you home that year? Son continued gently. Why? In truth, upon discovering you that day, I had no intention of caring for you. In this desolate wilderness, countless souls perish each day. Even witnessing you being torn apart by beasts would not have been significant to me. However, I heard your words. Son seemed to recall something, and a smile gradually graced his face. What did I say? Lin Yu looked at Sun with confusion, as he had little memory of those details from years past. Chapter 52. 3 Thanks. Sun gazed at the young man before him with a twinkle in his eyes. At that time, you seemed to have just awakened. Hiding beneath a tree, I could clearly see the terror in your eyes and the confusion on your face, as if you had no understanding of how you came into this world. You kept repeating, I want to go home, I want to go home. Sun suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Yu tilted his head in contemplation. Indeed, such a thing did seem to occur. In his recollection, he had been struck by a speeding vehicle and, upon opening his eyes, found himself in this fog-laden wasteland. After being killed by that ravenous wolf 5 or 6 times, Lin Yu's psyche had indeed shattered. When he died and returned to a previous point in time, he deliberately opened the wolf's line of sight and concealed himself beneath a large tree. In that moment, Lin Yu truly yearned to return home. You should be aware that my wife suffers from a terminal illness, Sun said softly. Lin Yu nodded. At that time, I had actually taken her away from Ashentown, attempting to find a route to Dawn City through the wilderness. Lin Yu looked at Sun with surprise. After all, the old man was an ordinary person. Even though he was formidable, he certainly lacked the capacity for a long trek through the wild, especially while caring for his ailing wife. I wandered the wilderness for 2 days, encountering countless dangers, all of which I managed to navigate with some trepidation. Yet, I knew I could not reach Dawn City. I had sustained too many injuries, and the location of Dawn City remained a mystery to me. During that time, my wife lay quietly on my back, much like how you carry me now. A complex emotion flickered in Sun's gaze. She told me, I want to go home, as she wept. She tenderly caressed my wounds, expressing her desire to quietly await death in our small cabin in Ashentown, rather than watch me risk my life in pursuit of that elusive hope. She said she wished to preserve her beauty, not wanting her body to be devoured by the beasts of the wilderness after her passing. But I understood. She did not wish to drag me down with her demise. That girl lay upon my back, incessantly murmuring, I want to go home. Lin Yu noted that when Sun spoke of his wife, he referred to her as that girl. Her wife, regardless of the passage of years, remained in his heart that innocent and charming little girl. Thus, do you decide to save me because of my words? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Otherwise, why would I choose to rescue you amidst the countless lives lost each day? Am I attracted to your good looks? Or perhaps your hearty appetite? Old Sun retorted with irritation. The reason Old Sun risked everything to save Lin Yu was that the boy's expression and words strikingly resembled those of his late wife. They merely wished to return home. Therefore, Old Sun resolved to guide them back. Lin Yu smiled, fully aware that although Old Sun spoke lightly of the matter, that day would forever be etched in his memory. At that time, Lin Yu trembled beneath the great tree, shivering from the relentless pain brought by repeated deaths. The torment of both body and spirit had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. He had no doubt that if he were to die a few more times, insanity would surely ensue. Lin Yu had thought that hiding beneath the tree would shield him from the hungry wolf's attack. But how could an ordinary person from a civilized city fathom the terror of a beast? The wolf effortlessly tracked him down by scent. When Lin Yu beheld the ravenous creature lunging towards him, despair threatened to overwhelm him. He would never forget the insatiable hunger for flesh and blood reflected in the wolf's eyes, nor the foul stench that emanated when it opened its gaping maw. Yet, what lingered in his memory most vividly was the appearance of the elder, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Thus, Lin Yu, Old Sun chuckled softly, observing the young man's face. This boy had gradually matured during their days of mutual dependence. Thank you. As golden coins flashed through his mind, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable urge to weep. Task completion progress 97. Only 3 more to go. They're coming. Zhang Yu shouted furiously, interrupting Lin Yu's reverie. Lin Yu abruptly looked up, realizing that the resurrected beings wandering the streets had spotted them. 5 monstrous creatures were now charging towards the trio. Retreat along the same path. Lin Yu yelled as he carried Old Sun, only to freeze in shock. Behind them, a swarm of face-hugging insects had coalesced into a dark curtain, surging toward the market amidst a cloud of dust. Quickly, put me down. You must go. Upon witnessing this scene, Old Sun could no longer maintain his composure. He fervently hoped that Lin Yu would abandon him and escape with Zhang Yu. Without him as a burden, perhaps with Zhang Yu's keen instincts and Lin Yu's cleverness, there might be a chance to flee. Old Sun, I've told you, there's nothing in this wretched world that I hold dear. I've also said that it's either we perish together here or escape together. Lin Yu suddenly smiled. I have deception. You wish to derive some amusement, do you? The enigmatic palace has granted me the ability to rewind my death. Surely, you seek to witness something. Therefore, you would not desire my demise to come so easily. Thus, Lin Yu gazed ahead at the howling resurrectors rushing towards him and the overwhelming tide of darkness behind him. He gently set down the old man's son on his back and calmly took a step forward. Memories of a story he had once encountered in a past life surfaced in his mind. A young boy had expressed his gratitude 7 times to himself. Now, Lin Yu felt compelled to express 3 words of thanks to his own spirit. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, appeared tranquil, yet within. His heart churned like a tempestuous sea. First, I must express gratitude for my steadfastness. Lin Yu spoke slowly yet resolutely, his eyes betraying a profound dissatisfaction. This resilience has allowed me to maintain my sense of self in a world shrouded in darkness, witnessing countless cruelties and dangers. This steadfastness is my bedrock in this era, preventing me from losing my way and fortifying my resolve to become a beacon that pierces the darkness, not just for myself, but to protect those around me. With renewed determination, Lin Yu took another step forward, his voice resonating like thunder. Second, I am grateful for my growth. The hardships that could not extinguish my spirit have instead nourished me. Each brush with despair has forged my soul into something as solid as rock. Despite the myriad challenges that lie ahead, I will reshape myself from the fragments, navigating through the haze with unwavering tenacity, standing resiliently in this world. Zhang Yu and the old man's son stared in astonishment at the youth before them, who seemed to emanate an indescribable aura. As Lin Yu took his 3rd step, he unleashed a silent roar within, confronting the deadlock. Third, I must give thanks for my imperfections. Transitioning from a civilized world into this dark apocalypse, I have made countless erroneous choices. Yet, I am thankful that I have never abandoned my final line of defense. I strive for moments of brilliance while revering the indomitable spirit found in the depths of despair. All these traits form the mosaic of my existence. I am Lin Yu, the one destined to pierce the sky as a phoenix reborn. As his final words echoed, Lin Yu's aura reached its zenith. Now the task must be fulfilled. Chapter 53. Abyss. With Lin Yu's internal roar, the palace within his mind began to tremble violently. Radiant flashes of black and white light flickered in succession, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to the resplendent auroras of the sky. In the center of the palace, the screen displaying the task progress throbbed intensely, as if engaged in a painful struggle. This was a direct reaction to the upheaval of rules in order. 979899997. Task completed 98100. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the screen. He understood that his three expressions of gratitude did not adhere to the established rules. Yet, in this moment, he was compelling the eye of deception in this enigmatic palace to acknowledge his actions. You wish to play? Then let us engage. Amidst the flickering black and white lights, an unexpected dark glow emerged. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this third light. He understood that the black and white lights symbolized the two souls of the eye of deception. Yet this dark glow left him perplexed. This dark hue, distinct from black, eludes definition by any known colors in this world. This abrupt radiance resembles an observer that does not belong to this realm of time and space, quietly watching the unfolding events of the world. Following the emergence of this shadowy light, the black soul of the eye of deceit suddenly seized overwhelming dominance over the entire palace. Meanwhile, the white light began to fade, angrily suppressed in a corner of the palace, roaring in silence to no avail. At this point, the text on the screen finally stabilized. The moment the words appeared, the once tranquil palace began to tremble anew. Amidst this turmoil, a Tang sword materialized silently in mid-air, surrounded by a holy white radiance. The white light resembled the dawn, infusing this space with boundless vitality and hope. Eureka! Lin Yu beamed with joy at the sight of the sharp Tang sword, but it began to sway, becoming visibly blurred. What is happening? Lin Yu's heart raced as he leaped forward. However, the sword flickered in and out of existence, like an ephemeral bubble, ultimately dissipating before his eyes. Lin Yu abruptly turned his head. Deep within the palace, a young man clad in a black dragon robe grinned broadly, peculiar light flickering in his eyes. The eye of deceit. Lin Yu roared in fury. It was evident that the Tang sword was the weapon promised by the white soul. Yet now, due to the intervention of the black soul, unforeseen complications had arisen, even forcing the weapon to be reclaimed. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the black-clad youth. This weapon was his last hope for breaking through with Zhang Yu and Old Sunday. It cannot be allowed to be destroyed so easily. The smile of the young man in black grew ever brighter, his voice suddenly echoing in Lin Yu's mind. As the voice emerged, the palace began to tremble once more. In stark contrast to the holy white Tang sword, this time, alongside the palace's quaking, a black light, reminiscent of an abyss, materialized. Amidst the flickering shadows, a pure black iron box, over a meter long, slowly emerged in the palace's air. At the moment the box appeared, countless wails and piercing screams flooded Lin Yu's mind, as if attempting to drag him into an endless inferno. What on earth is this? Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The iron box floated silently before him, seemingly awaiting its master to unseal it. Suppressing his unease, Lin Yu reached out to take it. The lid bore bizarre skull design. The moment he grasped it, he was taken aback by its weight. The black box weighed an astonishing 20 to 30 pounds, far exceeding his expectations. When Lin Yu opened the iron box, he was momentarily stunned. It was astonishingly a sniper rifle. It lay quietly within the box, its heavy body crafted from matte black metal, with lines that were cold yet powerful, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The imposing and robust barrel of the firearm is almost exaggerated, resembling the fangs of a dormant beast, radiating an unsettling pressure that seems to silently issue a warning, brewing with a thunderous power within. The body of the gun is adorned with extensive tactical rails, securely mounting a high-magnification optical scope, its lens reflecting a deep, cold light in the dim surroundings, akin to the unyielding gaze of a tireless hunter, calmly measuring the distance between life and death. As Lin Yu tightly grasps the weapon, he feels a weighty yet reassuring chill, embodying an absolute sense of power. It requires no intricate designs. Its very existence is a silent declaration. Death arrives before the bullet for all who fall under its gaze. The silhouette of the weapon is immediately recognizable to Lin Yu as the infamous Barrett, a harbinger of war from a past life. In that instant, as the sniper rifle finds its place in his hands, an overwhelming knowledge of firearms floods his mind. A novice, Lin Yu transforms into a master gunsmith and an immensely formidable marksman. The heavy sniper rifle seems to be a docile beast in his hands, relishing the caress of its master. Yet, only its adversaries comprehend the sheer destructive power it harbors. Deep within the palace, the young man clad in black appears to smile silently, as if to say, "Look, what amusement is there in a blade? Are you satisfied with this weapon?" Lin Yu lowers his gaze, his fingertips gliding slowly over the cold surface of the gun, his eyes sharp as a blade, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold, silent arc. It is time for our enemies to experience despair. Let us venture forth, Abyss. I shall lead you to the hunt. In the next moment, he and the weapon's form fade away, under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Deception. A name destined to instill dread is born, Abyss. Observing Lin Yu with his eyes closed, Zhang Yu and the old man's son are rendered speechless by shock. For as Lin Yu takes his final step, 3 radiant glows suddenly emerge from his being. "Holy cow, son, look, there's a god," Zhang Yu murmurs, staring in awe at Lin Yu's figure, while old man's son is too stunned to utter a word. In the next instant, Lin Yu abruptly opens his eyes, and a massive black heavy sniper appears in his hands. "Abyss is here. Holy cow, where'd you pull that out from? What is this?" Zhang Yu exclaims in astonishment, watching Lin Yu conjure a weapon as if by magic. Although Zhang Yu does not recognize the sniper rifle, he discerns from the chilling aura of Abyss that it is undoubtedly a weapon of unimaginable terror. Facing the oncoming revivers, Lin Yu smiles. He softly addresses Zhang Yu and old man's son, saying, "Gentlemen, until we meet again. Next time, we shall shatter this gloom and stride into a new world." Chapter 54. Heavy Sniper and Hawk Eye outside the cabin. Zhang Yu is shouting, "Can you hurry up? Those monsters are coming." Old man's son chuckled as he stuffed the worn cloth bag into Lin Yu's embrace, giving his shoulder a gentle nudge. "You all should leave now." The searing pain coursing through Lin Yu's body rendered him momentarily silent, but soon he looked up at the elderly man with a bright smile. Death rewind. Old man's son gazed at Lin Yu in confusion, unable to comprehend the boy's mirth. Before he could react, Lin Yu suddenly surged forward, hoisting the old man onto his back and sprinting away. "Old man's son." Lin Yu dashed out of the wooden cabin and shouted at Zhang Yu, who was perched on the eaves, "Don't just stand there, run." Zhang Yu, bewildered at the sight of Lin Yu carrying the old man, instinctively followed him as they ran forward. The group quickly found themselves back at the marketplace. Lin Yu, with a heavy heart, cast a silent glance at the lifeless body of the young boy before gently setting old man's son down. Ahead, several monsters lurked in the streets. They had to be vanquished to break free. Zhang Yu, puzzled, exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Staring at the enormous sniper rifle that had mysteriously appeared in Lin Yu's hands, he was rendered speechless. "Where the hell did you pull that out from?" he stammered, pointing at the heavy weapon. Lin Yu did not respond to Zhang Yu's question. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Find a vantage point. There are about 5 monsters ahead. You take care of 2, and I'll handle 3. We must be swift. Those face-hugging worms will chase us from the street behind in about 10 minutes. We cannot afford to be surrounded. Old man, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, Lin Yu dashed toward a nearby rooftop without hesitation. Zhang Yu and old man's son watched Lin Yu's retreat in astonishment. "Don't just stand there. I told you, I am a prophetic awakener." Lin Yu had already climbed onto the rooftop, setting up the abyss while casting a smile at Zhang Yu, who remained dazed on the ground. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang Yu ceased his hesitation. This was not the time for doubt. He chose to trust Lin Yu. He sprinted towards another rooftop, his physical prowess as an awakener rivaling Lin Yu's, and in many aspects, even surpassing him. Just as Zhang Yu reached the rooftop, his expression shifted dramatically. Through the perception granted by Eagle Eye, he detected the lurking danger on the street ahead. Just as Lin Yu had indicated, 5 humanoid monsters prowled the thoroughfare, searching for isolated residents. Could it be that he truly is a prophetic awakener? What, then, is the nature of the weapon he wields? Shocked, Zhang Yu turned to Lin Yu, only to see the boy giving him an okay sign. At that moment, Lin Yu lay flat on the rooftop, meticulously regulating his breathing. A torrent of knowledge regarding sniper rifles flooded his mind. His cheek pressed against the cold stock of the rifle. He breathed steadily and faintly, the first joint of his index finger lightly resting on the trigger, savoring the familiar and chilling sensation. Through the scope, the distant figures of several resurrected beings shimmered slightly in the heat haze. The wind speed, direction, and distance, all factors appear to have been calculated with precision by Lin Yu. As the myriad of data seamlessly transformed into the silent flow of blood and the adjustment of his muscles. At this moment, the air solidified into mountains, and the world fell into profound silence. Lin Yu shielded himself from all distractions, only able to hear the heavy thrum of his heartbeat resonating within his chest, akin to the beating of war drums. The entire world seemed to coalesce into a singular circle within the crosshairs. The trigger was pulled. A resounding boom shattered the tranquility of the world, echoing like a colossal hammer striking down upon the darkness that enveloped the sky. The powerful recoil nudged Lin Yu's shoulder blades slightly as he squeezed the trigger. A massive black bullet surged through his vision, racing towards its target with a fierce howl. This was the wrath of death. As the sound of Abyss reverberated, a resurrected being's head burst forth, almost simultaneously with the gunfire. What the hell? Zhang Yu gasped in astonishment at the sight of the resurrected creature, now missing half its cranium. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained immersed in his own world. Though his finger had lifted from the trigger, his gaze remained fixed upon the scope. The stout black barrel exhaling faint wisps of heat, poised under Lin Yu's command, awaiting the next directive for slaughter. A surge of warmth slowly ascended within Lin Yu's body. To his delight, he realized that with Abyss eliminating its target, his form seemed to gain a modicum of enhancement. To vanquish the enemy is to empower oneself. To eliminate foes is to refine one's own strength. This was the essence of Abyss. Bang! Bang! The sounds erupted like cannon fire as the heads of the resurrected beings exploded one after another, akin to bursting watermelons. They were oblivious to their adversary's location, yet Lin Yu dispatched them with precision. A sharp arrow shot forth, accurately embedding itself into the eye socket of one resurrected being, pinning it firmly to the wall behind. At that moment, Zhang Yu appeared as a merciless god of war, coldly drawing back his bow to target the next adversary. During this interval, he cast a casual glance towards Lin Yu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your weapon is undoubtedly formidable, but I, Zhang Yu of Hawkeye, am not to be underestimated. In that instant, a rare desire for victory surged within Zhang Yu. Even after being bested by Lin Yu previously, his confidence remained unshaken, for he had been subdued in close combat. However, in the realm of ranged attacks, Zhang Yu was resolute in his belief of invincibility. This pride stemmed from Hawkeye. Thwack! Bang! The last resurrected being looked around in confusion at the fallen bodies of its companions, still unaware of the identity of its assailant. Just then an arrow, slicing through the air, pierced its eye socket with precision. Following closely was a black bullet, propelled with a wave of heat. Zhang Yu calmly lowered his bow. This shot was even swifter than the bullet from Abyss. In his perception, the path ahead was now clear. Lin Yu swiftly climbed from the eaves, and with a thought, the colossal black Abyss vanished, reappearing within the palace. This was a new revelation for him. He could retract it into the palace at any moment without needing to deploy Abyss. And when he called upon Abyss, this iron beast would materialize in his hand in the next instant. Old man, let us go. Lin Yu swiftly reached the ground, hoisting the old man's son onto his back once more, and charged forward down the street without a glance back. Zhang Yu continued to nimbly traverse the rooftops, but suddenly, he appeared to hear a sound, turning his head to exclaim in shock. Behind them, the street was engulfed by a dense swarm of face-hugging insects, surging forth like a monstrous tidal wave. Chapter 55. Time stopped again. The insects are closing in, Zhang Yu shouted as he darted across the rooftops. I know that. So hurry up and run. Lin Yu did not look back, but continued to sprint. Having slain a few resurrectors and drawing a portion of their power back into himself through the abyss, which enhanced his physical prowess. He was now running significantly faster than before. The wind generated by his frantic pace even caused the old man's son on his back to squint against the gusts. As they passed by several resurrector corpses, Lin Yu did not spare them a glance. Zhang Yu, however, glanced back as he ran, and the gruesome state of the bodies sent a shiver down his spine. The abyss's bullets were considerably larger than those of standard sniper rifles, resulting in resurrectors not merely suffering a bullet wound to the head, but often being left with only half a skull. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of power wielded by the abyss in Lin Yu's hands. By the way, where are Zhang Yi and the others? Zhang Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, where were Zhang Yi and the others? They had yet to catch a glimpse of them. Were they still trapped in the town? Never mind, there's no time to dwell on that now. If we turn back, we will be instantly engulfed by that swarm of insects. Zhang Yu sighed. The current situation did not allow them to seek out their companions. Ahead lay the true wilderness. Remain vigilant and be cautious of other beasts that may encircle us. Lin Yu slightly slowed his pace, addressing Zhang Yu behind him. Are you a beast? How can you run so fast? Zhang Yu panted slightly. He realized that Lin Yu's speed had vastly increased, leaving him struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Lin Yu came to a halt. What is it? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. Lin Yu gently pressed his lips together, silently gazing ahead. Following Lin Yu's line of sight, Zhang Yu gradually halted as well. At the border between the wilderness and Ashen Town stood dozens of humanoid monsters. Strangely, these creatures did not exhibit the frenzied behavior they had previously encountered. Instead, they stood quietly in place. Vaguely, he could discern that a dozen resurrectors, distinctly different from the others, stood at the forefront. At the center, there was a man clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. An awakened one? Zhang Yu's expression began to darken. Upon recognizing these unusual resurrectors, their minds immediately recalled the awakened ones mentioned by Yang Sanshui. At that moment, the resurrectors collectively turned their gazes toward Lin Yu and his companions. Three more? The King of Time tilted his head slightly, his black robe fluttering gently in a breeze. Without uttering a word, Zhang Yu swiftly removed the iron bow from his back and, without hesitation, released an arrow aimed directly at the Time King. The figure clad in black robes made no attempt to evade. Just as the arrow was about to strike, a black warrior casually drew a large sword from his side, expertly intercepting the speeding projectile. The arrow and the warrior's sword collided, creating a shower of sparks. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. This was the first time he faced an adversary capable of confronting his arrows head-on. Unlike Lin Yu, who had previously relied on his speed to deftly dodge all arrows, Zhang Yu was unaware that Lin Yu had actually activated his abilities. Without them, even he could not have evaded Zhang Yu's shots. However, the Black Warrior had accurately anticipated the arrow's trajectory and met the sharp iron tip with remarkable precision. Lin Yu quietly set down the old man, a flicker of thought summoning a massive black sniper rifle into his hands. Without the need for extensive preparation, a colossal black bullet erupted with a thunderous roar. Unlike Zhang Yu, this shot struck the resurrector beside the Time King directly. Blood splattered onto the Time King's mask, provoking a momentary chaos among the monstrous beings. The smile concealed beneath the mask of the Time King gradually faded, his expression turning impassive as he waved his hand lightly. Dozens of resurrectors immediately roared and charged toward Lin Yu and his companions. Among them were several creatures whose speed was astonishing, nearly transforming into mere afterimages as they ran. Awakened ones. Sigh, once again intercepted. Lin Yu exhaled softly, fully aware that with the overwhelming numbers of resurrectors, this attempt at escape was destined to fail. Yet, He felt no fear. The ability to return from death was his ultimate assurance. However, he was not willing to perish in vain once more. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened again. This time, he was determined to discern the capabilities of these creatures. He showed no intention of retreating, instead swiftly ascending to the rooftop and firmly positioning the abyss. At a distance of 1,500 meters and then 1,200 meters, Lin Yu observed the approaching resurrectors, calculating their speed and distance silently within his mind as he peered through the rifle's scope. The design of the abyss bore similarities to that of a Barrett sniper rifle. Its scope featured a long vertical line at the center, flanked by densely arranged short horizontal lines, resembling a Christmas tree. Beneath the vertical line were numerous scale markers, forming a tight grid, intended to provide a plethora of reference points for more precise adjustments of windage and bullet drop than a standard sniper rifle. Bang! The robust barrel roared as the black bullet surged forth like the harbinger of death. The upper body of the rapidly running resurrector suddenly contorted into an unnatural position, propelled backward by the force of the shot, sending its entire form flying. A headshot. A flicker of surprise crossed the Time King's eyes. This marked the first instance that these awakened ones had been struck while moving at such high speed. While attacking other gathering points, they had encountered mechanized adversaries and even awakened ones capable of long-range attacks. But this was a different experience altogether. These formidable individuals, when confronted with ordinary revivers, exhibit remarkable precision in their aim. However, upon encountering these swift awakeners, none succeeded in striking their target. Today marked their inaugural encounter with adversaries of such extraordinary accuracy. How intriguing, thought Shi Wang, as a faint smile graced his lips while he advanced forward. Lin Yu's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the scope. Each wisp of black smoke from the barrel signified another life of a reviver claimed by him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, with unwavering composure, locked his sights on the ordinary revivers, fully aware that the agile revivers were beyond his capability to contend with. Yet under the potent assistance of Eagle Eye, each of Zhang Yu's arrows nearly claimed an enemy's life. Just as Lin Yu was methodically reaping lives, a sudden crisp sound pierced his ears. In that instant, Lin Yu found himself utterly immobilized, his fingers clenched tightly around the trigger as if bound by an invisible force. He yearned to rise, only to discover his body felt as though it had been petrified, incapable of moving even a fraction of an inch. Lin Yu beheld Shi Wang in the distance, a subtle smile adorning his face, the mask failing to conceal his triumph. Time stood still. So it is you. Chapter 56. The tormented Lin Yu, the abyss abruptly halted. The pressure exerted by the revivers diminished drastically, inciting them to charge recklessly towards the group. Lin Yu, what's wrong? Zhang Yu, noticing the sudden cessation of the previously thunderous gunfire, loosed an arrow and swiftly turned to Lin Yu's position. All he could see was Lin Yu's forehead, beaded with fine droplets of sweat, suspended in midair, unable to fall. Time has halted. Zhang Yu's heart raced. The awakeners spoken of by Yang Sanshui had indeed manifested. He dashed towards Lin Yu's position, only to witness Old Sun also making a move. The elderly man cast a quiet glance at Lin Yu, poised to advance calmly forward. No one could decipher the complexity reflected in his gaze. Not far ahead lay a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Those monstrous beings roared and howled, their maws stained with crimson blood and remnants of flesh. Old Sun intended to delay the frenzied revivers with his life. Even a mere second of pause might grant Lin Yu another second of hope. What if that second was all that stood between success and failure? Zhang Yu clenched his teeth resolutely, understanding Old Sun's intentions, yet he steadfastly raced towards Lin Yu. Witnessing the selfless sacrifice of Old Sun and the approaching Zhang Yu, a profound sorrow welled up within Lin Yu. His body remained immobile, leaving him to silently scream in despair, as the agony within his heart pierced through the rigidity of his flesh. Watching Old Sun advance like a solitary wanderer, Lin Yu's heart bled. Lin Yu's mind raced with frantic thoughts. Even in this moment of failure, he resolved to gather as much information as possible, ensuring that the next opportunity for revival would bear greater significance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu continued his swift approach, while Old Sun moved through the streets as he always did. Thus, it appears that only this particular space is suspended in time. What then are the limitations of this so-called time suspension? Does it halt the entirety of space, or merely a specific target? Lin Yu, suppressing the anguish within, refrains from looking at the old man's son and instead engages in a frenzied contemplation of all possibilities. Zhang Yu's speed is astonishing. Within mere seconds, he has reached Lin Yu's side, extending his hand toward him. Zhang Yu can move. Lin Yu finally discerns the flaw in the time suspension. This phenomenon does not entirely cease the operation of the surrounding space. Rather, it only affects a singular unit. Currently, the time suspension is acting upon me. Even if others approach closely, they remain unaffected. Lin Yu calmly analyzes the capabilities of the Time King, striving to uncover a breakthrough. At that moment, a shadow suddenly materializes. Just as Zhang Yu is about to touch Lin Yu's arm, he abruptly retracts, retreating with an incredible reflex, narrowly avoiding a descending greatsword. A black knight, clad in dark armor and wielding a heavy sword, expressionless, retrieves his weapon and strikes again at Zhang Yu. The sword, as it swings, creates a fierce gust of wind, illustrating the sheer weight of the blade. The Black Knight's ability to wield such a massive weapon with one hand is a testament to his formidable strength. Faced with the knight's renewed assault, Zhang Yu sidesteps a blow and delivers a powerful punch to the knight's side. However, the knight remains unmoved. Instead, the immense recoil propels Zhang Yu to the edge of the eaves. As several fragments of stone tumble from above, Zhang Yu, despite his grim expression, swiftly grasps his iron bow and charges forward, aiming for the knight's head. The knight retaliates with a punch, sending Zhang Yu flying. At the moment of landing, Zhang Yu squints, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. He forcefully strikes the ground, executing a sudden flip in midair, facing the Black Knight directly, and draws his iron bow taut, releasing an arrow. The arrow, like a full moon, swiftly soars through the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow. With astonishing swiftness, the arrow strikes the knight's throat, causing a spray of crimson blood. Zhang Yu's face lights up with surprise. He plants his right foot firmly on the ground and throws a punch at the knight's face. Clang! The Black Knight, expressionless, extends his left hand and firmly seizes Zhang Yu's incoming fist. How is this possible? Zhang Yu exclaims in disbelief. The arrow had clearly struck a vital spot. Yet, before him, the robust Black Knight slowly draws the arrow from his throat with his right hand, then swiftly plunges the sharp projectile into Zhang Yu's chest. The overwhelming force causes Zhang Yu's chest to collapse instantly. Pale-faced, he gazes at the Black Knight, attempting to articulate something, but his voice emerges raspy, akin to a winded bellows. With a forceful shove, the knight sends Zhang Yu tumbling from the eaves like a bird with broken wings, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, all the revivers had converged. The frail form of Old Sun resembled a small wooden boat amidst a vast ocean, teetering precariously amidst the tumultuous waves. Lin Yu's heart roared with frantic desperation, yet he found himself utterly incapable of controlling his own body. He could not even manage to shut his eyes, helplessly witnessing the elderly man, with whom he had shared countless days, being torn apart by a horde of demons. Veins bulged on Lin Yu's forehead, and blood vessels crept like vines across his eyes. Suddenly, he realized he could move. Time had halted for a minute. Why had these creatures suddenly erupted into chaos? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow as he observed the facehugger insects in the wilderness, murmuring to himself. The number of these insects visibly diminished, leaving just over 100 still lingering outside Ashentown. Lin Yu let out a pained roar, collapsing to one knee on the ground. The agony coursing through his body, coupled with the anguish in his heart, burned like an inferno within him. Lin Yu, what is wrong? Zhang Yu rushed over to support him, while Zhang Yi and the others quickly gathered around, concern etched on their faces. Yet Lin Yu remained crouched in torment. Clutching his chest, the pain was unbearable. Whether it was the piercing of his heart by the Black Knight's blade, or the horrific sight of Old Sun being torn apart, or Zhang Yu's murder, all of it drove Lin Yu to the brink of madness. This was the side effect of the death reset. No one knew what Lin Yu had truly endured, Only he understood the future that awaited him, bearing all the suffering and torment in solitude. Observing Lin Yu's actions, Zhang Yu and Zhang Yi exchanged a knowing glance. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a moment not long ago, just before they replenished the holy fire. Zhang Yi had been rallying in the town square, while Lin Yu and Zhang Yu had just arrived. At that time, Lin Yu had also suddenly collapsed, his face contorted in pain. Subsequently, on their journey to seek the sun crystal in the cave, Lin Yu had seemed to possess an uncanny ability, leading them forward while anticipating every danger, successfully bringing back the sun crystal. Zhang Yu swiftly realized something, urgently speaking up. Lin Yu, have you foreseen something? Lin Yu gasped heavily, striving to steady the excruciating pain in his chest. After a moment, he rasped, we must leave, quickly. Ashen Town is on the verge of falling. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, those nearby were taken aback. How is that possible? With the holy fire, these insects cannot breach the town. Wang Ming furrowed his brow. He did not doubt Lin Yu's words. The journey for the sun crystal had left a profound impression on him, and he had already come to believe that Lin Yu was indeed an awakener, likely possessing precognitive abilities. However, the gravity of Lin Yu's statement was too shocking. It was not that he doubted Lin Yu, but rather that he was unwilling to accept it. The holy fire would soon extinguish completely, and not only would the facehuggers surge forth, but the monsters that had obliterated Gathering Point 156 would also rush in from the northern district. Lin Yu slowly rose from the ground, leaning on Zhang Yu's shoulder, striving to adapt to the pain coursing through his body. The sacred flame has extinguished? Zhang Yu's expression was as somber as the depths of a river, exchanging a glance with Zhang Yi. Zhao Fu approached, wielding 2 military blades, and spoke. Though it is hard to believe, Lin Yu, I choose to trust you. He supported Lin Yu by one arm, helping him stand more steadily. You are the child brought forth by old Sun. I believe you would not speak recklessly at such a critical moment. If what you foresaw truly comes to pass, what shall we do next? Indeed, Lin Yu, since you have foreseen these events, we cannot simply resign ourselves to fate, Zhang Yi added. Faced with such life-and-death judgments, he too chose to place his faith in Lin Yu. Even if the youth often seemed unreliable, he had never faltered when confronted with genuine peril. Lin Yu's complexion remained pale, but now was not the time for him to recuperate. Previously, he and Zhang Yu had chosen the safest route and cleared all obstacles. Yet they still cannot break free. The reason lay in their encounter with the formidable forces of the revivers just as they were about to leave the wilderness, including several extraordinarily powerful awakeners. Should they delay a little longer, allowing the revivers to depart first for safety? Or would their decision to refrain from leaving the town alter the revivers' plans, preventing them from departing and instead continuing their destruction within the town until all were slain? Regardless, they had no choice but to keep trying new strategies, engaging in trial and error. With determination, Lin Yu resolved to press on. For ordinary people, facing such a life-threatening crisis meant that a single wrong choice could spell doom. Yet Lin Yu was different. The power of Death's Rewind was his last bastion of hope and the source of his audacity to experiment. He raised his gaze toward the edge of the sacred flame. Observing that the face-hugging insects had yet to launch their assault, they were merely beginning to stir. This indicated that they still had a fleeting moment to prepare. After some contemplation, Lin Yu stated, once the sacred flame is extinguished, the face-hugging insects and those monsters will choose to wreak havoc within the town. At that point, escaping will be nearly impossible. We must gather everyone together and fortify our defenses. In my vision, this is the sole method by which we can survive together. Lin Yu lit. He conveyed to everyone that steadfastness could yield a glimmer of hope, yet internally, he harbored no confidence. He had no choice but to keep experimenting with different approaches in search of the correct answer. He could not reveal his doubts to the group. At such a moment, they needed to unite as one, consolidating all their combat strength. I understand. Then I shall heed your counsel. Zhang Yi responded first, already accustomed to following Lin Yu's lead. However, he hesitated briefly before asking, may I go fetch my mother? Of course, Lin Yu nodded. Not only Zhang Yi, but Lin Yu himself also intended to go retrieve old Sun ahead of time. Where shall we establish our defense? Zhang Yu inquired, casting a discreet glance at Lin Yu. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhang Yu harbored an unsettling suspicion that Lin Yu was concealing something. Their time spent together had deepened her understanding of his character. She recognized that if Lin Yu truly believed the strategy he proposed was infallible, he would not exhibit the current demeanor he bore. Instead, he should be radiating confidence and sharing his insights with a smile, much like during their previous expedition to the Blazing Sun Crystal, where he nearly assumed the role of a tour guide. How could he now appear so pallid and lost in thought? Lin Yu, oblivious to Zhang Yu's musings, remained unaware of the depth of her contemplation. After all, he was still quite young. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he could not grasp every nuance of human emotion. Let's convene at the warehouse in the Southern District. It offers ample space and a clear vantage point, making it convenient for families to settle in, Lin Yu suggested after a moment of reflection. He then retrieved several vials of witch's elixir, distributing them among the 4 most formidable individuals in their midst: Zhang Yu, Zhao Fu, Zhang Yi, and Wang Ming. These 4 would undoubtedly play pivotal roles in their defensive efforts. You are all aware of the elixir's efficacy. Do not hesitate to utilize it. If you sustain injuries, seek an opportunity to administer the potion immediately. A third of the vial should suffice. Lin Yu instructed, his gaze steady upon them. As for the other wilderness hunters, it was not that Lin Yu was unwilling to share the potion. Rather, he simply had none left to offer. All of his gratitude coins had been spent on the abyss, leaving him without a single vial for himself. Thank you, Zhang Yi expressed as he accepted the witch's elixir from Lin Yu. A golden gratitude coin slowly drifted through Lin Yu's mind. He suddenly lifted his head. There are still gratitude coins. Even after the mission has concluded, they persist. Shortly thereafter, the other 3 also received their potions from Lin Yu, each expressing their thanks. 4 gratitude coins were credited to his account. At that moment, the palace within his mind trembled slightly. The figure clad in a black robe, the Eye of Deception, emerged languidly from the depths of the palace. Finally completed that hypocrite's task. Now it is my turn. Task issued. Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently on the black-robed youth, uncertain of what mischievous schemes this more unruly dark soul might concoct. Task: witness the death of someone you hold dear, experiencing a heart-wrenching separation. Task reward: mark of the soul, what do you intend to do? Lin Yu's expression darkened immediately upon encountering the task. He had anticipated that this dark soul would issue some unique challenge, but he never imagined it would be so profoundly unsettling. I have no ulterior motives, the black-robed youth replied with a slight smile, an eager glimmer in his eyes. Isn't this what makes it entertaining? I assure you, regardless of your nature, I will not permit such an occurrence, Lin Yu declared, his expression resolute and his words deliberate. Is that so? The smile on the black-robed youth's face widened, illuminating his features. Chapter 58, Preparations Before the Battle Mother. Please stay here and wait for my return, all right? Zhang Yi carefully laid his elderly mother upon a wooden bed. The warehouse had already amassed a considerable gathering. In addition to all the wilderness hunters from the town, numerous family members and local residents had been brought here for shelter. The expressions of most were tinged with unease, yet a select few remained nonchalant and dismissive. What exactly is going on here? A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, spoke impatiently. He had just been caught attempting to pilfer from a nearby grocery store by Zhang Yi, who had seized him by the collar and brought him back. The leader has stated that the town is in danger. We are here to ensure everyone's safety, explained one of Zhang Yi's subordinates, patiently addressing the crowd and attempting to soothe their anxieties. After all, the danger had yet to materialize, and no one could fathom the extent of despair that lay ahead. Moreover, many residents were reluctant to abandon their homes, scoffing at Lin Yu's warnings. They believed that with the holy fire present, true peril was impossible. Even if danger were to arise, there were so many wilderness hunters in town. Furthermore, with Zhang Yi, a genetic warrior, and Wang Ming, a mechanical augmenter, alongside Zhang Yu, an awakened one, they did not perceive the town as facing imminent doom. Their ignorance of the severity of the threats was apparent. Some people's limited perspectives confined their understanding. Those willing to seek refuge were already inside the warehouse. Zhang Yi, having reassured his mother, approached Lin Yu. Nodding, Lin Yu turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Let us each find a vantage point to intercept any adversaries attempting to approach this direction." "Oh, very well," Zhang Yu replied lightly, a blade of grass between his lips. "Wait a moment." He suddenly realized something and turned to Lin Yu. "Why should I, an archer, head to a high point while you, armed with a dagger, venture there? Are you expecting your dagger to fly, like Shao Li's flying knives?" "Don't worry about the details. You will understand soon enough," Lin Yu chuckled, relishing the prospect of witnessing Zhang Yu's astonishment once more. With an air of mystery, Zhang Yu mumbled as he exited the warehouse, quickly vanishing from sight. "Kid, do you truly believe you can handle those creatures?" Old Sun regarded Lin Yu with skepticism. "Just remain here calmly. Once this is resolved, I will take the money you've hidden and treat the entire town to drinks at the Pigeon Tavern." Lin Yu replied cheerfully. "Get lost," Old Sun retorted, glaring at him before unsteadily rising to pat Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Take care of yourself." At that moment, Lin Yu noticed the holy fire beginning to flicker. "They're coming." Lin Yu's heart raced as he shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." He swiftly dashed out of the warehouse and found shelter beneath an eave. The abyss materialized in Lin Yu's hands. He caressed the cold, black weapon, which bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. Zhang Yu and I were tasked with eliminating distant foes, while Wang Ming provided suppressive fire against the approaching monsters. Any remaining threats would be managed by Zhao Fu and Zhang Yi, who would coordinate with other wilderness hunters to secure kills. In this manner, we should be able to delay for a considerable time, hoping to endure until the awakened among the monsters departed. Lin Yu silently contemplated everyone's roles. During the previous confrontation with those resurrected beings, Lin Yu had gleaned two crucial pieces of information. The first pertained to the abilities of certain awakened among the resurrected. The most formidable was the leader, Time King, who possessed a grotesque ability to halt time. Although Lin Yu was aware that this time suspension could only last about a minute, he had yet to devise a strategy to counter Time King. In addition to Time King, there were several speedster awakened beings, whom only Lin Yu's abyss could effectively address. The others likely wouldn't even catch a glimpse of them. There was also a Black Knight, whose close-quarters combat skills were exceptionally strong. He must not be allowed to approach. As for any other awakened beings, Lin Yu was at a loss and could only hope that these resurrected would depart swiftly. The second piece of information was a detail Lin Yu had noticed moments before his demise. It appeared that Time King was holding something in his hand, which bore a resemblance to the holy fire pearl Lin Yu had encountered before. Could this be the objective of the resurrected's assault on human settlements? Lin Yu was uncertain. Yet he speculated that if they were indeed intent on acquiring something, they would hasten their departure once they obtained the pearl. Particularly in circumstances where they could not break through their defenses, they might not linger for a prolonged engagement. The situation at Gathering Point 156 was different. The inhabitants had proactively engaged the resurrected even before they could establish a foothold, leading to the outbreak of conflict. However, if Ashentown were willing to relinquish that object, would they not leave immediately? Lin Yu's mind was a whirl of conjectures. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass reverberated through the air. Instantly, the holy fire that had sheltered the town for decades dimmed. The holy fire was extinguished. A wave of despair washed over Lin Yu, as everything seemed to be unfolding along the same trajectory as before. He swiftly readied himself, adjusting his breathing. Through the scope of abyss, Lin Yu beheld a dense, black tide surging in from the wilderness. Indeed, without a specific target, these facehuggers would disperse. Witnessing this, Lin Yu's heart surged with elation. Upon entering Ashentown, the facehuggers found no signs of life. Consequently, over 100 of them scattered, with only a dozen or so beginning to move towards the warehouse. As Lin Yu turned his head, he spotted Zhang Yu standing on a nearby eave, firmly gripping an iron bow and extracting a sharp iron arrow from the quiver at his waist. The face-hugging bugs had yet to enter Zhang Yu's shooting range. However, unlike Zhang Yu, Lin Yu had swiftly calibrated his breathing and immediately assessed the wind speed and distance. The Barrett sniper rifle boasts an impressive maximum range exceeding 6,000 meters. Yet its effective shooting distance hovers around 1,500 meters, Even a most skilled marksman can extend this range to no more than 2,000 meters. But Lin Yu was different. Although Abyss shared a similar design and structure with the Barrett, its maximum range far surpassed that of ordinary sniper rifles. Upon acquiring Abyss, Lin Yu had ascended to the ranks of elite snipers, confident that he could extend this distance to an astonishing 3,000 meters. Now, the advancing face-hugging bugs had entered Lin Yu's realm of hell. Chapter 59. The battle commences. Bang! A wisp of faint black smoke slowly rose from the stout muzzle. The colossal bullet, roaring forth like the grim reaper wielding a scythe, surged ahead. The foremost face-hugging bug, in mid-flight, suddenly careened backward. The Abyss has arrived. What on earth is this? Zhang Yu, not far off, stared in disbelief at Lin Yu, then glanced in shock at the distant face-hugging bug. Just moments ago, there was a bang, and that bug was dead? When did you acquire such a weapon? Zhang Yu felt on the brink of collapse. At several kilometers away, how could he possibly contend with Lin Yu now that he possessed this? Bang! Another thunderous roar echoed as another face-hugging bug fell in response. Lin Yu steadily squeezed the trigger, methodically harvesting the lives of these creatures. He could sense an exhilarating energy emanating from Abyss, which both surprised him and intrigued him. This terrifying weapon seemed to possess its own emotions, with the desire for slaughter being Abyss' most fervent yearning. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Zhang Yu, stop dawdling and shoot. Lin Yu, noticing the encroaching face-hugging bugs and Zhang Yu's self-doubt, felt a surge of anger. Coming to his senses, Zhang Yu swiftly retrieved an arrow from his quiver, aimed, and released. The arrow struck the face-hugging bug's vital point with pinpoint accuracy, prompting Zhang Yu to feel a rush of delight. I am not inferior to Lin Yu. As Lin Yu and Zhang Yu continued to reap the lives of the distant bugs, other face-hugging bugs began to realize the threat and shifted direction toward the warehouse. They don't seem that formidable, Zhang Yu remarked, cleanly releasing another arrow while addressing Lin Yu. The face-hugging bugs were merely one threat. The true enemy lay with a monstrous horde that had obliterated the 156th gathering point. Lin Yu remained vigilant, for as of yet, that monstrous group had not made their appearance. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated nearby. Upon hearing the resounding explosion, Lin Yu was suddenly taken aback, his expression darkening swiftly. What they saw was the sacred fire. He finally comprehended the significance of the orb in Wang's possession. It was not his fault. He had never encountered the true form of the sacred fire before. However, he was now certain. The explosion had occurred not far from the warehouse, at the border between the north and south, where the sacred fire was housed in a towering structure. What truly unsettled Lin Yu was his previous ignorance of the fact that the resurrectors had come for the sacred fire, thus choosing this warehouse as their target. This choice could potentially alter the entire course of the battle, as the two locations were alarmingly close. Should the resurrectors catch wind of the commotion, it was highly probable they would advance toward the warehouse. Consequently, what was initially a solid stronghold could very well become the epicenter of a storm. Indeed, shortly after the explosion, Lin Yu began to faintly hear strange, guttural roars. Lin Yu, something approaches. Zhang Yu's face was ashen, his heightened awareness surpassing Lin Yu's. In his perception, numerous humanoid beings were swiftly converging upon the warehouse. Time to get to work. Wang Ming inhaled deeply from a cigarette, casually discarding it onto the ground before extinguishing it with force. A thick plume of white smoke escaped his lips. He motioned to Zhang Yi and the others, heading toward the northern district. As he advanced, his metallic arm fluidly transformed into a machine gun. These creatures are truly repulsive. Zhang Ye's eyes revealed a flicker of disdain as he observed the approaching resurrectors. Eliminate them all, and they shall no longer be disgusting. Zhao Fu's dual blades manifested in his hands, his demeanor impassive as he gazed at the encroaching resurrectors. Meanwhile, Lin Yu on the rooftop had redirected the Abyss. For the time being, he would leave the facehugger to Zhang Yu. His focus was now on the more terrifying resurrectors. As the first resurrector crossed the warning line, combat was imminent. Zhang Yi snorted, charging forward like a rampaging bull. Behind him, Zhao Fu, silent yet swifter than Zhang Yi, wielded his dual blades with such precision they seemed to slice through the very air. In the instant of contact with the monstrous horde, Zhao Fu's military knife effortlessly cleaved through a resurrector's skull. His speed was such that these ordinary resurrectors could scarcely perceive him. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's steel blade crashed down upon the nearest resurrector like an avalanche, swiftly following up with a decisive strike to its neck, ending its life. Behind them, dozens of wild hunters surged forward, their expressions stoic. While they might not stand a chance against a resurrector one-on-one, they could certainly manage to take one down in a group. Their confidence stemmed from the presence of the sole mechanical modifier of Ashen Town standing behind them, Wang Ming. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, Wang Ming's machine gun erupted with a cacophony of blue sparks, the overwhelming firepower rendering the advancing resurrectors breathless. It is truly suffocating, as if my chest is about to shatter. Much like the situation at Gathering Point 156, ordinary revivers are utterly incapable of posing any threat to the awakened genetic warriors and mechanical augmenters that form a formidable stronghold. They surpass the average wild hunters in strength, yet their power remains decidedly limited. The true terror lies within the awakened among the revivers. As it became evident that the revivers could not breach the defenses, several figures swiftly emerged from the rear, gliding seamlessly through the crowd, transforming into mere shadows as they sped toward Zhao Fu. These were the awakened among them. Bang! The moment the first reviver drew near Zhao Fu, a thunderous explosion echoed. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly as the muzzle of Abyss emitted wisps of black smoke. The awakened fell to the ground, his skull shattered. Excellent, Zhao Fu shouted, now free from any concerns. This is the advantage of having a reliable ally on the battlefield. The other two revivers visibly hesitated, astonished that someone could aim at them amidst such rapid movement. Just then, a sudden breeze swept through. Zhang Ye's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively dodged. Immediately after, a deep gash appeared on his right arm. What was that? Zhang Yi gazed forward in astonishment. The breeze gracefully settled a short distance away, transforming into a lithe woman, tilting her head as she smiled at Zhang Yi and asked, "Do you think I am beautiful?" "I certainly do not. You treacherous wench, die!" Zhang Yi roared, charging forward with a steel knife. The woman displayed an expression of indignation before vanishing once more like a wisp of wind. Zhang Yi's strike missed its mark, and just as he prepared to rise, he noticed a massive sword hurtling towards his forehead. Chapter 60. The panel from Abyss. Zhao Fu was intently engaged with the two revivers before him when he turned to see Zhang Yi's large frame flying towards him. Holy hell! Zhao Fu broke into a cold sweat, cursing. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Yi, shaking his numb hand, grimaced as he climbed to his feet, grumbling. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. The strength of that Black Knight far exceeded Zhang Ye's expectations. As the great sword descended upon him, he instinctively raised his steel knife to block. To his dismay, the blade left by Yang Sanshui was mercilessly cleaved in two, and the overwhelming force sent Zhang Yi crashing through the air. The Black Knight was about to pursue when a barrage of powerful gunfire suddenly enveloped him, sparks flying from his armor. You can withstand my machine gun fire. Are you even human? Wang Ming exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of insults. Then he scratched his head. Oh, my apologies. You are indeed not human. No sooner had he spoken than a scream erupted from among the wild hunters ahead. Wang Ming looked up to see a burly man's head rolling to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. Meanwhile, a gust of wind danced through the crowd, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms in its wake. The gentle breeze, sharp as a blade, slays the unsuspecting. Leave this to me. Zhao Fu's eyes narrowed, and with a firm grip on his sword, he dashed towards the heart of the battlefield. At that moment, the breeze transformed into a woman who gracefully descended to the ground, her willow leaf curved blade gliding artfully across a man's neck. As his head slipped away, the woman wore a satisfied smile, lifting her blade once more. Clang! In an instant, Zhao Fu stood before her, his military knife deftly parrying her assault, his cold gaze fixed upon her. The awakened one, unwilling to engage in prolonged combat with the swift Zhao Fu, transformed once more into a fleeting breeze and retreated. Yet Zhao Fu had already locked onto her position, relentlessly pursuing her as they swiftly exited the battlefield, racing into the distance. Although both sides had lost an awakened individual, the pressure on Ashen Town was undeniably heavier than that on the Resurrectors. Without Zhao Fu to share the burden, only Zhang Yi remained, fleeing in panic from the relentless Black Knight. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Black Knight, Zhang Yi found himself in dire straits. Bang! Bang! On the rooftop, Lin Yu incessantly squeezed the trigger as Abyss roared repeatedly, harvesting the lives of the Resurrectors. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining 2 speed-type awakened ones among the Resurrectors managed to eliminate several wilderness hunters. With no other choice, Lin Yu had to refocus on them, unable to assist anyone else. This cannot continue. I will soon be overwhelmed. Through the scope, the 2 monsters darted about erratically, devoid of any discernible pattern. Lin Yu understood that this was a deliberate evasive maneuver to dodge the bullets of Abyss. Such movements were exceedingly difficult to capture, as they lacked a specific target, merely engaging in erratic dodging. The objectives of the 2 awakened ones had completely shifted. No longer were they focused on killing, but rather on stalling Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu fired at other Resurrectors, they would immediately re-enter the fray. Conversely, if Lin Yu locked onto them, they would swiftly retreat, leaving him unable to attend to the other inhabitants of Ashen Town. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The cunning of these Resurrectors was undoubtedly on par with that of ordinary individuals, perhaps even surpassing Zhang Yi's intelligence. Lin Yu, I cannot hold on much longer. Just then, another piece of grim news arrived. Zhang Yu, on an adjacent rooftop, shouted in anger, as a number of face-hugging worms surged and rapidly approached the warehouse. It became clear that Zhang Yu alone could no longer effectively contain them. The face-hugging worms charged towards a warehouse recklessly, undeterred by the arrows that felled their companions under Zhang Yu's aim. In merely a few minutes, the swarm was less than a kilometer away from the warehouse. Lin Yu forced himself to suppress his rising anxiety, focusing intently on the 2 speed-type awakened ones. Sensing their master's turmoil, Abyss quivered slightly. The ammunition depot has been opened. As a message resonated within the depths of his mind, a panel suddenly materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. This was indeed a control panel exclusive to Abyss. Explosive Bullet Appreciation Coin X1. Armor-Piercing Bullet Appreciation Coin X1. Incendiary Bullet Appreciation Coin X1. Homing Bullet Appreciation Coin X1, from various types of ammunition to an array of accessories. The panel has seemingly considered every facet, with prices noted as if in a shop. The currency in use is none other than appreciation coins. I knew you were not just an ordinary sniper rifle. Lin Yu's heart swelled with joy. The bullets from the Abyss seemed inexhaustible, and now he was presented with an even greater surprise. He still possessed 4 appreciation coins, obtained from the previous gifts of witch potions. Faced with the predicament before him, Lin Yu made a decisive choice. The sound of reloading from the Abyss indicated that the loaded ammunition had quietly changed. Die, you scoundrel! Lin Yu roared inwardly and firmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by the roar of the Abyss, a sinister purple bullet surged forth. On the battlefield, 2 speed-type awakened sensed the thunderous sound and immediately quickened their pace, darting through the streets like agile dragons. The purple projectile hurtled toward one of the Resurrector's foreheads. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading the bullet. A smile flickered across his face, seemingly relieved that his prediction had not faltered. Yet before he could relax, the purple bullet suddenly executed a stunning 180-degree turn behind him and pierced straight into the back of his head. Homing bullet. The smile of the other Resurrector froze as he sprinted frantically backward. However, from the distant sky, the harbinger of death sounded once more. Another homing bullet. With the fall of the 2 speed-type Resurrectors, the pressure on the front lines significantly eased. Zhao Fu and the Awakened, who had transformed into a gentle breeze, had distanced themselves from the battleground, while Lin Yu had eliminated the 2 fastest Awakened. Meanwhile, the Wild Hunters, under the support of Wang Ming's firepower, formed small teams to engage the Resurrectors in a back-and-forth struggle. Aside from Zhang Yi, who was being mercilessly pummeled by the Black Knight. Everything seemed to be improving. Next, over here, observing the situation on the front lines calming, Lin Yu redirected his aim toward the face-hugging insects. He summoned the Abyss panel once more and swiftly selected new ammunition. With 2 appreciation coins remaining, and faced with the overwhelming tide of face-hugging insects, Lin Yu opted for the incendiary bullet. At the moment the new ammunition entered the magazine, the Abyss erupted with a roar of crimson flames, like the wrath of a fire deity, akin to a divine phoenix in its cry. Bang! The brilliant red bullet transformed into a soaring, flaming phoenix, shrieking through the air toward the black tide. Chapter 61. Zhao Fu. What on earth is that? Zhang Yu stared blankly at the red fire phoenix soaring above him. He realized that, at some point, Lin Yu had suddenly acquired an assortment of peculiar items, like that terrifying black weapon and the purple bullets that had even caught Zhang Yu's attention, along with the now visually striking red phoenix. Could this truly also be a bullet? A thunderous explosion abruptly interrupted Zhang Yu's stupor. He swiftly turned his gaze, and amidst the black wave of face-hugging insects, a hellish inferno surged forth with the wrath of divine retribution. The most terrifying aspect was that once these flames ensnared anything, escape was nearly impossible. They clung to their victims like a malignant curse, vowing to cleanse the very heavens and earth in their relentless blaze. Countless face-hugging insects writhed in agony within the sea of fire. Even the searing heat of the sacred flames could not deter them. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless against the flames of the Abyss. Lin Yu was equally shaken by this scene. He quickly deduced the reason behind it. The position of the sacred fire was fixed, allowing the face-hugging insect to employ a strategy of rotating in and out, gradually wearing down the fire's potency. Moreover, the Resurrector's actions in the northern district to seize the source of the sacred fire significantly alleviated the burden on the insects. In a sense, the Resurrector and the face-hugging insects complemented one another. However, the incendiary devices unleashed by the Abyss were of an entirely different nature. Their flames seemed alive, clinging tenaciously to the face-hugging insects, leaving them no respite whatsoever. This resulted in incendiary's effectiveness far exceeding Lin Yu's expectations. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Yu quickly regained his composure, realizing that Lin Yu had already borne the brunt of the pressure, and he felt confident in his ability to suppress the remaining face-hugging insects. With the threat they posed greatly diminished, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Lin Yu's expression to change drastically. Ding! Zhao Fu narrowed his eyes, pursuing the faint glimmer of a breeze that flitted through the streets. He understood that his departure would place Zhang Yi under immense strain. However, there was no alternative. If he did not draw this terrifying awakened being away, it would spell despair for the other wilderness hunters. This awakened individual moved through the battlefield as if it were her domain, appearing and vanishing at will, with no one capable of hindering her. Even with his speed advantage, Zhao Fu could only barely keep pace. Thus, he resolved to drive this awakened being from the front lines and force her to engage him. Clang! Zhao Fu's expression darkened as the breeze suddenly ceased and a willow leaf saber appeared like a specter. Fortunately, his reflexes were exceptionally swift, allowing him to parry the blow with precision. As the breeze slowly dissipated, a figure gradually came into focus, a woman swaying gracefully, a delicate smile gracing her lips as she gazed quietly at Zhao Fu. The Resurrector, Wind Demon. Darling, why are you chasing me so persistently? Wind Demon giggled softly, her hand stained with blood from a saber, which had splattered onto her crimson lips, enhancing her allure. Zhao Fu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the enchanting woman before him, his hands gripping the military knife tightly. He had never entertained the notion of slaying the Wind Demon. He knew it was beyond his capabilities. Therefore, his mission was to draw her away from the front lines, to delay her until the conclusion of the grand battle, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Boredom enveloped the scene as the Wind Demon, with a sharp command, suddenly unleashed her curved blade toward Zhao Fu without warning. Startled, Zhao Fu instinctively recoiled, the slender edge of the blade grazing perilously close to his eyes. With a low growl, he decisively opted for offense over defense, his twin military knives creating fleeting shadows in the air. The wind demon, with a beguiling smile, gracefully retreated, transforming into a spiraling breeze, effortlessly evading Zhao Fu's strikes as if engaged in a playful courtship. Her movements were elusive, swirling around Zhao Fu while occasionally delivering delicate slashes. Even the remarkably swift Zhao Fu found himself wounded under her ethereal assault, his arms and back soon adorned with numerous shallow lacerations. Each cut, while painful, was not fatal, as if the wind demon were methodically toying with him. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flickered in Zhao Fu's eyes. He swung his military knife wildly towards the left rear. A move devoid of pattern. Got you. At that precise moment, the breeze, seemingly predicted by his instincts, floated right into his path. The blade glided across the skin silently. Yet a burst of crimson erupted in the air. "How'd you find me?" The wind demon cried out in pain, her demeanor shifting from alluring to grim. Her voice now laced with a chilling undertone. "Are you dropping the act? Weren't you just reveling in your coyness?" Zhao Fu panted slightly, his gaze fierce. Through a myriad of fine wounds, he had managed to orchestrate a successful counterattack. The wind demon, her expression darkening, retreated once more, transforming into a wisp of fresh air. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu's expression settled into calmness. He stabilized himself in a half-crouch, muscles taut, attuned to every nuance in the surrounding air, and remarkably, he began to close his eyes amidst the swirling breeze. Clang, clang, clang. Each of the wind demon's assaults was deftly parried by the now closed eyes of Zhao Fu. "Impossible!" she exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she regarded him. "An old man once told me, to master the art of combat, one must first establish a solid stance. Only with a firm foundation can one truly thrive." Zhao Fu, eyes still shut, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Though he had often been lacking in vigor, he now comprehended the wisdom behind those words. "Today, I shall become an impregnable fortress, unafraid of any sinister charm." "Come," Zhao Fu called out, his left hand wielding the knife in front, the right behind, his legs firmly planted in a sturdy stance that evoked a hint of Tai Chi. The wind demon's expression darkened as she launched a more ferocious attack against him. "I found you again," Zhao Fu proclaimed softly, thrusting his blade forward, once more splattering the air with a sanguine hue. The wind demon was on the verge of madness, perplexed as to how this man could predict her position. In her moment of desperation, Zhao Fu finally seized the opportunity. A flaw had emerged. He suddenly retracted his stance, stepping forward with his left leg, while firmly stamping his right leg on the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, akin to a wild steed poised to leap over a precipice, launching forward with sudden ferocity. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's eyes flew open, and he thrust his military knife forcefully into the empty air before him. A startled gasp reverberated through the atmosphere, as the wind demon was compelled to reveal herself by Zhao Fu's fierce strike. The razor-sharp blade aimed directly at her throat. There was no escape. This was a fatal blow. A hint of relief finally graced Zhao Fu's face. At that moment, a ripple shimmered through the air. Chapter 62. The Landslide Trouble. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to rise to his feet. The Time King had made his move. Where? Who was he targeting? Lin Yu's gaze flitted across the various figures, striving to capture every nuance of the battlefield. Zhang Yu continued to suppress the face-hugging bug, while Wang Ming maintained a relentless barrage of firepower. Zhang Yu was still being chased frantically by the Black Warrior. They were all unharmed. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Yu, sending a jolt through his heart. Zhao Fu had channeled all his meticulously cultivated spirit and energy into the military knife, piercing through the wind with a strike aimed at the wind demon's throat. This meticulously planned strike could not be evaded. The once luscious woman now appeared pallid, her eyes filled with despair. She attempted to evade, only to find that a second knife had effectively sealed all her escape routes. There was no way out. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed unexpectedly, and a faint ripple spread through the air. Zhao Fu's figure abruptly froze in midair. The tip of the knife pierced the wind demon's delicate skin, a droplet of blood trailing down her fair neck. Yet that was all that transpired. Everything seemed to freeze in that instant. What was happening? Zhao Fu felt a surge of dread as he watched his body suspended in the air, unable to drive the knife deeper no matter how forcefully he tried. The wind demon collapsed weakly to the ground, her crescent blade falling beside her, her eyes reflecting a sense of gratitude for having survived. Had the Time King not intervened, she would undoubtedly have perished beneath that strike. She retrieved the fallen curved blade and slowly approached Zhao Fu, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Forgive me." With a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, she plunged it deeply into Zhao Fu's heart. Another ripple coursed through the air. Zhao Fu's body fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet his limbs were devoid of strength, and when he attempted to speak, he found that even his voice had abandoned him. With the last vestiges of his strength, Zhao Fu lifted his head, fixating intently on the retreating wind demon. A gentle breeze whisked away, yet his gaze caught a glimpse of a different scenery. In the distance, the sky darkened. A rare ray of sunset graced the ashen town. Zhao Fu's pupils widened, and he murmured, "I'm sorry." The military knife fell feebly to the side, gradually dissipating. Zhao Fu's body began to stiffen. As the battle reached a stalemate, the Time King furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience surfacing in his eyes hidden beneath the mask. He did not wish to reveal too many abilities of the other awakened ones, so he resolved to act himself. In the midst of the battlefield, a solitary wild hunter's body suddenly came to a halt, a pause that proved to be fatal, not only for himself, but for the entire team. In combat, a team operates in harmonious synergy. Each member is an essential cog in this intricate machine. A sudden interruption by one individual can shatter the cohesion of the collective. Should other teammates attempt to rescue, the enemy would seize the opportunity, tearing the team apart. Conversely, if no rescue is attempted, the isolated comrade would be left helpless as monstrous claws pierced through his flesh. As the Time King intervened, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, yet he felt it was still too slow. He turned to a man draped in a voluminous robe behind him and nodded. The man silently emerged from the shadows, extending hands as gnarled as withered trees, a testament to the countless tribulations endured to bring them to such a state. As these hands intricately etched complex patterns in the air, a palpable tension began to fill the atmosphere. Beside Ashen Town stood a small hill, its existence a mystery lost to time. Suddenly, this hill began to tremble violently, fracturing into chaos. Countless massive rocks floated into the air, then hurtled towards the town with alarming speed. The Awakener, known as Landslide, tightened the defensive line. While wild hunters perished in anguished cries, fear etched upon their faces. Were it not for the loved ones they sought to protect within the warehouse behind them, they would have long since fled in terror. The claws of the resurrected foes sliced through their ranks like blades. Moreover, should any of these foes close the distance, they would pounce, viciously sinking their teeth into the soft flesh of vulnerable necks. Wang Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. Ashen Town was too underdeveloped. The team from Dawn City was yet to arrive, leaving Wang Ming unable to replenish his dwindling ammunition. Bullets were running low. Meanwhile, the resurrected on the battlefield, intoxicated by the thick scent of blood, grew ever more frenzied. Lin Yu remained silent, repeatedly squeezing the trigger. He had lost count of how many times he had fired, the veins in his arms bulging as the recoil of Abyss inflicted excruciating pain upon his shoulder blades. Were it not for the slight enhancement to his physique that Abyss provided with each life it claimed, Lin Yu's shoulder blades might have shattered under the relentless force. The thunderous sounds continued, wisps of black smoke curling from the muzzle of his weapon, as Lin Yu could only watch helplessly as familiar faces collapsed one after another. "Lin Yu, I have run out of arrows," Zhang Yu suddenly shouted. A jolt of alarm shot through Lin Yu, followed by a profound sorrow. He understood that Zhang Yu had given his all. After enduring the devastation of incendiary bombs, only a handful of the face-hugging creatures remained, reduced to a mere 20 or 30. Following Zhang Yu's precise and sustained onslaught, Only a meager dozen of these creatures hesitated, lingering in place rather than advancing towards the warehouse. However, all of Zhang Yu's arrows have been expended, rendering him incapable of engaging in close combat with the resurrectors like those wilderness hunters. This was not his domain of expertise, nor could he undertake such an endeavor. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, an odd sound began to approach from a distance. His pupils constricted sharply as he beheld countless enormous boulders appearing in the sky. These stones, hurtling through the air at high velocity, carried unimaginable kinetic energy. Their trajectory was aimed directly at the warehouse. It was not only Lin Yu who noticed the massive stones. Every individual on the battlefield did as well. Run, quickly. Wang Ming's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed towards the warehouse. Zhang Yi, having been struck by the Black Warrior's punch, collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Run. Lin Yu's mind went blank as he shouted towards the warehouse, sprinting alongside Zhang Yu in the same direction. Yet it was too late. The warehouse housed only the frail. The elderly, women, and children, all of whom could not evacuate swiftly in such a short span of time. Amidst the despairing gazes of the crowd, countless boulders descended like a calamity. The thunderous crashes nearly ruptured Lin Yu's eardrums as the stones obliterated the entire warehouse. Suddenly, a massive blaze erupted and anguished cries echoed, resonating throughout the small town. At that moment, everyone chose to abandon the fight, rushing towards the warehouse. Their families were there. In an instant, the battlefield disintegrated. An ashen town faced catastrophic losses. Chapter 63. Wang Ming and Zhang Yi, these beasts. Zhang Yu's lips trembled slightly, his complexion pale. Even though there were no family members in the warehouse, every face represented a resident with whom he had shared decades of life in this town. Each was a living soul. Lin Yu ran towards the warehouse in silence, while all the wilderness hunters, driven by madness, wailed as they rushed to their families. Agony began to fill Lin Yu's heart. If I hadn't led everyone to the warehouse, they wouldn't have perished. If I had chosen another route and taken everyone away directly, perhaps we would not have encountered those monsters. If I could have dealt with those creatures sooner, the town would not have faced this calamity. Gazing at the warehouse engulfed in flames and hearing the omnipresent wails, Lin Yu suddenly crouched down, his hands clutching his head in torment. Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Zhang Yu followed closely behind, continuously calling his name. Seeing Lin Yu in such a state tightened Zhang Yu's heart. The plan had been devised by Lin Yu, and the devastating casualties were bound to fill him with profound regret. Yet, this only reinforced Zhang Yu's conviction in Lin Yu's foresight. This approach had not genuinely resolved the issue. Zhang Yu even entertained another possibility. Perhaps, in Lin Yu's vision, no one could escape. The youth was merely struggling desperately, hoping to save everyone. However, the failure of the plan plunged the young boy into an abyss of self-reproach. Lin Yu, get up! Zhang Yu exclaimed, gripping Lin Yu's arm with urgency. This is not your fault. Our immediate priority is to save lives. Zhang Yu articulated each word distinctly, locking eyes with Lin Yu. Behind them, a multitude of resurrected foes continued their relentless advance, undeterred by the collapse of the wild hunters. The Time King stood impassively in the distance, his gaze fixated on the charred remnants of the town, resembling a scene from hell. Save them. Lin Yu, in a daze, rose to his feet, the abyss manifesting once more in his grasp. He had but a single token of gratitude left. With great effort, he regulated his breathing and exchanged it for his last incendiary device. He aimed to deter the frenzied, resurrected with the flames produced, even if only for a few fleeting moments. With a resounding boom, the fire phoenix surged towards the dense cluster of resurrected beings. Yet, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized, intercepting the crimson projectile with unwavering resolve. Beside the Time King, a woman with an indifferent expression let out a soft grunt, gradually sinking to the ground. They are still awakened. How many of them could there possibly be? Lin Yu gazed helplessly as the last incendiary device fell to the earth. The strength of these resurrected beings was overwhelming, nearly extinguishing his hope. The inferno continued to blaze, yet it failed to inflict significant damage upon the resurrected. Fortunately, The fierce flames served as a temporary barrier, momentarily obstructing their advance. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ming unleashed a relentless barrage against the Black Knight, ultimately exhausting his ammunition. With his support, Zhang Yi managed to create some distance from the Black Knight and dashed toward the warehouse. A pack of beasts. Wang Ming lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips as his metallic right arm gradually transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he moved toward Zhang Yi, preparing to assist him. However, Zhang Yi, rushing towards him, suddenly roared with a furious warning, "Be careful." Startled, Wang Ming felt a chilling sensation radiate from his chest. He slowly glanced down to find a beautifully crafted curved dagger piercing through his torso, nearly shattering his heart. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi sprinted towards Wang Ming, shouting in anger. "Damn it, an ambush!" The willow leaf dagger was gradually withdrawn from his chest, blood gushing forth. Wang Ming coughed violently, realizing the blade had likely injured his lung. Turning his head, he saw a charming woman smiling coyly, raising an eyebrow before delivering a second strike. Wang Ming attempted to raise his hand to defend himself, but he felt utterly drained of strength. 3 successive strikes, each deeply embedded in his body, left Wang Ming crumpled on the ground, his cigarette falling to the side. As he watched the woman transform into a wisp of wind and depart, he spat blood onto the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he mustered the strength to pick up the still smoldering cigarette and took a deep drag. Coughing, blood splattered from his mouth and nose. Wang Ming collapsed heavily to the ground, waving weakly at the distant Zhang Yi. "Forget it, the revenge for my father. Perhaps in another life. Regardless, you foolish brute, you show no caution towards me." How infuriating! Zhang Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in fury. He gazed at the lifeless body of Wang Ming, unleashing a cry of resentment. Behind him, the Black Knight approached slowly, dragging his great sword, each step seemingly leaving an indelible mark upon the ground. "Damn you!" Zhang Yi abruptly turned, lunging at the Black Knight with wild abandon. At that moment, a willow leaf curved knife suddenly struck from behind, plunging deep into Zhang Yi's abdomen. "Get lost!" Zhang Yi bellowed, unexpectedly seizing the Wind Demon's neck with blinding speed. The Wind Demon had no time to react. She was astonished that Zhang Yi, despite the pain coursing through him, chose to retaliate. Her strength was already minimal, relying solely on her agility, and now faced with a robust Zhang Yi, she was nearly powerless. The frail neck within Zhang Yi's powerful grip began to redden, akin to a chick having its throat constricted as breathing became increasingly arduous. With a swift motion, a great sword pierced through Zhang Yi's chest, spilling forth a crimson spray. Zhang Yi emitted a muffled groan. Yet, the grip on the Wind Demon's neck did not relent, but rather tightened further. The Wind Demon's complexion turned crimson as she weakly struck at Zhang Yi's hands and face, her efforts akin to a stranded fish floundering on dry land. Utterly ineffective, the Black Knight furrowed his brow, withdrawing the great sword from Zhang Yi's body and plunging it in again. Twice, Zhang Yi, with eyes aflame, surrendered all resistance, his powerful hands clenching the Wind Demon tightly. Zhang Yi suddenly let out a low growl. Crack! A sharp sound echoed from the Wind Demon's neck as her body immediately softened like cotton. Subsequently, Zhang Yi seized her neck as though she were mere refuse, turning to face the Black Knight while still holding the lifeless form of the Wind Demon. Confronted by Zhang Yi's frenzied gaze, the Black Knight, astonishingly, took a discreet step back. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in fury, still clutching the limp form of the Wind Demon, unwaveringly fixated on the Black Knight. After a full minute, the Black Knight sensed something amiss. He stepped forward and forcefully pushed. Zhang Yi's lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. The Black Knight stood in place for a moment, before making his way toward the warehouse. Wait! A gentle voice emerged from behind the Black Knight. The Time King, wearing a mask, approached slowly, gesturing toward the body of Zhang Yi on the ground. "This one is of value. Bring him back." The Black Knight nodded, lifting Zhang Yi's body and tossing it onto the shoulders of a reviver. Under the watchful gaze of the Time King, the reviver slowly made his way toward the wilderness. Chapter 64. Remember the faces of all your enemies. There are still people alive here. Hurry, save them. There are more. Children, my children. This warehouse, designated for housing families, had just moments ago been a bastion of hope for all. Within lay the family members they wished to protect. Yet now, it resembled a hell on earth, filled with incessant wails and cries of despair. While these cries instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, they also ignited a flicker of hope in many. What was truly terrifying was the profound silence that enveloped the entire warehouse. As long as one can call out or make a sound, it signifies that life still lingers. While there is life, there remains hope. Old man Sun, where are you? Sun Chuanxian. Lin Yu, accompanied by Zhang Yu, stumbled into the warehouse. He gazed helplessly at the ruins, desperately seeking that frail figure amidst the debris. He shifted aside massive stones, meticulously discerning the obscured faces of the bodies crushed beneath. Perhaps it was fortunate that he had yet to find Old Man Sun. As long as that body did not come into his sight, Lin Yu could still harbor the belief that Old Man Sun was alive. Zhang Yu's expression was complex as he observed Lin Yu. He longed to convey to the youth the harsh reality. Old Man Sun was far too old, and in the face of countless stones plummeting, escape was nearly impossible. However, witnessing Lin Yu's silent determination as he exerted himself to lift the stones, Zhang Yu could not bring himself to utter those words. After a moment, he gently spoke. "We must leave. Those creatures outside will soon arrive. I must find Old Man Sun." Lin Yu abruptly turned to Zhang Yu. At this moment, Zhang Yu noticed the redness in Lin Yu's eyes, the web of blood vessels alarming him. He silently regarded the nearly collapsing youth, and after a pause, he uttered a single word. "All right." The warehouse was nearly obliterated, with only a fragment of its structure barely holding together. Even so, these pillars were on the verge of collapse, posing an imminent risk. Amidst this ruin, the surviving wilderness hunters frantically searched for their families. Some were fortunate enough to find their surviving kin, who had managed to hide in open spaces, evading the onslaught of falling stones and the aftershocks of the collapsing warehouse. They embraced and wept, rejoicing in each other's survival. Others, however, could only locate the lifeless bodies of their loved ones, their faces unrecognizable from the force of the impact. The surviving relatives could only weep in despair, clutching their deceased. Ashen Town was truly devastated. Suddenly, a fit of coughing echoed, and Lin Yu spun around. He dashed toward a corner, which, although in disarray, had not entirely collapsed. An aged hand slowly emerged from a pile of rubble, struggling to free itself from the entombment. Old Man Sun, ignoring the pain in his hands, Lin Yu hastily cleared the stones. When he saw the frail elder weakly open his eyes, his heart ached, nearly bringing him to tears. Old Man Sun was still alive. Zhang Yu gazed in astonishment at the elder, surprised by the stroke of luck that he had sustained only minor injuries amidst such calamity. However, as Zhang Yu listened to the increasingly audible roars outside the warehouse, his expression shifted. The monsters were approaching. Having found someone, they needed to leave quickly. He urgently addressed Lin Yu and Old Man Sunday. Earlier, the incendiary device launched from the abyss, though not directly hitting the resurrected, had left behind a sea of flames. Prior to this, the barrier of fire had prevented even those resurrected beings devoid of pain from advancing. It is certainly possible that the Time Monarch wished to avoid unnecessary casualties caused by the flames. Nevertheless, this incendiary device had indeed delayed them for a considerable duration. Now, the return of those howls indicates that the inferno has likely been extinguished. The resurrectors are advancing once more towards the warehouse. "Everyone hurry!" Zhang Yu shouted at the survivors within the warehouse. "Zhang Yu, lead the way," Lin Yu urged, supporting the frail old Sunday. Everything now is markedly different from the last time they faced death's reset. Due to Lin Yu's altered choices, entirely distinct changes have occurred. At this moment, neither the resurrectors nor the Time Monarch have vacated the town for the wilderness. This suggests that if Lin Yu and his companions depart the town with utmost swiftness, they might indeed escape. "Follow me," Zhang Yu commanded sternly, gripping his iron bow tightly. All arrows have been expended. Now, this iron bow was employed as a weapon for close combat. Old Sun, already weakened, had nearly lost the ability to speak after enduring this calamity. He leaned feebly against the wall, striving to muster his strength. As he attempted to utter something, a sudden wailing sound drowned out all noise. A violet arrow soared through the air, piercing deeply into Old Sun's heart, pinning him against the low wall. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he turned to look. Outside the warehouse, the Time Monarch held a crimson orb, a semblance of mirth seeming to blossom beneath his mask. Surrounding him were a dozen diverse awakeners, while dozens of resurrectors followed closely behind, their faces twisted in madness. Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he beheld them, astonished by the presence of so many awakeners among the resurrectors. Among the figures, a gaunt man wielded a dark purple bow, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The arrow that had slain Old Sun had originated from him. Zhang Yu regarded the man coldly. This was his first encounter with an awakener who wielded a bow like his own. Old Sun, Lin Yu cried out in anguish, and then the abyss descended instantaneously. With a resounding boom, driven by Lin Yu's intense fury, the abyss roared forth, unleashing a black bullet that soared through the air towards the throng of resurrectors. Among them, a woman silently extended her hand and pressed forcefully into the air. Clang! An invisible barrier abruptly manifested, halting the bullet's advance. The woman emitted a muffled groan, yet the barrier before her remained intact. Awakening ability, barrier. Lin Yu bore the excruciating pain, repeatedly pulling the trigger. After a full 4 shots, the invisible barrier finally shattered. Boom! The 5th black bullet hurtled forth, but the Time Monarch raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Ding! The bullet abruptly stalled in midair as the Dark Knight stepped forward, cleaving the massive bullet in two with a single strike. Lin Yu's countenance darkened. How could they possibly contend against this? Whoosh! A violet arrow once again pierced the air, striking precisely into Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu's body was hurled backward by a tremendous impact. Lin Yu! Zhang Yu cried out, rushing towards Lin Yu's position. Whoosh! Another arrow shot forth. But Zhang Yu suddenly dove to the right, narrowly evading the projectile. The gaunt man momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the faces of the resurrectors before him. He resolved to memorize every enemy's visage. Chapter 65. Despair, Despair, Despair. The pain in Lin Yu's chest relentlessly assaulted his nerves, his breathing growing increasingly shallow. In his final moments, Lin Yu witnessed Zhang Yu, in her frantic dash towards him, being struck in the abdomen by an arrow, collapsing heavily to the ground, her eyes filled with unwillingness. The world around him blurred, and he could only see the resurrectors slowly advancing towards him. He turned to glimpse the elder son, who was perilously close. The old man had been pierced by an arrow through his chest, firmly impaled against the wall, his head drooping, his body devoid of movement. Wait for me, Lin Yu murmured, gradually losing consciousness. Hurry, they are coming. Child, my child. Ashen Town. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp pain in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Zhang Yu was shouting loudly not far away. The continuous roar from outside the warehouse echoed ominously. Lin Yu turned in disbelief, seeing the elder son, whom he had just rescued from the rubble, now leaning heavily against a low wall, gasping for breath. How could this be? Why had the death rewind only set him back a brief moment in time? Why had this death rewind resulted in merely a few minutes? As Lin Yu comprehended his situation, he was utterly bewildered. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air, and an arrow, just like before, pierced the elder son's heart in an instant. No! Lin Yu roared in fury, but another arrow swiftly followed, the force of its impact sending Lin Yu's body flying backward. Why? Why was this happening? Lin Yu gazed at the Time Monarch slowly advancing outside the warehouse, his heart consumed by pain and confusion. In past death rewinds, even the briefest had reset to the morning of that very day, granting him at least half a day's reprieve. Why was it different this time? Lin Yu awoke once more. This marked the 3rd death rewind within a short span. His body throbbed with excruciating pain. The death rewind could not alleviate his physical suffering. Instead, it compounded his mental anguish. Elder, get down. Though Lin Yu's consciousness remained hazy, He instinctively warned the elder son upon hearing the commotion nearby. The elder, just emerging from the wreckage, reacted swiftly. He bore through his weakness and lunged forward, crashing down heavily. In that instant, a purple arrow whistled towards them, embedding itself deeply into the low wall behind the elder. Lin Yu dashed to the elder's side, unhesitatingly lifting him into his arms. "Zhang Yu!" Lin Yu shouted urgently, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu sprinted towards him. With a swift whoosh, 2 arrows pierced the air. One struck Zhang Yu in the throat, while the other penetrated the heart of the old man. Sunday. As Lin Yu watched the elder's body grow cold and rigid in his embrace, he unleashed a roar of despair. His gaze was fixed on the Time King before him. If mere glances could kill, Lin Yu would have rendered these avengers to 1,000 pieces 1,000 times over. Subsequently, amidst the astonishment of the Time King, Lin Yu drew a dagger from his side. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into his own neck, a sight that left the Time King momentarily stunned. As the blood gushed forth from his wound, Lin Yu's eyes began to dim. The familiar shouts and the surrounding clamor echoed around him. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned his thoughts to the palace deep within his mind. There, a young man clad in black leaned against the corridor of the palace, waving at Lin Yu with a smile, his face radiating deep satisfaction and delight. "It was you." In that moment, Lin Yu finally comprehended the reason behind the anomalies in this death rewind, why each reset returned him to the moment of inescapable fate, and why he could never save Sun or Zhang Yu. It was all due to this young man in black. It was all because of the Eye of Deceit. A roar erupted from Lin Yu as a colossal black steel beast materialized in his grasp. Bang! 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 He frantically pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of black bullets infused with his endless fury towards the young man in black. Yet just a second before they struck his forehead, the bullets erupted into silent fireworks within the palace. Watching the blossoms of smoke rising within, the young man clapped joyously. A primal growl escaped Lin Yu's throat as he abandoned the abyss, charging directly at the young man. However, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. With a mere flick of his hand, the young man sent Lin Yu hurtling backward, crashing violently onto the palace floor. The young man's lips parted slightly, emitting no sound. Yet Lin Yu could discern the unspoken words. Inside the palace, Lin Yu's furious gaze remained fixed upon the young man in black, whose figure began to fade away. In the instant Lin Yu opened his eyes, an indescribable agony surged throughout his body, rendering him incapable of standing, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Lin Yu, what has happened to you?" Zhang Yu cried out, rushing toward him. Lin Yu struggled to rise, lunging towards the old man, Sunday. Just as he enveloped Sun in his arms, an arrow whistled through the air. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and the abyss manifested in his hand in an instant. He refrained from firing, knowing that hitting the swiftly flying arrow with the abyss was but a folly. Yet, he understood precisely the direction in which that arrow was aimed. With a resounding clang, the abyss was instantly lifted by Lin Yu, firmly blocking the incoming violet arrows. However, the subsequent force sent the abyss hurtling from Lin Yu's grasp. "Run!" Lin Yu bellowed, clutching the elderly son as he dashed in the opposite direction, with Zhang Yu closely following, the eagle eye ever vigilant to the surrounding movements. At that moment, a sharp sound plunged Lin Yu back into despair. A faint ripple spread through the air. Lin Yu's body abruptly halted, causing Sun to tumble from his arms, crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, the Time King waved gently, and the Black Knight strode purposefully towards them. As he passed Lin Yu, he caught the terrifying growl emanating from Lin Yu's throat. Yet, the Black Knight merely cast a fleeting glance at him, akin to observing an insignificant insect, before plunging his sword into Sun's chest. Tears streamed slowly down Lin Yu's crimson eyes, only to be suspended in midair, unable to fall. As time resumed, Lin Yu fell heavily to the ground. In that instant, without hesitation, he drew a dagger and viciously slashed across his own throat. Chapter 66. A dazzling pinnacle. I refuse to believe I cannot alter this fate. I do not believe it. Lin Yu roared, lifting his head despite the excruciating pain, charging towards Sun, only to be struck down by an arrow. Before his eyes, the elderly man was once again slain by the reviver. Death rewind. Lin Yu howled within, the dagger embedding deeply into his neck. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times. The dagger pierced his vital points again, and he lost count of how many times he had perished. His hands began to tremble violently, his body racked with pain to the point of near immobility. Yet the gravest affliction was not his flesh, but the torment originating from the depths of Lin Yu's soul. Countless deaths only exacerbated the burdens on Lin Yu's psyche. Each rewind of death brought untold agony, rendering his consciousness increasingly hazy. Witnessing the elderly son perish once more, Lin Yu dully raised the dagger, aiming for his own heart. However, his hands trembled too violently. He was nearly devoid of the strength to end his own life. It took 3 attempts before Lin Yu succeeded in embedding the dagger into his heart. When he awoke again, everything remained unchanged. Silently, he staggered towards Sunday. Just as he was about to lift the elderly man, his body gave way, crashing heavily to the ground. He could no longer muster the strength to carry Sunday. A roar of fury erupted within Lin Yu as he struggled to rise, yearning to embrace Sun's frail form once more. Suddenly a broad, aged hand gently grasped his trembling arm. Lin Yu looked up sharply, only to see Sun weakly opening his eyes, tightly holding Lin Yu's hand and softly uttering, "You've worked hard, my child." Sun forced a smile, the wrinkles on his face resembling the contours of mountains. "Elder?" Lin Yu stared blankly at the man before him. It was the first time Sun had referred to him as child. "I'm uncertain about what exactly has transpired, but do you know, my child? You appear utterly exhausted." The gaze of the old man, Sun, was filled with compassion as he looked at Lin Yu. "I believe you have truly awakened, haven't you? Though I am unaware of the nature of your newfound abilities, I am certain it is not prophecy." Sun chuckled softly, shaking his head, and then spoke gently. "Do you realize how disheveled and fatigued you look? I suspect it must be a power related to time, perhaps a form of regression or reset." Sun's eyes no longer sparkled with their former clarity. They had lost their brilliance. He slowly closed his murky eyes and shook his head. "My child, whatever it may be, this ability is immensely powerful, but I implore you, do not pursue it further." Lin Yu stared blankly at the elderly man, tears suddenly streaming down his face. "Great!" Heavy droplets cascaded from Lin Yu's cheeks as he sobbed quietly like a child in Sun's embrace. "I can do it, old man. I truly can. Believe me, I will surely save you," Lin Yu choked out. Since arriving in this world, Lin Yu had wept only twice. The first occasion was when Sun had rescued him from the wilderness, and the weight of despair upon realizing the nature of this world had shattered his spirit. Despite having traversed dimensions and possessing the ability to rewind death, he remained, after all, merely a student. However, over time, Lin Yu grew increasingly resilient. His progress astonished even Sunday. For Lin Yu had comprehended a profound truth. This world will never believe in tears. Yet today, Lin Yu seemed to have grasped a new revelation. Sometimes, effort truly bears no fruit. He felt powerless to rescue Sunday. The old man gazed serenely at Lin Yu, his large hand gently stroking the boy's hair. Strangely, at that moment, Sun felt a subtle coolness gradually spreading through his mind. This sensation was slowly and gently washing over his consciousness. Then, to his astonishment, he perceived a thick fog in his mind dissipating suddenly. It was an extraordinary feeling. After sensing the transformation within himself, a smile unexpectedly blossomed on Sun's lips, growing broader and more exuberant. "I told you, in my lifetime, Sun Chuanxian is superior to others. How could I leave this world in such disarray? I was merely awaiting this moment." Lin Yu looked up at the elderly figure, perplexed by the meaning of his words. Suddenly, Lin Yu was stunned to observe that Sun's white hair was beginning to turn black. Moreover, the wrinkles on his face appeared to smoothen, as if being unfurled. Sun Chuanxian gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder, slowly rising to his feet and making his way towards the revivalist ahead. As Sun took his first step, his once stooped frame gradually straightened, and his diminutive body was replaced by perfect musculature. This body radiated a vibrant vitality. Sun took his second step. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by a faint white light, and an invisible pressure erupted explosively from within him. With a heavy step, Sun Chuanxian descended. His gaze was as piercing as a torch, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and his long black hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall. At that moment, he resembled a celestial deity, gazing down at the time monarch before him. If any elderly residents of the town were still alive, they would surely recognize him. This was Sun Chuanxian in his prime, the pinnacle of strength in Ashen Town. Zhang Yu stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. What was this? Lin Yu stared blankly at the elder son, a surge of excitement flooding his heart. Today, Sun Chuanxian awakened, reclaiming his peak with a mere 3 steps. He turned to Lin Yu with a smile, gently gesturing. Let us go. My presence here suffices. Can you manage on your own? Lin Yu looked at the elder with a hint of confusion. Sun Chuanxian cast a glance at the time monarch in the distance and chuckled softly, declaring, in an era devoid of awakened beings, I, Sun Chuanxian, am stronger than anyone in the wilderness. Now that I have awakened, no one in this world dares to claim otherwise. A terrifying wave of pressure emanated from Sun Chuanxian, more radiant than the brightest stars in the sky. Yet, no one perceived the faint glint of death in his eyes. The time monarch stood expressionless, motionless, observing the man before him as if he were a god. How long can you maintain this? He inquired coldly, acutely aware of the passage of time. Faced with the peak of Sun Chuanxian, he understood that this state could not be sustained indefinitely. The question lingered. For how long? I can certainly eliminate you monstrous beings, Sun Chuanxian replied nonchalantly, taking a step forward. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure erupted, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The time monarch's expression shifted, and silently, he led all the awakened beings to turn and flee without hesitation. The pressure surrounding Sun Chuanxian intensified, as if it were brewing an indescribable terror. At that moment, Sun Chuanxian suddenly turned to Lin Yu, offering a gentle smile. Child, watch closely. After today, I shall claim 9/10 of the world's splendor for myself. I, Sun Chuanxian, even in the face of death, am destined to shine as brilliantly as the brightest star in the heavens. Chapter 67. Like the ephemeral bloom, Lin Yu murmured, suddenly realizing something. He quickly lifted his gaze to the elder son. In the distance, a fleeing awakened being was suddenly engulfed by the white light, their body slowly rising from the ground, akin to a luminous moon suspended in the sky. They flailed in panic, but no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape this force. Then, beams of white light began to illuminate one after another. More and more awakened beings floated into the air in a daze. The sky appeared to be adorned with countless moons. Subsequently, with a series of bursts, bang, 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 a multitude of moons exploded in the sky like festive fireworks. Sun Chuanxian looked up with a smile, seemingly proclaiming, Behold, do you see how formidable I, Sun Chuanxian, am? Let us go. The Time King let out a low growl, his expression dark as though it could drip with shadows, no longer embodying the gentleness of yore. He could not fathom why such a formidable, even terrifying, awakener would emerge in this unremarkable little town. Fireworks continued to explode, and the moonlight seemed to collapse. All the survivors gazed at the sky in confusion. Was this a farewell to the departed souls? Sun Chuanxian's disheveled black hair danced without wind, and his body began to ascend slowly before the eyes of the crowd. The leader, Sun Chuanxian, hovered in the air, his voice a mere whisper, yet resonating throughout the desolate wilderness. The Time King gradually halted his steps, casting a cold glare at the man in the sky, who resembled a deity. From this day forth, should any of you dare to step into any gathering of humans, for every occurrence, I shall take half. Sun Chuanxian spoke with an indifferent tone. If you wish to discover whether your kind multiplies faster than I can eliminate you, then by all means test it. Suddenly, Sun Chuanxian spread his arms wide, and an even more intense white light erupted from his being. All the revivers fled in a frenzy towards the wilderness. It was terrifying. They had endured long years and encountered countless powerful beings, yet in the presence of Sun Chuanxian, All those strong individuals appeared like frogs at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon, or like mayflies in the vast sky. They had never witnessed such a powerful awakener. Lin Yu was equally astounded. In his mind, awakeners were merely akin to Zhang Yu and Yang Sanxue. They possessed physiques beyond ordinary mortals and wielded unimaginable special abilities. However, today, his elder son had reshaped his understanding of awakeners. It turned out that a human could be so incredibly formidable. The Time King silently observed Sun Chuanxian in the air, one grounded and the other suspended above. One resembled a vengeful spirit clawing out of hell, while the other appeared as a deity ascending to the heavens. "Are you not leaving?" Sun Chuanxian said calmly. A faint white light suddenly enveloped the Time King. Startled, he then, like the other revivers, dashed towards the wilderness. As he fled, Time's halt continuously acted upon the ephemeral beauty, attempting to thwart the spread of this white light. Since his revival, he had never felt so beleaguered. Watching the Time King lead the remaining revivers gradually retreat, the white light surrounding Sun Chuanxian began to dim. The man who had, just moments ago, appeared divine suddenly plummeted from the sky. "Elder Sun," Lin Yu exclaimed, rushing towards Sun Chuanxian. When they arrived, only an incredibly aged figure remained amidst the ruins. Elder Sun's complexion was darkened, exuding an overwhelming aura of death, the white glow that had enveloped him now nearly imperceptible. "Elder Sun," Lin Yu stammered, looking helplessly at the elderly man. He could not comprehend how this powerful deity, who had once instilled fear in all revivers, could so abruptly find himself in such a state. "Lin Yu, do you know? When I was young, I once heard of a flower," Elder Sun suddenly began, his voice no longer resonant, but rather hoarse and deep. "They say it is a plant that existed before the cataclysm. Its blooming period is exceedingly brief, perhaps lasting only a few fleeting moments. Yet, at the instant it unfurls, the entire world is captivated by its beauty. This flower is known as the epiphyllum." A faint smile graced the face of the old man. "Sunday. I know. Son, please hold your tongue for now." Lin Yu wished to assist the elderly gentleman before him, yet was at a loss for how to begin, tears cascading down his cheeks like a gentle rain. Sun waved his hand gently, his frail body as delicate as a sheet of paper, barely able to endure any movement. "However, this flower, after a brief radiance, will inevitably fade away. It was said that in the time before the disaster, people referred to it as a fleeting glimpse of beauty." Sun chuckled softly, seemingly lost in cherished memories. He recalled how his wife had longed to behold this legendary flower, renowned for its exquisite beauty. Yet, following the cataclysm, no one had witnessed this plant again. It seemed to have vanished into the annals of history along with the collapse of civilization. Lin Yu, in silence, grasped Sun's large hand tightly. The elderly man had grown exceedingly weak. Noticing the myriad of fine cracks adorning Sun's skin, which widened with each word he spoke, Lin Yu felt a surge of sorrow. In the distance, an eerie screech echoed, and the ground began to tremble ominously. A colossal swarm of face-hugging insects approached. "Child, you have endured much," Sun said with a gentle smile, patting Lin Yu's head. A faint glow of white light emanated from him, enveloping Lin Yu in a tender embrace. "What are you doing, son?" Lin Yu cried out in alarm. He watched as the white light writhed violently, yet he found himself powerless to resist its tremendous force. Even the remnants of strength left within him were beyond Lin Yu's capacity to oppose. "Son, put me down," he shouted, even as his body ascended slowly with the white light. "Come, my child," Sun said with warmth. "This is the final act I can perform for you. You must promise to observe this world well." The white light gradually enveloped Lin Yu as he soared into the distance. Lin Yu gazed at the diminutive figure of the old man below, his heart silently weeping, until a tremor rippled through the luminous cocoon. Having experienced countless deaths and resets, Lin Yu was already in a state of extreme frailty, and the shock caused him to faint. The swarm of face-hugging insects drew ever closer, swirling with a cloud of dust. Realizing Lin Yu was gone, Zhang Yu suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed, "Hey, where are you going? I haven't boarded yet." "Wait, Lin Yu, take me with you." After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, The cracks on Sun Chuan's body spread like a spider's web. After a moment, he spoke softly. Zhang Yu, head south. Someone approaches. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the elderly man who had deteriorated to such an extent, then gritted her teeth and dashed southward. Sun let out a soft chuckle, listening intently to the increasingly close screeches, and struggled to open his eyes to gaze into the distance. There stood a small wooden cabin, now long collapsed, yet housed all the memories he shared with his wife. You must have been anxious. I have arrived. The elder's breathing gradually became more tranquil, a faint smile still gracing his face, while his frail form began to dissolve gently under the soft white light. Countless face-hugging creatures surged through the town like a relentless tide, yet they deliberately avoided a certain stretch of ruins. In a clearing amidst the debris, a knight blooming Sirius emerged. Chapter 68, Awakening in the Wilderness. A well-equipped squad was advancing in an orderly fashion. The group was relatively small, comprising around 20 individuals. If the townsfolk of Ashentown were present, they would undoubtedly recognize a familiar face among them. Yang Sanshui. At this moment, Yang Sanshui bore a resolute expression. Clad in a black combat uniform, gripping a submachine gun, with a large military pack slung across his back, nearly blending into the inky night. As this silent squad proceeded steadily across the wild expanse, a luminous orb appeared in the distant sky, suspended like a full moon, capturing everyone's attention. Before they could react, a resounding explosion erupted as the orb suddenly detonated in mid-air. Following this, one light after another emerged across the sky. What is that? Yang Sanshui stared blankly at the heavens. If his memory served him correctly, it should be in the direction of Ashentown. Could it be that Ashentown was under attack? A surge of alarm coursed through him, quickly followed by confusion. In Yang Sanshui's recollection, there was only one awakened individual in Ashentown, Zhang Yu. He had heard from Lin Yu and Zhang Yi that Zhang Yu's awakening ability was known as Eagle Eye, which hardly resembled this brilliant light. Such overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the leader of the squad, an awakened being, furrowed his brow and spoke. Suzy, discern what those orbs contain. Understood. A young member of the team promptly advanced, his pupils turning white as faint veins protruded around his eyes. Captain, it appears to be people? Suji exclaimed. People? The captain, sensing the immense energy emanating from the orbs, fell into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yang Sanshui's heart sank heavily. There were no awakened beings in Ashentown possessing such abilities, yet the captain had sensed a formidable power. A shadow loomed over Yang Sanshui's heart. Perhaps the dire event he dreaded had indeed transpired. The revivers had breached the town. Captain, it is highly probable that those monsters have attacked Ashentown. Yang Sanshui spoke gravely. Increase your pace. If those monsters are indeed as powerful as you suggest, Ashentown must be in dire straits, the captain replied, his heart also weighing heavily with the realization that Yang Sanshui's conjecture was likely true. His name was Su Qian. This marked the 10th year since he had become an awakened one. Su Qian's confidence in rescuing survivors stemmed from his ability, stealth. This awakened power was extraordinary in that it could assist others in entering a nearly invisible state, making it remarkably effective for both assassination and evasion. As a seasoned warrior in Dawn City, he had witnessed the overwhelming power exuded by many formidable fighters. Yet, none could rival the energy contained within the luminous orbs suspended in the sky. Moreover, as one of humanity's principal strongholds, Dawn City housed extensive records of known awakened individuals, none of which bore any resemblance to these radiant orbs. This indicated the emergence of an unknown and terrifying powerhouse in Ashentown. However, if such a human powerhouse existed within the wilderness, it would be inconceivable that Dawn City had not heard of it by now. Especially considering Yang Sanshui hailed from Ashentown. This strongly suggested that this formidable entity was likely among the monsters that had obliterated Gathering Point 156. As recounted by Yang Sanshui, previously, the squad had conserved their energy by maintaining a balanced pace. But the situation had changed. Ashentown was likely facing an imminent catastrophe, and they had to hasten their advance to save as many lives as possible. The squad suddenly increased their speed, marching swiftly towards Ashentown. In a haze, Lin Yu vaguely discerned new messages appearing on the palace's screens. He strained to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead. Sun Laotu and Zhang Yu were engulfed in intense pain, their consciousness clouded, while a violent wave of nausea surged through Lin Yu's body. He clutched his head and slowly rose from the ground, retching violently. Amidst the vomit lay a copious amount of black impurities and foul blood. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu truly regained his senses. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, realizing he was in the wilderness. He crouched down slowly, a piercing pain stabbing through his chest. Sun Laotu was dead. The stern yet meticulous elder had truly departed from this world. Lin Yu struggled to recall every detail. The interference of the Eye of Deception had caused severe issues with his Death Rewind, and this was not the first time. When Lin Yu first encountered the Eye of Deception, this formidable creature had traversed through multiple Death Rewinds, embedding itself in his mind. This latest interference had caused all rewound moments to be frozen at the instant when the warehouse was destroyed and the resurrectors entered to claim their final harvest. This signified one undeniable truth. Zhang Yi, Wang Ming, Zhao Fu, and countless residents of the town had indeed perished with the conclusion of this battle. They were truly gone. The straightforward and cheerful Zhang Yi, the cold yet decisive Wang Ming, the remarkably powerful Zhao Fu, who had just awakened. Along with countless familiar faces, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sorrow. The only uncertainty that lingered was regarding Zhang Yu. He recalled that after Sun Laotu had sent him away, Zhang Yu had been frantically gesticulating on the ground, while the massive swarm of face-hugging insects surged towards Ashentown. Lin Yu was uncertain whether Zhang Yu could survive under such circumstances. With a sigh, he redirected his gaze back to the palace. The emergence of the ability known as Brand left him in a state of stupor. The Brand searches for recently deceased awakeners nearby. With a certain probability of replicating their abilities, maximum number of Brands, 6, detected awakener ability Ephemeral Bloom, which acquires extreme attack power at the cost of vitality. When vitality is reduced by half, the user may choose to halt its use. If continued, the ability cannot be stopped until vitality is entirely depleted. Replication of awakened ability Ephemeral Bloom failed. Lin Yu fell into silence, coming to a profound realization. It turned out that Old Sun could indeed evade death. Yet, when confronted by the relentless revivalists, Old Sun understood that without absolute deterrence, these revivalists would never retreat. The Time King was also aware that Old Sun's state could not be sustained at its peak indefinitely. He merely could not gamble on how long it would last. Even if this condition were to decline swiftly, what if Old Sun desperately brought him down with him before his energy was exhausted? The Time King dared not take that risk. Hence, when Ephemeral Bloom was cast upon him, he fled without hesitation. Behind the revivalists loomed a terrifying swarm of face-hugging insects. Should Old Sun choose to survive alone, he could easily abandon Lin Yu and live on. Not only could he continue to exist, but with such formidable Ephemeral Bloom, Old Sun was destined to become a dominant force. Yet he did not, because he was Sun Chuanxian. Chapter 69. The powerful Lin Yu. Upon comprehending this, Lin Yu's heart ached even more. Ever since Old Sun sustained severe injuries years ago, he had nearly lost his combat prowess. Relegated to waiting in that small wooden cabin for Lin Yu to bring him sustenance. Even during times of food scarcity, Old Sun had expressed willingness to forego meals, offering his rations to Lin Yu. This once mighty elder was increasingly resembling a candle nearly burnt out. However, upon acquiring such immense power, he chose not to survive. Sun Chuanxian should shine like the stars, never to be permitted to dissipate like dust in this world. This was the path he had chosen. Lin Yu sighed again, continuing to examine the information within the palace. Awakener ability Swimming Dragon, replication successful. Swimming Dragon, originating from Awakener Zhao Fu, significantly enhances speed and agility, and possesses a special weapon known as Dragon Blade. Brand replication successful. Remaining replication capacity 5. Swimming Dragon. Lin Yu murmured, repeating the name. So, Zhao Fu's ability was called Swimming Dragon, and those two weapons resembling Nepalese kukris were known as dragon blades. With a thought, a crimson long knife suddenly materialized in his hand. As he grasped the blade, a refreshing sensation preceded warmth, and in that moment, Lin Yu felt as if he held a beam of moonlight, tinted red by the evening glow. This hue was not as fervent as flames, but resembled a piece of millennia-old red jade, soaked in the dawn's light. A red glow adorned the blade, outlining a vividly animated little dragon. As the crimson light flowed, the small dragon shimmered like a droplet of vermilion tear, rippling across the blade. This was the dragon blade. Lin Yu gazed quizzically at the weapon in his hand. The dragon blade manifested by Zhao Fu was clearly two military knives. How had it transformed into a long red sword in his grasp? Could it be that this weapon varies from person to person? Suppressing his inner doubts, Lin Yu began to move in the wilderness. This was to better master the power and speed of his own body, preventing any loss of control due to a sudden enhancement in physical attributes. It is well understood that in combat, any flaw in detail could become a fatal vulnerability. Only through continuous familiarity could he gain mastery over his own body. Was Zhao Fu's dragon dance really this formidable? Minutes later, Lin Yu stared in astonishment at his own physique. Both strength and speed far exceeded his expectations. He had witnessed Zhao Fu in motion before. Zhao Fu's speed during battle was indeed remarkable, allowing him to draw away the wind demon single-handedly when facing the resurrectors. However, the perplexing issue was that Lin Yu's current speed surpassed even Zhao Fu's in combat. This was without Lin Yu exerting himself to the fullest. The same applied to his strength. As far as he knew, Zhao Fu's dragon dance seemed not to confer much enhancement in strength. Yet, Lin Yu felt that his current power was easily several times greater than before. Could it be the boon bestowed by the Abyss? Lin Yu cast a puzzled glance at the Abyss, quietly resting in the palace. Sensing its master's gaze, the Abyss quivered slightly. In the battle against the resurrectors, Lin Yu had harvested countless lives. Every fallen resurrector and faceless bug had contributed to his physical enhancement. Yet this augmentation was exceedingly faint, only accumulating over time to yield noticeable changes. Certainly not the formidable transformation he experienced now. Just as Lin Yu pondered, a faint white light suddenly emanated from his body. He stared in awe at the ethereal glow enveloping him. It pulsed gently, resembling an elderly sprite. Though it had entered its twilight years and could no longer move with the same grace as before, it still existed. Lin Yu felt a pang in his heart. This was the final gift from Elder Sunday. The energy belonging to the night-blooming Sirius was gradually fortifying Lin Yu's body. He could envision that during his unconsciousness, this energy tirelessly mended the injuries he had sustained. Simultaneously, it was striving to elevate his physical capabilities. Elder Sun, rest assured. Lin Yu gazed towards the distant gray mist, murmuring, "I shall ensure to witness this world on your behalf." Once he affirmed the condition of his body, Lin Yu wielded the red dragon blade and struck forcefully at a towering tree. The colossal tree, several people high, was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, slowly toppling to the ground. What a sharp blade! Zhao Fu must be immensely pleased. Lin Yu marveled at the dragon blade, the weapon's sharpness surpassing his wildest imagination. Now, with the long-range weapon known as Abyss and the close-combat dragon blade, coupled with my physical prowess that far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, my combat capabilities have indeed surged impressively. Lin Yu meticulously assessed his situation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. If, during his time in Ashen Town, Lin Yu was considered a paragon among wilderness hunters, then in this moment, under multiple enhancements, he could undoubtedly confront any awakened being head-on, save for Sun Chuanxian, whose abilities were extraordinarily formidable. However, where exactly was he? Lin Yu raised his gaze, carefully surveying his surroundings, only to find himself engulfed in confusion. He was certain he had never set foot in this wilderness before. At that moment, he heard the faint rustling of footsteps nearby. Someone? Lin Yu's eyes sharpened as he swiftly ascended a large tree, effectively concealing his figure, even modulating his breath to the faintest whisper. Before long, a group of masked individuals appeared within his line of sight. They appeared to be examining something intently. Lin Yu squinted for a clearer view, nearly losing his grip on the branch. A mobile phone, To his astonishment, these masked figures were holding mobile phones. Thankfully, they did not resemble the smart devices of his previous life, lacking curved screens and touch interfaces, nor were they the foldable models. They bore a closer resemblance to the early models of communication devices. The devices featured only numerical buttons and a small screen emitting a soft yellow glow. Lin Yu strained to see what was displayed, but the screen was far too diminutive. "This is the place," one of the masked men suddenly spoke. "So what now? Should we act immediately or wait for the others to arrive?" Another inquired. The first man scoffed. "Wait for what? The task rewards are finite. The more people we have, the less each of us will receive. I'd prefer they don't come at all." A task? Dividing the reward? Lin Yu gazed down in bewilderment at the gathering of masked figures. Yet, tasks related to laboratories often resulted in significant casualties. If we do not wait for the others from the recluses, completing the task may prove quite challenging. One of the masked men expressed unease. "You don't understand anything." The most vocal masked man scoffed again. "In tasks involving the search for laboratories, finding even 1 in 10 is already a stroke of luck. Based on my experience, these are merely false leads. Genuine laboratories are not so easily discovered. However, once such information surfaces, all organizations will pursue it relentlessly, if only to investigate." He explained to those around him. "Although this time the accuracy rate is said to be exceedingly high, I suspect it is likely just an abandoned laboratory, yielding no useful data." From his words, it was evident he had participated in several similar tasks before. A laboratory? Lin Yu fell into contemplation. What exactly was this laboratory they spoke of? Suddenly, a vivid image struck Lin Yu's mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be? He was taken aback as he recalled an earlier incident in Ashen Town, where he, along with Yang Sanshui and Zhang Yi, had hunted a large bull and subsequently encountered 3 monsters. Those 3 creatures were, at that time, vying for a small golden stone. Beside the golden stone lay a scattered plaque, which seemed to reference something called the Seed Laboratory. Were they in search of this so-called Seed Laboratory? Lin Yu speculated quietly, intently observing the movements of the masked individuals beneath the trees. "All right, let us split into groups of 3 and search for the entrance. Once we locate it, we can send the coordinates to the organization and claim our reward," one of the masked figures instructed, gesturing for everyone to disperse as they began their search across the wilderness. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, watching the departing figures, lost in thought. He then descended from the tree trunk with the stealth of a cheetah, landing silently. Not far ahead, 3 masked individuals were engaged in casual conversation, seemingly not earnest in their quest for the laboratory's entrance. "Who knows if we can earn some reward from this? It's quite absurd, really. Here we are, a group of assassins, now reduced to pathfinders," one masked man murmured. "What can we do? The situation is dire, and with the economy in decline, we must take on these odd jobs to sustain ourselves," another replied with a sigh. "Hey, I need to take a dump." "You all carry on," announced one masked man, heading towards a large rock. "Let them search. I'll take a break. After all, if they find it, we all profit," he muttered to himself as he walked away. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. An opportunity had presented itself. The masked man unbuckled his belt and squatted beside the stone, wholly focused on alleviating his bodily discomfort. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching and jerked his head up. A seemingly gentle and sunny youth was looking down at him. "Are you here to take a dump too?" the masked man asked, stunned. Lin Yu paused for a second, then broke into a warm smile. "Yes." In an instant, the dragon blade pierced through his heart without hindrance. The masked man let out a scream, which was swiftly muffled by Lin Yu's hand. Observing the lifeless figure, who hadn't even managed to pull up his trousers, Lin Yu felt a wave of disgust. "Defecating in public. It's no surprise you're the first to die," he muttered as he removed the mask from the deceased, studying his features intently. Beneath the mask was a youthful face, seemingly under 30. This mask piqued Lin Yu's interest. Its material felt unexpectedly smooth and of high quality. Contemplating briefly, he donned the mask and approached the other 2 masked men. "Why are you so slow?" one of them inquired. "A bit constipated," Lin Yu replied with a sheepish grin. "Wait a minute. Something's off." The other masked man suddenly grew wary. "How did your clothes change?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "I got some filth on my clothes while relieving myself, so I changed." The masked man nodded, but then suddenly turned to Lin Yu. But wait, where did you get the spare clothes? Lin Yu fell silent for 2 seconds, sighed deeply, and in a flash, summoned the dragon blade, swiftly severing the masked man's head. Before the second masked man could react, Lin Yu had already appeared behind him, seizing his neck and twisting it violently. A crisp crack echoed from his neck, and the masked man crumpled to the ground. Lin Yu shook his head gently. He hadn't intended to resort to murder so swiftly. After all, there were few places to conceal oneself in the wilderness, and a death was easily discovered. He believed he had disguised himself well, yet he was still uncovered. Given the circumstances, Lin Yu felt compelled to take decisive action. As long as he eliminated those who recognized his identity, it would remain undisclosed. He dragged the 3 corpses behind the boulder where the first masked man had relieved himself, tidied them up briefly, clapped his hands, and stepped out from behind the stone. "Hey, what are you doing?" At that moment, another masked man approached the boulder. Lin Yu froze and quickly replied, "I'm relieving myself. What's the matter?" The masked man chuckled in response. "What a coincidence. I'm here for the same reason." As the masked man walked toward the boulder, Lin Yu fell silent. Suddenly, the masked man spotted the 3 corpses behind the boulder and whipped around to face Lin Yu, only to see a flash of red as the long blade swept past him. Lin Yu gazed at the 4 corpses behind the boulder, lost in thought. Was he truly unsuited to be a spy? The espionage films from his previous life portrayed a different narrative. The operatives infiltrated enemy lines effortlessly, secured vital intelligence, and escaped with ease. Was there something amiss? "Everyone come here!" At that moment, a shout echoed from a distance. Lin Yu quickly donned his mask and sprinted toward the sound. They had indeed found something. A group of masked men had gathered, peering at the ground before them. There lay a very concealed, small hole, now broken open, revealing an underground passage. How cunning these laboratories are building a passage underground. One masked man exclaimed, "Let us go. I've sent a signal to the organization, and the bounty will soon be credited. We can exchange it for money in the black market using our masks." The first masked man smiled broadly. "All right, let us verify the code. Once confirmed, we'll prepare to enter." A dozen masked men recited a series of phrases that Lin Yu could not comprehend. Then all turned to him in unison. "Where's your code?" They eyed him suspiciously. Lin Yu sighed deeply, the dragon blade manifesting in his hand. Chapter 71. We have a traitor among us. The masked men of the Hermit organization were merely ordinary individuals, devoid of any awakened beings among them. In the face of the remarkably formidable Lin Yu, armed with an indomitable dragon blade, resistance was nearly futile. Moments later, gazing at the disheveled corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Yu fell into a contemplative silence. Surely, this must be deemed a successful infiltration? He scratched his head and commenced the arduous task of transporting the bodies. After all, the masked man had mentioned that he had already sent the coordinates to the organization, and reinforcements would soon arrive. To better integrate with these individuals, Lin Yu had no choice but to painstakingly conceal the remains. 10 minutes later, as he surveyed the nearly overflowing pile of bodies behind the boulder, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Yet, what precisely was this hermit organization they had referenced? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Ashen Town was exceedingly backward, and he had never heard of such entities. Nevertheless, he decided to make the best of the situation and wait for them. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he settled down at the entrance of the small cave to rest. Before long, he heard a rustling sound nearby. Raising his gaze, he indeed saw a group of masked individuals approaching. "Where's everyone else?" inquired the leader of the masked men. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "They consumed mutated beasts from the wilderness and are indisposed." "All of them?" the masked man exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. "And how come you are unaffected?" the masked man questioned, eyeing Lin Yu with curiosity. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yu replied, "I'm a vegetarian." The group of masked men regarded Lin Yu with bemusement, and after a moment, the leader remarked, "Very well. We shall not wait for them any longer. The entrance is right here, is it not?" A surge of joy coursed through Lin Yu. It seemed this time it was indeed happening. "Yes, indeed, it is right here." The leader cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yu, puzzled by his exuberance. "Let us proceed." We shall descend. With a sweeping gesture, the masked man led everyone through the small opening. Upon entering the cave, Lin Yu was immediately taken aback. Although the exterior featured merely a small opening, accommodating only a few individuals at a time, once they ventured underground, they discovered an expansive tunnel. Even more astonishing was the fact that this tunnel was constructed from a type of metal, suggesting considerable financial investment. "Is this your first visit to the laboratory?" the leader of the masked men asked, glancing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. The Human Ember Laboratory was affiliated with an organization named Dawn, which had already established itself as a colossal enterprise with a global reach prior to the cataclysm. They had amassed the pinnacle of human technological advancements, with each laboratory exceedingly clandestine and boasting the highest safety standards in the world. To guard against earthquakes, tsunamis, and bomb threats, the cost of constructing merely this tunnel was likely astronomical. The masked man patiently elucidated to Lin Yu, revealing a surprisingly amiable disposition. "I rank 18th in the Hermit organization. You may refer to me as Brother 18. He spoke softly. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. After the obliteration of Ashen Town, Lin Yu became utterly homeless. He found himself in a state of disorientation, uncertain of his whereabouts or the location of Dawn City. Even if he were to reach Dawn City, whom could he possibly seek out? Perhaps only Yang Sanshui. Yet Lin Yu remained oblivious to whether Yang Sanshui had safely arrived in Dawn City. Therefore, Lin Yu's current plan was to accompany the Hermit organization, familiarizing himself with the world beyond Ashentown. Once he devised a new strategy, he would consider whether to part ways with the Hermit organization. The group traversed the tunnel for several minutes, only to discover that it was gradually widening. The leader, In Shiba, visibly grew more anxious. "Do not let your guard down. This laboratory is likely not as simple as it seems," he cautioned. Based on his previous experiences, he surmised that the larger the laboratory, the more extensive the data contained within. Furthermore, such large-scale laboratories tended to preserve their findings more comprehensively than smaller ones. A nagging suspicion began to form in his mind. It was quite possible that this laboratory had sustained no damage. If that were the case, the potential gains could be monumental. As the Hermit organization advanced through the tunnel, they suddenly emerged into a vast, open space. "What on earth?" Lin Yu gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. Not only Lin Yu, but all the masked individuals were equally taken aback. Even In Shiba was no exception. This was undoubtedly a well-preserved laboratory. "This is incredible." In Shiba's mind raced, for he had never encountered a laboratory so grand and intact. This could very well be the most significant discovery in the history of the Hermit. Everyone's rewards will be doubled, and any effective data obtained could be exchanged for even greater rewards. As you all know, the Hermit values profit. They're not stingy when it comes to benefits for the organization. However, if any of you attempt to hoard data to sell to other factions, you should be well aware of what the Hermit is capable of. In Shiba's gaze swept across the group. "What is the purpose of the Hermit?" Lin Yu, disregarding In Shiba's gaze, nudged a nearby masked man and quietly inquired. The masked man, astonished, replied, "We are an assassin organization." Oh, Lin Yu realized, understanding at last that the Hermit was indeed an assassin organization. No wonder they all wore masks. Wouldn't it be stifling in the summer? "When did you join the Hermit? How could you be asking such questions?" The masked man exclaimed in disbelief. "I just joined today," Lin Yu replied with feigned nonchalance. The masked man then came to an epiphany. No wonder. "But wait, didn't you all accept a mission to locate the laboratory before today? How could you have only just joined the Hermit?" After a moment of silence, Lin Yu looked at him and said, "All right, you may cease speaking now." As Lin Yu gazed into the eyes of the masked man, the latter swiftly sealed his lips, overwhelmed by a chilling realization. It was over. It was indeed over. It appeared that there might be a traitor among us. 18, take a look behind. The masked man cast a desperate glance towards the forefront, where In 18 was engrossed in examining the extraordinary expanse before them. Behind the tunnel lay an astonishingly vast platform, which could only be described as a square. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in any known laboratory ruins. Chapter 72. The Sea of Suffering and Ascendance before the immense square stood a structure crafted from metal, a product that transcended the technological prowess of this era. Had civilization's advancements reached this remarkable level before the cataclysm? Lin Yu found himself engulfed in astonishment as he beheld the edifice before him. Move, In 18 commanded, a surge of power emanating from him as he advanced towards the square. Lin Yu closely trailed behind, maintaining a deliberate distance of 2 body lengths. This separation provided a measure of safety. Should an unexpected incident arise, it would be In 18 who faced the brunt of it, granting Lin Yu greater maneuverability. Beyond this, Lin Yu harbored another consideration. To this point, he remained uncertain of the organization's modus operandi. Should In 18, upon discovering the laboratory, attempt to claim the credit for himself and subsequently turn against Lin Yu, the latter would find it challenging to counter such a covert assault. However, by sustaining a safe distance, he could afford himself ample time to react. After all, Lin Yu's current capabilities were not to be underestimated. Moments later, the group stepped into the vast square. As they approached the structure, they soon realized that it was far more awe-inspiring than they had initially surmised. The building resembled a castle, its exterior entirely composed of precious metals. What was most perplexing, however, was the presence of illumination in the depths beneath them. Previously captivated by the underground passage, no one had taken notice. Now, as their awareness sharpened, an unsettling thought emerged. How could there be a light source in the subterranean depths? Lin Yu lifted his gaze, and above the castle, a colossal sphere radiated a blinding luminosity. Was this a man-made sun? In 18's voice quivered as he, too, grasped the gravity of this astonishing revelation. Just how resplendent was the civilization before the cataclysm? And what calamity had led to the downfall of such a formidable civilization? A flurry of questions surged within Lin Yu's mind. The peak of technological civilization in this world seemed to have far surpassed the knowledge of the past he was familiar with. Yet, even such a powerful civilization had gradually succumbed to the relentless tide of history. It was said that the appearance of a monstrous entity precipitated the rapid collapse of all technological civilizations within a brief span. The Abyssal Worm, source of catastrophe and collapse. Previously, Lin Yu had always believed that truth resided within the range of artillery fire. Is it possible that the pinnacle of this world's might cannot vanquish this monstrous entity? Just how terrifying is it? Who is it? Suddenly, In Shiba uttered a low growl, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. He looked up towards the opposite end of the square, where they finally noticed a corner shrouded in an impenetrable black mist. Following In Shiba's stern admonition, a group of figures emerged slowly from the depths of the fog. Each individual was cloaked in voluminous robes and hoods, deliberately obscuring their forms and features, as if to prevent anyone from discerning their identities. So, is the three-faced Buddha? How did you wretched insects from the Sea of Suffering find your way here? In Shiba scoffed. Is this the hermit In Shiba I am addressing? How intriguing. The one referred to as the three-faced Buddha slightly lifted his head, his face concealed beneath the vast hood, revealing only a shadowy outline hidden in the darkness. At that moment, another group appeared from the opposite direction of the square. Before anyone could discern their identities, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't this the hermit and the ascenders? A burly man stepped forward from the group, his presence causing Lin Yu to momentarily daze, as the figure bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Yi. What a lively gathering today, with both the Sea of Suffering and the ascenders present. In Shiba remarked with a faint smile, subtly retreating a step without drawing attention. We're the Sea of Suffering and the ascenders, Lin Yu quietly inquired, nudging the masked man beside him. The masked man, already shaken by the presence of this traitor, grimaced and replied, Brother, where on earth have you come from? How do you not know anything? Why does it concern you? Lin Yu responded calmly. After a moment of internal struggle, the masked man sighed. The Sea of Suffering and the Ascenders are both formidable organizations. The members of the Sea of Suffering are lunatics who believe that this world should have perished long ago. Only through complete annihilation can a perfect new world be born. They depict the current world as a sea of suffering, asserting that only by traversing this sea can one attain rebirth. Thus, they relentlessly wreak havoc in various locations, attempting to hasten the world's demise. They are also wanted by all major cities. Anyone affiliated with the Sea of Suffering can be slain without hesitation for a bounty. These madmen lack any semblance of logic. Yet, paradoxically, some extraordinarily powerful leaders exist within the organization. Their peculiar operations and lack of a true gathering place have resulted in the major city's inability to eradicate them completely. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at the group concealed in their oversized robes and hoods. Indeed, they are a cult that merits destruction. And what about the Ascenders? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Brother, if I answer you, could you please keep your distance? I truly find this quite frightening, the masked man lamented. What a bizarre situation it is to encounter such a familiar traitor. Very well, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The concepts embodied by the Ascendants and the Bitter Sea exhibit certain similarities. Both factions contend that contemporary humanity ought to be eradicated by nature, with even the awakened not spared from this judgment. They assert that the awakened should not be classified within the bounds of humanity, but rather belong to a realm distinct from it, akin to their own. Their beliefs revolve around mechanical ascension and corporeal elevation, and the organization is predominantly composed of formidable genetic warriors and cybernetic augmenters. In terms of research concerning genetic serums and mechanical enhancements, they arguably surpass the major city-states in various aspects. The masked man swiftly relayed the information he possessed and then promptly distanced himself from Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, paid him no heed and silently processed the information. From the masked man's implication, it was evident that both organizations were formidable adversaries. Otherwise, the major city-states would have long since united to annihilate them. Moreover, current circumstances suggested that the strength of the Hermits was inferior to that of the Bitter Sea and the Ascendants. Lin Yu lifted his gaze to Hidden 18, inwardly sighing. Brother, muster your strength. After all, I have only just infiltrated one organization and now face the prospect of seeking refuge elsewhere. Chapter 73. The laboratory opens on the surface. Hidden 18 appeared unfazed, his expression placid. Yet internally, he was cursing his ill fortune for encountering these two perverse factions. The Hermits, being an assassination organization, were inherently at a disadvantage in direct confrontations with such adversaries, and he had unwittingly stumbled upon the most troublesome entities, the Bitter Sea and the Ascendants. Lin Yu observed as Hidden 18 produced a mobile device from behind him, frantically pressing a red button. Although Lin Yu was unaware of the button's purpose, he surmised that it was likely a means for Brother 18 to summon reinforcements. Chihu, how did your Ascendants discover this place? Inquired the three-faced Buddha, raising an eyebrow beneath his hood. We received intelligence much like yours, though we were surprised to find that this laboratory boasts multiple entrances, replied the burly Chihu with a grin. Since we are all here, let's enter together. We are all motivated by mutual interests, and there is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle outside the laboratory, Hidden 18 stated nonchalantly. Continuing to press the button, Chihu and the three-faced Buddha exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. Just as Hidden 18 suggested, they were not mere brutes who thrived on violence. All had converged here with a shared objective, to extract valuable materials from the laboratory. Thus, it was indeed unnecessary to incur losses before even entering the facility. After all, no one could predict the dangers that lay within. Someone had to pave the way. At this moment, excessive casualties would be counterproductive, should they encounter anything of worth inside. They could choose to act then. Reflecting on this, Chihu remarked with a smile, the brother of the Hermits speaks wisely. Let us proceed together. Hidden 18 exhaled in relief. Damn, that was nerve-wracking. However, do not presume you can play any tricks, Hermits. Your modus operandi is well known to us, cautioned the three-faced Buddha coolly. As a recluse, I have always conducted myself with utmost integrity. How could I possibly harbor any ulterior motives? Do not impose your own judgments upon others, retorted Inshiba with vigor. The three-faced Buddha chuckled softly. Integrity? Even assassin organizations can claim to be honorable. Inshiba was momentarily taken aback. his face flushing with indignation. He snorted dismissively and chose to ignore the three-faced Buddha. "All right, everyone, let us proceed," said Chi-Hu with a smile, leading the others directly toward the castle. In-Shiba and the three-faced Buddha no longer hesitated, and the three organizations swiftly arrived at the castle entrance. Observing the scale of the laboratory, Chi-Hu furrowed his brow, pondering its classification. What level is this? Surely it cannot be a celestial-grade facility? According to the information at hand, the Ember Laboratory, under the auspices of the Dawn Company, is categorized into 3 tiers: celestial, earth, and human. Each level entails different research projects and data preservation standards, accompanied by varying degrees of peril. It seems likely. I have never encountered a laboratory of such magnitude, mused the three-faced Buddha. So, how do we gain entry? Suddenly inquired In-Shiba. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Indeed. How do we enter? Several of them were left in a state of disbelief. Why not simply try? I refuse to believe a living person could be thwarted by mere obstacles. Chi-Hu scoffed, his hands shimmering with silver light as a massive weapon gradually materialized. By the heavens, can the gear of a mechanical augmenter be this formidable? Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the colossal rocket launcher in Chi-Hu's grasp. The only mechanical augmenter he had encountered was Wang Ming, whose ace in the hole was merely a small projectile. In comparison to Chi-Hu, it was akin to comparing a cannon to a mosquito. With a deafening roar, the explosive charge from Chi-Hu's rocket struck the castle's entrance, sending a cloud of smoke billowing into the air. As the smoke dissipated, Chi-Hu's expression darkened considerably. The laboratory's entrance remained utterly unscathed, not even a trace of damage, save for faint black smudges caused by the explosion. The three-faced Buddha remained silent, and a hazy Buddha figure suddenly emerged behind him. The figure delicately held a flower in its right hand and slowly extended it forward. A black lotus blossomed in midair and drifted toward the laboratory. Another thunderous boom echoed. Yet the laboratory's entrance stood resolute. "Recluse, it is your turn," Chi-Hu remarked, having witnessed the futility of the three-faced Buddha's attack, turning his gaze to In-Shiba. After a moment of contemplation, In-Shiba approached the grand doorway. Chi-Hu and the three-faced Buddha exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if he intended to employ some close-range ability. They soon accepted this notion, considering that a recluse belonging to an assassin organization awakening a close-quarter skill was entirely plausible. Now, standing before the towering door, In-Shiba pondered for a spell before producing a slender steel wire. "Are you seriously attempting to pick the lock with that?" Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. "What on earth are you thinking? This door lacks even a crevice. What will you pry open?" The red tiger and the three-faced Buddha were equally astonished, and then in a fit of rage exclaimed, "Is it true that you hermits rely on lock-picking to enter the laboratory?" In-Shiba scratched his head in confusion and replied, "What else can we do?" He held a slender steel wire, gazing blankly at the imposing door, utterly at a loss. Not only was he unable to pick the lock, but he couldn't even locate the lock itself. "How do you hermits usually gain access to the laboratory?" "This is no time for secrecy," the three-faced Buddha said, his expression grim. "Normally, we just follow behind other factions. Once they enter, we sneak in after them." In-Shiba pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Lin Yu sighed heavily. "It seems I have joined a wrong organization. And what if your faction had discovered this place today?" The red tiger asked, suppressing his anger with a deep breath. "I want to know. We can only call for help," In-Shiba replied, scratching his head, feeling rather embarrassed. The red tiger and the three-faced Buddha were both exasperated. Having expected the hermits to possess some unique means of entering the laboratory, only to find this was their method. Just as they were about to voice their thoughts, the door suddenly trembled slightly. A purple beam of light appeared on the right side of the door, sweeping over everyone present. "What is this?" Lin Yu questioned, puzzled by the violet glow. "Facial recognition failed. Please try again." Lin Yu, red tiger, three-faced Buddha, In-Shiba. Bloodline detection scan successful. Welcome back to Dawn Corporation. Boom. The massive metal door gradually creaked open, releasing a plume of thick smoke. What is happening? In-Shiba was utterly bewildered. The red tiger and the three-faced Buddha exchanged glances, equally perplexed as to how the door had opened. At this moment, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming shock within him, for as the purple light passed over, he sensed a faint tremor deep within the palace of his mind. Subsequently, it felt as if the laboratory door had been compelled by some force, suddenly swinging open. What exactly is this palace? Lin Yu was enveloped in deep curiosity. Chapter 74. Spiritual Genes? As the heavy door opened with a dull groan, everyone immediately surrounded it. You made her first, bitter sea, Shiba said nonchalantly. Oh, perhaps it would be better if you hermits went first, the three-faced Buddha replied, maintaining his composure. How about letting the ascenders go first? Shiba suggested again. The red tiger cast a sidelong glance at the two beside him, snorted coldly. You have quite the small courage, yet your ambitions are grander than each other's. Without further ado, the red tiger strode forward, leading the ascenders into the doorway. Shiba and the three-faced Buddha narrowed their eyes, watching Red Tiger venture ahead. Yet the anticipated danger did not materialize. Based on their past experiences, they expected that upon the door's initial opening, the Fireseed Laboratory would deploy some security measures. Sometimes they would trap individuals within, while other times they would unleash lethal attacks. To their surprise, this seemingly highest-level laboratory had no defensive measures at all. Could it be due to that so-called bloodline detection? Shiba pondered, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. Not only, but also Chi Hu and the three-faced Buddha were engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. This laboratory was indeed remarkable. Lin Yu wandered through the castle's interior, marveling at the dazzling array of equipment. At that moment, he felt as though he had stepped into a cyberpunk realm. Not only in this era, but even in his previous life had he never encountered anything like this. Even the most futuristic science fiction films paled in comparison to what lay before him. It seemed we have stumbled upon a treasure. Chi Hu laughed heartily, expressing his immense satisfaction with the laboratory. It was remarkably well preserved, with almost no damage inside. This indicated that the materials within this experimental facility were most likely intact. The technology of the Fireseed Laboratory was a priceless asset for everyone. These remnants of humanity's pinnacle technology from before the cataclysm would serve as a strategic deterrent in this perilous wilderness. Even the slightest fraction of it would possess immense value. Split up, Shiba commanded softly, and everyone immediately dispersed, including the bitter sea and ascenders, each searching for precious materials. Lin Yu cautiously advanced through the laboratory. This was his first visit to such a place, and as he gazed upon this cinematic technology, he could not help but wonder if it concealed any dangers. Nevertheless, exercising caution was always prudent. Lin Yu gently pushed open a heavy iron door and stepped inside. The room was spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, its walls adorned with cabinets of varying sizes. He approached the most exquisite cabinet, astonished to find that it was not even locked. One could only imagine how stringent the Fireseed Laboratory's internal control was. They evidently had confidence that no researcher could smuggle any of this information outside. Lin Yu opened the cabinet before him and retrieved a stack of documents, with the signature of a researcher, Wang Chiwen. The title of the document caught his eye: Research Direction on the Human Body's Spiritual Gene and the Ascension Project. Lin Yu stared in astonishment at the title. Spiritual Gene? Ascension? He quietly began to peruse the document. This term, regardless of the world, was exceedingly sensitive. In his previous life, the notion of ascension was even more captivating than that of immortality. It was often said that only some powerful immortals and legends could aspire to ascend. However, these were merely tales. After all, his previous life was a civilization that pursued science. Yet this term had sparked profound interest within Lin Yu, and he eagerly delved into the document. After extensive research, my team and I have discovered a crucial hidden genetic chain within the human genome, which we have designated as the spiritual gene. Humanity's development of this spiritual gene has reached a mere 0.01, and based on extensive experimental data, we can conclude that this remarkable genetic chain lies in a state of near-permanent dormancy. However, should the spiritual gene awaken, even if just a trace, it would induce changes beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Currently, The collected data has reached an astonishing 3 million entries. Through decades of relentless effort, we have successfully awakened the spiritual gene in 2 experimental subjects. Precise measurements reveal that the speed and strength of these awakened individuals have increased more than tenfold, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary humans. Astonishingly, less than 1% of their spiritual gene has been awakened, a revelation that leaves us all in awe. When this data emerged, I found myself sleepless, unable to fathom the implications should an individual achieve a 100% awakening of their spiritual gene. Furthermore, I have come to realize the profound significance of this experiment. If ever we could awaken the spiritual gene in all of humanity, what extraordinary transformations might ensue. The document abruptly concludes here. Yet, the impact of these few lines on Lin Yu is beyond description. Spiritual gene? He murmurs, repeating this pivotal term. He had never encountered the existence of such a genetic chain, but from the scant information within the document, it appears that this so-called spiritual gene discovered in the laboratory bears some relation to the awakened beings of this era. Awakened individuals exhibit enhancements in both power and speed, exceeding tenfold. Lin Yu, holding the document, sank into contemplation. He raised his gaze, observing a plethora of research materials remaining in the room. With patience, he opened cabinet after cabinet, only to be disheartened by the realization that apart from the initial discovery document, the rest were merely data-centric records. For Lin Yu, interpreting these figures was akin to deciphering an alien language. Then, with a mere thought, all the cabinets vanished without a trace. A gentle smile graced Lin Yu's lips. This was a newfound ability he had discovered post-awakening. He had previously speculated whether the abyss could manifest at will within the palace in reality. Now, he had confirmed that other objects could also be housed within the palace. This palace functions almost like a spatial capsule, capable of accommodating numerous items. Consequently, Lin Yu found it much more convenient. Should he encounter something he wished to preserve, he need not burden himself with cumbersome bags, which not only proved inconvenient, but also attracted unwarranted attention. He swiftly departed from the room, turning his focus to explore other areas. Given the remarkable discoveries within the first room, it is no wonder that every faction is tirelessly searching for the laboratory's whereabouts. The pivotal technology and data, if acquired by a powerful organization, would undoubtedly yield results far beyond what Lin Yu could achieve. Chapter 75. The Spiritual Essence Stone regarding the study of the spiritual gene in humanity. Researcher Wang Qiwen, confidentiality level S. Shiba gazed at the document in his hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. I found it. The item the boss spoke of truly exists. With exhilaration, Shiba carefully tucked the document away, just as a dark ray suddenly surged toward him. Humph! Shiba let out a cold snort, and his body suddenly disintegrated in midair. The awakening ability, deconstruction, revealed that the secrets within this laboratory were far more profound than we had imagined. The three-faced Buddha, having missed his strike, spoke nonchalantly. Shiba's deconstructed form gradually reassembled in the air. He regarded the three-faced Buddha with a mocking smile. You shall not take even a single hair from the sea of suffering. The sea is filled with madmen, and these materials crucial to human evolution must not fall into their hands. His words carried a boldness. The three-faced Buddha chuckled derisively and charged towards Shiba. Not only do I speak boldly, but I also have a foul odor. Would you care to take a whiff? Shiba turned and fled, proclaiming as he ran. At this moment, the optimal strategy was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the sea of suffering's men, but rather to ensure the materials were taken out intact. Hearing Shiba's taunts, the three-faced Buddha's expression darkened, and black rays began to erupt from his hands. Yet, Shiba was exceedingly agile. Even when a few rays seemed poised to strike him, he would swiftly restructure his form in midair, evading the attacks with ease. For a time, the three-faced Buddha found himself at a loss against Shiba. Come on, keep chasing. Shiba laughed heartily as he sprinted. If you can catch me, I might just let you have a taste. You seek death. The three-faced Buddha roared in fury. You dare to provoke me. Behind him, a black statue of a Buddha slowly emerged, forming a gesture of flower picking in midair, before launching a fierce strike towards Shiba. Good heavens, are you serious? Shiba gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the madman of the Sea of Suffering would dare to engage in a brawl within the confines of the laboratory. This was a well-preserved laboratory. Any damage to essential materials during their fight would result in a tremendous loss for humanity. Yet, the Sea of Suffering cared little for such matters. The fate of humankind meant nothing to them. In fact, they preferred the swift demise of humanity, as that was their creed. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Combat detected within the laboratory, assessing combatants. Assessment complete. Guardians dispatched immediately. This is bad. Shiba's expression changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was unaware that his temporary elder brother, Shiba, was embroiled in a fierce battle. He wandered leisurely through the rooms of various laboratories. Before him stood a man in a black robe, cradling a peculiar stone, his face concealed in shadows, radiating excitement. Could this be the golden stone he had seen before? Lin Yu was startled, instantly recalling the small stone that several monsters had fought over. If it truly was that object, it must not fall into the hands of the Sea of Suffering. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Yu's heart. Although he had not directly interacted with the Sea of Suffering's followers, the words of the masked man indicated that these devotees were certainly no good. They could not possibly be a charitable organization, could they? With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Lin Yu's eyes as he stealthily approached the man in the black robe like a wraith. The acolyte of the bitter sea was evidently immersed in the joy of his harvest, oblivious to the impending approach of a lurking predator. By the time he became aware, all that met his gaze was a flash of crimson. The dragon blade was unsheathed. A spray of blood blossomed, staining the pristine ground a deep scarlet. Lin Yu deftly caught the stone, peering closely at it. The stone bore intricate carvings that slowly emanated a mesmerizing aura. However, unlike the previous stone, this one did not radiate golden light. Instead, it exuded a somber darkness. How was this stone to be utilized? Frowning, Lin Yu contemplated the stone in his hand, sensing a powerful force relentlessly drawing him in through its surface. Yet, without grasping its true purpose, he hesitated to absorb its energy recklessly. With a thought, he secured the stone within his palace. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly pierced the air with a chilling tone. Detection of the spiritual essence stone's loss. Staff members are to proceed immediately to room 115. No staff detected. Assessing intruder strength. Assessment complete. Guardians deployed. A wave of dread washed over Lin Yu. Why had there been no warning when the acolyte of the bitter sea had grasped the stone? He soon deduced the reason. Although the acolyte had picked up the so-called spiritual essence stone, he had not yet exited the room. Lin Yu, however, had directly claimed the stone for his palace, prompting the mechanical voice to detect its disappearance. Could it be that these stones were bound to this laboratory? Lin Yu mused silently, choosing not to linger in the room any longer. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, Shiba and the three-faced Buddha were desperately fleeing. You fool! It's all your fault for triggering the laboratory security system. Shiba shouted as he ran, spitting in the face of the three-faced Buddha. The Buddha's expression darkened, nearly dripping with frustration as he wiped his face. The so-called guardian was indeed formidable, but more vexing than the guardian was the incessant chatter of Shiba ahead. Damn it, you talk too much. Your saliva is flying everywhere. Behind them, several mechanical warriors pursued closely, clad in heavy armor and wielding exquisite firearms. Each step they took resonated with a dull thud. Terrifying firepower relentlessly rained down upon the fleeing duo, leaving the three-faced Buddha at a loss for words. In contrast, Shiba appeared far more at ease. His swift pace meant that most of the fire was drawn towards the Buddha behind him, with only a fraction of it directed at himself. As the projectiles struck him, his body deconstructed mid-air, rendering them ineffective. This cannot continue. My mental energy is dwindling. While Shiba maintained a facade of nonchalance as he bantered with the three-faced Buddha, inwardly, he was already growing anxious. He feared that if this continued, he would ultimately be unable to leave the confines of the laboratory. Moreover, The exploration of this facility had only just begun, and the extent of the archived materials far exceeded his expectations. Regardless, it was imperative to extract these vital documents and ensure that the deranged individuals from the Bitter Sea did not acquire them. Chapter 76. The subsequent experiments of Wang Chuan, the three-faced Buddha, fled in disarray, the dark statue behind him unfolding to shield him from numerous attacks. He had attempted to retaliate, only to discover that his strikes were utterly ineffective against these guardians. They were too resilient to be harmed. Meanwhile, Shiba, sprinting ahead, continued to taunt him incessantly. Mocking remarks poured forth from the front, like a deluge of spittle, deepening the scowl on the three-faced Buddha's face. Damn it! He couldn't catch up, nor could he outcurse them. It was infuriating. Yet, Shiba noted the three-faced Buddha's futile counterattacks against the Guardians, and a sense of dread filled his heart. It seemed that their prior evaluation of our strength was merely to deploy Guardians of commensurate power. These Guardians were confident they could outlast us, their formidable defenses rendering our assaults inconsequential. The security system in this high-level laboratory was indeed repulsive. Shiba mused inwardly, while his lips remained a fountain of derision. He didn't need to run exceptionally fast. He only needed to be swifter than the three-faced Buddha. Upon hearing that icy voice, Lin Yu promptly chose to vacate the room. However, he had barely stepped out when heavy footsteps echoed ominously behind him. Turning around, he beheld several figures clad in metallic armor emerging from the corner, their cold gazes devoid of any trace of human emotion. What on earth are these things? Upon seeing these so-called guardians, Lin Yu immediately thought of the Resurrectors. Yet, these beings were distinctly different. The Resurrectors were visibly more frenzied and bloodthirsty, while these guardians executed their orders with the precision of machines. Their current mission was to eliminate Lin Yu, the intruder who had absconded with the Spirit Essence Stone. Lin Yu darted through the vast castle at breakneck speed. A corner lay not far ahead, and, as he made a sharp turn, he was confronted by two groups in a standoff. The Bitter Sea and the Ascendants? Lin Yu's heart sank. The individuals before him numbered over a dozen. Although he was not afraid of them, should they obstruct his path, it could lead to him being overtaken by the Guardians trailing behind. As for those peculiar mechanical soldiers, he had no desire to engage them in battle. One glance at those metal monstrosities made it clear that their defenses were formidable. If he were to be ensnared, he could easily fall victim to an encirclement. Are you all here? Please continue. Lin Yu suddenly accelerated, weaving through the crowd, flashing a smile and greeting everyone, before vanishing in an instant. The two opposing factions were left bewildered. What just rushed past? Was it a person? The members of the Bitter Sea and the Ascendants exchanged puzzled glances, looking toward the spot where the figure had just disappeared. At that moment, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of heavy footsteps. Turning around, they beheld several mechanical soldiers charging toward them like relentless tanks. Upon encountering the group, these mechanized warriors appeared equally bewildered. Identifying unauthorized personnel, a scan revealed the absence of registered staff, classifying them as dangerous targets. Execute kill orders. A cascade of commands flooded the minds of the mechanical soldiers. What on earth is this? The onlookers curiously scrutinized the steel sentinels. Suddenly, they were astonished to see the soldiers' eyes ignite in a crimson hue. Run! The disciples of the Bitter Sea and Ascendants finally sensed the danger, as someone shouted. They all began to flee in panic. They finally understood why Lin Yu had darted away so swiftly. There were indeed pursuers behind them. The mechanical soldiers reacted with astonishing speed, raising their weapons the moment they received the kill orders. The devastating gunfire erupted, unleashing a storm of bullets upon the crowd, accompanied by a cacophony of agonized screams. Even though many of the Ascendants were formidable genetic warriors and cybernetic enhancements, they stood no chance against the fully armed mechanical soldiers. Among them were some awakened individuals. Yet they were astounded to find their abilities seemingly suppressed under the onslaught of these machines. Hearing the cries behind him, Lin Yu pressed forward without looking back. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching rapidly from around a corner. Could there be more? A sense of dread gripped Lin Yu. The footsteps grew nearer, and soon a familiar face emerged before him. Inshiba froze for a moment upon seeing Lin Yu, then shouted, "Run!" Lin Yu focused and noticed that Inshiba was followed closely by a figure shrouded in a long robe. Further behind, a few mechanical soldiers were in hot pursuit. These soldiers differed from those that had chased Lin Yu earlier. Their equipment was evidently superior, and the metallic composition of their bodies seemed distinct. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Inshiba dashed in front of Lin Yu, panicking as he saw Lin Yu standing still. "But I have it behind me too," Lin Yu shouted back, equally frantic. Inshiba quickly glanced up and saw that several mechanical soldiers had swiftly dispatched the remnants of the Bitter Sea and Ascendants, now resuming their pursuit of Lin Yu. "What have you done?" Inshiba was flabbergasted, grabbing Lin Yu and sprinting in another direction. To his surprise, the masked subordinate was actually running faster than him. "Over here!" Lin Yu spotted a massive iron gate and, without hesitation, pushed it open. Inshiba closely followed, and as they entered, they quickly pulled the door shut and locked it securely. "You two beasts!" The three-faced Buddha's eyes bulged with rage at this scene. Lin Yu and Inshiba naturally could not allow him entry. The iron gate was firmly shut, showing no sign of being opened. Meanwhile, the two groups of mechanical soldiers had already converged, advancing towards the three-faced Buddha. Upon witnessing this, the three-faced Buddha cursed silently and continued to sprint forward. Inshiba lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm utterly exhausted." After a moment, he raised his head to glance at Lin Yu, who appeared completely unperturbed, and inquired, "What is going on? Why are the Guardians pursuing you?" Lin Yu innocently shrugged, "I have no idea." "All right then." Inshiba chose not to dwell on it, suspecting that the appearance of these Guardians might be linked to his battle with the three-faced Buddha. A faint sense of guilt began to stir within him towards Lin Yu. While Inshiba took a moment to recover, Lin Yu had already commenced searching the room. This chamber was no smaller than the first one Lin Yu had entered, and its layout was quite similar, with cabinets piled against the walls. Lin Yu approached one of the largest cabinets. "Be careful, don't damage the documents." Inshiba slowly rose from the ground and walked towards Lin Yu. "Research on the extraction of spiritual genes and subsequent experimental plans by Wang Qiwen." Lin Yu quietly examined the document in his hands, furrowing his brow. Wang Qiwen. This name had also appeared in the previous document he had obtained. "Oh, it's this person again?" At that moment, Inshiba arrived beside him and let out a gasp upon seeing the name. "Why do you say again?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Inshiba took out a document from within his clothing, prepared to hand it to Lin Yu, but after a moment's thought, he put it away. "Forget it. This is organizational confidential information. Your current level is insufficient to view it." Lin Yu's expression darkened, and with a huff, he remarked, "So stingy." Subsequently, both of their gazes returned to the documents within the room. Research on the extraction of spiritual genes and subsequent experimental plans by Wang Qiwen. We attempted to extract experimental samples from several test subjects who had awakened their spiritual genes, yet we have consistently failed. After their cellular tissues were separated from their bodies, the previously awakened spiritual genes seemed to lose their vitality, as if these gene strands possess consciousness and would only bind to their original bodies. However, there is one exception: blood. To our astonishment, even their blood contained immense energy, with vitality far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. We attempted to dilute a drop of blood and inject it into the bodies of laboratory mice for observation, and astonishing events unfolded. Within a matter of hours, several mice exhibited a remarkable enhancement in physical attributes, but developed extreme aggression. Strangely, these mice spontaneously exploded without warning, from enhanced physicality to death. Less than an hour had passed. Perhaps the original frailty of these mice rendered them incapable of withstanding such overwhelming power. We are currently unable to ascertain this. Upon reaching this point, Inshiba raised his head to meet Lin Yu's gaze. "Biological research?" Lin Yu murmured, furrowing his brow. Inshiba clenched the document in his hand, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. The scope of this laboratory's endeavors appeared to exceed his expectations. The document was lengthy, and the research extended far beyond what had been disclosed. After 2 months of experimentation, we ultimately abandoned trials on the white mice. as none could withstand the potency of this blood, despite our relentless efforts. Consequently, we redirected our focus to beagle dogs and monkeys. All creatures injected with the Awakener's blood exhibited unimaginable strength within mere hours, yet succumbed to death within just 1 hour. What could be the reason for this? I believe we ought to take greater risks. After all, monkeys and white mice are not humans, and their anatomical structures, however similar, still differ significantly. However, the laboratory's leadership opposed my proposal, obstructing the advancement of scientific progress. Upon reading this, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, "Nonsense! This individual intends to conduct human experiments." Inshiba's expression darkened. The so-called Awakener's blood had proven unsuccessful across white mice, beagle dogs, and monkeys alike, with all subjects fatally succumbing post-injection. In light of this, Wang Chuan's audacious desire to proceed with human trials is a gross violation of ethical standards. The document abruptly ceased at this juncture. Everything witnessed today must remain confidential. Inshiba cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yu, who, undeterred, continued to rummage through the room. "There's more," Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, catching Inshiba's attention. In his hand was a beautifully crafted notebook, signed by that familiar name, Wang Chuan. Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened the notebook. "I have tirelessly contributed to the advancement of humanity. Why do they refuse to allow me to continue my research?" Thankfully, I retained the contact information of the heir to the Dawn Corporation, who had previously expressed great interest in this experiment. Perhaps I shall attempt to reach out to him. How splendid! Under the heir's influence, our laboratory returned to normalcy, and he generously provided us with numerous death row inmates for biological research. I am confident that future generations will remember his contributions to scientific experimentation. The first inmate's trial was unsuccessful, but as anticipated, the effects of the blood on humans differed markedly from those on other organisms. Within a mere hour, he underwent a transformation, exhibiting a significant increase in strength, without any signs of losing control. Regrettably, after 3 hours, he unexpectedly succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage, leaving us to ponder the underlying issue. We endeavored to reduce the blood dosage and continue our research on additional death row inmates. They're all dead. Over 100 death row inmates could not withstand the backlash of the serum. The longest among them succumbed within 3 days, exploding in a catastrophic demise. Where did the problem lie? My serum is undoubtedly flawless. I require subjects. I need a multitude of humans to serve as experimental subjects. I am destined to transform the entire world, enabling humanity to achieve unprecedented ascension. Lin Yu observed that at this juncture, Wang Chuan seemed to have made significant progress in his experiments. He no longer directly injected blood into the subjects, but referred to the substance he injected as a serum. This alteration led Lin Yu to harbor certain suspicions. The awakened individuals were exhibiting signs of resistance. Was it due to the excessive blood I had extracted from them? They failed to comprehend the magnitude of this experiment's importance, one that could alter the very fabric of humanity, and I sense that success is imminent. I am determined to change all of humanity. The heir of the Dawn Group has procured a fresh batch of death row inmates for me from an unknown source. Is there truly such an abundance of death row inmates in this city? No matter. As long as I continue to receive subjects for my experiments, I will not concern myself with the details. Through repeated extractions and meticulous adjustments to the dosage, I have finally established the most precise data. However, the subjects are dwindling, and the heir of the Dawn Group seems to be growing discontent, claiming that thousands have perished under my oversight. What does it mean to perish under my hands? They have contributed to science. I am on the brink of success. There are no more experimental subjects. But it matters not. Our laboratory is staffed with many personnel, and I believe that when the day of success arrives, they will all understand my vision. At last, my experiment has triumphed. I knew it would be feasible. Humanity is on the verge of transcending, and all ordinary individuals will achieve ascension. This miraculous serum has finally succeeded. I, Wang Chuan, shall be immortalized in history. I shall name it the Gene Serum. Chapter 78. The Surprise Attack of the Three-Faced Buddha Gene Serum. Lin Yu and Hidden 18 exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. How could this be possible? Had the gene serum emerged before the cataclysm? Perhaps Lin Yu did not grasp the implications. But Hidden 18 recognized the horror and unexpected nature of this revelation. In his memory and all recorded data, the advent of the gene serum was a mere few decades old. The era preceding the cataclysm, though its distance from the present is uncertain, undoubtedly spanned at least several centuries. Could it be that gene warriors had already begun to appear among humanity hundreds of years ago? Who exactly is this Wang Chiwen? Hidden 18 pondered. The data preserved within this laboratory, if revealed, would undoubtedly create a seismic impact on the entire world. Moreover, Hidden 18 harbored another hypothesis. Might this laboratory still hold remnants of the gene serum from before the cataclysm? If it indeed exists, bringing forth this vial of gene serum from centuries past would undoubtedly revolutionize technological research across the globe. What is your name? Ensemble suddenly turned to Lin Yu, who was lost in thought. I am Zhang Yu, Lin Yu said, taking a deep breath and adopting a serious expression. Very well, Zhang Yu. On behalf of the Hermit Organization, I hereby formally notify you that from this moment onward, you shall enter the Hermit Hall. I do not require any actions from you. All I need is for you to steadfastly guard the secrets of this laboratory, Ensemble stated, gazing intently at Lin Yu, articulating each word with gravity. Really? I'm entering the hall? Lin Yu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, although he had no clear understanding of what the hall entailed. Ensemble's earnest demeanor suggested it must be something of great significance. In light of this, he felt compelled to exhibit a more dramatic response, lest he appear to diminish Ensemble's honor. Seeing Lin Yu's enthusiasm, Ensemble felt a sense of relief. The hall represented an unparalleled honor among the hermits, a place every member of the organization aspired to enter one day. However, entry into the hall was not easily attained. One must possess extraordinary combat prowess or make remarkable contributions to the hermit cause to even be nominated. Yet, Ensemble believed that the discoveries made within this laboratory held unimaginable significance. If entering the hall could secure Lin Yu's loyalty, then no one would oppose such a decision. He had already resolved that Lin Yu, now privy to this information, would be a key figure to cultivate in the future. Zhang Yu, safeguard these materials with your life. Do not allow them to fall into the hands of the bitter sea or the ascenders. Can you do that? Ensemble said with utmost seriousness. Lin Yu's eyes shimmered with profound loyalty to the organization, glistening with unshed tears, a testament to his emotional response to this trust bestowed upon him. 18, brother. I can do it, Lin Yu declared fervently. Ensemble regarded him with admiration. Excellent. It is reassuring to have such a loyal member in our ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Ensemble retrieved the precious documents he had previously acquired and placed them into Lin Yu's hands. Zhang Yu, I will undoubtedly become a target in this laboratory, so these invaluable materials will be far safer in your possession. Ensure you take them to the hall. Lin Yu nodded resolutely. 18, brother, rest assured, I will share the fate of the documents. Although he was unaware of the hall's location or its true nature, this did not waver his steadfast commitment to the organization. Ensemble felt completely reassured. After a brief pause, he spoke again. The outside is now quiet. The Guardians must have chased the three-faced Buddha far away. Let us take this opportunity to explore and see if we can make further discoveries. Lin Yu nodded, his thoughts summoning all the documents into the palace. The two gently pushed open the iron door and cautiously peered into the corridor. Where is everyone? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. The vast laboratory was devoid of any presence. Members from all three organizations seemed to have vanished, leaving the entire floor in silence. Let us move forward. This laboratory is enormous, and it appears to have 3 or 4 levels, Ensemble suggested. Ensemble gently rubbed his nose and spoke. Lin Yu nodded. His search had been interrupted by the Guardian's appearance, and he had yet to thoroughly explore even a single floor. Nevertheless, both he and Ensemble had already gathered a considerable amount of vital information. The two of them decided to proceed upstairs. Meanwhile, unlike them, not only the three-faced Buddha, but also the red tiger was embroiled in a fierce battle. Damn it, three-faced Buddha, are you an idiot? Red Tiger roared, taking cover behind a barricade while relentlessly firing at the mechanical warriors before him. The expression on the three-faced Buddha's face was extremely grim, as the black statue behind him emitted beams of energy. Just moments ago, because Inshiba and Lin Yu had taken refuge in a room, he found himself besieged by 2 squads of mechanical soldiers. Upholding the excellent tradition of the death of a friend does not matter to a Taoist. The three-faced Buddha immediately led the Guardians in pursuit of the Ascenders and the Hidden Ones. After a frantic chase, the three-faced Buddha finally located the self-satisfied Red Tiger. Red Tiger had undergone significant modifications, making his combat strength the highest among the 3. With overwhelming firepower, several Guardians were surprisingly held at bay, unable to advance. Let me show you something big. A cold glint flashed in Red Tiger's eyes as a large gaping hole suddenly appeared in his chest. To the astonishment of the three-faced Buddha, a massive laser erupted forth towards the Guardians. Boom! The heavily armored mechs, which even the three-faced Buddha could not breach, were forced to retreat under the onslaught of Red Tiger's laser cannon. With a resounding thud, one of the Guardians was pierced through the chest, lying motionless on the ground, a mere shell of scrap metal. Red Tiger's offensive capabilities far exceeded the three-faced Buddha's expectations. The three-faced Buddha regarded Red Tiger with a complex expression, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Beneath his black robe, a shadow gradually transformed into a small black statue, stealthily advancing towards Red Tiger. Clearly pleased with his attack, Red Tiger, as a seasoned mechanical modifier, held great confidence in his combat prowess. This was the greatest strength of mechanical modifiers. They did not necessarily require a formidable physique. As long as they were provided with sufficient combat space, their formidable firepower would impart a profound truth. All fear stems from inadequate firepower. However, engrossed in his assault against the Guardians, Red Tiger remained oblivious to the small black statue stealthily approaching him from behind, coalescing a black dagger in its hand. Just as Red Tiger unleashed a torrent of fire upon the remaining Guardians, the black statue, like a wraith, appeared behind him and thrust the dagger forcefully. Three-faced Buddha, what the hell? Red Tiger's eyes widened in fury upon witnessing the dagger piercing through his chest. The long-range capabilities of mechanical modifiers were undeniably formidable. If given the opportunity to unleash their power, they would reveal the essence of truth. Yet similarly, when God opens a door for you, he also closes a window. Their vulnerability lay in hand-to-hand combat. Chihua never anticipated that at such a critical moment, the three-faced Buddha would dare to strike against him, leaving him utterly unprepared. Were it not for his own effort in suppressing the Guardians, the situation would have spiraled out of control long ago. Yet, here was the audacity of the three-faced Buddha to launch a sneak attack. The members of the Bitter Sea were nothing short of lunatics. Chihua pressed firmly against his wound, although the blade did not claim his life. It nonetheless rendered him gravely injured in an instant. Move! Chihua bellowed, and the nearby ascendants, upon receiving his command, rushed towards him. Among them were several Jin warriors, endowed with exceptional physical prowess, who hoisted Chihua and sprinted into the distance. Observing that his strike had not immediately slain Chihua, the three-faced Buddha could not help but curse under his breath. Just moments ago, he had been astonished by Chihua's formidable attack power. Realizing that if he uncovered any crucial materials in this scenario, he had little confidence in overpowering Chihua. Thus, he opted to engage Chihua directly. However, he had grossly underestimated the capabilities of the mechanized combatants. Or rather, he had underestimated Chihua's strength. Chihua's body had been augmented to a certain threshold. When severely wounded, the internal mechanical systems would promptly activate to initiate healing. Hence, as long as he received timely assistance, there was a substantial likelihood of his survival. Moreover, the three-faced Buddha's earlier strike did not directly target Chihua's vital points. With repairs underway, it was merely a matter of time before Chihua regained his combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the loss of Chihua's firepower provided the Guardians with a newfound sense of relief, allowing them to break through the remaining mechanized combatants' blockade and surge forward. The three-faced Buddha had anticipated this, unhesitatingly pushing several bitter sea acolytes forward to buy himself time, while he pursued Chiwa's direction. Just as the bitter sea and the ascendants were embroiled in a near-frenzied clash, a group of masked individuals lurked stealthily in a small room on the second floor, whispering amongst themselves, "Brother, if we get caught by Brother 18, won't we face punishment?" One masked man voiced his concerns. "Fear not, whether you believe it or not. Brother 18 has surely found a place to hide." Another masked man responded with unwavering confidence. "As assassins in our organization, direct confrontation is not our forte. At this moment, it is prudent to remain concealed. Once the bitter sea and the ascendants engage in a life-and-death struggle, we shall wait in the shadows like yellow sparrows, ready to seize everything." The masked man chuckled lightly. "Trust me, you won't be wrong. Just as we enter the laboratory, everyone will undoubtedly be frantically searching the first floor. At this moment, we abandon the first floor and head to the second. They will never suspect a thing. By the time they conclude their battle on the first floor, we will confront those remnants in our prime, ensuring victory." The others gazed at him with admiration. With such eloquence, one might wonder if he had a formal education. "You make an excellent point. But where has Brother 18 gone?" Another masked man inquired, puzzled. The impatient man waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Did I not just mention it? 18th brother is certainly hiding somewhere, as he always does. He waits until the very last moment to emerge and seize the spoils." A group of individuals nodded in contemplation. It was indeed a clever strategy worthy of emulation. "Ah, someone is coming. Hide!" At that moment, the bloodied red tiger, supported by several Gene warriors, stumbled onto the second floor. His complexion appeared pale, with wounds pulsating as though some force were gradually mending his injuries. "Give me 30 minutes, and I shall regain my combat prowess," Red Tiger gritted his teeth and declared. His previous encounters with the Bitter Sea organization had been limited. Although he was aware of its infamous reputation, he had underestimated the madness of its members. The embedded repair components were tirelessly working to expedite his healing. In approximately half an hour, Red Tiger would be able to restore some of his combat capabilities and rejoin the fray. The Gene warriors beside him were well aware of his formidable strength and nodded earnestly in agreement. "Brother, there are only 5 or 6 of them across from us. Shall we engage?" A masked man whispered in a hushed tone within the room. "What nonsense!" That verbose masked man, replete with idioms as though preparing for an exam, cursed under his breath. "Do you not see that this is Red Tiger? With a few Gene warriors by his side, your small frame would be dispatched with a single punch." The man who had initially spoken awkwardly chuckled and withdrew his head. However, they did not anticipate that Red Tiger, with the assistance of several ascendants, was gradually approaching the room where they were hiding. "This room seems quite suitable. Let us take refuge inside," Red Tiger remarked to the Gene warriors beside him, gesturing towards the small room. One of the Gene warriors nodded and immediately stepped forward, gently twisting the doorknob. At the moment the door opened, a dozen heads abruptly lifted, locking eyes with the Gene warrior in a moment of mutual surprise. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "What is it?" Red Tiger inquired, noticing his subordinate frozen in place as he approached to peer inside. Gazing into the dozen pairs of sparkling eyes, Red Tiger fell silent. "Brother, what should we do?" A masked man quietly nudged the exam-preparing masked man's arm. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. "The three-faced Buddha is coming." Red Tiger felt a surge of alarm, clenched his teeth, and pulled a few Gene warriors into the small room, crouching down. The room was already cramped with the presence of a dozen hidden individuals, and with the addition of several ascendants, it became nearly impossible to move. These ascendants, generally tall, further exacerbated the already tight quarters, leaving scarcely an inch to spare. "Who touched my backside? Get off me! Which pervert? Stay away!" The overbearing crowd caused Red Tiger's face to grow pale once more, and the atmosphere in the room began to grow increasingly tense. "Shoo!" Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Red Tiger's eyes widened. Instantly, everyone fell silent, holding their breath as they awaited the sound of footsteps to fade into the distance. The air fell into a hushed silence, and by a curious twist of fate, the footsteps halted at the threshold of the room. At that moment, the masked figure preparing for the exam suddenly noticed that the young man beside him appeared to be struggling with something, his neck visibly reddening. "What are you doing?" The exam candidate's expression shifted from confusion to shock as he fixed his gaze upon the masked man. "Brother, I can barely hold it in," the masked man managed to utter. Instantly, several individuals around him were taken aback, rushing forth to cover his mouth. At that instant, a look of profound relief unexpectedly surfaced on the face concealed beneath the mask. Everyone's countenance turned ashen. Suddenly, a faint yellow gas began to waft from beneath the masked man, curling upward like a wisp of smoke, drifting throughout the room under the watchful eyes of those in despair. Soon thereafter, an indescribable stench began to permeate the entire space. The odor resembled that of a rat decomposing for 3 days, tossed into a vat steeped in rotten tofu, and then poured into a rural latrine that had not been cleaned for a decade. It was a scent both repulsive and intoxicating. Ugh, ugh. The door was shattered as a throng of people collided with it, scrambling to escape the room, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside. Despite his injuries, Chi, who was a step slower, and the overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, nearly rendering him unconscious. "What the hell is this? Are you some kind of biochemical weapon? Whose subordinate is this to be so formidable?" As they finally caught their breath in the corridor, realization dawned upon them. Chiu glanced up to see a figure shrouded in black robes, standing motionless in the hallway, trembling slightly. The three-faced Buddha. Chiu growled, quickly retreating. Strangely, the three-faced Buddha seemed oblivious to their presence, remaining still and silent. Chihu, perplexed, followed the gaze of the three-faced Buddha. When he beheld the scene before him, he too was rendered immobile, much like the three-faced Buddha. Not far away, an individual stood silently, staring intently at those gathered at the door. The reason for their shock lay in the peculiarity of this figure. Before their astonished eyes, numerous tentacles emerged from its body, undulating and swirling like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree suspended in midair. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the creature possessed 3 pupils within its eyes, surrounded by a dense network of protruding red veins. This bizarre sight left everyone frozen in place, and for a moment, it seemed as though even the air had grown silent. What manner of monster is this? A genetic warrior beside Chi, who shattered the stillness, trembling as he pointed at the strange figure, his words quivering on his lips. Just as the sound escaped his mouth, the peculiar creature tilted its head slightly. A multitude of immensely robust tendrils surged forth like lightning, penetrating his body and voraciously siphoning his essence. The genetically enhanced warrior, despite possessing formidable physical prowess, was rendered as fragile as tofu, utterly incapable of extricating himself from the clutches of the tendrils. His countenance was etched with excruciating agony, and even his once vigorous form began to wither away. Before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, his body inexplicably deflated, eventually collapsing to the ground as if every drop of blood and flesh had been drained from him. "Brother, what now? Should we flee?" The masked man who had just unleashed the biochemical weapon stammered, his lips trembling as he nudged the nearby graduate student. Just as the graduate student was about to respond, another tendril darted in, piercing his body. With a cry of torment, the graduate student emitted a pained howl, and an onslaught of tendrils descended upon the crowd like a torrential downpour. "Run!" The red tiger bellowed, clutching his injured chest and dashing towards the first floor without hesitation. The tendrils writhed furiously in the air, while the monstrous entity slowly advanced in their direction. What in the world is this creature? The three-faced Buddha yanked a masked hermit in front of him to shield against the tendrils, frantically sprinting toward the first floor. At that moment, however, the red tiger abruptly halted. "Why aren't you running?" the three-faced Buddha roared. "You think I will run for you?" The red tiger spun around, spitting on the three-faced Buddha's face, and without a second thought, dashed in the opposite direction. Fury erupted within the three-faced Buddha, and as he opened his mouth to retort, he suddenly caught sight of a staircase leading to the second floor, where another man, covered in tendrils, tilted his head in puzzlement. His anger dissipated instantly. A chill washed over him, and without a moment's hesitation, he followed the red tiger in retreating down another path. Behind them, countless tendrils danced in the air, alive with the writhing forms of those ensnared, their faces contorted in agony as they struggled in vain to escape. Only a scant few accompanied the red tiger and the three-faced Buddha towards the far end of the second floor, while the two tendril-laden monstrosities seemingly ignored them, contentedly feasting on their prey. Red tiger, what in the name of all that is holy are these creatures? The three-faced Buddha shouted as they ran, feeling increasingly frustrated. Since entering this laboratory, he had been perpetually fleeing. As if that were not enough, he had been relentlessly mocked by the hidden figure, En-18, during their escape, and had endured a shower of spittle as well. Now, before they could flee, he had also been spat on by the red tiger. One could not help but marvel at the accuracy of the mechanical modifier. He had nearly been hit in the mouth. "You ask me? Who should I be asking?" The red tiger replied, his complexion pale, not bothering to look back. The wounds that had begun to mend were once again torn open by the vigorous exertion, blood cascading down his chest, leaving a conspicuous trail upon the ground. At that moment, the red tiger felt a deep-seated animosity towards the three-faced Buddha. If it were not for the unexpected ambush by the three-faced Buddha, he would undoubtedly be able to run faster now. Just at that moment, the three-faced Buddha astonishingly overtook him from behind. "Three-faced Buddha, I am utterly exasperated," the red tiger exclaimed in frustration, yet the three-faced Buddha seemed oblivious, continuing to sprint ahead. What does it matter to be scolded? Are we, who endure the trials of life, afraid of a few harsh words? Preserving one's life is of utmost importance, dear brother. As he continued to run, the three-faced Buddha suddenly sensed something amiss. He had not paid attention previously, but at some point, a faint gray mist began to swirl around him. By the time he realized it, he was completely enveloped in the mist. "What is this?" The three-faced Buddha's expression darkened, and in the brief moment he paused, the red tiger caught up. The others were taken aback upon seeing the gray mist surrounding them. "Does this resemble something?" The red tiger's face grew solemn as he slowly spoke. "Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the mist of the Wasteland." The three-faced Buddha immediately seized on the red tiger's words, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Why would the mist from the Wasteland appear in the Fireseed laboratory? The red tiger's mind brimmed with questions. It is well known that the mist of the Wasteland originates from a monstrous creature whose origin is unknown, the Abyssal Worm, the source of calamity and collapse. Its arrival has utterly obliterated the civilization and technology of humanity. Yet, how could mist manifest within the laboratory? Chapter 81. New task at that moment. Lin Yu was walking down a corridor on the first floor with the two hidden figures, when he suddenly seemed to hear some commotion. "Did you hear that noise?" Lin Yu halted, gazing in the direction of the staircase, not far away, where it seemed to emanate from. It sounded like a scream. Ensemble frowned. Could it be a fight? However, there were no sounds of battle. Lin Yu felt even more perplexed. He only heard the continuous screams, yet no signs of a fierce conflict. Surely it cannot be that someone among the factions is rampaging uncontrollably? Shall we take a look? Ensemble turned to Lin Yu and inquired. Lin Yu looked at him incredulously. "No, Brother Shiba, what are you thinking? It's clear that there's been a horrific outcry ahead, and you still want to venture closer? Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat?" Lin Yu earnestly advised Ensemble. "One must learn to endure. If one were not sufficiently cautious, those in the Wasteland would have perished long ago." "You're somewhat right," Ensemble realized suddenly. But then his expression changed. "Wait, what if our people are involved?" Upon this thought, Ensemble dashed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Lin Yu sighed. To be honest, he felt no sense of belonging to the Hidden Ones. He did not even know the true nature of this organization, so there was no need to risk himself for them. However, Ensemble was different. He had lived with the Hidden Ones for decades, and this organization felt like home to him. He could not bear to witness his family in peril while remaining a passive observer. Ultimately, this stemmed from a profound sense of belonging to an organization. The mission to ensure Ensemble's safety within the laboratory and successfully extricate him from the confines had been issued. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the palace that materialized in his mind. Since departing from Ashentown, he had not received any assignments from the enigmatic eye, so it was quite unexpected for a task to be announced at this moment. He peered cautiously at the palace, where a flickering white holy light emanated from the depths of the corridor. This sight alleviated his worries. Tasks issued by the White Soul instilled a sense of reassurance within him. Observing the direction in which Ensemble had departed, Lin Yu sighed and followed suit. Were it not for this mission, he would have preferred to steer clear of this murky water. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, but it certainly did not bode well. Otherwise, would have been so harrowing. Ensemble ascended the stairs with caution, utilizing the cover of light to obscure his form as much as possible. He moved with such stealth that hardly a sound escaped him. However, as he approached the second floor, he noticed that the previous cries had inexplicably ceased. Frowning, he cast his gaze toward the corridor on the second floor, where the lights flickered erratically, suggesting electrical malfunction. Gritting his teeth, he slithered into the upper level like a serpent navigating through shadowy waters. But upon stepping onto the second floor and taking in the scene before him, his pupils dilated in horror. The floor was strewn with corpses. Judging by their attire, the deceased included not only members of the Bitter Sea and Ascenders, but also numerous operatives from the hidden organization. Blood splattered across the ground, rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome. Ensemble surveyed the surroundings and stealthily approached a body concealed in the shadows. What transpired here? The sight tightened his brow further. The corpse before him resembled a withered branch, its blood and flesh seemingly vanished, and its face contorted in sheer terror, as if it had gazed upon something unfathomable. As Ensemble's gaze descended, he discovered a fist-sized wound in the abdomen, surrounded by black tendrils that appeared to writhe as if they were living worms. What on earth had occurred here? After examining all the bodies, Ensemble's expression darkened profoundly. Nearly every corpse bore the same fatal injury, a gaping hole in the abdomen or chest. He gradually rose to his feet, preparing to venture deeper into the scene, when suddenly a piercing howl surged forth. "Deconstruction," Ensemble shouted, and in an instant his body began to disintegrate mid-air, narrowly evading the onslaught of thick tendrils. Before he could react, countless tentacles descended upon him like a torrential downpour. His form continuously twisted and reformed in the air to evade the powerful appendages. Just as Ensemble's body reconstituted, one tentacle, seemingly poised for the moment, lunged swiftly toward his chest. A resounding bang echoed through the air, causing Ensemble to witness a tentacle explode into countless fragments right before his eyes, his pupils narrowing in shock. He swiftly turned his head and beheld a masked youth brandishing a colossal black sniper rifle, its barrel still exhaling faint wisps of smoke. "The Abyss has arrived," Lin Yu shouted urgently the moment the assault commenced. "Run." It was only then that Ensemble realized the tentacles seemed inexhaustible, nearly enveloping every inch of the surrounding space. He had no time to ponder the sniper rifle in Lin Yu's grasp and immediately dashed toward him, confronted by the multitude of tentacles. Lin Yu understood that relying solely on the power of the Abyss would prove futile. There was no possibility of taking careful aim amidst such overwhelming numbers. In an instant, a crimson longsword materialized in his hand, slicing through the tentacles like a hot knife through butter, carving a path for Ensemble's escape. Dragonblade. Both of them then sprinted toward safety. What manner of monstrosity is this? Lin Yu's heart raced, each tentacle provoking an acute sense of claustrophobia. I don't know, but this laboratory is definitely compromised. Ensemble gritted his teeth, the thought of the corpses strewn across the floor, many of whom were their fellow members, causing his heart to bleed. Lin Yu remained silent, letting out a faint sigh within. Since their arrival at the laboratory, they had been in constant flight, a source of deep frustration. However, there was little time for contemplation. Behind them, tentacles swarmed like ivy, clinging to the corridor walls. Glancing back with his peripheral vision, Lin Yu noticed two figures gradually materializing at the end of the corridor. The shadows reflected on the wall revealed that these tentacles originated from within their very bodies. Could they be awakened beings? Lin Yu speculated inwardly, suddenly noticing several silhouettes ahead. "18, brother. There are people up ahead," Lin Yu called out in a low voice. As Shiba raised his head, the figure seemed to sense their approach and abruptly turned. Chihu, San Mian Fo. Chapter 82. The tentacle monster's renewed assault. Shiba gazed in astonishment at the figures before him, recognizing not only Chihu and San Mian Fo, but also several members from various factions, including the Inheritors. Yet, the total number barely reached 10. 18, brother. A few members of the Inheritors nearly wept with joy upon seeing him. With both the leaders of the Bitter Sea and Ascendants present, they felt a sense of security amidst the chaos. Had it not been for the bizarre tentacles and the gray mist-s emergence, Chihu and San Mian Fo would likely have been too preoccupied with eliminating members of the other organizations to come to their aid. Seeing their protector arrive, they naturally felt a wave of relief. However, Shiba's heart sank. Initially, the combined forces had numbered 60 or 70, and now they were reduced to such a meager assembly. Moreover, the Crimson Tiger bore severe injuries, while the three-faced Buddha appeared exceedingly disheveled. Everything indicated that this laboratory was far from ordinary, posing dangers greater than anyone had anticipated. At this moment, however, Shiba remained oblivious to the fact that the Crimson Tiger's wounds were not inflicted by the monstrous entities, but rather stemmed from surprise attack by the three-faced Buddha. Upon entering this space, Lin Yu felt an abrupt jolt in his heart, not due to the casualties among the major factions, but because of the ominous gray mist. The laboratory, seemingly isolated deep underground, had not revealed any trace of this mist prior to their entry, nor during the first level of the experiment. Why then did this fog suddenly manifest on the second level? Shiba, you have arrived too late, the three-faced Buddha remarked, his expression as somber as a stormy sea. The Crimson Tiger's gaze flickered restlessly, subtly distancing himself from the others. With only the three-faced Buddha present, the situation was manageable. Caution against his ambush was all that was necessary. However, the arrival of Shiba, a member of the notorious Assassins organization, complicated matters significantly. Renowned as a paragon among killers, Shiba's alliance with the three-faced Buddha could spell doom for the Crimson Tiger, who could not guarantee his survival in a weakened state against their onslaught. A few members of the organization swiftly approached Shiba, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while he stepped forward slightly, discreetly shielding the others behind him. Do you see this gray mist? The Crimson Tiger inquired. Shiba nodded. He had noticed the bizarre fog the instant he entered this realm. Is there any information? The three-faced Buddha asked, but as anticipated, Shiba merely shook his head, equally perplexed by the origin of the gray mist within the laboratory. Suddenly, with a series of deafening crashes, the group turned sharply to witness countless tendrils surging like waves on either side of the corridor, converging toward them. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they prepared to venture deeper into the gray mist, only to find the tendrils abruptly halt. Subsequently, two figures slowly emerged behind the writhing appendages. Countless tendrils extended from their forms, flailing wildly in the air, while they merely tilted their heads, observing the mist in silence, remaining stationary and refraining from advancing further. Their reluctance to enter the fog raised questions. Was there a territorial division that forbade intrusion, or did this gray mist evoke fear even in these creatures? Shiba furrowed his brow in contemplation. In your recollections, is there any creature capable of emitting such gray mist? Lin Yu pondered aloud. Shiba and the Crimson Tiger exchanged glances, and in unison, they exclaimed, "The Abyssal Worm, the source of calamity and the destruction of collapse." Impossible. The Crimson Tiger exclaimed in astonishment. That creature cannot be present in this laboratory, the three-faced Buddha asserted with equal conviction. Lin Yu turned to Shiba, who nodded in agreement. Firstly, the capabilities of the Abyssal Worm far surpass that of this pallid mist. It nearly envelopes the entire world, while this mist merely cloaks a portion of the laboratory's second floor. Although no one has ever witnessed the true form of the Abyssal Worm, these monstrous entities, which transcend human imagination, are undoubtedly colossal in size. Some have speculated that the body of the Abyssal Worm could very well exceed that of a major city. Therefore, This diminutive laboratory could not possibly accommodate the body of the abyssal worm. What are these repulsive creatures with tendrils? Lin Yu turned to the two humanoid beings outside the mist and inquired. To his question, everyone merely shook their heads, having never encountered such a creature, nor even heard of it. What shall we do next? The three-faced Buddha spoke, his gaze sweeping slowly over everyone. The current predicament was indeed quite awkward. Retreating was impossible, as two tentacled beasts lurked menacingly behind them, ready to pounce. Remaining stationary was not a viable option either. After all, no one knew whether these tentacled fiends might be tempted to invade. However, venturing deeper into the mist was fraught with uncertainty. Who knew what horrors lay hidden within? What if something even more terrifying than these tentacle monsters emerged? Thus, the group found themselves at an impasse. In 18, you possess formidable survival skills. Why not venture inward first? The three-faced Buddha suggested gravely. Why should your father go? In 18 retorted disdainfully. If anyone should go, it should be you, given your unattractiveness. Even if a monster lurked within, it would likely spare you. The three-faced Buddha's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Lin Yu turned to In 18, revealing a look of admiration. Such simple banter was an exquisite delight. As the group hesitated in their indecision, the two tentacled monsters appeared increasingly restless. To them, these humans were a rare and delectable feast, and it had been years since any living being had entered this laboratory. They ceased their silence, pacing back and forth outside the mist, seemingly on the verge of action. Yet, it was evident that they remained wary of this pallid mist, cautiously testing its boundaries. However, the allure of food had awakened their long-suppressed bloodlust, which was now nearly uncontrollable. This looks rather ominous, Chi-Hu remarked, his expression grim. No sooner had he spoken than a tentacle suddenly shot forth from the mist with alarming speed. Beside Chi-Hu, a Jin warrior, who had just shown a face of terror, was brutally pierced by that tentacle. The Jin warrior screamed in despair, his body uncontrollably dragged into the mist, rapidly transforming into a lifeless husk before the eyes of the onlookers. Upon realizing that this act had not provoked any resistance from the mist, the two tentacled monsters appeared somewhat elated. Cold, predatory gazes pierced through the mist. A multitude of tentacles surged toward the group like lightning. Chapter 83. The Abyssal Worm? Lin Yu severed several tendrils that shot towards him with the dragon blade, pulling In Shiba and fleeing. His current mission was to ensure the safety of In Shiba. The others were of no concern to him. One might label Lin Yu as indifferent, yet what obligation did he have to be responsible for everyone? The other members of the sect had long been prepared, reacting swiftly as they emerged unscathed from the frenzied tendrils. It must be said that when it came to retreating, the sect had established its authority. In stark contrast, the Bitter Sea and Ascenders faced further casualties under the assault of the tendril beasts, particularly among the Ascenders. These creatures seemed to have locked onto the genetic warriors as their primary targets. In another wave of attack, two more genetic warriors were ensnared by the tendrils and dragged beyond the mist. It appeared these monsters had an insatiable thirst for flesh, and it was only natural that the genetic warriors, with their superior physical prowess, would be prioritized for such predation. The group hastened deeper into the mist. As they ventured further, they noticed the density of the gray fog increasing, to the point where their vision began to blur. Suddenly, Lin Yu halted, fixating intently on the haze before him. The others, quick to respond, also came to a stop upon noticing Lin Yu's demeanor, following his gaze. Before them lay a hand-sized worm, quietly resting on the ground. With each breath, the creature's body undulated, releasing billows of gray mist that wafted through the air. Abyssal worm? Chi-Hu and the others exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the writhing creature. A bead of sweat trickled down In Shiba's forehead as he trembled and uttered, "Impossible. How can Abyssal worm be here? If it were not an abyssal worm, then what could it be?" Worm-like, emitting gray mist, the similarities were too striking. Sammy Anfo spoke coldly, yet showed no intent to advance. Even if this palm-sized worm was not the fabled abyssal worm, it was undoubtedly linked to that terrifying creature. At that moment, the worm appeared oblivious to their presence, remaining motionless on the ground, its only sign of life being the rhythmic rise and fall of its abdomen. A creature capable of releasing countless tendrils and resembling an abyssal worm. How many secrets did this laboratory hold? Chihu clenched his teeth, his expression fluctuating between dread and resolve. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted behind them. Countless tendrils surged toward the group at an alarming speed. The two tendril beasts lurking beyond the mist seemed to have taken notice of the worm, becoming increasingly brazen in their actions. Numerous tendrils penetrated the thick gray fog, attempting to reach these delectable morsels. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The gray worm on the ground abruptly ceased its writhing, slowly rising upright, its black, insect-like eyes coldly surveying the approaching tendrils. In an instant, the dense mist surged forward, enveloping the tendrils. The tendrils appeared utterly unprepared for the worm's sudden assault, finding themselves ensnared within a dense fog, unable to escape. Those within the gray mist writhed in a frenzy, their terror palpable to all present. Yet their struggles proved futile. Mere seconds later, the tendrils ceased their movement, disintegrating into fine particles within the murky haze. "Why are you standing there? Run!" Lin Yu was the first to react, bellowing as he seized the collar of Ensemble and fled. It was at this moment that the others finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. Their hair standing on end in fright. They had witnessed the horrific tendrils succumb to the gray mist, rendered utterly powerless and reduced to dust. Now, they were all enveloped in the same fog. Should this worm choose to direct its wrath at them, it seemed unlikely that any would survive. As the group fled in a frenzy, the worm began to take notice of their presence. Its body rose slightly, swaying ominously upon the ground. A thick cloud of gray mist began to advance towards them, visible to the naked eye. Chihu, having sustained injuries during their prolonged escape, was far from fully recovered. His complexion had grown increasingly pale, his lips devoid of color. This left him lagging behind the others, his speed the slowest among them. In his desperate gaze, the first tendril of gray mist swiftly enveloped him. Chihu gasped, feeling an overwhelming difficulty in breathing as the mist surrounded him, his flesh seemingly dissolving away. Mere moments later, the others beheld the once robust Chihu dissipate into a cloud of powder in midair. Following the absorption of Chihu's essence, the mist appeared to grow invigorated, surging toward the remaining group with even greater speed. The dense fog expanded rapidly, soon engulfing the despairing figures one by one. With a resounding bang, Lin Yu summoned the abyss, gritting his teeth as he fired a shot into the gray mist. He understood that escape from this predicament was nearly impossible. Thus, true to his character, Lin Yu resolved to glean as much information as he could before his demise. Hot weaponry proved utterly ineffective against the fog. The massive black bullet whistled through the air, passing straight through the clouds of gray mist, only to collide with a distant wall. It failed to find its mark. Swiftly, Lin Yu called forth the dragon blade, its crimson edge slicing through the air like a flame toward the fog. To his relief, the thick mist dissipated significantly under the blade's assault, only to coalesce once more moments later. Cold weaponry was indeed effective. A surge of joy filled Lin Yu's heart. It seemed the gray mist was nearly impervious to firearms, yet vulnerable to melee weapons. Perhaps it was not merely damage that could be inflicted, but at the very least, it appeared capable of dispersing the fog temporarily. Seeing Lin Yu's success with the blade, Ensemble felt a surge of hope as well. He swiftly launched several throwing knives from his hand toward the advancing gray mist. Lin Yu gazed at Ensemble with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The concealed flying daggers were remarkably elusive. Despite spending an extended period alone with Ensemble, he had not discerned their hiding places. Furthermore, the daggers possessed formidable power, as evidenced by the prolonged condensation of the mist upon being struck. Nevertheless, in the face of the vast, gray fog, the predicament of Lin Yu and his companions had not significantly improved. Watching as figures were enveloped by the mist and disintegrated into dust, a sense of despair deepened within Ensemble. It seemed inevitable that they would perish here. He let out a soft sigh as the dense fog swiftly enveloped Lin Yu and the others. Moments later, The entire space fell into silence once more. Chapter 84. My ability is prophecy. Scanning successful. Welcome back to Dawn Company with a resounding crash. The laboratory door slowly creaked open under the watchful eyes of the gathered individuals. Lin Yu felt a momentary daze before abruptly opening his eyes wide. Had the death rewind been triggered? As he silently observed his surroundings, a sense of speculation regarding the death rewind ability began to form in his mind. He had always been uncertain about the precise timing of the rewind. Given the current circumstances, it seemed as though his earlier conjecture was correct. The death rewind was likely to return him to the onset of a particular event. Just as now, the opening of the laboratory door signified the official commencement of this operation, and it appeared that this ability had established the save point at this moment. Unless the enigmatic eye intervened, Lin Yu believed his assumptions to be sound. Yet, a deeper question arose within Lin Yu's mind. Why was the death rewind so remarkably precise? As the laboratory door swung wide, Lin Yu's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the group surged forward, eager to enter. Wait, he suddenly called out, grasping the sleeve of Ensemble to halt his advance. Ensemble turned, puzzled, to regard the brother who had only just joined them that day. What's the matter? Lin Yu gently shook his head. Let us wait a moment before entering. Ensemble scratched his head, but out of trust in his comrades, he paused his steps. The figures of Chi Hu and San Mian Fo exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by the hesitance of the recluse to enter the laboratory. However, after a brief moment, they chose to proceed inside, recognizing that the scale of the laboratory meant they could likely obtain valuable materials within. Time was of the essence. Brother, what's wrong? Ensemble couldn't help but inquire, as the others around him regarded Lin Yu with similar curiosity. Before we enter, I must remind you all of a few things. Lin Yu began thoughtfully. First, do your utmost to avoid combat within a laboratory, as it will trigger the security system, summoning formidable guardians to pursue us all. Second, if you encounter anything resembling a stone, do not take it. Otherwise, it will attract the guardian's wrath, just like before. Third, refrain from accessing the second floor for now, as it harbors terrifying entities. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the gathered hermits, as he spoke each word with deliberate intent. Ensemble furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, how did you come to know this? He did not immediately dismiss Lin Yu's proposal, but rather engaged in serious reflection. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had already endured the horrors of the laboratory. His instinct suggested that Lin Yu might possess some knowledge of it, possibly derived from external sources or his own insights. Nevertheless, Ensemble grew more cautious than before. Lin Yu calmly regarded Ensemble and proclaimed, because my awakened ability is prophecy. What? Ensemble exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as his pupils constricted. The other members of the hermit group exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Yu. How can you prove that your ability is prophecy? I cannot place my complete trust in you based solely on your word. At this moment, Ensemble regained his composure. He understood well how extraordinary the ability of prophecy could be. If Lin Yu could indeed substantiate his claim, Ensemble would have no qualms about following his lead during their expedition into the laboratory, as it would not only yield more information, but also ensure the utmost safety of the hermit organization. However, he could not afford to trust Lin Yu entirely based on a mere statement, for if Lin Yu were lying, it could have dire consequences for the entire hermit collective. Lin Yu pondered briefly before suggesting, Brother Sheba, you carry concealed throwing knives, do you not? Indeed, Ensemble replied, somewhat surprised by Lin Yu's knowledge, but then shook his head. However, this alone cannot serve as proof. While my throwing knives are exceedingly concealed, there are still individuals who have witnessed my prowess. This cannot be considered evidence of prophecy. Lin Yu hesitated, feeling somewhat at a loss. Truthfully, he was uncertain what compelling evidence could persuade Ensemble. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu discreetly pulled Ensemble aside and whispered, Brother Sheba, I cannot directly prove it to you at this moment, but I can reveal that the materials within this laboratory pertain to genetic experiments conducted prior to the catastrophe that document the birth of the first genetic serum, and I can lead you directly to this material. Moreover, the principal investigator of this research is named Wang Chiwen, This is all information I gleaned from my prophecy. The reason for restricting access to the second floor is that it harbors two types of monsters. One is capable of unleashing numerous tendrils from its body and possesses immense strength. In my prophecy, this creature has nearly slain 90% of those who encountered it. The second type resembles an abyssal worm, though I cannot ascertain its true nature. Ensemble gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment, his expression shifting repeatedly. To be frank, the information presented was still insufficient for Ensemble to place his trust in Lin Yu outright. Yet he found himself unable to refute Lin Yu's words, as the details regarding the materials and the identity of the research leader were indeed compelling. This information is not readily accessible through ordinary channels. After a brief moment, Ensemble spoke. I can temporarily place my trust in you, but should I discover any discrepancies, you ought to be aware of the consequences. Ensemble slowly fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu, unabashedly emanating an aura of lethal intent. Even Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the chilling presence radiating from Ensemble. This assassin, who had entered the sanctuary of the recluses, was far more terrifying than Lin Yu had anticipated. Can we enter now? Ensemble suddenly inquired, his menacing aura dissipating in an instant. This mastery over his own presence was enough to attest to his formidable nature. No problem, we may proceed. Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief as he responded. This time, due to Lin Yu's prior experiences before his fatal setback, his pace alongside the reclusive individuals was notably deliberate. This, in turn, afforded Lin Yu greater opportunity to observe his surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the laboratory, Lin Yu began to notice many details he had overlooked during his previous visit. In the corridor of the laboratory, several peculiar portraits and photographs adorned the walls. During his earlier haste to enter the room in search of information, Lin Yu had scarcely glanced at these images, neglecting to scrutinize them. However, upon this occasion, as he earnestly examined the photographs, he immediately discerned something amiss. The first photograph that caught his eye depicted a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, expressionless, standing alongside an experimental table. To his astonishment, the table bore a colossal octopus. Chapter 85. A delicacy in octopus? Lin Yu gazed at the photograph in perplexity, reaching out to take it down. The backdrop of the photo revealed a pristine white laboratory, spacious and impeccably organized. Numerous individuals were frozen in time within this image. The focal point, however, remained the middle-aged man in the white lab coat and mask. Lin Yu observed that the man's left eyebrow bore a noticeable small tumor, appearing as if it were a result of some pathological growth. The man maintained a rather impassive demeanor, yet upon closer inspection, Lin Yu could detect a slight furrow in his brow, suggesting a disinclination towards having his photograph taken. Yet, what intrigued Lin Yu most was the presence of a large research table beside this man. Upon it lay a black octopus, quietly resting. From this photograph alone, Lin Yu could not ascertain whether the black octopus was alive or deceased, as it was not a dynamic image. However, the sight of the black octopus evoked certain thoughts in Lin Yu's mind. Tentacle monsters? Lin Yu furrowed his brow at the photograph, immediately recalling the creatures on the second floor that could unleash a multitude of tentacles from their bodies. At the time, it may not have registered with anyone, but now, with a point of reference, Lin Yu felt an unsettling dissonance. Those tentacles bore a striking resemblance to the appendages of an octopus. But why was this photograph displayed on the wall? Who was this man? What is it? Ensemble approached Lin Yu, who was lost in contemplation over the photograph, and inquired. Lin Yu extended his hand, presenting the photograph to Ensemble, and spoke. In my foresight, there exists a creature with tendrils on the second floor, somewhat akin to the octopus depicted here. I now harbor suspicions that this entity may not be a product of nature, but rather a result of human modification. Artificial monster? Ensemble was momentarily taken aback, yet chose to remain silent as he tucked the photograph away. By the way, I still do not know your name, he said, turning to Lin Yu. I am Zhang Yu, Lin Yu replied calmly. Very well, Zhang Yu. Where shall we go now? Ensemble nodded, awaiting Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the room before them and declared, this will do. Within are some valuable documents. specifically the experimental materials led by Wang Qiwen that I mentioned to you. After speaking, Lin Yu glanced at the photograph in Inshiba's hand. Could this man truly be Wang Qiwen? Inshiba cast a dubious glance at Lin Yu before pushing the door open and entering the room. The layout of the room remained unchanged from their previous visit. Lin Yu expertly located the cabinet and directly retrieved the documents, handing them to Inshiba. The others should wait at the door, maintaining vigilance. As Inshiba accepted the documents, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he addressed the other members of the organization. The others sensed something amiss and obediently positioned themselves at the door, ready for any eventuality. It is only natural for the boss to keep valuable findings from the younger members, Inshiba mused, opening the first page of the document. Where a title caught his eye, Research Direction on the Spiritual Gene Within Human Bodies. Ascension Project. Researcher, Wang Qiwen. Discreetly, Inshiba glanced at Lin Yu, feeling a slight sense of relief. Everything indeed aligned with Lin Yu's words. This document significantly bolstered Inshiba's trust in Lin Yu. This youth named Zhang Yu might genuinely be an awakened seer. As Inshiba continued to peruse the document, his expression grew increasingly grave. Moments later, he stowed the document and turned to Lin Yu, stating, "The boss once told me that there exists a remarkable substance within the human body, a key factor determining whether one can awaken. I had always thought it mere fanciful talk, yet it appears such a thing truly exists." Lin Yu, equally astonished, pondered how the leader of the hidden had been aware of the spiritual gene beforehand. Alongside his surprise, Lin Yu felt a sense of awe. The foundations of these large organizations and powerful factions were indeed beyond his imagination. Many secrets of this world might remain concealed from ordinary individuals. Yet for the higher echelons of these formidable forces, they may not be entirely unfamiliar. What they ultimately seek is likely to unravel these mysteries. Where shall we go next? Inshiba inquired, looking at Lin Yu. With a promising beginning already established, perhaps it was wise to place further trust in this Zhang Yu and see what other revelations might unfold. Currently, Inshiba's heart has gradually transformed from skepticism to astonishment. If the Zhang Yu before him is indeed a prophetic awakener, it would be an immense surprise for the entire Hidden Ones. Not only will this expedition to the laboratory yield results beyond his imagination, but upon leaving the laboratory, a prophetic awakener would serve as an invaluable strategic asset to any faction. Inshiba has even begun to envision the astonished reaction of their leader upon discovering that he has found such an awakener. The mere thought of their typically stoic and unyielding leader displaying surprise brings a smile to Inshiba's face. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yu asked, perplexed as he looked at Inshiba. "Oh, nothing. Let us move on to the next place," Inshiba replied, suddenly aware of his lapse in composure. He awkwardly scratched his head, but his gaze towards Lin Yu was already brimming with anticipation. Yet, simultaneously, doubts still lingered in Inshiba's heart. If this Zhang Yu truly is a prophetic awakener, why has he remained obscure until now? Logically, possessing such a capability should have made entering the Hall of the Hidden Ones a trivial matter. Why has it only come to light that such a talent exists among the Hidden Ones now? Watching Lin Yu leave the room, Inshiba chose not to dwell on these questions any longer, instead closely following Lin Yu as they moved forward. Regardless of the reasons, he firmly believed that once Lin Yu met the leader, there would be no more secrets to conceal. Did he truly think the Hall of the Hidden Ones was easily accessible? This was Inshiba's confidence in the hall. In the corridor, the gaze of the other members of the Hidden Ones towards Lin Yu began to shift. They had observed Inshiba's earlier reaction, although they were unaware of what exactly Inshiba had acquired. It was evident from his demeanor towards Lin Yu that the claims made by Lin Yu before entering the laboratory were gradually being validated. This also suggested that Lin Yu might genuinely be a prophetic awakener. Such an awakener is not just a strategic asset for one organization. They could potentially serve as a life-saving talisman for everyone. After all, no one knows when they might encounter a life-threatening danger. However, if one cultivates a good relationship with a prophetic awakener who can provide early warnings, there is a significant chance of evading calamity. Thus, in the eyes of all, Lin Yu has become a coveted figure. Chapter 86. the other species drawing from his previous experience. Lin Yu adeptly and accurately arrived at the second room, retrieving a notebook that presumably belonged to Wang Qiwen. He casually tossed the notebook to Yin Shiba and then began to carefully observe the room. This chamber did not appear to be specifically designed for the storage of materials. This time, Lin Yu made some new discoveries that had eluded him in the previous visit. In addition to the notebook, the room also housed a rusted folding bed. The folding bed was wedged between several cabinets, having succumbed to the ravages of time, now covered in rust. Strangely, the filing cabinets appeared pristine, as if crafted from some extraordinary material that thwarted oxidation. Lin Yu could only speculate about this anomaly. Nevertheless, it was evident that this room had, at some point, served as a temporary respite, evidenced by the presence of a folding bed and a notebook. Was this perhaps Wang Qiwen's lounge? Lin Yu gently nudged the folding bed, producing a discordant creak. In contrast to Lin Yu's curious explorations, Yin Shiba resembled a treasure-hunting navigator, his breath growing heavy, hands trembling slightly as he cradled the notebook. Yet, he handled it with the utmost care, fearful of tarnishing or damaging this precious artifact. Human experimentation had been conducted here. How could genetic serums manifest in this place? How long had this laboratory been sealed? Was this the first genetic serum known to mankind? As Yin Shiba perused the notes within the notebook, he murmured to himself, the weight of the revelations clearly staggering him. Moments latte. He gently closed the notebook and abruptly turned to Lin Yu. Zhang Yu, do you comprehend the significance of what is recorded in this notebook? I do. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Were you already aware of its contents? Indeed, I saw you open the notebook and glimpsed its contents, Lin Yu responded calmly. Yin Shiba's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions playing across his face. He found himself at an impasse. The information contained within was immensely valuable. Its revelation to the outside world would surely create a sensation. The emergence of the first genetic serum predates any records known to date. The details inscribed in this notebook were not meant for Lin Yu's eyes. Much like the other members of the Hidden were still vigilantly guarding the periphery of the room. At that moment, Yin Shiba contemplated two courses of action. The first was to eliminate Lin Yu on the spot, ensuring that no one except himself would ever know what the documents contained until he could extricate them from the laboratory and return to the Hidden. The second option involved offering generous rewards or extending goodwill to win Lin Yu's loyalty, thereby preventing any potential leaks of this sensitive information. In the case of other organizations, the first option might have been chosen without hesitation. Yet, as a member of the Hidden, Yin Shiba hesitated, unable to commit such an act. Zhang Yu, come here, he sighed softly, beckoning. Lin Yu approached with an amused expression. What do you think I will do? Yin Shiba stood tall, gazing intently at Lin Yu. Both were astute individuals, and Yin Shiba believed Lin Yu understood the gravity of his inquiry. Lin Yu maintained his smile, responding, it would be my honor to join the ranks of the esteemed. Defeated, Yin Shiba surrendered entirely. Until now, Yin Shiba has come to fully believe that Lin Yu is indeed a prophetic awakener. How else could he explain that before he even opened his mouth? Lin Yu already knew what he was about to say. At the same time, Yin Shiba couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinarily powerful such an awakener is, though there remains a significant gap between this ability and omniscience. Even the capacity to foresee potential future events is remarkably overpowered. Once we exit the laboratory, accompany me to report to the headquarters of the Seers. If the boss has no objections, you will officially step into the hall, Yin Shiba said, gently patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, his demeanor becoming noticeably more amiable. After all, the number of individuals who can enter the hall is indeed quite limited, no more than 100 at most. These individuals must undergo thorough scrutiny by the Seers and receive personal approval from the leader before they can join the hall. As for the possibility of infiltrators, there is no cause for concern. As a vast assassin organization, the Seers possess the means to conduct comprehensive investigations. The methods employed by such powerful factions are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Is there any benefit to entering the hall? Lin Yu inquired with genuine curiosity, for he was quite intrigued by this so-called hall. You will naturally come to know in due time, Yin Shiba replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence. Very well. Upon hearing Enshiba's response, Lin Yu felt compelled to suppress his curiosity for the moment. After all, he would eventually discover the answers. There was no need to rush. So where shall we go next? Enshiba asked, turning his gaze towards Lin Yu. At this point, Lin Yu found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Don't ask. I have no idea, he thought to himself, unsure if there were any other ways to access the second or even third floor aside from that staircase. It was utterly inconceivable for him to traverse that staircase again, fully aware of the terrifying entities lurking above. Zhang Yu? Enshiba inquired once more upon noticing Lin Yu's silence. My foresight ends here. I can only say that the second floor should not be approached lightly, Lin Yu replied with a resigned shrug. Enshiba nodded in understanding, harboring no doubts about this. After all, to predict such matters was already a formidable power. One could hardly expect him to possess complete insight into everything. If that were the case, it would not be called foresight, but rather script. Let us search around. We cannot ascend via the nearest staircase, Lin Yu stated with a sense of resignation. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed ominously. Detection of the loss of the spirit essence stone. Guardians are mobilizing. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. Without his intervention, a member of the Bitter Sea would successfully enter the so-called Room 115 and seize the Black Stone. Once he took that stone, the laboratory system would detect the loss of the Spirit Essence Stone and activate the Guardians. As Lin Yu felt relieved that he had not triggered the Guardians' alert, the chilling voice echoed once more. On this occasion, the voice exhibited a distinct sense of urgency and forewarning. Upon detecting the awakening of an aberration, all Guardians promptly ascended to the second floor to detain the anomalous entity. Chapter 87. The Transformation of the Three-Faced Buddha, an Aberration? Lin Yu was taken aback. Could those monstrous beings, adorned with countless tentacles, be the very aberrations referred to by that mechanical voice? This must be the creature you mentioned on the second floor, whispered Enshiba. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for Lin Yu's presence, as this ability to foresee danger was extraordinarily advantageous. Lin Yu nodded and spoke. We currently have two options. The first is to find an exit on the first floor and depart without further involvement in the ongoing exploration. This would be the safest course. The second is to seek alternative routes to the second or even third floors, attempting to evade known monsters. Though I cannot guarantee we won't encounter new threats. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Enshiba fell into contemplation. His initial intention was to delve deeper into the laboratory, for in this era, opportunities must be seized. If one chooses to evade danger, both Enshiba and the entire hidden organization would eventually be rendered obsolete. However, his hesitation stemmed from the other members of the Hidden who had accompanied him. Possessing deconstruction abilities, he was well equipped for self-preservation. And in the absence of witnessing the terrifying nature of those monsters, Enshiba felt relatively assured about himself. Yet, the other members of the Hidden were different. A significant portion of them were, in fact, non-awakened individuals. The true strength of the Hidden organization lay in its unparalleled assassination and exquisite stealth techniques. Many non-awakened members even utilized unexpected circumstances to carry out precise eliminations of targets. Thus, the Hidden were ill-suited for entering a laboratory and engaging in direct combat. After a moment's reflection, Enshiba addressed the group. You should leave the laboratory for now, and then you can claim your rewards. Your involvement in the upcoming actions is unnecessary. Rather than face needless sacrifices, Enshiba preferred that these individuals survive. A group of masked men hesitated, and one finally spoke. Brother Shiba, we appreciate your good intentions, but he scratched his head, pondering for a moment before asking, but where is the exit? Enshiba was momentarily taken aback. The laboratory resembled a vast labyrinth, and it was only through Lin Yu's previous experiences that he had swiftly and accurately located these rooms. Now, instructing others to retrace their steps would likely prove challenging. This consideration had eluded Enshiba earlier, but now, prompted by this reminder, he recognized the issue. How about you continue searching the first floor? If you encounter danger, take cover. There is no need to accompany me further upward, he suggested after a moment of thought. After a brief hesitation, the members of the Hidden nodded in agreement. They were well aware of their own capabilities and strengths. This place was never their forte. If they were to enact a tale of unwavering loyalty and heart-wrenching sacrifice, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. Zhang Yu, what about you? After Shiba made arrangements for the other members, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to accompany Shiba as they ascended further. Firstly, he possessed the extraordinary ability of Death Rewind, which rendered him less fearful of demise. Although each return brought him a measure of anguish, he had gradually come to accept it. Moreover, the new task issued by the Eye of Deception mandated that he ensure Shiba's survival while escaping the laboratory. This implied that Lin Yu had no choice but to remain by Shiba's side to safeguard him. At the very least, they must perish together. Should Shiba act independently and meet an untimely end while Lin Yu survived, it would lead to the mission's failure. This task was not an absolute necessity, but with a chance of success, Lin Yu naturally yearned to reap some rewards. After all, the gifts bestowed by the Eye of Deception were indeed wondrous. Lin Yu was in urgent need of augmenting his strength. The two ceased their hesitation and immediately began their search for a passage to the second floor. Meanwhile, the three-faced Buddha clutched a piece of black stone, fervor gleaming in his eyes. Not far away, a member of the Bitter Sea, clad in a black robe, lay on the ground, blood gushing from his body, limbs convulsing uncontrollably. For the sake of this spiritual stone, the three-faced Buddha had even turned against his own comrades. He cradled the black spiritual stone with utmost care, greedily absorbing the energy contained within. A dark, mist-like energy gradually seeped through the stone's surface, wafting into his nostrils. As the energy from the spiritual stone began to flow into the three-faced Buddha's body, a chaotic and violent aura slowly emanated from him. His eyes turned crimson, yet a look of intoxication graced his features, lost in the embrace of this newfound power. This was the second spiritual stone he had absorbed. The first was not found here, but in a forsaken laboratory he had entered years prior. There, he had discovered a black spiritual stone, akin to the one he held now. Upon first contact, he was irresistibly drawn to the energy contained within, unhesitatingly consuming it. To his astonishment, the energy proved to be remarkably potent, even catalyzing a transformation in his abilities. The Buddha figure that manifested behind him was originally not black, but golden. However, after absorbing the energy from the spiritual stone, the figure transformed into the dark form it now possessed. It was precisely because the three-faced Buddha had consumed the energy from that stone that his power surged, elevating his status within the Bitter Sea. Thus, when he discovered that a member of the Bitter Sea had obtained a stone identical to his previous find, he did not hesitate to kill his comrade and seize the spiritual stone. What a mesmerizing force it is! The three-faced Buddha gazed at the black stone in his hand, now devoid of its luster, and discarded it upon the ground like refuse. Subsequently, he unveiled his long robe, revealing a body adorned with grotesque, tumor-like growths. At this moment, these grotesqueries appear to thrive, growing wildly. Yet, the three-faced Buddha seemed utterly unconcerned by these horrifying manifestations. On the contrary, he took pride in these aberrations. To him, they symbolized true strength and solidified his faith even further. Humanity had long deserved extinction, and the emergence of these wondrous powers heralded the arrival of a new era and the dawn of a new humanity. The transformations occurring within the three-faced Buddha were emblematic of this new epoch. Chapter 88. The discovery of the Red Tiger on the second floor of the laboratory. The Red Tiger and members of the Ascenders arrived first. The lighting system on this level appeared to be malfunctioning, enveloping it in near-total darkness, with only a few scattered lights struggling to maintain a dim glow. As the group of Ascenders delved deeper into the second floor, they began to feel a sense of confusion. On the first floor, they had acquired numerous documents related to experimental data, revealing the laboratory's significance to be far greater than they had anticipated. However, curiously, after searching for over 10 minutes on the second floor, they had found nothing of note. At that moment, a genetic warrior suddenly spotted several cylindrical objects shrouded in black cloth not far away. What could this be? He approached the cylinders with curiosity and gently lifted the black cloth. As it was unveiled, his pupils constricted sharply, and he let out a gasp. Hearing the exclamation from his subordinate, the red tiger immediately rushed toward that direction. Upon seeing the cylindrical object, he too was rooted to the spot. The cylinder resembled a vessel, filled with murky liquid, and numerous filaments floated within, like wisps of cotton. Inside the container, a man was quietly floating, cradling his knees within the liquid. What astonished everyone, however, was the multitude of strange black tendrils undulating restlessly around the man, incessantly tapping against the glass walls of the container. Remarkably, the vessel seemed constructed from a material that produced no sound in response to the tendrils' incessant drumming. Witnessing this scene, the red tiger's expression shifted repeatedly. He found himself hesitating over whether to take the peculiar man along with the container. It was worth noting that this laboratory had been sealed for an unknown number of years, and the discovery of such a being within it promised significant revelations if brought back to the Ascenders, especially since the Ascenders were already fervently devoted to the study of the human body. This man represented an invaluable research opportunity for them. Yet, his hesitation stemmed from the man's unsettling nature. Even the red tiger could not ascertain whether he was truly alive. The ceaselessly roaming tendrils suggested that the man might indeed still be among the living. Despite the enigma of this unknown creature, Chi-Hu maintained an unwavering vigilance. After a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze towards a nearby location. In the enveloping darkness, Chi-Hu discerned that there appeared to be more than one of these cylindrical containers. Upon careful counting, he noted that in addition to the one already unveiled from its shroud, there were 7 similar vessels. Could they all contain such peculiar beings? Curiosity piqued. Chi-Hu approached another cylindrical container. However, as he drew near, he abruptly halted, uncertainty etched upon his face as he regarded the vessel before him. His complexion paled slightly, and he lifted his hand to touch the black cloth draping over the container. With a surge of courage, he slowly unveiled the cloth, suppressing his trepidation as he tremulously growled, "Who has tampered with this container?" The other Ascenders suddenly turned their heads towards Chi-Hu. A shattered cylindrical vessel lay exposed before them, revealing a thin layer of yellow liquid within, while the creature it once contained had vanished without a trace. A murmur of dismay coursed through the minds of all present, their expressions darkening instantly. Where had the contents gone? Chi-Hu scanned the surroundings with heightened alertness. Yet the oppressive silence was broken only by their heavy breaths. They remained oblivious to what the container had held. But the disappearance of this unknown entity cast a heavy pall over everyone. Minutes passed before Chi-Hu's countenance gradually softened. He realized that it was not necessarily the creature that had escaped. It was entirely possible that it had perished before the laboratory was sealed. After all, no one knew what had transpired in the past. Yet, just as he began to relax, calamity struck. Several massive tentacles surged forth from the depths of darkness, striking with lightning speed into the body of a genetic warrior, lifting him into the air and shaking him violently. The warrior scarcely had time to emit a scream before his body began to wither rapidly. The tentacles anchored themselves within him, rhythmically undulating as if savoring this gruesome feast. Moments later, the tentacles withdrew slowly from the warrior's body, and Chi-Hu was horrified to observe that they appeared even thicker than before. Alert! Furord! And all the Ascenders swiftly formed a protective circle, their eyes fixated warily on the encroaching darkness. In the dim light, a shadow, brandishing countless tentacles, was gradually projected onto the wall. Chi-Hu's pupils constricted sharply, and with a flow of silvery energy, 2 heavy machine guns materialized in his hands, firing unhesitatingly towards the shadow. In the murky depths, a bizarre and piercing sound erupted, and a man gradually emerged from the darkness. Under the relentless barrage of Chi-Hu's firepower, the man bore a pained and twisted expression as countless tentacles withdrew from his body, only to be shattered by Chi-Hu's onslaught. Witnessing such an uncanny scene, Chi-Hu forcefully quelled his rising terror and bellowed, "All mechanical augmenters, Concentrate your fire on this monster. Genetic warriors, arm yourselves and prepare to provide covering fire. Upon hearing the command from the Crimson Tiger, the Ascenders, despite their inner trepidation, resolutely launched their assault against the tentacled monstrosity. A multitude of mechanized combatants coordinated their firepower with the Crimson Tiger, momentarily immobilizing the creature. Countless tendrils flailed in the air like a raging tempest, yet whenever a tentacle managed to breach the barrage, a gene warrior would swiftly sever it with a sharp weapon. As the Crimson Tiger observed the efficacy of his tactics, his initial fear began to wane. Just then, the creature stirred. Several tentacles abruptly shifted direction under the intense fire, shooting toward the depths of the darkness. The Crimson Tiger, initially perplexed, suddenly paled in realization. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "This is bad." Almost immediately, a dull, shattering sound echoed. The Crimson Tiger felt a dampness beneath his feet, as if a deluge of liquid had appeared on the ground. Before he could fully grasp the situation, innumerable tentacles erupted from the shadows. A second man, covered in tentacles and resembling the first creature, emerged from the darkness, forming a pincer movement against the Ascenders. Previously, they had struggled to contain a single monster, but now, besieged by two, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. At that critical moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Anomaly detected. All Guardians, proceed to the second floor immediately to detain the anomaly. Chapter 89. The mysterious white paper. As that icy voice echoed, the Crimson Tiger suddenly heard a rapid and heavy footfall approaching from an unknown direction. Before he could ponder further, the beleaguered Ascenders began to suffer casualties under the onslaught of the two monsters. "Help me," cried one gene warrior as a tentacle impaled him, lifting him high into the air like a lamb to slaughter. The tendrils visibly thrummed with excitement, greedily siphoning their lifeblood. The Crimson Tiger, his eyes blazing with fury, roared as he unleashed a desperate barrage against the tentacles in an attempt to rescue his man. However, his efforts proved futile. The sheer number of tendrils was overwhelming. In that moment, the Crimson Tiger's peripheral vision caught sight of several figures racing towards him. What were these? Emotionless, heavily armored soldiers swiftly entered the fray, charging directly at the two monsters. Their assault was executed with remarkable precision. Several soldiers armed with firearms provided covering fire, while those wielding blades fearlessly engaged the creature's core. The weapons they bore differed from those of the Crimson Tiger's group, as the bullets emitted an inky hue reminiscent of the color of the tentacles. The soldiers armed with melee weapons exhibited such terrifying prowess that it sent a shiver down the Crimson Tiger's spine. Despite the frenzied attacks of the once invincible tentacles, not a single one could breach the soldiers' defenses. They seemed as though they had been specifically engineered to counter these monsters. With the intervention of these Guardians, the pressure on the Ascenders was significantly alleviated. The expression on Chi-Hu's face shifted continuously, and he bellowed, "Retreat." Faced with the dire situation, he opted not to engage alongside the Guardians, but chose instead to conserve his strength. At that moment, the focus of the two monsters' attacks was entirely diverted towards the steel soldiers. Even though their tendrils could not directly penetrate the soldiers' bodies, the tremendous force rendered them incapable of breaching the monster's essence for a time. Amidst the fierce battle, neither the Guardians nor the tentacled creatures had the energy to attend to Chi-Hu and his companions. Seizing this opportunity, Chi-Hu swiftly led the Ascenders away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Ensemble were diligently exploring the first floor, yet they could hear the cacophony of intense combat emanating from the second floor. Ensemble let out a sigh of relief. Had Lin Yu not intervened, a disaster might have already unfolded. Ensemble was acutely aware of the character of his subordinates. They would certainly seek refuge at the first opportunity. With so many individuals on the first floor, it was highly probable they would have ventured directly to the second floor. If the recluses encountered those monsters there, Ensemble estimated their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Regardless of Ensemble's thoughts, Lin Yu was running in the opposite direction of the battle noise, determined to distance himself from the conflict. "Zhang Yu, there's a staircase here," Ensemble exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he hurriedly informed Lin Yu. Upon turning to look, Lin Yu's face also lit up with surprise. Indeed, in such a vast laboratory, it was implausible that there would only be a single passage to the second floor. "Let us go," Lin Yu declared without hesitation, making his way toward the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Yu was astonished to discover it was markedly different from the previous entry. This level, much like the first, was partitioned into numerous rooms. However, unlike the first floor, there were several spacious laboratories in addition to the standard document storage rooms. Advanced laboratory, or should we examine the documents first? Ensemble inquired, gazing at Lin Yu. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to acclimate to following Lin Yu's lead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, "Let us examine the documents first. They may contain valuable information that will aid our subsequent actions." Ensemble nodded in agreement, and the two promptly entered one of the rooms. After a thorough rummage through the contents, Lin Yu's attention was suddenly captured by one particular cabinet. At first glance, it appeared no different from the others, yet it was locked, a rather unusual occurrence in this laboratory. Throughout their extensive search on the first floor, none of the cabinets had been locked, nor had those in this room on the second floor, save for this solitary cabinet. Observing this, Ensemble pondered for a moment before producing a piece of wire from somewhere. "You're at it again?" Lin Yu exclaimed, astonished, as he watched Ensemble begin to manipulate the lock on the cabinet. After a brief pause, Ensemble awkwardly scratched his head, unable to unlock the cabinet. Lin Yu looked at him with an expression of disbelief. "What can you possibly do, little steel wire? Why can't you open any locks?" he questioned. "What should we do then?" Ensemble shrugged. Lin Yu, with a stoic demeanor, approached the cabinet, revealing a fiery red long knife in his hand. With a decisive swing, the lock fell away with a clatter. "Brother 18, if we truly lack technical skills, can we resort to brute force for opening boxes in the future?" Lin Yu remarked calmly. "Isn't this just a way to train?" Ensemble chuckled sheepishly. "Quick, let us see what's inside." Lin Yu sighed deeply, then began to search within the cabinet. At that moment, a solitary white sheet of paper caught Lin Yu's attention. "What's wrong?" Ensemble asked, puzzled. "Isn't it just a piece of white paper?" Lin Yu disregarded his inquiry, deep in thought. The mere presence of a single white sheet inside a locked cabinet was inherently peculiar. He picked it up, gently rubbing his fingers across its surface, sensing a texture distinct from ordinary paper. Yet, to both Lin Yu and Ensemble, it appeared to be just an ordinary sheet. "Do you have a lighter?" Lin Yu suddenly inquired. "Ah, yes, I do," Ensemble replied, momentarily taken aback before rummaging through his belongings. It was unclear how he managed it, but before long, Lin Yu observed him producing a lighter, as if by magic. "Where on earth do you conceal such items?" Lin Yu, intrigued, approached and playfully rummaged through Ensemble's clothing, only to be gently pushed away with a smile. Truth be told, if Lin Yu hadn't known that Ensemble possessed the ability of deconstruction, he might have begun to suspect that Ensemble was some sort of space manipulator. "What are we doing next?" Ensemble inquired, perplexed. Lin Yu hesitated, then pressed the lighter S switch and carefully placed the white paper above the flame. "Didn't you say there was something wrong with this paper? Why burn it now?" Ensemble's confusion deepened as he observed Lin Yu's actions. At that moment, Lin Yu was too focused on his task to acknowledge Ensemble's confusion. Meticulously and gently applying heat to the paper, his hand remained steady, the flames never directly touching the paper, yet still evenly warming it. Before long, several lines of ink gradually revealed themselves on the paper. "It truly works," Ensemble exclaimed, wide-eyed at Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Indeed, mastering physics and chemistry allows one to traverse the world without fear." In truth, this was a remarkably simple technique. Anyone who grasped the underlying principle could replicate it. This phenomenon is referred to as the Maillard reaction. By writing on the paper with a sugar solution and allowing the moisture to evaporate, one could reveal the writing through the application of heat. The reason lies in the fact that sugar undergoes dehydration and caramelization when subjected to heat, thereby revealing its inscription on paper. However, it is essential to ensure that the sugar solution is as concentrated as possible for the writing to appear distinctly. In truth, This method of concealing messages is not limited to sugar alone. For instance, one can also use thick rice porridge or potato juice to compose secret notes, albeit these cannot be deciphered through the application of heat, given that rice porridge and potato juice are rich in starch. Applying iodine solution to the paper will result in a reaction that produces a blue substance, thus revealing blue writing on white paper. Lin Yu felt fortunate for having been an avid viewer of spy films in his previous life, coupled with a strong thirst for knowledge. He often sought to understand the principles behind such marvelous phenomena by researching online. To his surprise, he found himself employing this very knowledge. Initially, however, Lin Yu merely intended to experiment, contemplating that if the method involving fire proved ineffective, he would be at a loss, especially since he had no other materials at hand. Fortunately, this straightforward approach yielded results. Yet, Lin Yu could not help but question why such an elementary method was unknown to his companion, Ensemble. In his view, such knowledge should be essential for individuals in their line of work. "I am an assassin, not a spy. I have no need for secret messages," Ensemble replied, somewhat resigned. During their conversation, the writing on the paper began to gradually sharpen in clarity, prompting both Lin Yu and Ensemble to exchange glances. The paper revealed little information, containing only a simple phrase: "They are attempting to replicate the divine." "What does that mean?" Ensemble inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked at Lin Yu, who was equally perplexed. Replicating the divine? Do deities truly exist in this world? Could those creatures be mere replicas of the so-called gods? Lin Yu and Ensemble exchanged glances and reached for another stack of documents from the cabinet. Upon opening the file, a striking title immediately captured their attention: Reflections and Research on the Fusion of Divine Abilities, authored by Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan again? Lin Yu and Ensemble exchanged frowns, realizing that this individual had been a persistent figure throughout their laboratory's explorations. Yet, they remained in the dark about his true identity. "Let us delve further," Lin Yu suggested as he turned to the next page of the document. "The year is 2308, and our technology and research have reached a bottleneck. The resources of our world are being continuously depleted, with our usage far exceeding their regenerative capabilities. If this continues, we will soon face an energy crisis. With the emergence of these entities, human survival is gradually at risk. In our confrontations with them, we have lost many formidable individuals. Fortunately, their sacrifices have not been in vain, as we have gained significant insights through these encounters. Are they truly deities from other realms? How can such powerful beings exist? We are continuously striving to merge these formidable entities, though we have yet to achieve success. The emergence of these beings and the deepening of our research into them have led to significant breakthroughs in the realms of genetic pharmaceuticals and mechanical augmentation. This batch of experimental subjects has proven remarkably successful. Several powerful genetic warriors have successfully integrated some characteristics of these monsters. However, without exception, they have all succumbed to a state of frenzy, compelling us to confine them within specialized containers and administer substantial doses of pharmaceuticals to induce a deep slumber. Our current objective is to enable them to retain their consciousness while acquiring these formidable abilities. It is said that nearly all nations are on the brink of total collapse. Were it not for our own existence of godlike entities, we too might have fallen into despair. It appears that time is of the essence. If this trend continues unchecked, we too will soon be overrun. Marvelously, we have succeeded. The first human to merge with divine traits has emerged. His consciousness remains remarkably intact, with all memories preserved, and his combat capabilities are immensely powerful. It seems we are not far from the moment of counterattack. The success of this experimental subject has instilled within us immense confidence. To celebrate the birth of this inaugural specimen, we have bestowed upon him the name Zero, hoping that all wars may cease with his arrival. Then, chaos ensued. Zero lost control, and the document abruptly ended, the last stroke of ink tearing through the paper that bore the text. It seems that something horrific transpired in the final moments of recording, interrupting his account. Yet, these words have stirred a tempest within Lin Yu's heart. What are they merging? What exactly are they researching? And what is this Zero? Enshiba's countenance darkened significantly, He felt that there was no longer a need to continue exploring this laboratory. The immediate priority is to secure all materials and transport them safely from this place. He sensed that this matter transcended the interests of the Hermit faction. It was a discovery of paramount importance for the entire world. The secrets contained herein are too terrifying. The emergence of deities, the birth of Zero. What do these revelations truly signify? Lin Yu's mind remained in turmoil. He had not anticipated uncovering such a wealth of information within this laboratory. Brother 18. The creatures mentioned here, if I am not mistaken, they must refer to those abyssal worms, he hesitated to say. To be honest, Lin Yu still did not fully comprehend the extent of the power these so-called monsters possessed. So far, he had only encountered a single abyssal worm. Oh, and if we count the large eye within, that would make 2. Are there other monsters apart from the abyssal worm? Lin Yu voiced his lingering doubts. Ensemble looked at Lin Yu with astonishment and inquired, Zhang Yu, why do you pose this question? Have you come from some remote wilderness gathering? This information is almost entirely public, well known among the major cities. Lin Yu sighed, lamenting once more the backwardness of Ashentown. He then tentatively inquired, so, are there more terrifying creatures like the abyssal worm? Yes, indeed. There are 8 others as fearsome as that one. Chapter 91. Qin Huang? Goodness, how have humans survived? Lin Yu was instantly taken aback. Setting aside the capabilities and strengths of the other 8 creatures, the single abyssal worm had nearly consumed all human technology, obliterating the technological pyramid that had taken countless years to construct. Had the abyssal worm not mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown, humanity's plight would be even more dire. Forget about advanced weaponry. Even turning on a light would pose a significant challenge. Ensemble looked at Lin Yu with a sense of resignation. And now he genuinely believed that this Zhang Yu seemed entirely oblivious to the outside world. Do not panic. As you said, if the outcome were truly one-sided, this world would have perished long ago. With such formidable monsters, there must be corresponding human champions. To put this way, although we may not be able to defeat them, it would be utterly impossible for us to be so easily overwhelmed. Ensemble spoke, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. How so? Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy. It seemed he would gain invaluable insights today, perhaps even comprehensively understanding the structure of the world's champions. The creatures you mentioned have long been referred to as eldritch gods, and alongside the abyssal worm, there are 9 such entities in total. Among humanity, there is truly only one individual capable of matching their strength, Qin Huang. He is universally recognized as the foremost among humans, indeed the sole individual among humanity who has ascended to godhood. Besides Qin Huang, humanity is also home to 8 demigods. These demigods, while still some distance from true divinity, under certain exceptional circumstances, can at least contend with the eldritch gods without being slain. Fortunately, Qin Huang is immensely powerful, and thus the formidable barrier formed by him and the 8 demigods deters the eldritch gods from launching attacks lightly. Moreover, for several decades, a few of the eldritch gods have inexplicably fallen silent and have yet to reappear. It is under this stalemate that humanity has been afforded a slight reprieve. Ensemble spoke at length. Qin Huang, demigods, eldritch gods. Lin Yu murmured these titles repeatedly, suddenly realizing something was amiss. He abruptly turned to Ensemble. You said the only individual among humans who has attained godhood. What is his name? Qin Huang, why do you ask? Are you related? Ensemble replied, puzzled, still in the mood for jest. However, Lin Yu had no inclination for humor. Qin Huang, I am exceedingly familiar with that name. What is his full name? Lin Yu's voice trembled, as he felt he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. How would I know? Why are you asking this? Ensemble gazed at Lin Yu with a peculiar expression and remarked, I was merely jesting. Surely, you do not actually believe you are related to Qin Huang? Lin Yu swallowed hard, striving to calm himself. He too pondered whether he was overthinking the situation. After all, this Qin Huang was merely a formidable figure, and it might not even qualify as a coincidence. Perhaps it was simply a matter of sharing the surname Qin and being recognized as the foremost among humanity, a title of royalty that could easily be justified. Furthermore, Lin Yu was acutely aware of his reincarnation. How could the Qin Huang from his previous life possibly exist in this realm? With this thought, Lin Yu could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. It seemed he was truly unable to let go of his past life, still clinging to a flicker of hope. He had just contemplated the possibility that if this Qin Huang was indeed the one he knew, it could imply that he was not the sole individual to have traversed into this world. If that were the case, might there be a chance to return to his former existence? Yet, as Lin Yu delved deeper into contemplation, he could only chuckle resignedly. The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. His immediate priority remained the enhancement of his strength, ensuring his survival in this tumultuous world. Ensemble cautiously arranged the precious materials, turning to speak, when a sudden thunderous crash echoed from the corridor outside the door. What is happening? Both Ensemble and Lin Yu instinctively peered outside, only to witness a figure being hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yu squinted, recognizing the individual. Is that not Qi Hu? At that moment, Qi Hu appeared utterly disheveled, seemingly bearing severe injuries. Ensemble and Lin Yu immediately heightened their vigilance. They had some understanding of Qi Hu's capabilities. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? Was it those monstrous beings? Or perhaps the guardians of this laboratory? Before they could ponder further, Qi Hu coughed up blood and, upon raising his head, caught sight of Ensemble and Lin Yu. That wretched creature, he exclaimed. The three-faced Buddha is here. He arrived at the second level before us, and must have obtained numerous valuable items. Ensemble erupted in furious retort. You insolent beast! How dare you? With a swift and fluid motion, he retaliated. Qi Hu, momentarily taken aback by the insult, barely had time to respond when Ensemble noticed a figure rapidly approaching, delivering a powerful kick that sent Qi Hu flying once more. Ensemble abruptly looked up to see, in the place where Qi Hu had been, a cloaked figure whose gaze was chilling and rife with malice. Three-faced Buddha? Ensemble gasped. What has happened to you? Lin Yu raised his eyes, his heart sinking in alarm. The current state of the three-faced Buddha was a stark contrast to the individual who had first entered the laboratory. Visible beneath the tattered cloak, grotesque black growths writhed upon his body, and even his face was marred by several unsightly protrusions, creating a repugnant sight. What on earth had he endured within the confines of this laboratory? Upon witnessing the gaze of the three-faced Buddha, En-18 almost instinctively recoiled, hurling 3 flying daggers like phantoms towards the Buddha. The three-faced Buddha, taken aback by En-18's decisive action, was struck unexpectedly, one dagger embedding itself deep into his abdomen. Elated by his successful assault, En-18 was poised to pursue his advantage when he suddenly realized that the three-faced Buddha remained expressionless, as though the dagger had not pierced his flesh at all. With a perplexed demeanor, the three-faced Buddha lifted his dark robe to inspect his abdomen. There, a massive black tumor was skewered by the sharp dagger. The blade had penetrated the tumor, causing a viscous, murky black liquid to ooze out in a putrid stream. As the three-faced Buddha raised his head once more, his eyes transformed into an unsettling expression, brimming with madness and savagery, sending a jolt of alarm through En-18. Then, an odd smile crept across the three-faced Buddha's face as he approached, his limbs rigid. En-18 and Lin Yu began to retreat slowly, only to realize that they were trapped within the confines of the room, with no escape left.